Hey, welcome to the Sci-Fi Center's New Year's Eve special charity stream. I hear dogs in the background. Happy New
Oh
Year's,
yeah,
dogs.
my dog. He's probably getting a little freaked out from fireworks and stuff.
Oh yeah, that's right. You're 3 hours in the difference. This is our Zack Snyder's Justice League charity event. It is another leg of the original event, which was a Rebel Moon fundraiser, the awareness and lifeline. So this is the same link, same fundraiser. It's just that we've gotten past the first part of Rebel Moon. So instead of watching that again, we're going to watch the same director, probably one of his most notorious films, one of those most notorious films in general, just because his journey alone, to get some more money raised for our American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. I can't talk, and it's not even late. The link, I am putting it in the chat right now. And as a matter of fact, I thought I had, and no, I do have it pinned in there. I thought I did. All right, but I am putting that link in there for you guys right now. The goal, our primary goal, is $5,000. That's our first goal, but that goal is going to be on a sliding scale. We'll probably move it up once we reach that, but we would like to reach that as soon as possible. That way we can increase the goal and increase our our campaign. So there is the link. As a matter of fact, let me go over and pin that link. We switch the count, and we're gonna go. Hey, we got 3 new subscribers in 24 hours. That's cool. Let me mute myself, and then we're going to pin this up to the top of the chat. So the link to donate right now, we actually made a couple hundred last night, so we are at 3,200 even. So hopefully, whatever we can do to move that dial in these next 4 hours is what'll happen. Here's Spider-Man. So I'm going to keep this up. So for all of you who are watching, the way this will work is whatever medium you have, Zack Snyder's Justice League, we're watching the full 4 hour, two-minute cut, whatever it is. We're starting right at 0. Our host, whoever gets on, just mute yourself or put your earphones on, or just mute your mic so that you're watching it. If you want to chime in, go ahead and chime in, but just make sure you mute yourself back. That way we don't get any copyright issues with having it play over. You know how those guys get. Hold on. I put the link in there for everybody in Patreon, whether you're a paid member or not. If you're on the hold on, let me do it again. Let's go. Stupid ass Bengals are doing everything they can to lose this game. Let's see. There you go. Title. Oh shit! Come on. Not what I wanted to do. ZSJL link. My audience is for everybody. Next, everyone.
What's going on, guys?
Everyone's coming back. There's a link. Hold on, I'm just making it so that everybody, because stupid Patreon, create a link. And it doesn't let you publish all the time. It's a fucking pain in the ass. CSJL link. Paste. All right, so we're done. Attachments next.
Tiz Ice 3 got a good one on you, William.
What's up?
She got a good one on you, Tiz Ice 3.
Hold on, I'm in. I got a bunch of different windows going. All right, everybody who's on the Patreon period should be able to jump on. And What she say?
She's just talking about how you narrate.
Yeah. Well, because I have to talk because I have like 10 screens up right now. So I have to talk myself through what I'm doing, or there you go. All right, guys, everybody ready?
Hold on
where
for
should we
like
be
one
at?
quick second.
I'm on all
000.
zeros.
Hold on for one quick second.
Okay.
Almost. All right. Got my audio good. Max plays commercials now, so like it's kind of hard to time it. I just press pause with
Well,
this. That's
okay.
coming over
Here's
the
the
water
thing:
tower.
when it shows you that you have 402.37, that's where you should be.
4:02:30.
Yeah,
4
when you
minutes
look
in.
on your right hand side, when it says what time you have left, how much of the movie you have left,
Okay.
it should read 402.37.
Oh, that's kind of hard to nail. I can only
Well,
get
it's just that
4:02.
HBO does it
All right, that's
backwards
good.
sometimes. Yeah, just put it on all zeros for it. That's what he's saying.
Yeah.
You
No,
guys
it's
ready?
weird. If you put all zeros, then it starts a commercial. So
Well,
I think I
it's
got it.
If you skip the commercial and then go back to all zeros, it'll skip the commercial the second
Yeah.
time.
You should be at where it says HBO original. It'll be on your screen.
Yeah, it's a little bubble. The little. Why don't we
It's
just do
weird
it where
when
the water tower starts? I'll let you know when the water tower starts. Deal.
Oh, it's okay. For where are we starting this?
At zeros. If you got HBO Max without commercials, it's at all
Okay,
zeros.
I see. Okay,
yeah.
got it. Thank you.
Yeah. Or you got it on physical, don't you?
It's okay with like 10 seconds of each other. All right,
All right.
I'm ready when everybody else
Count
is.
down and go.
So
Yeah, ready,
3,
guys.
2, 1, go or what?
Hold
Three,
on for like
we're
one.
gonna
Hold
go
on,
on
we get my
three.
remote.
Right. 3,
Hold on.
2.
Did you guys start?
We're waiting on you.
I
You
got
said
it
hold
ready
on.
for you, dude.
Okay, start. Okay, count right now.
All right, we're going 3, 2.
Hold on, we get the 0.
1.
Hold on, with me. Okay, start right now.
Okay,
Oh,
I'm gonna
Wait,
count
do that
down
one more
3, 2,
time.
1. All right, ready? Everybody? 3, 2, 1. I'm hitting play now.
All right. Sun coming over the water tower. There we go.
Yeah. And with the in second here, this lightning reminded me a lot of Black Adam actually before it came out, and then Black Adam hadn't even come out yet.
The lightning. How far into it are you?
Yeah, you're.
Well, no,
farther.
I'm getting ahead of it. I'm just mentioning that that's coming up.
Brad can't help himself. Everyone, he's got. I'm just playing. Everybody's seeing this.
Brad's already talking about the Superman shockwave voice. Like, what?
Oh yeah, you know I always scream.
Oh
once
yeah.
I
So
was
now,
Superman
anyway,
on
this
BBS.
part with Mara here is
Yeah.
Right. The Green Lantern they never used.
Yeah.
No, yeah.
that lightning there. That's what I'm talking about. It looked a lot to
Okay.
me
Okay.
like
I thought you were talking about the actual DC Lightning.
yeah. That
Okay.
reminded me a lot of like the Black Adam. This is like a year and a half before Black Adam even hit.
So I
So
love
do you
the
think that JL3 would have started
Where you
off
guys at?
as Zack Snyder connects to his previous movie with them like right after the events?
Yeah,
of being
because
separate?
I think it would because of the
Yeah, because he opens every one of them. It's like with the ending of the last one, and
Yeah.
it's shown in a different way.
another point of continuity you should pay attention to. That's a callback. Is he's using the car on BVS as a weapon, like he's towing things around and using the car as like to fight with. He'll do the same thing in this movie towards the end. Watch the tower that they're driving around.
Right.
Zack's got great continuity, man.
So I mean, I think we know in real life if the shockwave, the sonic boom from freaking Superman's voice were that loud for it to travel all over the world, everybody in that city would be dead.
That's the mother. I already got you for it. That's the mother box receiving that. The mother box has been waiting on that. It's that frequency. And this is all happening in like 1 second.
Hey, William, you referee this stuff, okay? You tell us to shut it down, we'll shut it down. But Superman's never screamed before.
I literally just got finished watching this scene. This all happened in 1 second.
Yeah. Hello? Hello?
No windows broke or anything. It's not like a banshee scream.
All right.
I'm not Will Cyborg is.
Yep, he just turned around.
Yeah.
Yep.
And just think about the title there. When the title of the movie came up, too, that there was a time when it would have just said Justice League if it had come out normally.
Well, same thing with Batman versus Superman. Like the title's like buried in the right-hand corner of the screen.
And it's like when his cut comes out, it has Ultimate Edition there. So
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, okay, I thought you were talking like there's no like title boom of like Justice League.
well, no, I'm
across
saying the fact
screen.
that it's called Zack Snyder's Justice League. Like
okay.
if not for the circumstances of the release, if it had just come out normally, it would have just said Justice League.
So I really appreciate this soundtrack by Junkie. So obviously in the first movie we have Hans, in the second movie we have Hans and Junkie, but Junkie actually made a pretty memorable soundtrack, and that was one of the things that I was on the lookout for when I did that rewatch of Marvel. And other than Iron Man a little bit and the Avengers theme song, nobody really has a memorable theme song at all in Marvel.
Oh, there's no memorable Marvel music except for like the main theme, which is
Like
kind
I
of
said,
generic.
the Avengers one, they kind of do a different motif
yeah.
every one. But other than that, say Captain America kind of has something, and Iron Man kind of has something, but it's not really much.
What's weird, I didn't like the first piece of Marvel infused music to one of their shows or movies was actually Werewolf by Night.
Yeah. But that
It
was
had a
made
great
by
score when
that
it
was directed by a music composer. The composer from the Batman directed
The
the show.
I forgot
Gian
the
Giancho or
Italian
whatever.
name.
Yeah, something like that. So if an Italian person can correct us, that would be helpful, chat.
Guidardo? I don't know. Giacchino?
Maybe, I don't know.
I don't want to sound racist.
There's Johnny Depp's ex-wife. She did pass by.
Yeah, so Spider-Man, something you were
Okay.
saying the other stream real quick.
Yeah.
Go ahead. You said something?
No, go as far as what?
Well, it sounded because you were kind of sharing like your journey with like coming to this movie.
I was just go ahead.
Well, because it sounded to me like it sounded like you had been initially you were kind of so on Man of Steel and BVS, and then you kind of jumped ship on CBMs for a while, then came back with this, and then it's like, oh, that kind of changed everything.
Yeah, no, I just I don't know if I didn't think Doctor Strange was a bad movie. I actually appreciated that Dormammu was in it, and I felt like Marvel was getting more towards accuracy. I just stopped going to see the movies in the theater, and then I didn't really have a really longing for to watch them at home. And like I said, I don't know. Last year, last summer, probably last May, 2022. Now that we're almost 24, but 2022 May or so, I just decided to turn this on before I started doing the Marvel rewatch, and I was greatly
This is
impressed.
Jurassic Park all over again. Why did they have the black girl touch it?
I like comic books a lot. That's why I like to get into it with William about Batman and other things.
Oh yeah, we had that a few nights ago.
And I like to when he has the turning points. I appreciate that a lot as well. A lot of the comic stories that he gets are really good and iconic ones, even from when I was younger. Or the background of the stories from when I was younger, so I appreciate that. And when I watched this, first off, nobody takes any time, and I'm not trying to start like a flame war because I appreciate him as a director. But watching Guardians 3, James Gunn had all these great setups for shots, and he took no time on them. Whereas we're watching the first 10 minutes of this movie, right? And they're paying attention just to the small details, like Batman putting out the campfire, getting on the horse. I mean, it's selling you what's going on right now, right? But it also
feels like a movie.
it looks picturesque. So when we're looking at scenes like I was noticing in Man of Steel, they emphasize people closing doors and locking them, or when the Kents get their coffee together. I'm looking at that as the cross panels in comic books. Sometimes an action will go on, like a key will click or something like that, and I'm seeing those points of emphasis as panels in a comic. This is the same thing, but now I'm watching a Jim Lee, Alex Ross collaboration as opposed to maybe just a Jim Lee book with the first.
Oh, and when is that going to happen? Come on, somebody make that happen.
Well, that's what I'm saying. As far as just being a fan of comic books, I'm not trying to capitalize the conversation here, but as far as being a fan of comic books, just on that look back when I did end up watching all of them, you're watching a comic book. It's not the universe. Like, people have these expectations, and this movie made clear with the Joker's statement we can be in the multiverse just fine without having to reference it, right? We're looking at a different story than the DCAU, and I love the DCAU growing up, as you know, between me and Williams' arguments, but I don't need it to be recreated on screen with every movie.
Yeah.
So
I would like for those things to be inspired by those movies,
or even just there are inspirations from comic books throughout this entire entire saga, and most famously, of course, Dark Knight Returns and the death of Superman. Yeah. But this is taken if you kind of had an idea what Final Crisis was, but you took it in a whole different direction. That's unexpected, and that's where it left us on the cliffhanger. So as a comic book fan, that's what really watch. I know, but they're tossing everything else at us. That I'm grateful that we have Black Adam, and that's a nice movie, but that's not the conclusion of this, as William would point out. And look what the expectation they set was. Like the WB, I'm not the movie expert as far as the studios and the box office goes, but these guys are idiots for not continuing this. Like it's obvious.
That's why it's like now that's why I wanted to ask.
One question I was gonna ask, like, is it true that that Jeff Johns actually asked for his name to be removed?
Asked for what to be removed?
His producer name. Because I remember
Zack wanted him and Berg removed because they were key players and revamping it in the first place, and then of course that led to we won't get into all that, but I mean,
Daniel, I agree with you. I'm a 5-movie archist.
Yeah, that's what I was about to mention because you said that before in the comments, and then you mentioned how you kind of
Berg and them were removed because everything that they did on the movie was removed, technically, legally.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
See, this is why I couldn't get on board with them.
They legally could not be on the movie because they had nothing to do with the movie that he produced.
So this is what I couldn't get on board with, like the newer stuff, like the Black Adam stuff. It's a fun movie, I admit. Black Adam's a fun movie, but it's not like filmmaking like this and attention to detail and pacing and tonality. And that's why I'm hoping that whatever James Gunn does honors the fact that whether you like a Zack Snyder or the Batman or the Burton or Nolan, you can write articles about the cinematography process alone that gives those movies the prestige. The Flash didn't have this. Black Adam didn't have this. And I just couldn't take those movies seriously.
Well, also, when you compare the cinematography, this and the Joss Whedon version, there's just no comparison.
Well, yeah, there's no comparison. I mean, Joss didn't even shoot film.
What?
I said Joss didn't even bother to match the movie by shooting film to match this. He shot on the Arri Alexa, which is a digital.
And when this scene in the theatrical version, it has the part where it shows the wall with that scribbling of Aquaman holding this big fish over him. It's and you can tell it's just thrown together in 5 minutes.
Some child's macaroni art on the refrigerator from a mother box. Although you will see the difference, though. Zack does shoot on the red at the end of the movie for the nightmare scene, and as much as as competent as it looks, it doesn't match the nightmare scene look and tonality from BVS, but it's still good.
But that we can look at that as a realized future, as opposed to a dream. You see, Fourth, I'm ready, bro, because this movie is made very well. Very well. I'm a comic book fan. I'm not knocking you for the way you're coming at it. I appreciate the way you're coming from it, and I understand what you're saying. But the reason I'll take, because Batman's face is skinnier too. There's a lot of technical differences with the Nightmare Future. You got the cut of Superman from the BVS scene. You got all that. But if you take it for what it is, look at that as the realized future. The new movies would have ended up looking like that anyway.
Well, and you mentioned
not if we were in the consistent timeline.
Well, you mentioned. You mentioned Batman's face being, which that was something I think really, because you can see Ben Affleck's face in the nightmare scene. I'll get that more when we get to that part, but you can see that his face is thinner under the cowl. And I remember seeing that, and thinking, you could even have an in-story explanation for, because in real life,
it doesn't have to play out exactly like he saw it in the vision.
Well, not just that, but also the story explanation. I mean, it's a post-apocalyptic future, so it's you could just say it's Batman lost weight from food scarcity.
He's emaciated. Yeah, exactly.
No, they're eating parademon steaks out there. So he's got to keep his protein up.
Parademon steaks tastes like thorax.
But
you guys notice that waterfall up in the mountain back there?
Yeah, it did.
Doesn't this look so much better than in the Whedon version where he jumps in the water?
Yeah, his contacts are
Yeah.
different. Let's not keep bringing up the Whedon version. Let's appreciate this one. We'll pick apart the Whedon version when that shit's on, dude. Come on now.
But
I don't
here's one
want
of
to
these
talk
things
about
that
the
are
Whedon
really
version the whole
interesting.
time this is on.
One of the things
Yeah.
that are very interesting in like regards to like filmmaking, and people came down a lot on this a lot. The singing that these ladies do, and
Yeah.
the scene just kind of lingers. Everybody wants to cut the fat off the script to make it like the most like high performance thing to get people in and out of theaters. But a lot of old movies, when you're watching like Chinatown, used to kind of linger on moments that had nothing to do with the scene, just to kind of get the ambiance in.
To give
Yeah,
you a feel of who
cool,
the
yeah.
people are and what these like without having to say as much. They
Yeah,
can
yeah.
show how much he means to them.
Exactly. Like
They're
Jack was
singing,
trying to get
they're
into
right. And if the song's only on for literally 1 minute, and it's a 4-hour movie, like you like when you're hanging on this, you're really hanging on a lot.
yeah.
I mean, it is kind of weird, but I understand why it's there.
Oh yeah. And I'm
So,
not
you
saying
know,
it must be liked, but
Three
I
says
just
no
like
mention of the
idea.
dumpster fire.
Let me see what the chat says. I can't see the chat. Oh, full chat. Okay.
Well, kind of like what you were saying a minute ago, Spider-Man. I mean, this, the women singing in Icelandic. I mean, that could also be. You could read that also as like a real-time, extrapolation of like the, kind of like the panel-to-panel connective tissue between like the big moments in the story.
Of course, yeah. I look at the whole movie like this. Like I'm very appreciative. Even like I tried to explain this to you before. The house is getting foreclosed on. Consequence from the Sears getting blown up. In the first movie.
You said that, yeah.
The continuity is amazing in these movies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, you don't get that even in scene to scene in a lot of the Marvel stuff. And don't get me wrong, I don't hate the Marvel. Spider-Man's my favorite superhero. I love Marvel comics. Like I probably like Marvel more than DC to an extent.
Me too.
But when it comes to what we're watching and what they're producing and what they're giving you as a fan, from my point of view, I don't see anything getting better than this. And Endgame and Infinity War are close, but there are some fall offs there. You know what I mean? But I do appreciate one thing that Marvel did even better than DC, and that's just the obvious thing. When you're reading a comic book and it says see issue 306 of Fantastic Four when you're reading a Spider-Man book to get a reference, that's exactly what the movies did.
Yeah,
you don't have to sit there and watch every movie, but they'll still reference what happened, and you can go do that on your own time. That's how the comics were set up, or have always been set up.
So, but that I did want to kind of ask about that. Your journey with it, because as you've mentioned before in the comments, 5-movie Arcus, and it's like the origin point for that was a little bit different than what I was expecting. Because from you saying that, I thought it sounded like you were almost more like an OG kind of the way I'd been. So
I mean, I saw the originals when they came out, and like I said, I didn't see any of this. I saw Whedon's Justice League after this because I wasn't.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting.
So,
should I get my our disgust the gripe I had about Batman out of the way?
what do you have?
Okay. I feel he's too redeemed after this movie.
But do you mean just in general, or in the scene, or what?
In general, like I feel the character is too at peace and with optimism, and it kind of makes Batman v Superman's murderous, like hard kind of a decision to go that route feel like a phase that he got over.
And I would counter by saying the last thing you see him talking about at the funeral is
here's Zach. Here's Zach's cameo.
Yeah, no, there he is right there.
Yep.
But
scenes like this that kind of linger. These are great.
This is a great scene, and it tells about what Lois has been going through without saying, 6 weeks later, and having her in an office and having a bunch of exposition. So, and another thing, I don't try to watch too many reviews, but on the subject of Rebel Moon, they keep saying like how there's exposition he's showing, not telling, but her exposition is all flashbacks that are showing you what she did and what she went through.
I think the complaints of Rebel Moon is they're telling, not showing.
But they're showing you literally in the flashback. We can talk about this later.
Get about the characters is the.
Here's our OG Jimmy Olsen as the copier.
Oh yeah, OG Jimmy Olsen.
Yeah, even the Christopher Reeve movies. He was a marker with Jimmy Olsen.
This might be a hot take, but Amy Adams is my favorite Lois Lane. Like,
she's a great Lois Lane, and I like that.
She's just phenomenal in this. Oh my god! Like in all 3 movies,
and she's being a reporter in the first 2 movies. Both movies, she's being the Lois Lane from the comics that's in the scene. So she's not being a damsel in distress by any other reason than she puts herself in the middle of what the world changing thing that Superman's required for, anyways. It's not like a TV show where she's, she gets kidnapped because there's 10 minutes left in the show and we got to.
it's
a balance of both.
Well,
of course, because you're telling a story. You're telling a story, and obviously you need to have the coincidences to put the story together. But also, the thing that's unshown in Justice League, the thing that brings everything together, or not Justice League, but BVS, is Lex Luthor's plan has been in play before the movie starts, and Lois is the one solving and drawing the plan out. So she does put herself there. Now, I'm not saying that coincidence for the sake of coincidence is not happening here. It's more coincidental in Man of Steel when they meet and everything. All the information about going to Canada and finding the ship is there. But when we get to BVS, Lex is even pulling the strings while Lois is at work in Nairobi. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah,
His plan, they're not, the coincidences are all orchestrated by Lex. That's why he's the best villain in the trilogy.
Well, I mean, his plan has been orchestrated before the movie started.
Before the movie starts,
he found out who all the characters were.
But which was a complaint.
Which is great because we don't have to watch Amy Adams or Lex Luthor discover it because if Amy Adams could do it, Lex Luthor could do it like nothing.
But it was in the context of Batman hacking something, so that's why it gives you what Lex was up to kind of thing. And people, I see looking back, people had a problem with that, and they said, well, this is, they're being cynical, and I get that. I might have had a cynical viewpoint when I was watching it, that they're just trying to set up the other movies, but I didn't make too much about it. But I really like this scene. I think.
Sorry, Chappie. Chappie, go ahead. Go ahead, Chappie.
No, I was gonna.
I know we got real quick. Aaron, already New Year for you. So happy New Year, Aaron. So recovering last night. Awesome. So if you're still awake when we do the kind of the after show, please we'd love to hear your thoughts. Please come aboard. But happy New Year, Aaron. Yeah. So now a little bit of a personal plug here. Last year I interviewed. Last year I did I did an interview with George and Harry Kirby, who if you guys have seen the Accident Man movies with Scott Adkins, they directed the second one that came out last year, Accident Man Hitman's Holiday. And George, specifically, he comes from a stunt background, and preparing for that interview, looking them both up, was pleasantly surprised to discover George had been a stuntman on ZSJL. So I'm at a point now in my career where it's like, if I'm interviewing somebody and I know they worked on this movie, it's like I'm gonna find some way to I'm gonna try to find some way to ask them about it, because I'm loving that the Cloak and Dagger is behind us and we can finally people who worked on it can talk about it openly.
I bet the community is a lot smaller than
here's Wonder Woman. With the chant. I love they add the chant too.
I like the chant. I think the chant gets hype, but everybody hates on the chant. I like
I love the chant. Come on.
It's hype.
It's demigoddess for God's sakes.
The best chant is when she cuts off Steppenwolf said. That's the best chant.
But anyway, going back
so many times it starts to sound condescending now.
Man, I buy it, man. It's all hype. They had to do something different because they already played her song out by the time this guy came out.
But anyway,
they already put it in every movie, and they're still doing that after post-mortem. So.
Well, and again, if this had come out normally, this would have been 6 months after Wonder Woman. Her solo movie came out. But anyway, kind of going back to the interview. So George, asked him about that during the interview, and he said, this is specifically, this was the part he was stuck on, was Wonder Woman saving the people in the bank robbery, and they said, we were really once the Snyder Cut came out, we were really blown away by it, because glad it came out, finally got to see the Zack's in his true version of it, and they said they also chimed in with what everybody has said, which is Cyborg way better in this movie.
See, I heard about the Cyborg. I heard leaks about the movie long before even the Snyder Cut stuff started really popping off, because my friend who finds the music of movies more important than the movies themselves went to the Hollywood Bowl and ran into Patty Jenkins and their crew. Didn't really talk to Patty Jenkins, but some guy was overly proud about talking about what he knew about Justice League, and he pretty much said that Cyborg was the heart of the movie before any of that even came out.
I love this fight scene.
That's what I'm saying. I love this scene.
Which one would you say, as far as Wonder Woman's warehouse fight, would it be this one, or would it be the fight against the soldiers in her solo movie?
Her solo movie.
I mean, they're both good.
I could see either one.
I always like this stuff in the previs more than the actual movie for some reason, just because it looks raw. But
Yeah.
I think Zack overdoes it a little bit at the end where she blows out the entire wall
When she clanks her bracelets.
Yeah, I was like,
oh, I remember. By the way, I remember when
that's that action hero. You know what I'm saying? That's what
By
I'm
the way,
trying
speed ramping. I love Zack that he brought back his speed ramping so much.
I'm not mad at you for that 1/4, but yeah,
I love the speed ramping. But I remember like on Film Junkies when they did their Justice League watch party, and they got to this part where she throws the suitcase or the briefcase out, and I think it was one of the comic movie Marks guys. He said, like in that version, he said, yeah, that bomb looks like it wouldn't even be enough to take out that room in that version of the movie.
Yeah, it was kind of lackluster. Hey, William, are we doing good on sound, background sound, and all that?
Yeah, I got mine on, but I'm muted. I don't hear you guys.
Okay. Just while we're in crosstalk, I didn't know if you were catching anything in the crosstalk. So,
hey William, what size is that jacket that you had on?
Double X large.
Let me get that up off you next time I see you.
he's trying to get him for his lunch money.
Over there looking like John Shaft.
I don't care about the slow-mo. Like, he does it so well right here. Like, I don't care what anyone says.
Well,
like,
he's also
this
was also like I really did enjoy that Zack brought that, because his he's over his slow-mo, but he's really big on speed ramping because he obviously that 300 Watchmen, like right here with the bullet, Wonder Woman, and he didn't really do it much, really, if at all, in Man of Steel or BVS. So, but he just it's all over the place in this movie. So I really dug that he brought that back. It's also a lot of Rebel Moon.
It seems fitting right here because he's using it to build anticipation. I think it gets abused a little bit too much in Rebel Moon, where it's just happening to happen. But like right there, like the intensity of will these people get shot, like almost like you're watching anime or something.
He's trying to give it that kind of feel, maybe. Just because.
Did you have a problem killing that guy?
Did you have a problem when Bruce was shaving in the airplane when they was running the water?
Which
that's all.
I didn't notice that. I didn't know that.
I mean, you go into a Zack Snyder movie complaining about slow-mo, you're gonna have a bad time. I'm not coming at you.
I mean, it's like going to a Tarantino movie complaining about feet.
Yeah, I'm not coming at you specifically, but it is a common complaint. You said it looks like an anime. Would you rather the Matrix Revolutions end fight look more like an anime or what we got?
Oh no! When I said anime, that wasn't a bad thing. I'm saying anime usually does that kind of thing where they use it to build up anticipation before they let an action go and explode.
Okay, so what do you guys think of this? There's a bit of a fan theory that with and I love the way she the words of encouragement. I mean, every time Gal smiles as Wonder Woman, it's just so perfect. It's just she just embodies
the battle smile in BVS is the all-time.
Oh yeah.
That's great.
That kid she was talking to, there's a fan theory that circulated that was Donna Troy, which I could see people kind of wanting to make that connection, but I just don't see how that could be feasible because it's like if she's Donna Troy, she would know her from Themyscira, right?
Well, yeah,
just tell them
she'd be on Themyscira at that age anyway.
Yeah.
If it was Donna Troy. I mean, I think it was just an inspirational thing.
This question.
What's that?
All right, William or Spider-Man. What do the Amazonians do that has them training for years on end that they didn't show in the Wonder Woman movie? Because I don't know what adventures they get into. Do they go through portals into other worlds and liberate people? What keeps them training for all these years?
The Themyscira, Paradise Island. You have
there's always the prophecy.
Different threats there. There's other Amazons. There's magic users. There's people trying to get into their world all the time.
Okay, because when they came to the Wonder Woman movie, I was like, Themyscira is boring. It doesn't say what they do that would make them believe that they need to train for all these years. Like
usually when you
realize the outside world is like 99.9% of everything they would go up against, and plus there's always a prophesized invasion of some sort.
Yeah.
Over all the years that they're always planning for an invasion. Once people discover who they are, what they are, that they were going to be invaded. That's
more
they are.
Movie gave me. That's more
it wasn't supposed to give you all that though.
Well, usually when you get an introduction to Wonder Woman, they're going to introduce Paradise Island like that. They're going to make it sound like it's a mystique place nobody's ever been to, and then generally the story will ramp up. So if you're looking at it from the viewpoint of that's the first time there's ever been a Wonder Woman movie, and they need to introduce that, a la Clark Kent's introduction in Man of Steel, they're going to start you at the basis of that story. Now, whether or not, obviously, Wonder Woman 84 didn't do anything with that, but they could have had a story or a third Wonder Woman movie that takes place on Paradise Island with Cersei in it or something like that. You understand?
Yeah.
So,
and this, by the way,
character in these story arcs that's supposed to have a full-on origin is the movie that the arc centers around. That's why when people tell me I need a sequel to Man of Steel, you were watching it in BVS. This
precisely
is a Superman arc. Everything else that you want fleshed out would be fleshed out in the separate movies. That's why if I never got a Man of Steel 2, I'm okay because I watched his progression. But
I agree totally.
And all the other ones, you can grow up through those and do what you need to.
So we got Steppenwolf here finally, and he has a way better intro here than in. I like that the parademons actually they come out before he does in this because it's like they're rolling out the car before him.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Or the parademons
here it is.
They're more better utilized in this than they are in the other version.
We have no fear. They're on it. What's up, man?
Problem or two. Steppenwolf in this version is mildly better as a character than the Justice League version. Well, he does a lot of cartoony bad guy monologuing.
In this version or the other one?
Yes, this version. And when people talk to themselves by themselves about what they're doing, it's I was expecting better from Zack on that one.
So
but his design is cool.
When you're again, I'm not going from the filmmaker standpoint, but as a fan standpoint, you don't get internal monologues in any of these movies. When I first saw Sin City, I always wanted to make The Dark Knight Returns, but let everybody's inner monologue go on because there's 4 inner monologues going through that story. There's Gordon's, there's Batman's, there's the new commissioner, and William. Who's the 4th one? I think it might be the Joker. But anyways, there's 4 monologues going. There's 4 monologue internal. Is it Carrie Kelly? Might be. But there's 4 internal monologues going on at the same time throughout the entire book, and that leads to a little ambiguity when the Joker dies in that story due to that. So when I saw Sin City for the first time, not thinking about Zack Snyder or anybody, just seeing the way that was done, and if they ever made a Dark Knight Returns movie, I would have wanted it made in that fashion, but then have internal monologues. They don't ever do internal monologues in the movie. The only time that I've ever seen it hinted at is in the beginning of Spider-Man 2, when Peter's web slinging around town. You hear him kind of having an internal monologue, but it's really just him having a flashback while he's watching himself on TV.
Yeah, I see that.
And so that's the closest you ever get. Whereas in the comics, Batman, villains, Spider-Man in particular tend to have internal monologues that coincide with the story. So in the visual language, obviously that's going to tie things down with exposition, and people would not appreciate it, and it probably would be done badly a lot, right? So when you do that and nobody knows who Steppenwolf is because they never made their movie, and the fourth world is as important as it is, and the new gods are as important as it is, and they fuck the guy over, I can see them trying to do a redo. Or if it's not a redo and this is the original intent, they're getting all the introduction out of the way because people would ultimately complain, why don't I care about this villain? Why don't I care about this villain? So I think that's the balance you have to make when you can't have an internal monologue. I don't know if that makes sense to you, but that's the way I interpret it.
Hey, Ruth.
Was the... Go ahead.
I'm just saying, Ruth, can I join? The link should be in the Patreon. So yeah, just pull it up there and you can jump on. Go ahead, and jump on. But yeah, you're already you are just like you're a little bit past midnight in your neck of the woods. So happy New Year to you. But yeah, it's like just pull it up on the Patreon and you'll be able to jump right on.
I'll say to that, Spider-Man.
Go ahead.
Had the best intro storyline without a word of dialogue spoken, and it completely conveyed characters.
Okay.
When you start talking about like I am the darkness, and you will yield to the darkness, and you'll suck the darkness off, and da da da, I was like, come on, this is set cartoon dialogue. That was my only gripe about it.
I'll give you that on the dialogue, but at the same time, that's literally what the whole fourth world's about. That's literally Darkseid's whole thing is to create darkness in the entire multiverse. So
I get the ambition, the physical actions. Like what I love about like Man of Steel is like, you know, Superman doesn't really have too many lines of dialogue, even though certain things I think he should have talked. But it's all about his actions spoke louder than his words. So it's like watch what I do, not what I say, whatever.
And there's Samantha Wynn here. Is there?
Yeah, Ray Fisher stole her from me.
Man,
By the way, if you guys haven't seen, she was, I think probably people know her as Katana when she in Mortal Kombat Legacy, but she was also, they had this thing for a while called Ultimate Fan Fights where they pit different fictional characters, and they had one of Chun-Li versus Tifa, and she was Chun-Li in that.
Oh, really?
That's cool.
Yeah. Oh, she's the best live action Chun-Li we've had so far, and I know that's not a high bar, but
is she in Rebel Moon?
You like Kristen Cruick?
I like her better on Small. I like her way better on Smallville. I love the way Steppenwolf just. I mean, he just shoots like 3 miles out of the ocean to there.
This is one of these notable parts in the soundtrack I really appreciate, because this motif is played throughout the movie. This time in the history lesson, and then towards the end of the movie, and it gets a little different as progress is made with the heroes.
I think we're looking at the best fight right here.
You think so?
Like, I think this is the most creative, new fight. The other fights didn't really do anything for me, like BVS and Man of Steel did.
Okay.
I think this is the most creative one,
right?
And probably the most brutal.
Oh, by the way, I'm not gonna say what it is, but I am gonna do something when we get to the final battle when Superman shows up. I'm gonna add something. It's not like I'm not gonna pull something on screen, but I'm gonna add a little sound blurb that this pops in my head every time I see this. I'm not gonna say what it is till we get there, but you guys will know when you hear it.
We'll clear the runway for you.
I do like.
I love that RoboCop purple chrome on him.
Yeah.
I love how he snatches just the way, again, continuity. It shows the process of how he got tied up and then grabbed the horses, cut the thing, and cut the ropes, then threw the horses,
and then just flexes to crack all those those arrows off.
But yeah, I do like this battle a lot, Forth. So it's interesting that you say it's the best.
We are right. We're near the end of part 1 when Steppenwolf was trying to steal the mother box from the Amazons, or right when the one Amazon is kind of tying it to the arrow to shoot it off.
Negative 327.56. We're about 33 minutes in, or 35 minutes in.
Yeah.
Samantha Wynn was also Carvex on Man of Steel.
Man of Steel, yeah. So she's carved, and then she's Ubea among the Amazons.
Doesn't Lois Lane shoot her?
Yep. And I was just paying attention to that earlier. I was actually just noticing that part earlier. The reason that Lois Lane can kill all those people, first off, Lois Lane's a murderer. So if you're mad about Superman being a murderer, Lois Lane's got 2.5 kills in that movie. But the reason that she's able to kick Carvex out of the thing is the atmospherics just got changed by Jor-El back to Earth atmospherics. So the first time you see Samantha Wynn, she doesn't have her mask on. She doesn't have her air breather on. The second time after Lois is in the thing has kicked her, she does have her rebreather thing on because the atmospherics are already starting to make them weaker. All of the Kryptonians on the ship, if they're not getting shot, they're grabbing their chest because the atmospherics. You see it with the Doctor as well.
With Jack Sur, yeah.
I like that Kryptonian that's kind of have the Cavill shackled up. He looks like the pre-version of
Black Adam.
No, Darkseid's torturer.
Desaad, yeah.
I always thought Desaad when I saw that guy.
By the way, here's
you're talking about Calabac.
Yeah. By the way, there's one quick thing. Calabac is Darkseid's. He's one of his sons, right?
It's Highfather's son.
Yeah, but
go ahead.
Well, one thing I kind of wanted, just kind of little difference. It's a minor thing, but it's also a big thing in the changeover from the two versions. Is that when Hippolyta shoots the arrow at Steppenwolf before he takes off, the theatrical version he just swats it away, and in this version he catches it and then cracks it into. And I think it was definitely a step up because it's just Steppenwolf. It's just he's gloating about I'm just so powerful, so badass. I'll just catch an arrow and just it's like you guys can't take me down. I mean,
the arrows are also metal in this too.
Wishful thinking.
Yeah,
wishful thinking. That when I wouldn't mind all this, how Steppenwolf is all I'm trying to come back home. I want to please Darkseid, freaking let me talk to him, let me come home. And then when he has the vision of the anti-life equation, I was really hoping he would be like, fuck Darkseid and take it for himself.
He doesn't know what to do with the anti-life equation, though. That's the thing.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Pretty much only Darkseid, Yuka-Khan, and Highfather know what to do with an anti-life equation.
Okay, I'm on part 2 now.
Yes, we're anybody who's catching up with us, we're just now hitting part 2.
Part 2, yep. The the screen went black. Part 2,
The Age of Heroes.
The best Zack Snyder flashback ever. I love this shit. I love this shit.
I still remember like the first time I saw. I remember the first time I saw this movie.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Well, like the history lesson.
Well,
yeah.
Well, like this, like even just this part too, where he teleports to Bajarnev.
And he starts up the
but it's like because this is like about 37 minutes in the movie, and I was able to see it about like 5 days before it came out. But
nice.
I still remember like thinking, like as I'm watching it, I'm thinking like it was still the first time you see it, if you've seen because like you said, Spider-Man, you hadn't seen the 2017 version first. But I had. So if you've seen them like in that order, the first time you see it, it's just like you can't help but as you watch it just be assaulted by like just the differences and how I mean just your brain is going as you're watching it, like what bozo said, change this, cut that, tweak this, mustache that, it's exactly that when they land in when he sets up his base there. It's like this just looks so much. It's so much more polished. It's so much more.
That's the shot I was talking about, Fourth.
Yeah, of him shaving it.
That was slow motion.
Yeah, the water went over the blades in slow motion.
Oh, that.
Yeah,
I was looking at his face.
As far as lens flares go, like Man of Steel is basically all lens flares. Even when Jonathan Kent's talking to Clark, it's not as big flares as the other movie that just came out, but there's a lot of lens flare in that movie for people complaining and then said this is the better of his movies ever made. Oh, and Brad, by the way, to that background of what I was watching, I saw Watchmen in the theater, and I've been reading Watchmen before that. I love Watchmen, so that wasn't part of that break. So I knew who Zack was ahead of time. I just didn't watch the remainder of what happened after BVS, basically. So
okay. Oh, I think we got
introduction is Zack.
We got Clint jumping in. How's it going, Clint?
Yo, Clint.
Hey, play Brad.
Yeah, yes, of course. I saw all your comments there about how it's COVID's my fault. Everything is my fault.
I didn't blame you for COVID.
My first introduction to Zack was watching Dawn of the Dead 5 times in theaters.
5 times in theaters.
I saw BVS 5 times in theaters.
I saw it once, Fourth. So you were ahead of me in the game.
But I was trying to crack if I liked it or not. I was very conflicted. I was like, maybe I'm missing something.
I had a different way of looking at it, so I wasn't a super duper. I appreciated the fight and the aesthetic of the movie, but I didn't like it at the time. But again, watching the Ultimate Edition subsequent to watching this, it opened up everything.
That improved the experience.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Because I knew that Zack was a more fluid filmmaker than what I saw on screen for BVS, and that's why it just really perplexed me. Like, is this it? Maybe I'm missing something or whatnot.
In the theatrical version, they cut out "So Falls the House of Wayne" line, and for no reason. Like you could have left that in the movie, and they cut that out. The one that Alfred says to Bruce, they cut that out.
I don't know about you guys, but it still baffles me why they couldn't release a 3-hour-long cut in theaters.
Like, BVS?
Yeah, BVS. Like, why was it that?
Well, especially now, so like what was the big one that I was comparing it to recently? Damn it, I was the Batman, because that's just like 5 minutes shy of 3 hours, and it's like that's testimony to it's like you could, it's like you don't need to chop anything down for the analogy I've always.
2017.
Yeah.
2017, prior to Endgame, the studios and the theaters were steadfast against movies that long, simply because it limited their screen times as many times as you can play it. After Endgame, they pretty much shoved out other showings of other movies. When they had to have a balanced schedule, you couldn't have 3-hour movies because you were screwing other studios and you were cannibalizing your own movies, some of which that were in the studios or in the theaters at the same time. What they've done now, though, is better planning. If they think that they can make a lot of money off a long movie, they stagger the release dates and they'll dedicate. Like when No Way Home came out, it wasn't the longest movie, but they wanted maximum screen time. So other movies got moved out to later dates or they got less showings. They weren't doing that in 2017. It was pretty much like Congress. You weren't going to make a long movie because it would limit. You would not only limit the amount of money we can make on that movie, but you would limit other movies' screen times. Now they don't care. They just, they'll just shove those movies out. But that's why you were never going to get a 3-hour version of Justice League in 2017.
That's the main
do you
reason
think
why.
that like maybe like if BVS would have made $1 billion, they would have still went with his plan? Or do you think the critics kind of like held that back?
Yeah,
not necessarily.
I go back and forth on that a lot.
There was enough for the general audience for that movie to make 871. There was not another $100 million. I mean, $200 million worth of movie for the general audience to come back and rewatch it. The hardcore people saw it as many times as they were going to go see it. They did the math on that one, and the 871 million was fine. It was just the fact that you had people, like I said, you can't run your business with someone else's schematic, and that's what they were trying to do. Had they had their own standards and their own internal goals, we would have been fine. It's like Netflix. Netflix doesn't give a fuck about the fan whining and all that. They set their internal goals, and that's what they went by. And DC just didn't do that, and that's where they failed.
Well, that's if they would have had Jeff Romanoff. If Jeff Romanoff was in charge, we probably would have gotten his 3-part story arc already.
Oh yeah, I mean, like I said, Tishihara was a joke, and that's he ended up getting fired, but not for the things he should have been fired for.
Well, he was Me Too.
He followed the woman in the red dress.
Oh, man, come on, fourth.
Yeah, the time is the reason why I never got to watch Killers of the Flower Moon.
I thought that movie was excellent.
I want to watch it so
it.
bad, but staying awake and alive for 3.5 hours is just really hard for me.
And see, Apple didn't care about the box office on that one because it was primarily for their streaming service. So they win either way. So you could, because it's a lot easier to watch these 3-hour and 4-hour movies at home because you can stop them, go to the bathroom, come back to them.
But here's what I don't understand: it's like, why would you let like a? No, I was gonna say like why? Okay, yeah, no, I was gonna say like why would you let like a film critic like judge you on like what you should take your movie direction in? That's what I don't understand. And maybe it was because that MCU was getting great critic reviews, and like maybe since they kind of felt a bit, it made them look bad. I don't know.
They thought they had a shot at it.
It wasn't just
Marvel
the critic
8
reviews;
years
it
ago,
was critics
so.
and it was critics and audiences all bombarding it with the same type
which is 2 levels of bullshit you never go to when you're trying to make that kind of money. Once again, like I said last time, you listen to the people who continue to hand you money. Fuck everybody else. You don't have time for them. And that's what DC did not do. They got hung up on the bullshit and ignored the people who were like, you know what? I like this. Could it be better? Yeah, but here's my money. And that's what, like I said, the two levels you just named were layers of bullshit that they never pierced. And that's why we have what we have now, because they could never they didn't know what a win was. $871 million. A monkey can fucking count that as a win, and they couldn't. So, but they had their eyes on Marvel. They couldn't take their eyes off of Marvel to drive their own vehicle, and they ended up James Deaning themselves into a ditch. Can
we give props to Joe Morton? Man,
yes, we can, because he's I mean, come on, he's a Miles Dyson. He created Skynet. Come on, dude.
I think the moment in this movie that I like with him in it, between him and Cyborg, is when they meet outside where the Justice League are fighting. And
and he's like, I'm surprised you saved me.
Yeah.
Like,
it's like, you're my father.
You're my father. Like, just that kind of contention between them without being overly dramatic. Just like, yeah, they work so well off each other.
Yeah, Joe. I mean, it's a little bit of DC legacy casting because Joe Morton was on. And I know William is like, this will annoy him, but yeah, he was in season 2 of Smallville. So,
was he?
Yeah, he was a scientist for Luthor Corps.
Okay, I actually think the Joss Whedon drawing looks more like a parody.
You 9 people out there that saw him on Smallville, you 9 people out there, I want you all to right now. All 9 of you that watched him on Smallville. There you go.
So that doctor working with Cyborg's dad, that's a Ryan Choi. The plot point in the movie. The plot point in the movie with the electron microscope directly relates to Ryan Choi. So like, a lot of the stuff is not just a useless side prop. I mean, it's obviously It superheats things up, as they explained earlier in the movie, to being the hottest thing on Earth. But like Brad said, you had the atom being set up in here. You had just little things being set up that may or may not have went anywhere. But the entire Star Labs actually makes an appearance. In the first movie, you get Emil Hamilton, and Ultimate Edition, you get Jeanette Clyburn. You know, you have Silas Stone in this movie. I mean, it's pretty good.
Well, like what
good depth to the comics in this.
Well, like what you say as far as continuity, I mean that makes me curious about, because Zack hasn't talked that in depth about where Ryan Choi, where his place kind of is in the remainder of his arc. So it's kind of like
he never brought it up.
Yeah, so I'm kind of wondering. It's like if you ask him now, would he do another one of those like full circle answers? Like, well, I don't want to reveal too much because it might be a spoiler. So let's just hold off for a little bit.
But beautifully enough, if they never did anything with the atom, Ryan Choi still developed the electron microscope or microscope laser,
and he's the head of it.
That's what I'm saying. It's just like that would be the person to make the ultimate miniaturized laser to do what it does. You know what I'm saying? So
I love the shot coming up here with when the torch lights up.
Again, this is the emphasis we're talking about, panel to panel. This is when you would see each element of this is. And
my girlfriend wants to know who makes those heels that she landed in.
Yeah, because they would like crack.
I always think that one too. But she's an Amazonian. She's on point, and she's Wonder Woman. She's the greatest of the Amazonians. She's on point. Her physical control to land on her toes and the heels. That's who else would be able to do that but Wonder Woman.
Yes, right? That's
true. Aaron, yeah, soon we'll do this. And a true Justice Whedon cut? No, I'll pass.
Justice Whedon.
I vote for never on the Justice League.
Yeah, I don't even want to bring up his name. Hey, by the way, guys, don't forget this is a fundraiser. I got the link tied to the top of the chat. If you can spread that around, if everybody who's watching right now, if you could share that link to all your platforms, it'd be very cool. Thank you.
And as my Rex points out, yes, Amy Adams is also on. I think it was season 1. She was this girl who's she's a little overweight, and she creates like this kryptonite weight loss cocktail, but it ends up like she loses the weight, but then it puts her in a condition where it's like no matter how much she eats, she can't get full. So she's a little bit like the meteor freak of the week on there. But
lines up with the story.
That sounds like some bullshit you would see on Smallville. That's perfect.
Okay. Now
we're watching the superior product.
Well, no, wait. Okay, now this part here, like some of these shots of Wonder Woman and the mural of Darkseid coming up. I always love it when I get this part because it's a little bit of a trip down memory lane, because these are some of the shots that when Zack was doing all the teasing on Vero, he would like take these little snippets. Like there's one I think it was this one actually with Darkseid, with you can see the torch where when he put that out, and then the bell can't be unrung, and this one with Gaul. So these were some of his teases, and like we can now see them like in context in the movie. But there was a time when we only saw these little snippets of the movie like in black and white on social media, and he'd drop them in the internet would just burst into flames.
That's why that first teaser trailer was so genius. It was just a trailer made out of all those moments saying hallelujah.
Yeah.
See, I didn't watch any of the trailers or any of this, guys. I just turned it on.
You said you saw this movie like a year after it came out. So.
Oh yeah. I was aware that they were doing the Snyder cut, and I knew people wanted it, but I didn't pay no more attention than that. So.
Well, I'll gladly take that over, just sneering at anybody who wanted it, which I've seen way too much of that on social media.
Okay, on the upcoming history lesson, it is superior. I just wish it wasn't narrated, and I wish it was an unfolding.
I get it. She doesn't deliver. She's not the best delivery that you could have had.
I'm not even joshing her about her acting ability or whatnot. What some people say. I just kind of wish it wasn't narrated in general, and it was
so you could just see it play out,
where the characters had dialogue.
Okay. The reason I like it is because the way I like it, not that I'm against what you're saying. I think the way that you're saying is very interesting. But the reason I like it the way it is because she's telling it as it's like a legend or an epic, you know, and you get to see that play out, a story within the story, which is really nice because he didn't really get to do that with Watchmen.
You know what? They could have did a combination of both. She could have started it off, and then it could have took off on its own as a scene.
Yeah. Well, I'm not against it.
I always wonder, where's Steppenwolf in that scene?
Well, ask William. Was that during the time of his betrayal? Because that's Uxas, and Steppenwolf is Darkseid's uncle. He's not Darkseid yet in that scene. He's Uxas.
Yeah. That was another full circle tease that Terrio made, where he said, "Yeah, well, that's those questions you have. Yeah, that's that. Oh, we would answer those in JL 2 and 3 if we got to make them, but they won't let us. So we just
As I understand it, Ava DuVernay was supposed to make a New Gods.
Yeah, New Gods movie, and that got canceled. And then they tried to blame it on the release of this movie. It's like,
thank God that movie never got made, because I don't.
Well, I'm beside the opinion because it never got made, so I have no opinion one way or the other. It would have been interesting to get their backstory more, but I do appreciate that. Again, one of the things that
Steppenwolf wasn't being created with Zack involvement. It was kind of like hive mind between her and the comics writer, not trying to connect it to the.
I love this song right there.
I love this whole what they did with the New Gods in this movie. So even if we didn't get the other movie, what you're getting from the New Gods is so accurate. And again, when I'm just comparing it to movies in general, when it comes to comic book movies and how much gets omitted or how much of the backstory they have to alter, you truly are getting, just in this little small bit that they give you with Darkseid, Steppenwolf, Desaad, and Granny Goodness. That's the real New God story. Her
movie would have been fine. Her movie would have been fine, and the reason why they didn't make it because the idiots that were in charge at that time would have just had to answer questions of where everything else was. That's why they ran away from everything so far away, because they didn't want to have to answer, for why weren't we using this, why weren't we using that, and they just didn't,
I'll say her movie would have been horrendous because Ava DuVernay is just not that type of filmmaker.
Action saga or action.
Yeah. It's not. It wouldn't. Movies that she made.
It's not an action movie. You God, if it's an action movie, it would have been wrong.
You could have been a historical
regardless. She just her Wrinkle in Time was no good, and then her Selma was kind of criticized for looking pretty cheap.
Yeah, but now you're talking about under Zack Snyder with that kind of budget. I mean,
but
like I said, you name me a director that hasn't had a shitty day. I mean, who's made enough movies. I mean, there's going to be.
You can't afford shitty days on the DCEU.
Why?
One shitty day brought us all down.
Marvel had them. They did just fine.
Yeah, Marvel knows how to stay the course, but one shitty day in the DCEU crumbles stuff.
Yeah, but who says it would have been shitty? I mean.
Yeah,
I'm not using Wrinkle in Time.
It never got made.
Wrinkle in Time. I would be going to see New Gods.
Yeah.
Just like when I went to go see Married to the Mob, that same guy did Silence of the Lambs. So using someone else's previous work isn't always the key to whether they can make a good movie or a different tone of movie.
It's a pretty good indicator.
Not really. There's more evidence than not.
People lose jobs on having bad movies, and they don't get the next role based on their previous.
But then you have people who make 3 or 4 different shitty movies and continue to get 5th, 6th, and 7th.
Well, it depends on how bad the movie is, like Showgirls or something like that.
Wrinkle in Time is the Showgirls of children's novels.
Acting.
I think William Dafoe did really good with this.
Yeah, this is a great
piece that we get him.
He definitely legitimizes
William Dafoe is an amazing actor.
But you know what I'm saying? For it, it really is. We don't get that much time in Atlantis, and just this little just as this movie is set up, right? We're getting little bits and pieces, but having Volko be here, having this conversation with that actor in particular, with the delivery, I just thought it was an excellent choice.
Yeah, William Dafoe
they relocated
Spider-Man and Spider-Man. Oh my God, that was great.
I think they relocated or this area in the actual Aquaman movie, right? Because the Trident was like a goal to get to after they went through on a journey. It wasn't just outside of the gates, right?
So, yeah, that's why I have the 5-movie arc thing going on. I just look at that as not even necessarily a time, but like Earth 2. You know what I mean? I don't dismiss it. I just because DC is so multiversal. If they want to change the story, especially with the explanation of the Flash. Although I would have looked at it even before that. If there's too many discrepancies in the story, but the story is still good, as far as like the Aquaman movie went, then I just look at his R2. Obviously, DC didn't have a plan. You know what I mean?
It works. It works.
Yeah.
It's like the Lost World, right?
Yeah.
That ocean whale dinosaurs had tank was located in the middle of the island. Then when they needed to escape, they relocated to the edge of the island so that it could go out into the ocean. You're like, whatever.
I think this is my favorite Desaad Steppenwolf conversation, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, yeah, when he talks about the portrayal and...
Yeah, this is my favorite part. Yeah, I love this. Have you begun the conquest?
And this is
I love this shit.
This is so cool, because it's like they're like Skyping, but it's like he's made of lava when his avatar is showing up.
It's different. It's different than what the Kryptonian technology was, but it's similar, which I appreciate that for the space. For the dark side's technology to be compatible with the Kryptonian scout ship and the Kryptonian scout ship to be aware of what was going on in the fourth world, there's got to be some kind of compatibility, and so this kind of leads to that.
Oh, Mighty Rex said that's not the corpse of the king. So, Ava DuVernay's New Gods would have had Oprah Winfrey as High Father, probably.
Oh God. She was actually under consideration before Viola Davis. She was under consideration for Amanda Waller.
Yeah, thank God she doesn't do it. Can't stand Oprah.
Mighty.
Now, one thing they don't really go, the movie doesn't really go into, but in the comics, and an animated series on it, Steppenwolf is actually Darkseid's uncle. So that kind of adds to like
his uncle.
So that kind of adds to like really like how emasculating and how demeaning this whole situation would be for him.
That's why he should have took the anti-life for himself.
You betrayed him.
If that's not a GIF yet, it needs to be.
I love that shit.
God, look at this look.
I think they went too human on his eyes right here.
50,000 more worlds.
What does Ray Porter call that? The shower? He says,
shower?
I'm calling you from the shower. That's what Ray Porter calls it. He says when Darkseid's in the shower, he makes his call from the shower. Wayne Aerospace. The flying fox is a type of a bat.
I hear it wants to fly.
I know.
Yeah.
It's your
When they did that, they did that with the Dark Knight trilogy, like the main Batman theme in the Dark Knight trilogy, Molosis. That is actually the name of a species of bat, and a flying fox, same thing. So.
Yeah, someone explained to me how a microwave, which we are mostly made out of water, is able not to vaporize us.
Listen, that's why I don't like the third. Oh, that's the first one. That's the first one. The
Yes, Begins.
Yeah, I was about to say. I'm thinking about the third one with
Batman Begins
outside of the city that didn't kill everybody.
They stole that plot from the Batman and the Adam West movie where they dehydrated all the.
Oh yeah, and they just turned into dust and.
Yeah, we're made of mostly 90% water.
Well, I mean, Batman Returns took the plot of the Penguin running for mayor, so
Metal Gear Solid 4 makes you walk through a microwave to disable the Patriots AI in the end, and that you.
Oh God! And here's the other thing too: it's like in 2017, it's like they tried to like this is how haphazard the reshoots were. So they tried to like merge the Batcave and Wayne Aerospace.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They didn't have any appreciation for continuity. Also, with
none at all.
Martha Kent and Lois Lane, they're not in town together. Smallville, 1,800 miles away from Metropolis.
Yeah,
they're got it like they're down the street.
Oh yeah, and this in the history lesson, this is why this intro is so much better. Is you have the Olympians.
I love how the gods are giants.
Yeah,
I love all this.
But
this is like, all in the picture. This little scene right here with the people. This is all in the mural.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
People say that's King Atlan. That's not King Atlan because he's way too early for that to be King.
Hey, hold up, everybody! We just hit 3,700.
Oh, awesome! That's like
nice,
$500. Donate. Who did you get that from?
A Justice League fan.
Hey, somebody.
Terry McGinnis. Yeah. Terry McGinnis. I told you Batman Beyond was goated.
No, that was last night.
Oh, okay.
Mike Ward.
Mike. Thanks, Mike.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you for the $500 donation. Holy shit, dude! Thank you.
Okay, quick, guys. Now look at this second here when Darkseid steps up.
Hey, wait a minute. We just made $500.
Well, I'm saying thanks, Mike. Like, yo, thank you.
But no, I gotta point this out before it passes. So he's got the Kryptonian warship behind him, and it looks like he's got wings there. And what is Lex's line in BVS? Angels don't come from hell beneath us; they come from the sky. Yeah, so there you go. So sorry to interrupt that. I just had to point that out before that moment passed.
Blame Brad.
And this anti-life is not really here. This is this is perceived in their mind. It's not really a physical anti-life on Earth, right, William?
I'm just wondering how they lose the fight when they rule the skies. And why didn't they just drop the mother box from like the clouds instead of bringing it down into the middle of the battlefield?
But I was saying a minute ago, and again, thank you, Mike, for the $5 donation. But yeah, I was saying a minute ago when the way that the opening shot of the history lesson.
We're never going to get another donation again with Brad. Boy.
I'm just pointing out cool.
Yeah. Blame Brad. Blame Brad.
What?
I was pointing out that when it showed the Olympians, when it showed the Olympians, it also
thank you
had
for
the
pointing
shot
that out, Brad. I didn't notice the demon wing thing going on with the ships. I didn't notice that.
Yeah, I did an article on that actually a while back when the trailer dropped, and
ooh, Brad special.
But the opening shot I really appreciated here of the history lesson because it has they didn't hold back on Yalen girls, like they actually, like he's standing right next to them, so it's like you're seeing Yalen Gur, you're seeing the Green Lantern here, right from the get go. And I love the design of the emblem where it's like you have the lantern on his chest and you have the hologram lantern hovering over it.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
It's also in that image of Wayne T. Carr, from the scene that he shot, that that they would not let Zack include because of quote unquote plans they had for the character.
So, Fourth, do you not notice that Zeus is at this fight or what?
What?
You see Zeus is here, right?
Yeah.
They lost the fight because Zeus can straight up beat Darkseid by himself. Like, Darkseid's stronger than everybody in their army, including their ships. You got, again, think comic book logic, not World War II logic. You understand what I'm saying? Like, I'm
just saying, like, you don't have to merge the mother boxes in the middle of a battlefield.
Yeah, but I'll give you that, but I also think that's just for the sake of telling the flashback. For telling the story.
Do it around the corner behind one of those mountains.
I get you, but that's not going to have the same effect as if you're telling a story and they're putting it in front of them. Like, you do it from the opposite at this point, you're nitpicking, right? Like, so.
But they need to merge them. No, but they have to form the unity either way because they want to terraform Earth into Apocalypse.
It's not them. It's not them. Once those boxes are within a proximity of each other,
they're on their own. They're on their own.
It could be in the bathroom.
They form into a glove and then you snap your finger.
They could have.
Nah. The mother box is a whole different thing than the Cosmic Cube and the Infinity Gauntlet.
They could have pre-unified the boxes on the way to the battle. They just said, let it go.
But you want
the score here is great and memorable. This is a complete different. Now it goes in the motif of the current war power. Wait. This is a reference to Zod getting pulled into his ship right here in the first movie.
Yeah.
There's just a lot going on. I like it.
And fourth, it's like you're talking about like merging. So you want them to like form the unity and have the unity go like 1.21 gigawatts on their ship.
Right. I'm not mad at fourth, but when you're seeing the mother box form, it's the same reason you're seeing the anti-life on Earth. That's the storytelling function of it. You understand what I'm saying?
I know they have to make it so that you get the story and that the scene happens the way it happens. They win. I'm just saying, unifying the mother box in the middle of a battlefield wouldn't be my first.
Right. I get you. But again, if you're looking at it, if you're ever seeing a flashback that's in a comic that's giving you the broad strokes, that's what it would look like.
But if you form the unity on the ship, then the mother boxes are going to go off on there and take out everybody on there.
I was saying, like, you form the unity on the ship and you just drop it last minute and you take off.
But the point William's making, and also you can see in the end of the movie, once the mother box gets going and moving, it ain't being moved anywhere. It took Superman and Cyborg to get it apart. It took Zeus to get it apart in this one. Like, it's not like you're just going to go and, like, nobody there outside of maybe Darkseid, it can split the mother box up. Once it's stuck, that's where it's at. It's static.
Yeah. They are independent. They are computers.
Living independent computers.
Yeah,
that's why you have those priests. They're like nuclear physicists, handling the atomic bomb.
You mean they're not ghouls?
They're not what? All I know is Zeus just shot them apart like nothing.
Zeus is a god, bro. Like, this is what we're talking about. He's the highest of the gods. And we're talking about Zack Snyder here. So not only is Zeus the highest of the gods, but it's the highest of the Greek pantheon, which Zack's going to favor over everything.
Yeah. Oh, here's Ray Porter. Here's Ray Porter right here.
Yep.
Yeah, and also it's like not only that, Zeus in this continuity has got some Kryptonian heritage too. So.
Even without that, even if that's unpopular or it's not been proven or whatever, which
I think that's I'd love to see that play out. I think that's a pretty
it's a different story. It's a different world. So by all means, right? Like tell your story. Your story is the best story right now. So
let me just go out a disclaimer. I still love this scene.
No, I'm not hating on any. Like you're gonna grow it, I'm gonna grow you. That's how we're doing this. So that's where we're at. I'm not mad at your opinion. I appreciate that you have an opinion. You're not a sycophant or anything, one way or the other. So. You know, a breathing person to talk to this about is better than a stooge, man. You know what I
mean? Yeah, Larry. Where are you, Larry? There you go.
There's Spidey.
Yeah, Spidey's correct. Oh, by the way, there's a little bit of a fan theory I've seen float around where in a second here you're going to see him, this one guy on horseback. Let's see, wait for him to come up here. Yeah, right there, that guy with the helmet on. Yeah, he kind of actually looks like Ben Affleck there. And
I think he looks like Dr. Savannah.
Well, but there's a theory like the whole trajectory of the arc of Batman dying at the end and it being Final Crisis. There's a fan theory I've seen where it's like, because the way it turns, because the Final Crisis, his death, it's really him getting projected back in time, and this might have been it.
That actually, he gets shot back in time, but Batman R.I.P. is the story of back in time.
And he becomes King Arthur.
No, he's in all the timelines. So he starts out as a caveman, then he's Blackbeard, he's
Batman through the ages,
Batbeard, the pirate, and all different types of shit. But you get the Batman as Ur-Na, the Grant Morrison version of Batman's Ur-Na is amazing.
I guarantee if you propose that theory to Snyder, he'll just say, "That's pretty cool."
I think he was kind of going with Final Crisis in this, but he was going to do it different. His version had Bruce still dying, but in a different way.
His death.
And this is cheesy here, but it's good cheesy. Fourth, when she says what we got to do.
What?
I heard the Age of Heroes wasn't going to come again, and the Batman's like, that's corny, but it's good. It's good. It's good.
Okay. And now look at this. Look, guys, look at this here. Look at this here.
Gardner Fox, the
Central City
writer.
Look at this here. Central City, reduced speed ahead.
Yeah. Okay, I get you. See, Zach's got a little humor.
Dang, that dog.
Hey guys,
that dog
I'm back. I just came to get some lunch.
Yo, Chappie.
Just came to get some dinner. That's all.
There's Iris West.
This is the best guy in the world to do speed ramping right here with. I mean, we should be glad that Zack got to do any kind of flash at all. Right?
Well, wasn't that Wick choice, right? That was his choice for I Was With, right?
Yeah.
Because Wick was going to direct the Flash, and then something.
Yeah, she did end up being in the Flash movie, but
what was the reason why he left, though?
Huh?
What was the reason why Wick left?
A long story short, Jeff Johns.
Oh. Yeah.
If he would just stick to Green Lantern and a couple of Justice League New 52 stories, he'd have been fine. If he would have finished his Dark Side War, that would have been great.
The Flash was great because it was at least a unique story.
Yeah, no, I dug the Flash movie. I dug the Flash movie a lot, and
I liked it too.
Yeah, William was really getting me hyped up for it because he got to see it early. So I was.
Yeah, I was right next to William.
Slow motion Sesame Seeds. Fourth, what you got?
Oh yeah.
Slow motion Sesame Seeds. What you got for me, Fourth?
It's the most. It's the most.
Not, right?
It's the most beautiful looking sesame seed we're gonna see in a minute here.
Oh, and the Flash movie was horse.
You know, the reason why Hollywood's failing is they're making the same movie over and over and over again.
Yeah.
I mean, if any action movie, here's the plot. The bad guy does something bad. The good guy starts to win. The bad guy wins a little bit more. And then in the end, the good guys win.
Well, don't be like that. Don't be like one of those people.
Well, you can even say the genre of comic books in general or blockbusters. Actually, blockbusters in general.
They all follow the same pattern.
They're all war movies.
Don't be like one of those people.
I'm not one of those people. I like looking at unique stories.
I'll be two of those people. It gets tiresome watching the world over again.
I mean, like I said earlier one time in the chat, Godzilla versus King Kong is the same plot as Batman versus Superman.
No, I've said that. It's like Godzilla versus Kong is Kaiju BVS.
Yeah, but it's good. It's great.
Yes, exactly. So that's why I like it.
Well, who cares?
So what do you think about the song choice here?
I always root for the monsters.
All right. BVS was the superhero version of Freddy versus Jason.
Freddy versus Jason. Wow. What do you think about the song choice here with this song? For us
This
at this
song was
time.
used better in Lost Highway, but it's still a good choice here.
Oh, by the way, I remember if any of you guys followed Chris Wong Swenson's channel during the whole Snyder Cut journey, he had this analogy he would use a lot about. He would liken it to like, well, I want to get a hot dog, so it's like this is what we're chasing after is a hot dog. And so I found the kind of I'm wondering if like this was maybe like a late edition that he made. It was like, oh, I'm gonna put some hot dogs here in this one moment.
I know it's a comic book movie, but I don't think it would be easy to change someone's trajectory if you could move like as fast as the Flash and just start manipulating Iris's body like that. I feel like there would be like so much like forward momentum. It'd be like moving a rock.
I mean, it is a beautiful scene, though.
Somebody needs to mute their background because that song's going to get us booted.
Yeah, I'm muted when I'm not talking.
Mine's all the way. I can't even hear my TV, so somebody.
I'm not even watching it.
What?
Actually, what did you guys think of the choice of Barry? You know, in this like up until his solo movie, like his lightning is blue, and it isn't until he gets his new suit in the Flash that he has the yellow lightning. I know that.
I'm sorry.
I thought he was
second.
great.
This character feels like a Joss Whedon character. This truck driver. Look at his facial expressions.
I mean, he's selling the surprise of fucking everything up. This is all like within 3 seconds.
Yeah.
If even that.
All right, so he's like, you know, he's shook. He's selling to being shook, I think.
Even
I just felt the yellow lightning was just a redaction, just to do it. I don't think it was story related or anything else like that.
But the fact that they held off on that till his solo movie and he has the blue lightning initially. Because he is traditionally comics and animation wise, usually they
Yellow
default
lightning.
usually for yellow lightning.
That's why his logo's yellow.
It
The
must be
Parademons
Brad
and
playing
Steppenwolf look
background
the
music.
best right here. This is
Oh,
the best
there's
this
a
is
part
most
coming up.
realistic.
Oh, there's a
This
part
most
coming up when
realistic
he's walking towards the soldier and he steps in the puddle and his foot comes down on the stick and it springs up. It's like, wow, that was like real. That was real attention to detail they did with the visual effects.
He looks the best right here because he's actually in a real environment and like CGI against a real environment instead of CGI against a CGI environment like his hideout is, which looks really artificial. So the lighting's matched better. Ugh, pop like a grape.
Now that right there, and also in the BVS, the warehouse fight, the Ultimate Edition, when Batman, yes, there's a stick right there. When Batman throws the crate at the one henchman, he bangs up against the wall and it leaves the blood. And some people I've seen speculate, it's like that was so violently cracked his skull. Not necessarily, because that could have been just. Well, this is probably more likely to have broken bone, but like the warehouse fight, that's probably he probably just split his scalp on that, and his scalp wounds. You got
a crate thrown into you,
Okay.
and then you got tossed into the wall.
Okay, a picture of the location where something is at isn't a map to the location where something is at.
Well, it's showing.
But that's also calling out to him, Fourth. So now
okay, now you're just doing this for its own sake, Fourth. Come on.
If I give you a picture where my TV remote is, it doesn't tell you what city it's at.
Right.
But
The thing is calling out to him. That just gave like an internal look at where it was being held.
Just follow the call.
How's it going, Droga?
But if it's in a safe, don't you want to figure out how the safe works?
That's not what that was. It was sitting on top of a stand.
But that's inside of a protected area, just like the Amazons had. The only people that didn't put it in a protected area were the human beings, which buried in the ground.
A picture is not the map to the location.
Again, that's calling out to them. So they have the information of the location. Now they're trying to get the little fine-tune part, Plus, again, they're just telling you the story there. They're just showing you what's going on and where they're at in the story.
As badass as they established Steppenwolf, he could just go to the location and wing it and win.
But now they're showing how he gets inside of the location to do it. He didn't wing it the first time. He went and got a Themyscirian and busted her head up against a rock and then put a spider on her. They just didn't show you the same thing over and they have to rehash it over again. That's exactly probably what happened, right?
The extended.
The extra extended. Yeah, 5-hour cut. The Spidey cut.
Yeah, release the Spidey cut.
Boy,
Oh.
crunchy.
Who's opening up a bag of Raisinets or something? What's going on with it?
Monkey Jeebus says Martian Manhunter pretends to be Obama.
Harry Lennox was Obama's voice coach.
Was he?
Mhm.
Yep.
Oh,
Other way around. Other way around.
Oh, like really? Like legit?
Yeah, you look it up. You're the political science guy. You should.
Well,
this
I
should be
didn't know
like-
that. I didn't know
This
that.
was like
I
while you were studying. This was like brand new information when you were studying.
Okay. Now we're finally getting into the cyber,
Yeah,
cyber
and the-
backstory,
And the song for it is very nice. I do
well,
appreciate it.
and what was really impressive to me about this is that we kept hearing leading up to the movie Cyborg is the heart of the story and he's the main character, etc. But that's which not that is definitely that definitely holds true when you see this version of the movie. But also they really hold off on him for quite a while. Again, it's not. We had a quick little glimpses of him in part 1 and part 2, but it isn't really until this part we start seeing his whole story. And You
think Rebel Moon will feel this fleshed out when we get the entire thing?
It's hard to say.
So.
Here's one thing I was thinking about. We don't really know which way the budget went. Did they put the bigger half of the budget on the war movie or whatever? I don't know.
I would think so.
If it's an hour longer, they probably didn't pump all the budget into the extended version, so there's probably going to be a lot more dialogue or a lot more build or just kind of character moments, I would say, because that's what you have to work with in a limited budget. Everybody's saying this is kind of a low budget movie, right? So I'm sure they didn't.
Okay. Here
add more.
Yeah, that right there. Sorry to interrupt you guys. I just had to point under one. That was one that Ray Fisher dropped back during the whole teasing phase. That image of him right outside the dean's office, and I did a story on that. I actually.
Oh no!
That was in the lead up to like when it fully hit the crescendo in November 17th, 2019. So I remember that one very well. So anytime I see any one of those like really their Twitter teas snapshots, I got to point out.
So fourth, how do you think
Cyborg deflecting all Williams points right here? There's a need to make $1 million. Get out of the way.
So I will ask you this, fourth.
Get off me.
The exposition about his character being delivered in the scene with his mother and the principal. How do you like that?
No, I like when one of the things I hate is just when stuff is told to you.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, William, but Blade Runner makes this cardinal sin: text on screen, both in the beginning of the movie and worse at the end of the movie, where it tells you what the characters went on to do. Like the shit is real.
So I'm saying with that scene right there, they literally just explained his character. Yeah, he's in the principal's office or waiting outside or the dean's office, and his mom is in there having the conversation. But the only character building that was told to you about his character, nothing. They didn't demonstrate any of his character. They had two people talking about his character. But I don't think that's necessarily. I'm not a big person for exposition dumps either. But I don't think that it detracted from, again, this being a flashback and then setting up his story and setting up a lot of people's stories, obviously, and having these introductions in this movie. I still think it was done pretty well. Would you tend to agree or would you tend to disagree based on that?
I know. I agree that this is done pretty well. It's not just Cyber going a long time ago that I was a normal person. I enjoyed football and running down the street with my friends.
Yeah.
And then one day, come on.
Well, I feel like not necessarily done to this degree, but I think that's when Cora's telling her backstory and her exposition, it's very similar.
You said Cora?
Cora, as in Rebel Moon, when she's telling her exposition stories, she does it twice. Her experience as a child and a soldier, and then her experience as the elite guard.
I think my issue with that is that her unknown, like her backstory, unbeknownst to the people, doesn't come with like a consequence of exposure. Okay. Like it doesn't Man of Steel. Like if Superman reveals like
that's because they did that by design.
Huh? What?
But to use the thing though, the difference between what happened with these movies, what happened with these movies versus what Netflix did. Netflix did that shit on purpose to give you a little bit of the crack to keep you coming back for the rest of the bag. What happened with DC is it just was mismanagement, and then
we're talking more about like
dumb stuff that got cut out.
The flashbacks, though, William. We're not necessarily criticizing the
That's what I mean. It's still the body of the movie.
Got you. Okay.
The body of the movie when DC did it originally was because they were fuck ups.
Yeah.
What Netflix
so there's some fix to be made. Yeah.
So like, here's a little rock. Here's a rock. You take that rock and let me know how you feel, and then I'm going to keep you coming back for more. That's what they did. So they didn't give you a lot of meat on the character bone, but they know you know it's there. So
right. Well, when I say like the core backstory is
Irritating,
kind
but
of
ingenious.
inconsequential, it's like what would have happened if the story started off as they already knew that she was a former soldier?
I
Like,
think
what
there's
does it
more
mean
to
that
it
she
though
reveals
than
it?
that, though.
I think she's trying to hide her
I
past.
think she's involved in something. Yeah,
But
I
what
think
happens
she's
if she
involved in
doesn't?
the assassination of the king.
Yeah.
I was
Well,
gonna.
if she doesn't hide her past though, like what are the consequences? And
Well, we
how
see the
much-
consequences because when she's hiding her, she's the one telling them they want everything. I know we're jumping movies, and I don't want to linger on this too much, but
Yeah.
what she's saying, she's warning them. She's the harbinger to tell them what's going on with the empire, what's about to happen, and they didn't know anything about her being a soldier because obviously she's trying to hide her past. So now they're almost at a state of disbelief of what she has to say because they're not familiar with her past as a soldier, and we're literally watching the consequence. Had she come in there and done things differently, of course it would have been differently. They may have made her an outcast because she was with the empire. They might have accepted her and heeded her warning earlier on, but she wanted to run away from the empire, and the best way to keep yourself hidden is don't go around telling everybody who you are.
You hit the nail on the head. Would she have been an outcast? We don't know because the movie didn't really hint on it.
Right.
She just
and so things would have been done differently, yes. But
that's the kind of weight that Man of Steel has, where his dad doesn't want him to reveal Superman to reveal who he is because of the consequences and the weight of what
it's countered by the fact, to your point of Man of Steel, Jor-El is explaining to Superman's mother why he would be so great, and she even says, "What if they kill him?" And he says, "How could they? He'll be a god to them." But she has the same worries as Jonathan Kent does, and Jor-El has this understanding and superior confidence in Kal-El. So you even get this dichotomy before Clark is established to be a complete person.
And it's also echoed through Perry White when he tells Lois Lane, "You're good for dropping the story because you imagine what the world would become if this got out."
Exactly.
So there's so much weight behind Clark's exposure, but not that much weight behind Cora's exposure that's explained. We can assume what would happen with Cora, but it's not in the movie.
So far,
that we got.
So far,
the weight is the other rocks of crack. The weight to her story is the other.
Levy wanting, in other words, Levy wanting more, right, William? Get you to be asking questions. Who is this woman? Why didn't she reveal herself? Or why are they surprised? Or why?
Fourth is right. He's right, but there was different methods and different motives for why one happened and why the other one happened. And like I
just
said,
have to recontextualize it within the cuts that they provided.
Yeah,
and you were making fun of this scene here yesterday in the chat. Forth, I told you he's on the tip of the tip. Yeah, you said that the FBI would destroy this lady's life once they found her out, right?
Oh yeah, no, the IRS.
Yeah, no, he's on the tip of the tip, so he can conceal this from the agencies. He can conceal it from the bank. Nobody knows what's going on. He's beyond. Like, he can control the whole nuclear arsenal if he felt like it as a thought. Not even the technical version of it.
The Justice League can defeat Darkseid and Steppenwolf, but they can't defeat the IRS.
All right, so you must like Batman the animated series because the Joker used that. The Joker said that about Batman, right? He can fight Batman any time of the week, but he's not going to deal with the IRS. That's when he got the fake money. He got some real money and some fake money from a dead mobster, and spent all the real money, and then the IRS was coming after him with the fake money.
It makes me so mad, like, just watching this right now. I was going to say this, but like it's insulting to how they shorten out Cyborg in the theatrical cut.
Oh, I remember actually right when it was dropping. This actress, her name is escaping me, but who plays the waitress. She tweeted out something to the effect of, the Snyder cut's coming out, and can anybody tell me if my part as the waitress, if that's back in there now? And she just got flooded with replies saying it's like, oh, you're back in, and it's such a heartwarming moment, and we're so glad you're back in there. And actually, hey, sorry, my dog.
Dog's getting a little excited for the.
I remember this. Actually, our 300 subscriber, South Cali guy. So, hi for watching, man. He actually suggested this. This you probably like the Spider-Man because this feeds into the 5-part arc. He thought it'd be cool if they actually made her, or the waitress name is Linda Reed, if they made her kind of like a recurring character, like, from here to through JL 2 and 3.
To see kind of what progress has been made or been taken.
Yeah, and like in like 3, cool. maybe like in part 3 when it gets like the 20 year later, epilogue of the story. It's like she's she like owns the restaurant or something like that, and she and Cyborg have connected and they've become friends, and he tells her, "Oh yeah, I was the one who helped you that time."
Well, I heard there was connected characters. I never looked into it, but somebody said that the school teacher in the beginning of BVS, who's holding hands with the students, is also in the nightmare scene.
She might. Are you talking about the BVS nightmare scene?
Yeah, the lady in the beginning
She
of the
might
Black
be.
Zero event.
I always look at that scene for different people, and so she might be. I'll be on the lookout next time. But I always look at the background characters in that scene to see what his resistance was supposed to be like.
Well, you guys have fun. I'm logging off. Have fun.
Take care.
All right, man.
You super nerds.
Oh,
so Clint.
Like you take all of this out just for a stupid Russian family.
The Russian family.
Oh, exact reaction. What Russian family? Oh, that answers that.
I love that when he said that.
Well, that was a treat, right? Wasn't that a treat, right? Did someone ask him, and then he just said, like, "Oh, wait, what Russian family?"
Yeah.
All right.
Hell,
It'd be cool if we could get to 4,000 for the end of the night, guys. Continue to spread the word about the charity if you could, by the way, while we're watching it. Right now we're at 37. If we could get to 4, like I said, as far as we can get is where we get, but, it would be nice round numbers are cool. So I'll put the link back in here again so that everybody can put it, everybody in here already knows about it, but, all the people in your circles and, $10.
I wonder why they couldn't get Billy Crystal back. I mean, Billy, what's the guy's name?
Crudup?
Yeah,
Dr. Manhattan?
Back for the Flash?
Billy Crudup?
Yeah.
They couldn't get him because it was a city slicker.
Oh.
What do you mean? Why couldn't they get him back for what?
The Flash.
For the Flash movie.
Why would
Probably obligations.
Oh, no, he was filming something else. He said that.
Yeah.
Yeah, he originally was on board, but when it kept getting delayed, he had other things that were started to shoot, and he couldn't do it. Yeah, remember, this movie got fucked over like a bunch of different times over 9 years. Yeah,
great rendition of John Osterman, William. He did such a good job in that movie, man.
Oh yeah,
he's phenomenal.
Oh man,
he makes the movie work in so many different ways, and his tone.
Even when he's telling his backstory, when he's still human, just before he's
all these horrible things are happening to him, and he just says it in one tone. Like I don't
the whole time. Yeah, because it's how he perceives it, right? He sees time at all places at once, and the way he narrates, it just gives that away so well. I love that. I love that so much.
The one thing that Zack was not able to pull off in that movie, and it was a really hard thing to do, and so I don't blame him for not being able to do it. They were able to pull it off in the movie, in the series, where Jonathan Osterman is talking to Louis Gossett Jr.'s character decades in the past, while he's talking to Regina King's character
at the same time. That was
the
great.
present, and looking, and it causes a character. That's how. That's how Luke Gossett Jr.'s character knew, who he needed to go after, because it was all happening for him at the same time. They were never able to pull that off. They've never pulled that off in the comics, and they've never pulled that off in the movie. But they did.
But that is his. That is true to his power. That's true as hell to his power, though.
Yes.
Yeah, that was.
And you see why he acts the way he does, because he imagine just knowing what's going to happen.
Right. You've seen it all, even before it happened. You started seeing it. Yeah.
Yeah,
and he's cynical because people always humanity always makes the same types of mistakes, so he's so cynical in his voice about it as well. So
and nothing surprises him.
Exactly. See, I don't have to disagree with you on everything, William.
You don't, because you're wrong most of the time.
Oh man,
it's okay to be wrong here at Fourth is here. Fourth is a pet dispenser of being wrong. He just tilts his head back and something wrong comes out.
Nah, Fourth has been giving some great points about this movie, man. I thought he was just going to come in here like one of the reviewers and just tell me the same old shit I keep hearing over and over.
I didn't know who I was getting. Was I getting troll Fourth, or was I getting actual, viewer?
Fourth is 50% troll and 50% the real deal, so you just got to take it as it comes. You know what I'm saying?
I'm just giving you my watch experience, just kind of regurgitated back to you, my honest thoughts and stuff. Like I said, as much criticism I have of this movie, I really enjoy this movie. Yeah. One of the things that kind of did break the immersion for me was when Zack said that he had to edit this movie from the script process and never got in his scary ideas.
Yeah.
So there was stuff that was omitted before this movie was even shot. I was like, fuck.
You don't think some of that's hype that Zack does that with everything, just to kind of get the legend going as well? That there's always just a little bit more that we missed. We always just missed a little bit more, you know. I think that's part of the embellishment.
I kind of feel it just because, as much as I enjoy this movie, it's not the religious experience I had with Man of Steel and BVS.
Okay.
Like, it's a great movie. It flows like water, like Watchmen's narrative and everything. It's pristine, it's slick, whatever. But it's just missing that, like, I don't know, like there's something about BVS that's just like it just works
BVS
so damn well.
was a complete continuation to this movie. The religious experience for me with this movie is it actually happening.
Continuity
Man of Steel
for me.
Actually,
to me, it's the continuity, William. It doesn't get better. It does not.
Yeah, that's what all it is. When I say continuity is king, when you don't have it, you're left wanting, and you look at you can never really judge what the DCU was because you never even really got all of it in the pieces you were supposed to get. You got the beginnings of it, and then you got some substitute bullshit, that should have never happened. I mean, like I said, most of the stuff that the DCU did and from 2018 all the way up to now should have probably never been greenlit or should have been held back and released at a later date. But
with all that being said, in this scene, he's a great late career Batman. He is a great career Bruce. Look at him. Man.
Well, no, the scene where he comes down the elevator in BVS.
Man, in BVS, man. But this right here, even just you're looking at this is I love this. They did so good with this movie.
Like I said, I kind of really I kind of feel like if his character was morbidly and darkly going after Superman to kill him, and then he has that epiphany that he did wrong, I kind of wish he was kind of like morbidly trying to do the right thing at the expense of being human to try to save the world. He's too at peace here. It's as if Batman v Superman didn't happen or wasn't consequential.
Right.
This guy killed people. Now I know Batman kills, but the design of BVS is like he's brutally.
He's taken it to that level. He's crossed the line, and now he's
lost his humanity.
Yeah, and you can't act like that was just a phase. It's going to continue. To which when I learned that Batman sacrifices himself, I'm like, that's the only respite. That's the
context of the greater world for it is Superman just died 6 weeks ago. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. That's why I kind of wish there was
the messianic figure they were talking about in the montage in the last movie has now just been taken away from the world. Batman feels responsible more or less for killing God, right?
And all that falls on his shoulders now.
Not just that. Remember what he's saying in BVS. We've been doing this for 20 years. How many? Who are the good guys? Who are the bad guys?
And how many of them still?
How many good guys are left? How many stayed that way?
Mm-hmm. What Batman has lost is his sense of meaning and heroism, and he believes everyone else has lost that.
He's the ultimate.
So seeing Superman will be willing to do what he's done after all these years of just it being a gray area shows him that not only was he wrong, but he's got to fix that wrong because he may have fixed. Now that he knows what's coming, not only was he wrong, but he may have taken away the most powerful tool to stop
exactly.
That wrong. So
we're watching it, and now we're watching it play out because once Superman's dead, any way you try to undo it, the world is doomed. Whether Superman comes back and he's doomed. Go ahead.
To that degree, there would definitely be all that weight would fall on a mortal's shoulders, Batman's shoulders. So there should be a degree of desperation to make sure that you get this right.
And I don't want to be. That's what I'm saying. I don't want to be an apologist for something that hasn't happened, but I think you're going to see the dip again. It's not going to happen, maybe, but you probably would have saw the dip, and all of this confidence, everything has all of it to still be taken away from him. All the good he did.
You're talking about the nightmare, right?
Yeah, and the nightmare still happens. You understand what I'm saying? And no matter what he did, no matter what attitude he took, no matter he was being in this movie, he's overzealous in trying to get Clark back to life. And you see it at the crux of it is at the mother box scene. When even Arthur's like, wait a second,
he says, just bring
this guy back to life, and Bruce is like, Bruce has the smallest amount of information. That's so unlike Bruce. Bruce is not going to take information 5 minutes old and say we're going to make Superman. Bruce would have been way more careful, but he is so guilty, and he believes what Lex said because Bruce understands now Lex is a 12th level intellect. He understands that Lex is a lot smarter than he was when he first met him at the dinner party. You understand what I'm saying? Lex had this.
I agree with all that.
Okay.
I'm saying the there's a certain level of like.
But it might be a false.
There's zero margin of error to get.
But it might be a false hope and a guy getting lucky on the first try building his team. We haven't seen the team now get hit with the adversity of the nightmare and be torn apart, right? All these actions, Cyborg is seeing the future. Batman is responsible for Aquaman's death. He's responsible for Diana's death. So as good as this ends on the top of the cooling tower, when everybody's got a smile on their face, it gets darker. Because what did Batman say? Yeah. Something darker. And so I think that we, again, just wishful thinking, had we seen this continue, right, we will see that for all the happiness that Batman had, it really is going to be even more bleak than he's known. Right?
Yeah, Snyder's
not just Gotham is in hell.
His smiles and cries here.
Yeah.
Snyder's definitely trying to balance his smiles and cries with the story. I just feel like he was a little too optimistic for the sake of what happened
to his own detriment, though. I think
you don't just
dip your see it as a flaw
and get over it.
Well, and by the way,
I'll give you that, but I'd say the optimism is to your own point. It's going to be to his detriment. He's too optimistic, and it's going to end up costing him. And because they get this win, they're going to have a confidence that's false when you're going against Darkseid. Darkseid's no joke here. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, to Spider-Man's point, what also kind of adds to that is that Ben Affleck's Batman, as far as like the movies that take place after this that we have not seen, Ben Affleck's Batman movie, it's the interquel between JL1 and JL2, and what we know about that is that it's Deathstroke shows up. That's also coming off of
a consequence of Lex Luthor and Batman.
It's coming off of Batman, having his optimism renewed, and in that movie, like what we know of the story is like Deathstroke just he torches Bruce Wayne's life, he destroys his finances, he kills everybody close to him, which to me that means that like if you read that script, it's like I think Alfred and Gordon, if you read that script, they're both goners in that.
So do you think I have a shit analysis here, or am I when I'm talking to Fourth about what I'm talking? I'm not trying to shut anybody down, but do you think my analysis makes sense to what Fourth is saying as far as Batman's optimism?
No, I think the optimism works in the story sense where you want to have contrast so that you can ultimately tear somebody's heart out when they feel optimistic.
Yeah,
that works in a storytelling thing, but I just feel like what Batman was doing was a shock to all of us, and it pissed off a lot of people. When it comes to the next movie, you shouldn't just write that off like it was just a phase. That's how I feel about that.
We don't know it to be just a phase. We don't know to what degree Batman. We know that he delved into a darker side by the time we see him in BVS, but we don't know what his baseline was.
What do you mean his baseline?
When he was Batman before Superman shows up, what was he doing?
Before ideally, he was the Batman that we kind of all know and love.
Yeah, but he also punched Harley Quinn in the face in the Suicide Squad, and we have to take that as a flashback from before BVS, right? So he seems to be that violent level Batman still, huh?
Oh yeah, he'll punch him. Batman will smack a bitch, no doubt.
right. I'm with it. It's just that my point is he might not be this. He might have got a little more vicious.
What is he, Rick James?
Yeah, Batman's Rick James, bitch.
I'm just saying, like, because I don't want to pass over so much of this other movie that we got coming up. As shocking to the system as the choice was, I stand by it where I feel like it kind of gets swept under the carpet without any acknowledgement about what he did in this movie from the last movie.
I have a feeling of that, so I don't disagree with you totally, but I just feel like I literally look at that as a seed that's going to pay off in the next movie.
Now here's what I would suggest as an alternative. If what I was saying was what I'm proposing starts off in the beginning of the movie, there's a cynical type of dark sense to get things right, like joining the team. Batman grills the team for their first fight, and it goes all wrong and gets in Aquaman's face, and nobody can help that Batman's right. And then over the time of the movie, he arcs to the positive when Superman comes back, and he's that how you describe it.
They tried that in the Justice League.
I think Justice League had some right ideas as a backseat driver.
But it comes off as the same thing as that happened in the first Avengers movie. When Tony
that's not a problem.
Tony and Cap are having their fight when one of them's manipulated by when Tony's manipulated by the Mind Stone. That same thing that you're suggesting, a more chopped up version of that did happen in Justice League.
And that's every buddy cop movie that ever existed.
Ever happened. So now you're seeing it happen a different way where things fall apart afterward.
And
I speculate.
Well, and going back to speculation, because again, here's Commissioner Gordon dropping in finally for but yeah, going back to what I was saying earlier about what is known about Ben Affleck's Batman movie. And a lot of that's been revealed by Joe Manganiello, the story details, and one of that he's revealed is that Slade was killing everybody close to Bruce Wayne, and I'm very adamant. It's like I think I don't want to hear everybody's kind of take on this, but it's like I think if you read that Ben's script, it's like Gordon and Alfred, they do not survive that story, and I'm kind of wondering if everybody thinks what do you think of that theory? Do you think that's sound, or do you think either of them maybe make it out?
I think if that happens, that gets to the heart of what you're saying. I mean, in a Batman story, especially if Robin's already gone, who are the closest? If we're taking this universe as it stands, right, and we don't know of any love interest or any other people outside of Grace and Bruce's office, right? Who is going to be the closest people to him is going to be Gordon and
Alfred,
and Alfred. And when you're talking about somebody like Deathstroke, it could be a lot more calculated too. So it could be all types of different people that Bruce deals with in his day-to-day, or different people that would, either in his business life or his superhero life that he might come across. That was Crispus Allen, right, William?
Was anybody familiar? Oh, go ahead.
The police officer in Gotham Central. That's Crispus Allen, right?
I was going to bring him up.
The police
his name
officer.
Is Crispus.
So, hold on.
That's Crispus Allen, right? The cop.
Yeah, his name is Crispus.
Yeah, Zack always just pulls obscure characters out of the comics.
Flash Thompson's yeah, he kind of is. Yeah,
I would have involved
Hobgoblin.
I would have involved
and he was Agent Venom. Huh?
I would have had Catwoman get iced off too in the Batman solo.
That could have been that
could very well be in there. Yeah, that Catwoman,
because you got credit with Catwoman. So even if you don't set her up all the way, everybody knows Catwoman is enough to have that have weight in the story, even if you don't have much time with her.
Do you think? Here's another thing.
This is a safe way, or sport. This is like a citadel, a safe.
We also, by the way,
points of entry.
We also know we also know Batgirl appears in his script. So do you think she helps him out? Yeah. But do you think that she might die in that fight if you were to read the script?
Well, if you're Zack Snyder, and we've already seen where the future's going, what value do you think Batwoman or Batgirl can add to the team that the team already doesn't have, and the team still being picked off? So yeah, I think if she's in it,
doesn't make it to the Nightmare time.
She doesn't make it to the Nightmare, exactly. Not that she's worthless, but you see how limited the team is right now. Would two people trained like Batman be able to be that much better?
Did you come across Margot Robbie's response to her being dead in the future of DC?
I did not.
And she didn't know it.
She's got a whole trilogy. Harley Quinn and Shazam both have a whole trilogy in the DCEU. Just keep that in mind.
Honestly, they need to as much as I don't care about Harley Quinn because she makes the Joker a joke in his own storyline, they should reboot Harley Quinn. If you only go by the movies,
did you just say the R word in William's presence?
No.
If you only go by the movies, you don't get her storyline.
You're not supposed to, though. The thing is not in that particular version because she's a tool to tell a much larger story.
Right, we're in Superman's Justice League story, not necessarily Batman and the Gotham story.
Yeah, I could see you're right, but there all these other characters are basically bricks, whereas to tell a story. Now you could go off separately after you've told your core story, which is what he designed it to be, but we just never got there. But yeah, she was a piece to tell a story.
William,
she'll probably get more of her backstory than Todd Phillips.
Brace yourself, William. I agree.
Yeah.
I don't want to be trying to convince you to think otherwise for us. We're just getting our points across, right? We're not trying to be like convincing you one way or the other to like this movie more or less than you already do.
It's a valid point. Like wanting a Harley Quinn like origin and proper unfolding of her character. I mean, they did skip major steps that they could have taken with her solo, whatever, Birds of Prey. But once it's Birds of Prey,
that's what should have been her.
Well, that shouldn't even been Harley Quinn's story because the Birds of Prey is not Harley Quinn. They should have made a Gotham City Sirens instead with her and Poison Ivy, and had the Birds of Prey featured in it or something. That would have been a more, that would have been better, more complete
or not.
And see, when I come down on people like Ava DuVernay, I kind of see like how the Harley Quinn movie turned out. That people kind of want to do their own thing with the universe and work on their own corners and not necessarily correlate, which is what I kind of feel that Ava DuVernay would have done, even if she would have told like a proper whatever New God story, but something about it, I say it's not going to correlate with what Zack is doing because she feels isolated, which is why we got that Birds
it's
of
not-
Prey
well,
movie
it's
because they
supposed to,
wanted to
because
focus on a
when
girl
you-
gang.
When you're talking about what Zack was doing with the fourth world characters and what everyone else who would ever pick them up, everyone else is going, no matter who it is going to have to tell a different story than the one you're viewing through Zack Snyder's Justice League and all that, because you're really only seeing a very limited handful of new gods. You're not even seeing a big group. You're seeing a handful of them. You don't.
Yeah,
see
we don't even know if they're
Genesis,
showing
you
New
don't see High
Genesis. It's
Father.
all about Apocalypse.
Yeah,
that we're seeing.
so then that's all you're seeing. So if you were to tell a movie outside of Zack Snyder's Justice League, it should be different. There should be some commonality, but not very much.
Yeah, her story could easily lead into the Legion of Superheroes storyline and almost not even touch this storyline.
Yeah,
You know, with the
I
way
wanted
that
to
works.
He
ask- I
designed
wanted
it
to
to
ask
tell
Zack
his
when I
arc
met him.
and then branch out.
Say
I wanted
what?
to ask Zack when I met him that if he was ever going to include the New Gods or the Source Wall in his story at all.
What'd he say?
The Source Wall? Yeah, that would have
Yeah.
been nice.
No,
He gets the new gods. If anybody would have done it, he could do it well. He gets the new gods in this story very accurately.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
This is a very accurate-
limited, like I said. How many are we talking about? And he gets the ones that we
see.
We only
Right,
see the denizens of Apocalypse.
right. We haven't seen
So,
Forager. We
you know,
haven't
don't
seen
see
High
Falcon,
Father.
We don't see Milkman.
Yeah,
Calabac, the Furies,
Hey,
You don't see Callback.
Orion.
You don't see Orion would be a big part of somebody's story.
yeah. Orion.
yeah, Orion,
that would
yeah.
be awesome.
Well, see, that's what I was wondering. Is the New God story basically Mr. Miracle, or is that something else?
I
Mr.
think
Miracle's Dark Side Son.
yeah, and
He's Dark Side
Mr.
Son. Or
Miracle
he's
is
High
the
Father's
sun
son.
swap.
He's
It's
High
the sun
Father's
swap.
I think from what I understand, like the what Ava's what Ava DuVernay is, what it was going to be, like Mr. Miracle was going to be like the kind of the focal point of it, and it was going to have what's his name? The dude looks like Tom Hardy. I don't want to say just give like a nickname like that because I don't sound like disparaging.
Are you talking about the dude from Terminator Salvation?
No, from what was it?
Character, but if you,
damn it! Why is his name escaping me?
Darkseid?
No.
Is he the guy from?
From Upgrade, he was the dude.
Upgrade?
From Upgrade.
Okay. He doesn't have a name. He's not that popular.
Yeah, Logan
Not
Marshall
too
Green.
much.
Logan Marshall Green. Yeah, I think he was supposed to be Mr. Miracle on that.
Yeah, like where
and
was
if you're
that
going to
took
tell a
place, though?
fourth world story, if you're going to tell a fourth world story, and from the point of view, remember how this all came about. It's being told through Miracle. It's being told through him because he's talking to Earth people why he escaped.
Why he
Because remember,
escaped,
after
yeah.
the sun flop,
Yeah.
he escaped, and that's how you find out about the fourth world to begin with.
Scot free.
You know, so yeah, and that's how you find out. So yeah, if you were going to tell a story, but this story here is different. It's about Apocalypse and Darkseid
About his
and
conquest.
his
Yeah.
quest. That's not a new God story.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not a new God story.
So that's a
it's
Justice
his
League story. This is a Justice League featuring Apocalypse
much.
story, or
Yeah.
Dark Side story. Yeah.
Yeah, new Gods is
Where was
completely
I
a
was
much
gonna ask,
larger
where was
universe.
it took
and
place
it's
though?
nothing like this.
Fourth, you understand that
Say that
Eternals is basically a retelling of New Gods, but in a more complete yet inferior fashion, right?
I never saw Eternals. I
Well,
knew
that's
better.
just the basis of the story. I wouldn't say the movie, but the Eternals is kind of this Jack Kirby when he left DC, he kind of kept telling the same story or a different version of the same story as Eternals.
Yeah,
But
really?
it's more completed than the Fourth World because the Fourth World never got.
William, would you say new Mr. Miracle is required reading?
The new one's nice. The newer one.
Yes. If you're gonna, if you're gonna understand the entire, because he tells you that story, he makes their story relatable to us, the viewer or the reader, because you finally he lands on Earth and he's like, okay, where did you come from? And he didn't want. Obviously, he got screwed. He got traded to be Darkseid's kid, and and that was torturous. So he got the hell out of here. He's an escape artist, whereas his Darkseid's child went to go live on New
Orion.
Genesis, which is a beautiful,
Yeah.
world, and Orion, yeah, and you sent your other kid to go live in the ghetto, so they never really accepted him. They hated him. He hated them. He wanted to get out of there. He got out of there,
And they
so,
stayed
but that's
torturing
how you
Scott
start
free.
to realize.
Damn, dang,
Yeah.
Steppenwolf's all
Yeah,
that.
his big Barda's bike's always trying to beat the hell out of him.
Uh-huh. Yeah, Big Bart of the Furies, the whole night. It's a good story, Fourth. Fourth World's a good story.
She wasn't beating. She wasn't torturing him. She was training him in her ways.
Okay, we're coming up on part 4 now, and this is where we're finally. This is also another thing too about how much this movie takes its time. Well, this is the first time we see Batman or really like any of these characters like in a present. Other than Wonder Woman,
because I got delayed. I had to stop it. Where are we at time wise?
Yeah, we're at. We're right at the part where you see Batman. You see him. You know the awesome Batman perched up shot.
What's the number?
William, negative 210 and 15 seconds. Negative 210, 15. Negative 210, 12.
But this is the first time you see him like in the current time frame.
And they gave him a new song, but that song was hinted at in the end of BVS when they were about to fight Doomsday.
Hey, we're at 3,800.
Oh, we just got another donation. Awesome.
You should have been playing Justice League this whole time, dude.
Well, we can still play Man of Steel and BVS.
We'll do it after.
You should have tuned in with me earlier. You would have had the whole 9. Or...
And just for clarification, J.K. Simmons did not work out for Justice League. He did it for his own self back when he was in Whiplash.
Okay.
Well,
when people see that picture,
he got in amazing shape one way or another.
Yeah, he said he
Zack
just got into
him
fitness
in the gym,
on his own.
He's probably just loving gym.
He said he got into fitness on his own, and the director of Whiplash was surprised when he saw J.K. Simmons again that he was buff.
So they
imagine this too. Like if he was also he's in that shape making this, and he also must have been in that shape when he was Jameson in Spider-Man: No Way Home.
So they lost the rights to be able to use the cowl from BVS in this movie.
Wait, did they?
Yes. So this is a different cowl made by different people. They ended up getting the crew back for the Batman, but for this movie, they didn't get to use the cowl. The people they didn't pay him right or something. Warner Bros. Wasn't paying him right, so they got upset.
Okay, because the cowl in this movie sucks.
So
it doesn't suck. It's a little.
I like the suit still, but it's definitely the BVS suit is a little bit better. But
the suit is cool. The cowl looks like his face is
being able to turn his head. The aspect of being able to turn his head believably, like in the other movie, that is restricted back to the old way. So this is actually a more traditional bat suit by comparison, like the old '90s bat suits, because it's actually the same type of neck. The cowl of BVS kind of solves the Batman Begins or Batman Dark Knight issue where it's the motorcycle helmet suit so he can turn his head. They talk about in the story. That actually still was a full cowl, but he could turn his head. And then you see in the Batman they do a high collar, right, to kind of obscure it even more. But this movie, they just lost out like just for a short couple of months, and by the time they lost out, they weren't able to use the cowl.
Because there's some weird angles of Batman's face in the cowl.
Yeah, they always have to do this. So Zack is trying to basically overcome the old '90s Batman issues. So you're seeing the old type of cowl from the old movies, but you're seeing Zack Snyder's take on it. So given what he has, it's not the same as BVS, but given what he has, he's still doing better than all of the George Clooney and Kilmer and shots.
At least he gets it back for the nightmare sequence.
You see what I'm saying? So
yeah.
It's just it was like only for a couple months where they were doing this. So both versions of the movie, it doesn't matter. I don't know what was going on Flash because they didn't. I don't even think that was a full cowl in Flash, at least when he's in action. But with this, it's that just little piece of trivia. I'm not a big super trivia guy, but I do know.
Oh, that was interesting. I didn't know that.
I didn't either. Well, like what the consistent thing I like with every cowl that Affleck has is this is why I love the idea of bringing the Dark Knight Returns suit into live action so much is because
there's a scowl in it.
Well, it was because also the bat ears. I mean, is that that it is the nubs, and I've had people say, "Oh, they kind of they like it when they get bigger," but I don't know. It gets the job done of like emphasizing like the bat theme of him. So and plus also there's a practical reason for it because go back and watch Batman Returns when he's trying to rescue the Ice Princess and he runs into
how do you get to that location that's beaming out of his head? Sorry, Brett.
Say what now?
How do you get to that location that's beaming out of that guy's head?
Oh, same thing. So just to he already has a general idea where it is. So now he's getting to the map of Star Labs. No, I'm with you. I'm gonna roll punches for it. I'm gonna be with you all day.
I think the spider probably has some GPS.
That's Starro. That's the Starro reference from the first Justice League fight. It's not really Starro, but it's a Starro reference. It's the color scheme and everything.
Okay. Now here. By the way, what you were talking about earlier, Spider-Man, with Wonder Woman's smile in battle. We they cut that out of the theatrical, but you get that here when she jumps down in a second.
Yeah, no, Gal plays Diana well, right? Like,
yeah, it's right when she
love
pulls the
how she
sword out
plays.
here.
Yeah, they really pull the performance out of her in this. So
yeah, when she pulls the sword out of this parademon here, there it goes.
Yeah, I know it's tough. That's the only part that's shit.
She's like, yeah, bring it.
Just go ahead and get your fucking axe, dude. Let's go. This whole fight is nice. This whole little fight in here. The limited space at first bothered me, but I understand. Like, this is under where they fought Doomsday. You know what I'm saying? This is literally right under where they fought Doomsday. Again, with continuity, but you know.
Yeah.
But I like how Flash comes in there and saves her sword.
Yeah. Even though I was anticipating that, like, I was like, Zack's got to have like the most boss fucking Flash scene. And I'm sorry, Quicksilver is the best speedster right now.
Quicksilver has his first one. The second one was trash, but his first one,
second one was great. It just visually the effects barely hold together, but it's ambitious.
That first one is great though. That first the Days of Future Past one.
Yeah,
that was it. That was it.
Dodging the parody.
I like the second one too.
Oh, man, and he gets this right. Flash doesn't know how to fight yet, so he just uses his inertia.
Yeah, he just zips around and then gets behind him and pushes him. Yeah.
They kind of played with that in the Flash movie a little bit. I think they kind of overplayed it, but they used the idea in the Kryptonian fight. Although it makes a lot less sense in that fight, but yeah, I get it.
A little quicker.
Yeah, when he was telling them, he's trying to guide them up the staircase.
He's like, I'm too fast.
I've got this.
But he can't run them up the stairs. To your point earlier, Fourth, he runs them up the stairs, and they're just as fucked as if they weren't. So, I did feel like this was more limited constricted, but I'm fine with it because of the location. Also, that's the same shot from BVS, but that's also something I was talking about when we were watching Seven Samurai. How Zack will put that in the foreground.
Oh yeah, I remember you saying that when he picks up the grappling gun. Yeah.
Yeah. And then he also did that with the bucket in Rebel Moon.
Yeah.
With the water girl. You see it knocked over with what's going on in the background. And Joss Whedon's logic, that explosion of a parademon will tell you where the location of the mother boxes are. So, which one do you like more? Do you like the mother block's blood, or the parademon blood, or do you like the fucking Star
Where the parademon blood explodes and forms like the three squares of the mother boxes?
Yeah. Oh no, that was freaking terrible.
Oh, but they also cut that part a minute ago where Batman with his gauntlets, he was like blocking the parademon blast. It's like, I mean, they just snipped off.
They didn't set it up in the other movies.
Yeah, they didn't set it up. Yeah. So I guess they had to take it out.
It was set up at Aerodynamic.
But again, it's like it was just a snowball effect of it. Once we take this out, then we have to take this out. Then that links to this, so that has to go too. And yeah,
just the taking the 2 seconds to show him turn the switches on. Not only is it full comic book, but if James would have done something like that in Guardians 3 on some of his setups, it would have just been that much better. I'm not saying that's a bad movie.
This is my favorite Flash display right here.
When he runs around
when he catches the debris from
that's awesome.
You catch like the pantomime actions of him just like posing in the
yeah, you get the little like quick little after image of him every time he
that was inventive. And this is the best like Cyborg and his dad interaction right here.
Well, and it also because plugging myself again here, it sets up something in the whiteboards for the final battle in JL3, and I did an article on this where like that little of him catching all the debris and saving those people. Because in the final battle in the whiteboards, it's established like the Flash he masters his speed so much he can be in two places at once. And so what we saw right there, it's like, oh, that's like a little taste of that. Him just inching closer and closer to that like that kind of speed.
What is the intro like this? Like he's about to trip. He's hitting the brakes, I guess. Yeah, that's what it looks like.
I like this. I don't know about you guys, but I love this.
You mean him
when he when he gives him the sword back with the lightning?
Tips it back with his finger,
and then he trips right afterward, which I also like too. I like that he's not fully there yet.
On her boobs.
Well, no,
that's the other
I like that he's making mistakes while he's getting with the team. It's not like he did it perfectly. And I get what you're saying, but that's just like I don't really care about that one. But I love this whole.
and that could be a whole like we don't talk about that part anymore because it just ties so much in the ugliness of the reshoots and yeah.
You see the style lightning in Rebel Moon when they're bringing back Atticus Noble.
Oh yeah,
The super bright blue lightning. And I like that again. The song here is really again they almost get it to the crescendo of the song, but they messed up, so the song dies there too. But it's a really memorable kind of song for the modern time because the example, the counter examples in Justice League, they were hanging on the Danny Elfman theme and the Christopher Reeves theme so much it became like a joke in the movie.
You know what I was kind of surprised by too. You know, not talking about like bringing the Danny Elfman theme back in 2017 version was because he brought the Batman theme back, but he also did the theme for the '90s Flash show. And it's I was surprised that if you're gonna do that many callbacks, it's like why did they not? And especially with how crunched they were for time, it's like why didn't?
Because he didn't have to do anything but get his Danny Elfman's greatest hit CD,
his
John Williams' greatest hit CD, and hit it over and over again.
Oh, by the way, coming up, here's another thing coming up, and I also wrote about this. On my work with Screen Rant.
What is this? Like the litany of
greatest hits?
Well, I have covered extensively how badly WB dropped the ball in every facet possible of this movie and its unmade follow-ups that we still have to ask for. But coming up when the tunnel
fourth, I agree. A lot with the little.
When the tunnel cracks open and the water starts to pour in, and then that's when Aquaman comes in. And you can see in this version, they didn't include this, but this wouldn't have been like a runtime thing or like tying into it. So again, it's just like you're just taking out a cool moment because out of spite or something. But in this version, the water starts pouring in. Now, Aquaman, you can see he swims in and then he gets level and so he's basically just standing up against this tidal wave coming in. And it's like, why did you take that out? That is such an Aquaman moment. And you'll see it coming up in a couple of minutes here.
They only said like 5 words in that line on that scene, Fourth. The Silas Stone, Victor Stone scene when the father and son are talking to each other.
Oh yeah,
there's so much with so little.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, all the cracks in that glass there. It's like that's CGI glass, but that is like.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
I think it's CGI glass anyway.
Release the Nightcrawler, said nobody ever.
Like, yeah, this is what I'm talking about coming up in a minute here when the water starts to pour in.
And that cowl.
I like how Steppenwolf's pretty pragmatic when he's fighting them. He doesn't just sit there and fight them for the sake of fighting them.
Yeah.
He was there for a reason.
If Mother Box
here it is.
Boom tubes, who's operating?
Okay, here it is. Here it is, coming up right here. Yeah, see there, and he just hovers there as the water is pouring in. It's like how you want to talk about a way like to show how powerful Aquaman is. It's like, why did you take that out?
Yeah, it's probably an ego thing, or they probably thought it wasn't going to play into their version of the cut.
Yeah,
like they had a vision obviously for their version of the cut, and this just didn't jibe with it. I don't know what they were thinking, honestly. I'm not sure.
I don't know what. Well, yeah, you can summarize the whole thing with like, I don't know what they were thinking.
Well, that's probably Jeff Johns.
They shouldn't have fired the guy making the BVS movie, honestly.
Yeah, okay.
Put the whole BVS movie out to begin with. That's probably what they should have done, but should have, would have, didn't, right? So now here we are.
Yeah, yes, I'm pretty sure that windshield there is CGI, and the cracks in there are just so convincing.
I thought that was a prop piece. You know what I'm saying?
I could be wrong. I
haven't seen the making of, but it just looks more like a prop piece. But yeah, that's cool if it is.
Mother, I need you, mother. Yeah, this is way better than Steppenwolf calling after his mother.
You know, I was going to tell you, like, remember when they wanted to take out? I was going to tell you guys like about the Aquaman scene, but there was one part that you kind of reminded me of. Like, remember, like in Man of Steel, did they want to destroy the pod? because they thought that he was going to go back to Krypton.
Oh yeah,
they
wanted to.
That was so stupid.
The whole thing about you can't destroy the or you can't make you can't make the scout ship unflyable anymore because how is Superman going to get back to his home planet?
Oh man.
Oh wow.
Oh god.
William, I got something. Speaking of Man of Steel, I do have something about tie-in comics for you. Because as much as we like Supergirl and Flash, Supergirl was brought up in the prequel comic to Man of Steel.
Yeah, she was.
And nobody read that. And then to your point the other day, Brad.
Yeah.
My problem, the thing I love about this movie the most, it's not really based on any comic, but it comes off like a comic, right? But the big problem is when you're watching like an Iron Man 3, which should have been Iron Man Extremis, when you're watching other movies where they can do it a lot better and they choose not to adapt it at all or do it in such a bad way. What if they do make a fucking 12-issue perfect comic of what happens in Justice League 2 and 3? The chances that it's going to get adapted back to the way that we wanted it originally. So, in other words, why put the original storyboarded vision in a comic to turn around and not get the storyboarded vision after the fact anyway? Because the movie's never as good as the comic once the comic's been printed. And right now, we're in an original story that doesn't. This story does not need a comic other than background understanding. This trilogy really stands on its own as far as where the story is, where it went, and where it's going.
I disagree. I think you could expand on everything that's been given to
it. No, I don't. I'm not disagreeing with that. What I'm saying is, let's say you get what you want. I'm not against having the 12-issue comic.
Yeah.
Let's say we get that, and then 5, 10.
Spider, real quick, I just need help, Larry. We are at timestamp. We're at 2:08. We're 2:08:08 right now.
Is that negative 2:08:08?
No, just positive. That's how I read it.
Okay, I'm at negative 153.45, Larry. 153.44. Negative.
Give him a positive because that's what.
But yeah, sorry to interrupt, but I just want to help Larry there. But yeah,
go ahead. I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying. I actually would appreciate that 12-issue tie-in comic if it does complete the story. As a comic book fan, I would appreciate it. What I also know as a watcher of all these movies is the 5 years later when they do make it, it's going to get slaughtered. And you might as well just made the movie continue off of a movie instead of the movie continue off of a comic, then have a movie continue off the comic after that. You understand what I'm saying? That's why I'm fine with it being I'm fine with it being an incomplete masterpiece. Then take it there to then turn around and have somebody else slaughter it later.
See, I'm not. I'm a completist.
I'm not. Tell the story in comic form, and I'd be happy with it. But I would still treat this as an incomplete masterpiece. Sans the comic, whether or not the comic gets made. I'm a comic fan, so I'm going to get it regardless.
I think if the comic comes from the people who make it,
get that.
Go ahead.
If Zack Snyder gives you his story and it's translated from that story into a comic book, plus it has other structure added to it, I wouldn't consider this. I wouldn't consider it an incomplete.
No, then if that's what we get in the end, right? Is the storyboards fleshed out into a 12-issue miniseries or maxi series, right? I'm happy with that. I don't. If that happens, I don't want nobody to come in there after and try to remake that into a movie. That's my point.
I'm okay with that too, though.
They're gonna slaughter it like they always do. I mean, you know it.
Okay, not necessarily. I mean, not everybody's a hack.
Zack
only the closest comic book adaptation that we have is Watchmen, and
if Zack Zack wouldn't slaughter his own movie.
What if he doesn't get to do it? What if he's working on Rebel Moon 9?
Yeah, that's true. Man.
Who's the person that did the 300 sequel? That person was pretty competent, even more.
He's 94 now, bro. I think he's on his way out the door, dude. That dude was pretty old, man. The guy that did it was like in his 80s when he did that.
And here, by the way, we're seeing a Steppenwolf's conversation with Darkseid here.
This is like it. This is what blew it over for me in this movie.
Oh yeah.
Let's pause for Darkseid.
Well, like I said, it's like this Zoom
Ray
call.
Porter killed it. He did a great Darkseid voice, man.
This apocalyptic Skype or Zoom call again. I just love that. It just creates like this sculpture like of molten lava. Whoever's talking in the other end.
When he first gets on, he's so disappointed in Steppenwolf. He's like, Steppenwolf. You see it in his face. He's so pissed to even have to see him.
Yeah, and Ray Porter, by the way, if you haven't heard him, do his Darkseid voice, just just casually. I mean, because obviously he's got some kind of like
modifier.
it's like technical assistance here.
But it's pretty interesting that Zack was
like a
able
tortoise.
to cast Porter in as Darkseid.
No, listen, I don't know what you're talking about, Fourth. That's Darkseid. That's Darkseid from the book right there.
Yep.
That is Darkseid.
What are you talking about? You know what I'm talking about.
You say he looks like a tortoise? You say he looks like a tortoise?
Oh no, Steppenwolf looks like a tortoise.
I thought you were talking about Darkseid.
Oh, you're talking about when like he retracts his armor? Okay.
Or his eyes got all wide and like
Was it Hammerhead Shark Face?
yeah.
But
I kind of
anyway,
wish they gave him like demonic, like Deadite type eyes, or made him more demon. They're a little too humanoid. I think
Probably to get the CGI monster to be able to emote more to the audience.
Yeah,
So they can relate to him, maybe.
I don't need my bad guys to emote that much. Just kill people.
Weakest flashback in the movie, but still pretty good flashback in terms of flashbacks and overall movie flashbacks as far as like superhero movies go. And I like how it all like culminates into like everybody having hope for Superman as they're deducing.
Yeah, and I've used that gif of Ezra saying that line for so many different things lately.
Well, see, that's the great part about this. Is like there's so many like great human moments, but it's done so well, you know.
That's what's so crazy.
When they're breaking into the base and all they use is letters. I love that part. It's just using letters.
Well, that's like that's the thing that that the other thing that jumped at me when I
okay.
First saw the movie was that the whole overhaul was when they did the reshoots of we got to add more humor and color and then when you see this version like this is the funnier version of the two versions of the movie.
Was it Charles Roven always said that the humor and lightheartedness was on the way back when the BVS was coming out?
Yeah,
we were just in a somber story. We were in a darker story. Yeah. Arthur's disbelief is not misplaced here. I know it's a lot closer to his resistance because that's in the next part. But I mean, this about the most appropriate time that he's just now understanding that we're bringing a zombie Superman back. He's just now understanding this is the plan. He's like, this is some bullshit. And I like Jason Momoa is really selling you on Arthur's descent very well for what you're getting in the movie. I'm not sitting here trying to say it's Oscar-worthy performance or anything, right? But he's selling you believably on the fact that he's a dissenter in what's going on here.
I think his best moments with the Flash when they're talking about Cyborg's dead dad.
Exactly, and that's another thing.
I thought you didn't care. I never said that.
Said I didn't care. Exactly.
Yeah. Well, they also have the moment when he points at him when he gets pissed off and the Flash trips him up. That's what. And again, goes back to my point. It's like they went through all that trouble to do the reshoots and add humor and lightheartedness to it. When it's like and then you compare them side by side, it's like this is the version that has not only has more humor, but it has the jokes,
the heart, the storyline.
Yeah, they're not cringe jokes. It's not Flash face planting.
You got gore. You got a little bit of everything. Horror. Everything.
It's actually comic relief, not just comic insertions.
Yeah, they're not just slipping some words.
Yeah, it's not
joking because there's some dead air.
Jokes.
Yeah.
Well, in the Flash and that version, they kind of make him like the Jar Jar Binks character.
Oh yeah.
Like a goofball, like a joke.
Let's give it up for Darian Bloodaxe, ladies and gentlemen. This might be our last time seeing him in a while.
Yeah.
Hey, he killed it in the little 5 minutes we got him, right? He did his thing.
Yeah, well, he's coming back as Scargiver.
I know it, but man, I did not want him to go so soon.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting that.
But that's not that we're talking about us liking him from other stuff. So that's his role in that movie, I guess. You know what I'm saying? It's a different story.
Do you think he'll be? Do you think he'll be? There'll be more Blood Axe in the extended cut of Child of Fire. I think there probably will be
more. I think there'll be more character build up of everybody. That's what I was getting at earlier. I think be less action. Of course, there'll be some extended action, but I think the emphasis is going to be more on relationship and conversational type things, or just even character moments, even independent of dialogue. So.
One thing I should praise though is that the casting, what Zack was able to do, the casting that he did with like the entire Justice League was.
Look at your screen right now while you say that. That's perfect, bro.
It was
as it pans across all of them. Mother Box and here it comes. Here it comes.
And the music changes to the Hans Zimmer.
Yeah, that's perfect. And
this is a very well done.
And who's gonna say it? I'm not gonna say it.
And then Cyborg shoots it off the top of his head from the beam.
Yeah. I remember seeing like you saw like part of the Superman hologram in the trailer.
We are at 3,900.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
Come on,
get
get closer.
that's into the
just 100 more.
Man. You never know. That Justice League, man, I'm telling you, man, you needed my analysis. You needed me and Fourth to holler at each other about Justice League to raise money. That's all you ever needed.
Who did we get that from?
Ford Steppy, thank you for your $100 donation. 50,000 worlds owed.
Yeah.
Thank you. Wait, who's the 1,000 worlds owed made the donation?
50,000 more is a reference in Steppenwolf and Decide.
No, I'm saying about who made the donation. What's the name of the person?
It's they used alias. Poor Steppy.
Well, thanks, Poor Steppy. Appreciate
that's why he
it.
says
Thank you very much,
$50,000
man. Thank you. Beautiful scene. They should not have put Martian Manhunter at the end. Of
I've seen a lot.
But listen.
There's been a lot of debate.
1,800 miles away, and this is the only thing that's going to motivate Lois to be able to save Batman in the next few minutes. Like, this is meaningful. You're dealing with a psychopath that has some sort of precognition. So Martian Manhunter can see what's about to happen. Am I not right about this, William?
No, he doesn't have precog.
He doesn't have to have limited precognition?
Depending on who writes him, but mostly it's telepathy.
Yeah, it's telepathy.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll concede.
Which, by the way, that's because
he still can feel how Lois's heart's doing and the effect that Lois
he is
to be part of the world has.
That's also why when he shapeshifts when he's out in the hallway in a minute, that's why, because people ask questions like, well, if she opens the door and she sees you, it's like, well, his telepathy, he'd be able to sense if she was coming, and then he could just go invisible.
Yeah, so he could do a lot of things.
I wouldn't say that it's necessary that Martian Manhunter manipulate Lois, because if Lois
was that you, Larry?
Friends alive.
Larry's saying he was the last donation. I'm not sure if he's
thanks, Larry.
Fun there.
Thank you, Larry.
Thank you, Larry.
Thanks, Larry.
I think Lois would definitely be there front and center if she found out Clark was alive. She wouldn't need Martian Manhunter to bring her into the foray.
But how is she going to know right now? Who told her that they're bringing her back? Batman didn't call her on the phone and said, "Hey, Lois, we're bringing back Soups. Just wait." Maybe in the Justice League.
She saw him in the sky.
But she wouldn't have been where she was if she wouldn't have got motivated to get out of the bed and live and just get over it. Because this is her. This is Martian Manhunter telling her you got to move on with your life. The day she decides to move on in her life with her life, she's in the right place at the right time for things to happen.
And I bet you originally what that context of the scene was that she hooks up with Batman. Move on with your life.
Maybe you're right. Maybe you're right.
Well,
the one thing that can't be is Martha cannot be in the farm in the cornfield and in Metropolis within this short amount of time.
Yeah, this isn't Smallville where they're within like driving distance of each other.
Yeah, no, this is 1,800. This is 1,800 miles away. So, and that's something wasn't
that going to be in part 2, right? That she was going to get together with Batman, or no?
That's the
I think that would be revealed in part 2 where they. I think
the pregnancy test is supposed to be.
By the way, one thing I posted on Vero a while back when Zack talked a bit about that at Full Circle I posted, it's like, we get that story. It's like I think it'd be such a boss move if he worked it back in that Bruce and Lois romance story. And he just told everybody deal with it.
So
another rate.
It doesn't matter. When you see right here when she just said come back to the living, right?
Yeah.
That was the point.
But that
was the overall point of everything. Say what?
She was living her life anyway. She
wasn't. She hadn't been going to work. She that whole routine she was doing in the morning.
She was a zombie.
She was literally going to the monument every day to mourn Superman. She hasn't worked in 6 weeks. She hasn't done anything in 6 weeks.
She was doing puff piece.
Okay. Now, real quick,
she hasn't been writing anything since he died.
No, guys,
she hasn't been doing anything.
Real quick interjection. It's like I loved when Zack made this reveal on Vero, but if there was one surprise from this movie that I wish I could have not been known going in, it was that Lennox was Martian Manhunter.
Well, it was a surprise to me.
Just think about
it was nice.
About
it was
that for like 1 second. Just think about if they would have shown that in the theater, people would have freaked out.
Oh, that would have been such a cheer moment. Yeah,
I think Martian Manhunter was a surprise to Zack as Harry Lennox too.
Well, he said Lennox, like when Zack put out the storyboard, he said that Harry Lennox said that was how he found out that Swan was Martian Manhunter.
But they said that Zack claims that him and Chris came up with that in BVS, based on an action or a choice that Harry made in Man of Steel. That's the rumor.
think about that. That was.
I think people proposed it and Zack ran with it.
Okay. That I just heard it come from his mouth, so maybe.
No, I'm
maybe
not.
he's just-
I think he might be pulling our legs there because I mean, look at some of the shots of Swanwick and Man of Steel where he's got like the Matrix green tint, framing him.
The what?
A lot of shots of Swanwick and Man of Steel.
have
the way it's lit,
Matrix
he's got
thing.
kind of a Matrix green tint, sort of lighting him. Okay, yeah, this is this line coming.
You don't like this line, Fourth. I get it.
No. I
There's
like
no
it.
us without him.
This is good. This is hype right here. This has got the music. It's got the build up. It's got everything.
Yeah. And this is
Superman
also
back.
whenever they've done the theater showings, this is where they've had the intermission. Is right when they
Right
decided
here.
to
This is
Superman
where I
out.
have my intermission usually. And also, if they would have split this up into 2 movies, this would have meant that Superman would have been out of commission for an entire movie.
I honestly felt that Superman shouldn't have come back in this movie, but the next movie, so that he's gone longer.
Well, this is a 4-hour-long movie, so if you would have cut it up into 2-hour-long movies, you would have got exactly what you said.
Oh, well, I guess I'm reflecting back when it was like the 314-minute version. Because
Gotcha.
he comes back in the next one, but I was like, let me miss him a little bit. Oh, San Bernardino ghetto birds.
And when people say this should have been made into a streaming show, I totally disagree. I see how it could be formatted into that a little bit, but I don't think any of these things should always be made into a show. They were saying that about Rebel Moon. Like, don't cut it. Not everything that gets made into a show looks as good as the movie. Obi-Wan Kenobi being the best example of that. They should have just made that.
That looks horrible.
Yeah, they should have just
They
made
shot that in Riverside.
take the same money and just make a 2-hour movie where you film it all at the same time, and like that's what they did with this. I don't want to see this cut up into a miniseries because then you're gonna get filler in the beginning and the end of each little half-hour segment that bothers.
Oh, by the way, guys, real quick, I think this was the whole line about none are taken from the darkness without giving one up a return. Yeah, and this is another article I wrote where I think that was this is planting the seeds of when Darkseid comes to kill Lois. So that's like she's the one who's the idea that she's the one who replaces Superman in death. And then once Flash resets the timeline, then it's like, okay, somebody has to take her place, and that's where Batman's sacrifice comes in.
So in the cosmic alchemy of what's going on, Lois is the equivalent exchange for Clark's resurrection. Is what you're saying?
Yeah, and then once Flash undoes that, then somebody else has to take her place, and that's Batman.
Okay, that's interesting. See, this is kind of what you're talking about right here. Is Alfred is Fourth right now. Alfred is the personification of Fourth right now. You're too faithful. That's what Fourth's argument. If I'm not misunderstanding Fourth, that's his argument. Batman's being too faithful. This is what Alfred's telling him. You're more faithful than even I'm expecting. And that's the most apt warning in the whole movie right there. Messing with the box, doom the world. Batman's overzealous.
This is one of the first shots, actually, when Zack started doing his Vero teasing of all them back behind the van, putting Superman's coffin in there.
You remember the first Man of Steel shot, Brad?
No, this was when he started.
No, I get it, but do you remember the first promotional shot you saw?
Yeah, it would have been that. It would have been the shot of Superman like in outside the bank vault, kind of
he
smashed behind him.
Right when he gets slammed in the safe. That's the first picture I saw. I thought that was awesome. When I first saw that picture, I was like, "This dude looks exactly like Superman."
Oh hell yeah!
As soon as I saw that, I was like, "Wow!" And I wasn't against. I'm not against Ruth. I just don't like that movie. But Ruth as Superman, Brandon Ruth as Superman, was excellent.
Yeah, no, I like that he came back in Crisis.
Yeah, I mean, he was an excellent archetype for Superman. Again, that movie really robbed him of being able to play Superman.
Yeah,
also, I heard you guys saying that you like Kevin Spacey. You know, Kevin Spacey is a decent. No, I'm talking about the Lex Luthor he plays. I'm sorry.
Okay.
He does it decent enough, but he's playing Gene Hackman's Lex Luthor. And Gene Hackman's Lex Luthor is a real estate fraudster. So that's not Lex Luthor to me. That's a real estate fraudster from the 70s. Yeah. Like, the fucking Lex Luthor and BVS is the ultimate. Like, him and Clancy Brown are probably your best so far that you've gotten. Because even Smallville, like I've made this point before, he's in his 20s hanging out with a bunch of high schoolers. Like, how Lex Luthor is he really? You know? Okay. This is all letters right here.
What, A and B?
No, he's gonna keep saying.
By the way,
wait. He said ID, okay.
It was I remember somebody pointing out on Twitter, in the 2017 cut when they changed even the computer readout that the soldier checks Barry's ID with, his fake ID with, and like in that his birth date is listed as like 2012 or something. So it would have been like Barry would have been like 5 years old, but going by that.
ID, okay, OG, okay. That was the whole scene right there. This is that. Do you like this scene when you were first saying the cyborg Silas Stone scene earlier? I thought you were talking about this one where he's gonna see his son in the hallway after the alarm goes off, and he just does a little nod to him. I like that, and I like that Batman came down on his grappling hook.
Yeah,
I hate when he walks.
For some reason, I don't think this is I don't feel like this is a Batman that would perch. I don't know. He looks too buff to be like.
He did perch.
Perches. He just perches in a different way. He doesn't do the hunch. He doesn't do the hunch like you see. He does the stand and perch. Because in BVS, he does the perch with the sniper rifle on the crane.
No, he's
which is really cool with the cape.
On the crane, he's standing.
Yep. Well, that's what I'm saying. All his perches are him standing. I don't think he does any crouches. All his perches are him standing up. Also, I think those suits are pretty heavy, so he'd probably fall forward if he had all that rubber on him. I don't know, because the BVS one looks like it's really thin.
I mean, it looks agile. It moves agile.
Yeah. Damon Carl as Batman and Joe Chill in the last movie, right? That's just great.
Oh, man, that cowl. Ugh, disgusting.
See, I like it. Here's why I like it. It's darker. It's a darker bat suit than the last one was. It's like a blacker bat suit.
The overall suit I like. It's just the cowl makes his jaw. It makes the jaw look like it's far forward, and his forehead like leaned back, like Batman's doing 90 miles per hour or something like that.
Like he's on the cycle in the Flash movie.
Yeah. Even though, like, if you look at the Justice League when he was like the save one, whatever scene.
Yeah.
His face looks mushed
when
back.
He's got the bat gut hanging out in the suit. That's terrible.
Hey, where are we at time-wise, guys?
Say what?
Where are we at negative time-wise? I need to see.
I'll give it to you in 1 second here. We're at Silas Stone is talking on the mic to the Star Labs at negative 132.32.
Oh, perfect. I'm there.
Negative 132.30, 29.
I'm already there. I'm there.
Got it.
I thought I was.
Yeah, this is that nod I was telling you about, Fourth. Like when he's calling off the alarm.
Yeah.
I thought that was great. I thought that's a great moment. That's what I thought you were referencing at first, although I understand what you were saying.
What was I saying?
And Silas is the only person to pay attention to where the mother box lands after it gets called out to buy them even just a little bit more time. That's the unsettled coffin from Man of Steel that we never got answers to.
Well, we did. It's Zeus.
Is it Zeus or is it Supergirl? That's the prequel comic with Supergirl walking out of there, buddy.
Did she walk out of that? I thought somebody said.
Isn't that the prequel comic?
I thought Zack said it was something more than Supergirl.
It's been ruled non-canon, so it doesn't matter.
Oh, well, yeah. But that was in the prequel comic, right? Where that's her walking out of that coffin, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
When somebody asked if it was Supergirl coming out of there, Zack said no, something more. This is amazing.
I want you guys to listen to the Carlo Gugino countdown in the background. It mirrors the Doomsday countdown in the background of BVS when they're having a conversation, and the countdown's still going on while there's a tense point going on. There's a tense scene going on in the foreground, in the background. There's a countdown. Same thing happens here.
Is there an egg timer?
No, not the egg timer, just the 10 to 0. Mother of God, though, that pun was great, though. You got to give him for that pun, right? Mother of God, would you look at the time? That was a great pun, bro. Yeah, this is her last day. This was her last day on the same routine she was ever going to do. And then it was back to, after this was going to be back to living her normal life. That was the turning point that I believe she was making right here.
Amy Adams is so awesome.
Yeah, she did very like somebody said, I think it was Chappie brought it up earlier. She's probably one of the better Lois Lanes that you get.
Do you ever see her in American Hustle?
I haven't seen American Hustle.
Spicy.
Gotta watch it, huh?
She was great in Male. What was that horror movie she did?
Bradley Cooper in a bathroom.
Yeah, I know, that was so good.
Her and Bradley Cooper in a bathroom stall.
So good.
I like what they do with the song here. Superman's theme, especially when they're right when he's landing in the amniotic fluid with the picture.
I like how they don't show his body.
Or they don't show his face.
They don't show his face.
Like respect.
Is it a dummy like Zod? Do you think?
Probably so, but it kind of feels like a respect for the dead type thing.
Yeah, I think so too.
But I like what they do with the song here just a little bit. They just changed it up a little bit, but a little somber note.
Now, here's one gripe I also have. Cyborg does not tell anybody
what he saw the vision.
Because
he doesn't know how to interpret it. Batman's having the same problem concurrently. Batman's.
What you mean? Like he doesn't tell anybody like before Flash takes off, or what?
Yeah.
No. After he has the vision, it just doesn't come up.
He says, he says, when is he? I mean, his dad dies, and then they got to go save the world.
Next movie that never happened.
Yeah. His dad dies, and then the world gets saved. They have to save the world in less than an hour. You know what I'm saying? They don't have time to have.
But I do stand corrected on myself that I think that's the reason why his defense system goes off.
Yeah.
Because he remembers Superman from the vision, and he interprets him as a threat.
Yeah. His voice, man. You brought this up during the watch along for Rebel Moon, man.
Who, me?
Just the way he delivers his lines.
Yeah. He has a great voice.
Strong voice, you know. Because you don't get that when you're watching Teen Titans. You don't get that from Cyborg. Sorry, I like Teen Titans. It's cool or whatever. But you're not getting that from Cyborg.
Or even Doom Patrol.
Well, it's just the voice actor.
No, it's just that's the delivery.
By the way, Teen Titans is supposed to be for younger. That cartoon is supposed to be for younger kids. We took a group of people to see that in the movies. That shit ain't for young kids, man. There's a lot.
Teen Titans goes to the movies.
Yeah, the Teen Titans go to and their actual, you know.
See, I thought you weren't coming. Forth, the officers even says it to her. I thought you weren't coming.
One last time, yeah.
One last time, Martian Manhunter. This is all happening because of that course of action that was taken with the fake.
How was that Martian Manhunter? She's been going there every day. She just woke up late this day.
They even brought back Zack Snyder in Teen Titans in one episode.
That episode. They do.
That's a hilarious episode.
And Robin thinks he's going to be the one to beat Darkseid. That is hilarious. That's Jay Oliva drawing that part, right?
Jay Oliva what?
He drew that little scene, the little Justice League.
I
on
think
the Snyder cut of
the
Teen
nightmare
Titans
within the Teen Titans. Yeah, I
think they did
the
Snyder cut Teen Titans Go, and Jay Oliva drew the Darkseid.
Yeah, because there's an animation change from
It's awesome. It's actually it's awesome.
Jay Oliva should have made the jump to directing live action.
So this is Batman's insistence. So this is another thing we've been talking about throughout the movie. This is Batman's overzealous showing itself as a flaw. His overzealous nature, not just overly faithful, but now overzealous to the point of being a flaw. He's not considering the consequences.
He wants to fix his wrong.
Yeah, well, he says it's like I made him a promise.
Arthur's like, yo, dude, chill the fuck out, bro. We're not ready. And this is like great because this is totally against what Batman would do. And this one change to his personality is the flaw that ends the world, bro.
Well, as great. We're seeing here.
Best scene in the whole fucking DCEU right here. Best
And
scene
this-
in
and
any
of course,
comic book movie.
That's
It
Williams'
is.
idea for the
This
box.
is
set
one I
there.
can watch over and over.
Man,
Yeah,
the
me
song
too.
is perfect. Everything, bro.
This is such a
Dark
King.
Side.
Oh yeah, King Conan. That's such a King
Wait,
Conan.
look at Dark Side when he's standing coming out of the thing over her pyre.
Yeah.
Like he's just
and by
standing in the background, bro.
When you see the Amazon,
I never noticed it
that
was like the
story.
third watch. That he was in
Bro,
there.
this shit is awesome, bro.
the Amazons right here.
That he was coming down the ramp. That
Yeah,
Dark Side
he's
coming down the ramp.
floating over her
No, the
dead body, bro.
I didn't even notice the
awesome.
parademons back there behind the Amazons until recently.
And he's facing royalty because Darkseid
I know.
believes in killing kings and queens, bro, on his own. He doesn't want the parademons to kill the kings and queens. He's killing Arthur. He would have faced fucking Hippolyta. He faced Wonder Woman in battle, bro. That's Darkseid, dude.
Yeah.
You're looking at real Darkseid. No bullshit. This is real shit right here. This is like real Darkseid.
Oh, and of course, yeah. Oh, when this happened. Oh, when I saw this
Man, Thanos has nothing on this motherfucker, bro. Thanos has nothing on this motherfucker.
Oh, this was like I remember Scott from the Squadcast when he saw this. His reaction was pretty much the same as mine. Was Zack? Oh my god, he did it. He caught the scary idea in.
Wait. The playing card is ripped in half. Do you see the playing card? So
Yeah.
if we're taking the nightmare, this is out of order. This is the third part of the nightmare. That's the third part because the playing card's been ripped in half. The first part is Joker and the
Joker
Batman.
part
The
is
second
done,
one's
yeah.
the BVS one, and that's the third
Yeah,
part.
all the Justice League are dead.
Oh man, Kilowog was dead too, and he said
Yeah.
no. This motherfucker said no. I love that when I first saw it. When he's like no, and then Barry thought he heard go. That was great.
My favorite.
That's just
Dark
great
Side
conflict, man.
Is beautiful.
Was that William? Go ahead, show me again. Is that Darkseid?
Darkseid Funko.
Okay.
Hey,
But am I right or am I right? That's the real Darkseid for real, right?
these wide angle lenses of Flash running, and like this is like a comic book drawing. The way he's like
That's what I'm-
stretched out.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's. I mean, they make
God,
fun of
that
his
shot
run,
is
but
awesome.
it's this. This is all nice right here.
No,
This is all
they
nice.
make fun of his run in the other movie. That was where he had to do.
He's running this too, though, but it's still nice. It's nice. Like Ford's saying, this is like a panel, bro. This is like a spread, actually. This
Yeah.
is a spread right here.
Oh no, the part when he touches the mother box, that would be a 2-page spread.
And then you're seeing time go back for the first time, and the song is finally hitting the crescendo.
Okay, hold on. Does he go through?
There's a mother box makes up about 3 of the issues I'm talking about.
What'd you say, Fourth?
Does he vibrate through a wall, or does he go down a hallway right here? Because they never.
He's going through a hallway.
He runs down the hallway. Yeah.
Yeah.
Look right here when he flies through. Zoop. Does he go through a wall and fall into a hallway, or what is
No,
that?
he's jumping over the ledge.
Oh no, you're talking about right after he touches.
Yeah, that's the ambionic fluid chamber that Lex Luthor was in the last movie.
Yeah.
No. After he touched it and then it went back into normal speed ramp mode, normal motion.
No, there was a little opening
No,
there
he-
that he kind of tumbled through.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
he bounced off of that with his force, bro. That's like jumping with your finger. You guys think George Lucas watched Rebel Moon? And if he did, what do you think he thinks?
He would probably say it's better than the current Star Wars.
I mean, outside of the salt, what do you think he actually thinks of the movie? Not with other Star Wars notwithstanding.
Probably think.
You think he watched it? If he,
I don't know. I'm kind of inclined to think he would. I'm kind of inclined to think he would also he would want to see like the extended cut.
yeah, maybe.
Yeah,
More
I
like
would say so too.
How
I
long
think
do they have
he
no more
admire
Dark
the heart.
Kingdom?
They
But he
actually
probably understands
have
as a
quite
filmmaker.
long time.
Huh?
They actually have they're where the fourth world lies, and where he has to breach that barrier.
Yeah, they're
to get
outside
to
of the
where fourth
multiverse.
world is. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's not easy to do.
Yeah.
And there's a way to do it, but you also got to realize there's a size that originally when the fourth world was created, when humans went to their world, there's a size difference. They're titans, they're giants.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're like the
when
size
they
of
come
like
to our
we're like
world,
the
they're
size
small.
of. Yeah, we go to their world. We're like the size of like action figures.
Especially
Yeah.
when you see
You know,
what the
actually,
people that are
if it's
stuck to
done
the
right-
Infinity.
If it's done right through the boom tubes adjust for that size. So when Steppenwolf comes here, he's still huge, but he's not as huge as he would be back in the fourth world. So there's some type of galactic barrier that they have to pierce, and
Yeah.
it would take quite a while.
It's called the
for them
bleed,
to
isn't
do
it,
that.
William?
Yeah, and he says that's why we'll use the old ways because he's
Yeah.
able to do it before. When he first attacks Earth, that's what they do it. And what they should have done, and what they probably would have done, is how does Darkseid forget where he was at? Metron probably would have made him forget. because him getting
He wasn't dark side either. He doesn't have the Omega effect at all either. So he's not a god when he first came to Earth. He's a new god, but he's not. He doesn't have the Omega effect.
Well, he doesn't. You see, he doesn't have his armor there either.
Yeah, until he screws his brother up, and then he takes the Omega effect from him because it wasn't meant for Darkseid. He took it from he took it from.
See, this is what you need, William, bro. I'm telling you, this motherfucker can bring it right off the top of that.
Now, this fight scene coming up here, this was by far like this was the best part in the theatrical version, but it's like now, but it's like it's twice as long here, and it's so much better.
I like what they're doing again with the horns. As far as the score is going, I love what they do with the horns in this scene. And I love the build-up when Superman first came out. All that is memorable. You really, I hate beating the dead horse, but I don't remember a lot of Marvel stuff. And I watched 40 movies and nothing stuck with me. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I think they fixed the Kal-El no in this movie.
No, she still says it, but it's.
She still says it. I think it's a different take.
Well, yeah, the cadence is a little bit different. Yeah.
Just like if you watch the Suicide Squad trailer,
love this fight scene.
Comic-Con trailer.
We're like a Suicide. I was gonna say we're like a Suicide Squad.
Well, when Joker says, "I'm not going to hurt you,"
they use a different take.
It's a different take in the movie.
Just like the nightmare scene with Joker in this, right? Like we live in a world or whatever.
Yeah, we live in a society.
Okay.
Yeah.
So power level wise, William, what do you think about Superman and Wonder Woman's portrayal of power? I think Zack did a pretty good job of getting Superman's power level down in general for the series. But this matchup right here, you think it's accurate?
Oh hell yeah!
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. There's a reason why
Diana can hang.
The citizens of Apokolips don't make a move.
Right.
Until Superman's
Diana
dead.
Can hang,
right. But she's not at Kal-El's level.
Superman's dead because
a lot of media gets Superman's strength wrong. That was one thing I always appreciated that Zack got it right.
Darkseid has never been afraid to outright attack Themyscira, and it's full of Amazons.
That's right.
But that one Kryptonian, he didn't want to mess around with that.
So, I knew.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brad.
Well, I was just saying, like in the theatrical cut, it's like, and this validated that when I saw. I knew this was Zack. I knew that eye turn. I knew that was him.
It's obvious when you're looking at it, like you can tell, even without the slow motion, the detail of the shot of the camera is like completely different from the rest.
I knew, and that was the big like oh shit moment in the theater for the theater. So it's like it's like imagine like seeing that like with the real movie.
This is where this is the third time we've been in this place. This is the part of Metropolis that got destroyed when the scout ship crashed. This is where Zod reawoken as Doomsday fought him. Yeah, and now Superman reawakens in a similar situation. Also, I think I told you this before, Brad and William. I look at Doomsday in the last movie as an amalgamation of Superboy, Doomsday, and Bizarro. I think he plays the same role of all three.
Yeah,
and he didn't need to be any of them.
Do we have somebody backstage?
No, do we? Oh, let me check it out.
I got him.
What were you saying, William?
I don't think any of those elements were needed for that story. That's
the only
part about BBS. How you doing, Larry?
There are some things I feel, even as I just watched this earlier today, that I noticed in Man of Steel. There is build up to Doomsday and the death of Superman in the first movie. It might not be so explicit, and I'm not just talking about the broken moon. I'm talking about a few things they talk about as far as like alluding to being fearful of Clark's demise and how that kind of connects to what you see with Doomsday. Also, again, it's more of Lex Luthor's underlying plan was to have a contingency plan, a blunt object that would be able to take Superman out in the event that Batman didn't do what he needed him to do anyway. So there was always going to be some sort of contingency. And then, okay, so what would Lex Luthor use as contingency? Probably Bizarro, probably Superboy, right? As Con-El, right? So this.
I get what you're saying. Yeah. So
you see what I'm saying?
Spider-Man.
He fills that role without being those characters. Yeah.
Go ahead. Now, what you're saying?
Zod is referred to as a monster 2 times in Man of Steel. Once by Jor-El,
and then once by Superman.
Great man, not this monster you've become. And then Zod says, or
Superman says, "You're a monster, Zod. I'm going to stop you."
Yeah, and then he becomes a monster.
Foreshadowing.
Yes.
Yeah. Like I said,
have any of you guys? Are you guys? Oh, sorry.
You're a little bit garbled there, Larry.
Your mic's all over the place, Larry.
No. All right, let me fix it and come back.
I
Okay.
I love this part where they headbutt each other.
Yeah, this is what I was kind of asking about when I was talking to William about the matchup. But you
know,
see what I'm
that
saying, right, Forth, as far as the kind of the lead in, there was some semblance of a plan of the death of Superman, whether or not it went that way or not. There was some setup for that in the first movie. So
I said I didn't mind the death of Superman because I thought it was used better contextually in Snyder's
yeah, the death of
version than the
Superman,
actual
like
comic.
William states a lot, it's kind of an overrated comic.
Well, yeah, the comic is just a cash grab.
So yeah, the movie
That's what's
kind of does
coming.
it better than the comic does for that death
Doesn't
aspect
the
of
whip
it.
look so much better?
Does what look so much better?
Henry Cavill's whip.
Yeah, it looks because they're not
'Cause he's
erasing
not a
anything.
fucking
He's got a
CG.
mustache to get rid of.
I
That's
still
funny.
swear to
Forth
God, I
doesn't
did
say
not
anything about
recognize
Daylight
that till
Batman
second time
here.
around.
That's what I figured you would say something Forth was Daylight Batman.
No, I've gotten over it. I think
Okay.
the cowl looks terrible still, but Daylight Batman doesn't bother me.
Well, now
Okay.
we have a lot of we've had a lot of because we've had him here, we've had him in the Nightmare, we have him in the Flash, we have Keaton Batman in the Flash,
But
we
it's
have
so bad
Bale
on
Rises,
on,
and we have
Rises. That's what I was gonna say. Rises, it's terrible, man.
and what was it? And also a little
It's a
bit
bad
in
movie
Pattinson in the
overall.
Batman.
Thank you, William. See, I'll agree with you on that. I won't agree with you on the Dark Knight, but Rises, yeah, that sucks.
No, Rises. I mean, from Batman. Was it Dark Knight
Begins,
and
Dark
Dark
Knight
Knight Rises?
Rises. Yeah.
Yeah, that costume's terrible overall. Just the face mask. The body looks cool. The face mask looks terrible.
It
Looks like he has
improved over. I will say it improved over time, but it became more of a motorcycle armor situation than a batsuit.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks
Because they
like he
wanted
has
to
a
be able to
cat
turn his head. They allude to it in the movie when Lucius is talking to him in the Dark Knight.
Yeah, you want to be able to turn your head,
turn your
makes
head.
backing out of the driveway easier.
But then he says you'll be getting stabbed easier too, which they kind of had a
It's like,
counter
we
with
don't make too seriously. Yeah.
Do I
Okay,
sound better?
Yeah, you sound better
Little
now.
bit.
Man.
Cool. I turned the volume down on my phone.
Okay, now this coming up here with a Flash and a Cyborg, the little kind of comedic
Oh,
exchange.
yeah.
I remember when
love
when this movie dropped. I remember like that people made a meme of that where it was like Aquaman pointing. That was like the fandom, and the Flash was Warner Brothers going, "I am so sorry."
That's great.
Hey Larry, thanks for dropping the bill in there a little earlier, man.
Oh, of course.
Yeah,
I mean, we're hitting
that's
that
our-
goal. Like, there's still like an hour left, at least. All right.
Then
Yeah.
we'll be back later on tonight. Just
It's
as-
Hour
insulting
15.
in so many
we're
ways
getting it
that they
for
would
this-
cut
for
out
the
this
league.
death scene.
Second, say Jeff.
I mean, it's kind of insulting in so many ways that they would cut out Victor's dad's
Silas?
death scene.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, why would you cut
Once
this
they
out? This has
visualize,
the most beautiful.
Oh, you know,
Cyborg,
here,
Because they didn't want us to get related to
Of
Cyborg.
Steppenwolf coming in mirrors the shot of Doomsday coming out of the fire on the island when
yeah.
the Trinity first fought him.
I mean,
what you were saying there, Chappie. I mean, like I remember here. I think part of that was because I remember there was this rumor circulating at the time that for the Cyborg solo movie, they wanted to. And this is probably a Jeff Johns decision. They wanted to like repurpose like footage of his origin and other stuff in here for that, which is like that just shows
That's a dumb idea.
if that doesn't show like how like far these people
Lazy
have
they
up their
were?
asses.
I mean,
They're
I
planning
also,
to be lazy. They're planning on being lazy. That's what that sounds like.
yeah, and it's not
Well,
just
but
lazy.
you
I
know
also,
Jeff
I think they were
Johns
like,
ruined
forget
his-
Cyborg.
Say again.
Jeff
Right here.
Johns, like I said, was before he got into the cinematic portion. He had his following, and he was a whiz kid when it came
Green
for
Lantern,
most
man.
people. Yeah, but when he when he got into this into the cinematic thing, that's what people are going to remember him by, and that's kind of sad. I agree with all the comic book movies made. He's done some pretty shitty stuff, but at the time he did it, it was popular and it put him on top. Now he's not
getting
going to
talented.
remember. He's going to be
The
remembered from
his
this.
success fucked everybody else over. That's what it
He
was.
has a reputation for comics. Is good.
Who are we talking about? Jeff Johns?
Yep.
I mean,
the
the
comic book,
movies is
writer.
different. It's completely different.
And by the way, this is also the way Silas dies here. This is a total like callback to
To Terminator.
yeah, no, well, yeah, but also to
yeah.
to Jonathan and Man of Steel.
Oh, yep. Although, my problem with Jonathan isn't so. William, I'm in agreement with you. There's a million ways Superman could have alleviated that situation, but I put the onus on Jonathan Kent himself. If Superman is in good faith doing what his dad asked for, why is his dad, who's been talking about responsibility the whole time, going to choose a dog over his family in the middle of a tornado. That's Jonathan's fault even more than
The
Superman's
dog
fault.
thing is weird.
That's one of the things that it didn't work for me, but it didn't kill it.
It doesn't kill it for me, but
like I said,
I don't even get mad as much as like Superman could have, when the car flipped over on him, Superman with a light breath that nobody noticed because it blow the car out of the way. He could have even done a stronger breath and got rid of the tornado. He could have ran there super speed.
Spidey, he didn't train. He hadn't trained yet. He didn't know his powers yet.
And I even take that into consideration. That's why I'm fine with him not doing anything.
You gotta forget the training thing. It's just a trope in movies that you have to save the dog. Remember Independence Day?
Yeah.
Tunnel, everyone died, and the dog's like, it's okay.
But the whole setup with Jonathan is about being responsible. The whole movie is Jonathan saying how responsible you need to be.
No, you're right. You're right.
That's what kills it
so
for me.
Funny. It is funny. No, because you're right. Like it's his fault because he went back for the dog.
He's got a family literally right
the dog,
there.
You don't
his
be okay.
Family in this town are right there.
Well, I mean, that's the biggest flaw is that John Kent is like, I have to save the dog. I'll get the dog. Forget my superhuman son. It's like, it's funny. I get him telling him not to expose himself.
To the very end, he's trying to be a good example to his son. That's even I can even give credibility to that. So
well, even all that we were talking about, it's like you think all those people aren't going to know? Do you think all those people in that crowd there aren't going to notice when if just suddenly he just gets pulled back over there?
Half the town knows who he is right now, anyways, because they established that with the Pete Ross incident.
That's
Pete Ross's mom coming there.
Yeah, but you got
people around town. People around town have been seeing your son doing all types of things. They literally said that in the movie.
Yeah, but Spidey, you got to remember that like Superman has to learn how to like
I get it.
Gauge his weight. No, gauge his strength. Like if he holds someone's hand, he can't like crush their hand. He has to like learn whenever he like holds an airplane up, like his hands can go right through that plane. He has to like
in the comics he has tactile telekinesis. So.
No, he learns. Well, yeah, but maybe not when he's getting started. He might not even know about that yet. And he's like, what if he tried to save his dad? He like crushed all the cars. Or like, who knows? Like,
okay, and we are officially in part 6 now.
Something dark. Great chapter name. Great chapter name.
And by the way, I don't even remember like how. Does anybody remember like how they tracked down the mother boxes in Justice League? I don't even. That's completely slipped my mind at this point.
Yeah, Steffi's like, mother, I call to you. He calls her mother. He's like, mother, I need you. Where are you?
I remember also when like after the fight with Steppenwolf and they're regrouping in the Batcave and they're trying to decide their strategy for and Batman like has a one-on-one with Aquaman and he asks him. By the way, that whole thing with talking to fish can that maybe like work to our advantage in this situation? Aquaman tells him the water does the talking, and even on my first viewing, I was like, what the fuck does that mean?
Hey, Monkey Jeebus has a point a little bit further back in the chat talking about Darkseid is scared because the Kryptonians are known to conquer worlds. I would counter that by saying the Kryptonians didn't even fully understand their ability with the yellow sunlight. However, once the scout ship goes to Earth, the new gods have a way. The new gods have a way to communicate with that scout ship.
They learned that they were powerful on Earth.
We see it demonstrated with Lex Luthor. He's getting direct communication from the new guys via the scout ship.
He's learning that they'll be powerful on Earth.
When the new information of sunlight and how it would affect Kryptonians gets out from the scout ship, that the new gods take that into account, whether it was 18,000 years ago or in the modern day. I don't think that it's because they're known conquerors of worlds, because that plan didn't really work out for them, and they didn't seemingly understand that they had the ability to gain power from a yellow sun.
No, they're only superhuman on Earth because of the sun, and Lex probably learned that ooh, this is perfect. I'm gonna make this happen.
Monkey Jeebus was talking about Darkseid and the Kryptonians, so I was just
okay. I
use Lex as the example because Lex gets communicated by the new gods via the
computer. The computer. It's awesome.
Yeah,
but Brad, I wanted to say real quick when you said about the talking to the waves or whatever, or the water talks to him. I saw Aquaman 2, and I actually enjoyed it because I saw it in 4D, so the seat is moving the whole time, and you're getting wet and stuff. It was fun. And I was like, "This way,
you get wet in there."
I didn't know.
Yeah, 4D. You could turn off.
I didn't know
you could turn off the water. You could turn off the water, but the seat moves the whole time, like Star Tours.
Yeah, I've done that before.
Or Back to the Future ride at Universal. So the seat moves with the Sonic. It's great. I saw Indy 5. in that, and I saw Guardians 2 in that, and it was ridiculous. And like, so I was like, yo, I'm gonna go see Aquaman 2 in that, so that way if it sucks, it'll still be fun, you know? But my main takeaway was that in that movie, he's like, yeah, I talk to fish. And I'm like, that's justice, man. Like, you talk to fish, right? Like, in the Zack Snyder version, he's like, the water talks to me. And they have to, like, make a bubble to talk underwater.
Well, even he makes a joke in this about talking. He said, you talk to machines? He says that's a cyborg.
Yeah, well, that's awesome. That's awesome. And I do love when Batfleck is like, can you, like, put out a feeler? And he's like, I mean, do you talk to fish or not? And it's great how he says it. But I feel like in the Justice League, he's like, yeah, you talk to fish, right? I heard that. And it's like, yeah, I talk to fish.
I think you got it backwards, Larry.
Really?
I think, yeah, in Justice League, it's the feelers and do you talk to fish, and the water does the talking.
Yeah.
Oh, so then I got to give Joss credit for that line.
Yeah. By the way, am I the only one here?
That actually wasn't a bad line.
But in the new one, he's like, I talk to fish. It's like, wait, what happened to the water telling you?
There's Justice League lines that aren't bad.
Some of Arthur's best dialogue moments come up right here after this part.
Yeah. By the way, am I the only one who thinks that with all them these shots here with all them lined up in front of the computer and discussing? Am I the only one that thinks that just something about the way they're lit here? It just all look like action figures to me for some reason.
Well, yeah, that's definitely like epic lighting for sure.
So there's one line that I was hoping that was a Zack line that turned out it wasn't at the end when they're separating the mother boxes. And in context, it's Cyborg's like kind of suicidal story of self-loathing. When Superman says, how much blowback? And he's all, enough, but I think we can take it. And Superman says, good, because I like being alive. And I like that, like the line where Cyborg says, yeah, me, so do I.
I like that too, boy.
Like,
you're
in
right.
the context of this version, I thought that line would have really worked. That he found, a new way of life, or whatever, through the team.
Well, they both died and came back. That's awesome. They're kind of like winking at each other. Like, I know I'd rather be here. Like, it's pretty funny. I like that.
Yeah.
I know you hit the next line, but he kills it right here. He kills it
here.
He's
never fought us, not us united.
Yeah, so you might have to take it from the other one, but you got to give it to him for this one.
No, dude, 100%.
Which one?
Well, you just said it. We fought 100 guys, 100 wars, and they still ain't never fought us. That's better than the other.
No, no. It wasn't that one. It was,
no, I know which one you're talking about. But I'm
before.
saying, you got for as bad as that is, you gotta love that little hype speech he gave right there. Come on now.
No, I like the speech, but just when Arthur just throws out the fighting the devil and his army.
Oh no, I thought you were. I'm talking about your favorite line.
No, what Batfleck said is awesome.
I said it's like counter to flight is your nature, because that's one thing. When I watch the movie, even when I watch it as much as I like it, that's even kind of cringe to me a little bit. The flight is your nature. I appreciate it for what they're trying to do.
No, I love that line. I love it.
I love it too, Brad.
It's not bad. It's just when Forth makes fun of it, it's definitely more animated to me, because in my own honest opinion, I think that's a little cringy.
It is funny. It's a little funny, but it's also really poignant because like he needs Batman to mentor him.
Yeah,
like he doesn't have his
it's a story of Cyborg's growth, so it's definitely
Batman's like, you're a fucking superhero, man.
Yeah.
Like
Now, by the way, we have a couple when we get at this kind of phase of the movie, we have a couple of lines and a couple of moments that because of the nature of how this movie was released, that they're kind of, I call it retroactively meta. And we got one really good one I'm talking about coming up here with Superman with what he's about to say. I'll just shut up and let him say it.
Huh?
Yeah. So I mean, with how this movie came about, I think that hits even harder than it would have if it under normal circumstances.
That motherfucker looks exactly like Superman. What?
Yes,
he is Superman.
Although the way he was holding,
even in the final,
they shouldn't have a choice to kiss him.
He's flannel Superman.
There's no way his mom could show up if she was in Metropolis, like in the Justice League.
You're right, man.
Well, don't forget that on Superman,
it kind of suffers in the theatrical version of BVS for the similar reason.
Dude, I get the whole distance thing, but like, you guys know that on Superman and Lois, like, Smallville and Metropolis are like the same town in Kansas.
Oh man.
Well, no, that's more. I think
I think that's egregious.
Well, they're close, but they're even much closer on Smallville.
See,
I haven't seen Smallville yet, but I know on Superman and Lois, they're like, that's the city, and this is the outside.
Yeah, on Smallville, they're within like 30 minutes of each other.
But it's crazy because they always call it in all those mediums. They call it Smallville, Kansas, and you always see
it's supposed to be Smallville, Kansas.
You always see Metropolis on an ocean, and you always see Metropolis on an ocean.
Well, I don't know if you guys. I've heard this before that someone said it, and I realized they were correct. That like Marvel uses real cities, like Spider-Man is from Queens.
And
except for Wakanda. I mean, like forget Wakanda, but like most of it, they'll be like, "This is New York," like yada yada. But in DC, it's Gotham, it's Metropolis, it's Central City,
it's San Francisco.
But it's supposed to be New York.
They have a New York in DC as well. They have New York.
All the real cities exist in DC. They just
it's just that they have bigger versions of the comic cities. So Gotham and Metropolis, they dwarf New York in size.
They're different than New York in the comic.
Because Washington DC is still the Wonder Woman operated out of both New York and Washington DC. Jace Fox Batman operates out of New York City right now.
That's interesting because I feel like in the movies they're just trying to be like Metropolis is New York. Oh, Gotham,
kind of like that,
New York.
Because probably when they were first writing this stuff, it was just easier to have those types of cities with no landmarks, no established history. But as you build it out, you can make it concurrent to the world. So
no, you're right. And
George says Joss Whedon is a better writer than Chris Terrio, confirmed.
So, what in your troll opinion, Forth? What do you think?
Oh God.
Okay. I was having this conversation with Daniel Martin, who's not here. I can't tell who wrote what in Batman vs Superman. How much is Goyer and how much is Terrio? Because in that version, there's all these great monologues and dialogues and interactions that are memorable and like recitable, right? But none of those are really in this version when it's all Chris Terrio.
And do you you chalk up that dialogue to he was writing it as a political thriller, so all of the fucking dialogues are tied to the political nature of what you see in the beginning of the movie. So
I don't see the DNA of any of that in this, though.
Fourth, I'm going to attribute that to Goyer.
We're not dealing with a political thriller at this point either.
Yeah,
so does that create a different setting for you? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, okay, guys. Here's another moment I would say also kind of has a little bit retroactively meta. The team,
line too.
Yeah, is the team rising out of into the Flying Fox because it's and the whole thing about faith and this
is when it's obvious that you need to be seeing this in IMAX.
Oh yeah.
But Fourth, I think you're right. I think Goyer had a lot to do with that writing. And he's really into like esoteric stuff. Like I don't know if you guys have ever heard of Da Vinci's Demons. It was a show on Stars.
No, I haven't.
It's so awesome. It's almost like an Indiana Jones like style thing, but about Da Vinci and like going all over these adventures and stuff. And like it's kind of psychedelic and just weird. And it's all David Goyer. And like from then on, I've been like, I see his style.
Write all three Nolan Batman movies, or
he was on all three of them.
Well,
he's written all the good DC stuff.
Yeah, except for
Nolan. I just mean Nolan and Snyderverse. Like Goyer rules. Man. He's awesome.
Yeah,
he's so watch me. So this is part of the reason why we don't get to have these conversations about what Cyborg knows, because we're dealing with the clock. They were talking about how he was talking to the satellites earlier. Now that the satellites are done getting talked to, we're immediately tracking down the mother boxes as they come together. Plus, Cyborg's interfacing with the Flying Fox. That's the flaw of the Flying Fox, is that Batman couldn't get it together. Cyborg's actively working with the Flying Fox to get them where they need to be anyway.
Yeah.
It's not just a plane, like, you know what I'm saying? So there's something to it. There's something more to it.
Yeah, Cyborg's connected to it.
Other than being able to tell them what he thinks he might see in a dream, or he might have saw in a dream that he's not even sure what he saw.
But I can't remember who it was. It might have been, I don't know if it was you, Spidey, but someone was like in the chat one day, like, oh, it doesn't matter that Cyborg saw that vision because he didn't tell anyone about it.
It's not that he did. It's not that it matters or it doesn't matter. It's that he hasn't even had time to really process that, given what he has to deal with. Batman is just now realizing that dream happened to him last.
That's right. He doesn't realize until he says it. You're right. He's like, wait a minute.
2 months ago or whatever, right? So
he's like getting a memory with Wonder Woman.
It's all coming to him as shows up. Maybe that was an
That's right.
opportunity for Cyborg to say the same thing, but he was also busy. So
No, but,
I mean, if
but
you have a
he
clear
only told
vision
Wonder Woman.
and
He
the
didn't tell
vision
the
is-
rest of them.
If you
Either.
have a clear vision and the vision is as clear to us and legible to the audience, it should be
right,
legible to the
but
character of Cyborg
that's what
to
I'm
at
saying
least-
with Batman.
to
Our
at
vision
least-
with Batman was clear, but he doesn't even really understand it or come to see what it meant until now.
See, I think
Well, yeah.
that's why.
Yeah,
I think the
because he
vision-
lacked context of it. Like he didn't meet the Flash and have him standing in the room for him to actually start putting it together. I would
No,
at
he
least
had
say,
no
like
idea.
Cyborg should at least look at Superman a little side-eyed, sideways, or something.
Well, like you said, the
Just-
defense mechanism on his suit knows this,
Yeah,
which
yeah,
I
yeah,
agree with.
I just think it was
Are we
meant
back
to
in
be
Rebel
told
Moon?
at a later date.
Say what,
but-
William?
Oh, vagina doors.
Some of the,
Yeah.
some
Oh,
of
this
stuff was meant to be told at a
yeah.
at a later date. It wasn't all supposed to be jammed in all this.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
So
Okay,
it sucks that
this
we got it this way.
Well, I
Does it-
still think it works whether it's jammed or not. I think this works
I-
really well with the story. so.
does anybody else remember
it
that this was a deleted scene that like when Justice League was released?
Yeah, I
on home?
do.
And this
Oh.
like was a deleted scene with that, and that made it online, and everybody just lost their shit because it's like, why did you?
This is amazing.
Well,
And you
we-
see all the
we knew it
suits.
was we knew it was BS because we knew this wasn't the only deleted scene in the movie.
Yeah, but
Is there Forth? I want to ask you this. I pick up on these little things, but I don't know if they're supposed to mean anything. Is there a reason why he's always barefoot inside of this ship?
He's at home.
And Man
Well,
of
that-
Steel,
well-
he's barefoot when he first comes in, and now he's getting his suit again. He's barefoot again.
well, it's not. I mean,
Suits are a
he's-
human thing. He doesn't need them.
Yeah, he's
I
super. It's not
understand
like,
that,
it's not
but-
like he's
but-
gonna step on a thumbtack
But
and get hurt.
I'm not saying
Yeah.
that. I'm saying, is there another meaning? Is there a deeper meaning to
Yeah,
that? Or we're
You're
inside
asking,
of
like, there's
obviously a
motif
womb.
behind
That,
it.
that ship, I assume, represents a womb, right? So, is there a
Yeah.
reason why he's walking around there barefoot in the womb? Is there something?
Oh,
to
that's
that?
interesting. Maybe.
If
That,
there
that
is,
is
I
actually a
haven't-
good, interesting interpretation of it.
If there is, I
Listen,
haven't put
all
it
of-
together. But if you ever watch Children of Men, there's like a motif behind him being barefoot and switching shoes in that movie. But I
Okay,
don't know.
so that's what I was trying to. That's what I'm trying to get. At. I
Good
get it.
movie.
I'm not worried about. I don't think. I'm not looking at the aesthetic and saying, "Oh, where are his shoes at?" It's more like, why is this choice being made that both times you see him inside of the womb, he doesn't have shoes on. He's barefoot even.
That's
It's not
a
even
good point.
socks.
It might
Yeah,
be
yeah.
symbolic.
But I don't know
It
what
could
to
be
make of it,
symbolic.
so I like
Okay.
people who have perspective. So.
Okay, flying moment in 3,
Perfect.
2, 1.
Yes.
It's so
I-
beautiful.
And honestly,
Dude,
I
can I-
don't think they should have used the black suit for this.
Wait,
How-
They don't
hold
really
on,
get
hold
any
on.
context
I love
to
the
it.
No,
black
no, no,
suit.
no, no,
How
no,
do
no,
you
no, no.
take this out?
It's a regenerative. It's a healing suit.
But they don't
If they-
explain that even,
they
Larry. So
don't
let's say it's
explain it.
not.
He
Still has-
just knew
he's still the
intuitively to
threat
choose
maker of
that
the
one.
fucking thing, bro. Like,
What is it?
yeah, the Kryptonian thing makes the suit on the fly, so that's what he was feeling, right?
No, the
That's what
suit made him. The ship made him that suit. It's like try this instead. He's like, oh,
That's what I'm
interesting.
saying.
What's this black suit? Maybe I need that now.
He
It's
could
great.
have
Now-
get
now,
the
because
other
it's-
suit, but he makes
now
the
it's-
choice to get it. You
Yeah,
know,
'cause now
Of
it's-
course.
and now it's
He
the
chooses
connection-
the black suit.
Because now,
But
now,
everything
now
you
it's the
said
connection.
was added to it.
Well,
Hold
now,
on.
now
The
it's
suit
the connection.
The suit says he needs to regenerate. The suit will.
Yeah, but
take
you're
back
adding that to
its
the, you're,
normal
you're
form
adding
once
that to
its
the story.
regeneration
The story didn't.
So can I just get a moment of appreciation for Zack Snyder, because you know that flying up scene was the same from Man of Steel, right? They didn't
Yeah,
reshoot.
it was the callback to the first
Zack
flight.
Snyder.
It's literally the same shot. They just changed the color.
It did a couple times. Yeah.
And same thing with Darkseid when he's like, "No," over Lois. That's him killing Zod.
Yeah.
Same shot.
Listen,
So,
I keep telling
I
you
love
guys
it.
how I like Zack's continuity. This scene in the Batmobile, watch the car and the tower the whole time.
Oh yeah, you talked
If you
about that
haven't
earlier.
noticed this? It's a buildup of what happened in the first car chase in the other movie. But it's
Oh.
this is literally Batman fighting with the car. Everything he does is planned. Watch the car, watch the tower. By the way, Night Owl 2 Batman.
Yeah.
Night Owl 2
Yes,
Batman.
I made that connection too. It was the
Total
the
Night
and
Owl.
all that, yeah.
I love it. And he's trying to die at this point, right?
Well,
He's
he's
like,
not
"Forget
trying
me."
to die.
He's
at
just
this point.
he's doing what he needs to do to make his team.
No, but he's like, but he's basically like, if I crash and burn, like you guys finish it. Like
Yeah,
it's awesome.
he's setting the stage for his team to come out on the
First
other
of all,
side.
Yeah, he set them
He
up.
knows he's at the end of the world, right? So
Yeah.
Batman's doing what Batman would do at the end of the world. So
Yeah, he set them up as the contingency.
By the way, this is Superman's second time saving the world in 3 movies. The whole
What
world,
was the
not
Steel Dome, though?
you know.
Oh,
Exactly.
and I just wanted to say about the black suit. You guys know that he added that in post, right?
Yeah.
Like they wouldn't
was,
let him do
like,
it.
Henry-
and he's
Henry
like,
Cavill
I'm gonna
is-
figure it out.
Yeah, Henry is wearing the red and blue suit, but it was recolored.
That's right.
Yeah.
But it looks amazing. No
Yes,
one
it
would
does.
know
And I
unless
did-
they knew
and
that.
Batman doesn't miss shots.
Yeah.
Batman's combat is on point in this everything, but his Batmobile, this is all good. This is great action right here. I know, Fourth, you said you're kind of disappointed in Rebel Moon. I don't know if you like this action scene by Zack, but
Oh, you mean
I
when the
think this is
Batmobile
great.
comes out of the plane?
It gets a little CGI silly putty in this one compared to how tangible the fight
it does. I'll give you that, but I mean, what can you do with what you're given? What are we doing here? We need CGI for what we're doing, but just pay attention.
Do the car chase practically and add the parademons and do practical stunts with CGI parademons.
I'm not a filmmaker for it, so I'll agree with you on that.
I'm not even going to
But at
notice
least
the difference in that.
But at least pay attention to the continuity. That's what you're not getting on everything else that's out. This scene right here puts most other superhero movies to shame, regardless of context, because they don't have good continuity. This continuity right here is just excellent. The whole team getting together, Wonder Woman saving him, all that. It all links up.
Okay, well, point out to us when we get to the part that you're referring to, because that's
I'll
probably
let you know. I'll let you know. I'll let you know where I usually start paying attention to the big.
Oh, by the way, this isn't as much. This is another kind of Batmobile monster movie moment, kind of like what Willie and I were talking about the other night.
That's what we're saying, yeah. All
right.
right.
Like the Batman has one, and then ZSGL has one.
Now listen, you see that tower in the back? You see that tower in the back?
Yeah.
That's where the fucking parademons are staging for shots. So they have clear shots on everybody coming in. So he needs to eliminate that tower. Watch how it's all done while his car is getting damaged here. And this isn't the tower I'm talking about. This is a tower, but the tower I'm talking about is the stone tower in the back.
Yeah.
That he's in front of.
Yeah, I think we're about to see it in a second here.
Yeah, and the Justice League's going to have his back, but he needs to get rid of them on this ledge here. This is the big problem. This is what he needs to overcome.
Shell continuity with Batman versus Superman.
Right? So, boom.
The
But
shell, baby.
the casing is going to kill a parademon.
Dude, those are huge casings.
Yeah.
That's not like a shotgun. That's like a missile.
Okay,
so he was turning the car. He was turning the car to flip the car into another car in the chase with the cable. He was using a similar situation to that. He
and he's driving backwards
to turn around backwards to be able to shoot the parademons. Continue watching the tower fall. He took the tower down earlier. He's winging around the tower to catch the parademons that were chasing him. Okay?
Dude, I'm sorry. Best Batmobile. Best Batmobile.
Now he knew that was there, so he turned around on that. This is now he's fucked here. He knows he's fucked.
Yep.
That's it. But his team.
He's like, here we go.
And
critical damage.
The chant lets us know that Wonder Woman is the hypest motherfucker in the whole movie right here.
Yes. And bango.
Man knew he was dead right there. And then the Flash is right there clearing the way. But wait, how are we gonna get through after Batman breaks this?
Oh yeah, put the
wait.
Here we go. Here's the shot.
What is Cyborg about to do?
Here it comes.
Gives a thumbs up there. Yeah, here's the money shot.
That's the money shot.
Money shot.
You ain't even seen Arthur get ready yet, because Arthur and Batman are still working together once Batman gets out the car. But first,
and don't forget, Arthur's the one that.
But Cyborg still has to shoot the buildings down to get the other parademons behind them. Wait. This is cool. This is what I'm saying. So Arthur has now started his fight with 3 parademons. Count the parademons he's fighting, by the way.
Oh, it's the best. Yeah, but another difference I just noticed from Aquaman 2 and whatever is like he doesn't jump like that in Aquaman 2. It's like only in Snyderverse he can jump like that.
He's riding the air.
Like he doesn't act like this in the.
Cyborg's on the job though. See, Cyborg's on his way somewhere else.
Yeah. Oh yeah, gives him a ride.
But
that's really, this is really
everybody. Arthur caught him midair. Arthur's gonna catch 3 more with the joint. It's wow.
Surf the guy down to the ground.
That's the Doomsday shot right there from the last movie.
Yeah.
But like this is what he meant by us united. It's like, yeah, you could take one of us, but not if we're together. Like definitely not.
Cyborg shoots the buildings down, gets rid of these parademons back here.
Oh, amazing.
Batman's about to lose his car, but Batman's already planning on taking the parademons out at the guns when his car gets fucked up. So when Diana saved him there, he was already ready for that one. He wasn't going to get fucked by that one.
Work that puppy.
I gotta say, I love when Batman.
But he's already sacrificed the car in his mind. He's already planned to fight the next 3 people. So he knows the car is going to flip this way. This is how cold Bruce is. Bruce knows what I'm telling you.
Every vehicle is meant to be destroyed. He knew
they were going to be there, so he's not worried about
Spider-Man's ever been on.
No, he knows. Every vehicle is meant to be destroyed.
Zack right here after he catches these motherfuckers right here. Catches them with the bomb.
I love how Batman uses their alien guns too. That's great.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm gonna grab this, use it. Why not?
Now I know it's CGI heavy, but is it a CGI headache? Okay.
Not for me, it ain't.
It's cool. It's cool.
I appreciate the continuity there. In any other movie, that's cut up to shit, and you don't really know what's going on. The background is telling you the story of what's going on here. That's, to me, that's just that touch I like. And it's like that in all the other movies. Like, Lex's plan is always going on in the background of BVS. But it's done with the action in this so well for that scene. So...
Well, yeah.
That's why I say give it up to Zack for the continuity.
Yeah,
when William says continuity is king, I totally agree with you. When continuity is king,
we got to take a snippet of these last 5 minutes of Spider-Man just spazzing out about.
Oh man,
yeah, you got to clip that.
Listen, you're the filmmaker for it. I get it, but I'm a comic book fan. It does not get better than this.
Look, he puts a bomb.
20 minutes of this movie is fucking heaven, dude. I'm telling you.
He puts a bomb on the gun. It's incredible.
Broke the sound barrier.
Yeah.
And Alfred's drinks catching the vibration.
Oh, this is the best when he comes to see Alfred.
Yeah.
Oh, come on.
That was another
Look how hopeful he
when
is.
Justice League dropped.
And Cavill is so happy.
I'm seeing this a year later with nobody around me and telling me how to watch it, Brad. And I'm just catching all this for myself. And I'm like, this is what I was missing out on.
Welcome to the party, pal. as John McClane would say.
Dude, Spidey, think about how right now everyone's telling everyone else that Rebel Moon sucks and why they should hate.
I'm not worried about it. I'm just trying to see where the story's going. I'll judge the story.
It's like, yeah,
it's over.
We have to judge it for ourselves. I don't care about the hate.
But I
so
would
now
see
he's
the
like
improvement in continuity during the grain house scene.
Wait, so this is something I don't get. Like, is Steppy like super powered now because his eyes are blue because of the boxes?
Yeah, I think the mother box is giving him a little. At least it's that, or he's being able to communicate directly with Darkseid.
Well, see, I was wondering if the mother boxes are protecting him from whatever kind of energy detonation that they're going to commit, because Steppenwolf's at ground zero.
Yeah,
not to mention. I was
the new gods are immune to the effects of it.
Yeah, they're about to. Remember when the Kryptonians were terraforming Earth? This mirrors that. This is their version of terraforming Earth.
Yeah,
but like his eyes turn blue, it's like he must be more powerful now.
Well, because the same primordial energy that fuels the new gods fuels the mother boxes.
Nice.
So it's like it's the same material. It's like being, they're made for
none
them.
of this is in the movie though.
That makes sense.
That's a lot. That's a lot.
Okay, then just look at it as an effect for it, that it still serves the same purpose as what William's saying. At the end of the day, even if it's just
a casual
what we do see in the movie, is there's a hologram of Darkseid in the background. So if anything, he's just being able to communicate directly with Darkseid.
Oh, this is such a this Wonder Woman.
That's what I'm saying. And the chant goes with it perfect. I don't hate the chant, guys. I love the chant.
I love the chant. I do too.
Poor Steppy.
It's like, oh my! I was just when I first saw this, I was like, oh, these last 4 years, it was all that fight was worth it.
Dude, I feel bad for Steppy. He doesn't know what he's going up against.
Oh yeah,
Victor's on it.
Oh, and now I'm gonna have my spaz out moment. I'm gonna hear when Superman comes in because
the greatest.
That moment. That's what I was saying a minute ago about. The moments, like particularly in the third act, they're kind of now retroactively meta because of the circumstances of how ZSGL came out. The way Superman comes in and his line when he comes in, it's like he's talking. It's like he's talking directly to his own introduction in Justice League in 2017.
And the other part of the multiverse.
100%.
So does Darkseid also get killed in the mother box detonation since he's standing right there next to an open boom tube?
He's just William just said they're immune to the effect.
Yeah, none of the new gods.
Because like that's what they were going to be doing anyway, standing at ground zero when they took over the Earth in the past in the story. So it stands to reason that you wouldn't set up you wouldn't plan to take over the world with a nuclear bomb and stand at the bomb unless you knew some way to be protected from it, right?
Right. That's what I was wondering about.
It just stands to reason. That's simple logic, right? Like, does that need to be spelled out?
Explained it. Like,
but does it need to be spelled out?
Yes.
Okay. Would that be over exposition if they did spell
I
it
don't
out?
think so. It's apparent that these are godlike beings.
Well, pretend that you're not a comic book knowledgeable
right.
person
And I meet you there. I meet you there
at ground zero and have an open Ubuntu portal while this thing goes off in people's face and kills everybody.
They've already established that these people are of a level of power that is beyond human. So I don't think it would be too much
But
of a
destructive
stretch
power of the all powerful boxes
that could rip Superman apart.
Yeah.
I'm playing Force Devil Advocate for 1 split second.
Okay. It's coming up here. It's coming up.
And a normal guy got a normal parademon got Flash and almost destroyed the world. That's also a nice touch. A nobody, a foot soldier, is what halted the plan. If Flash didn't have an understanding of the Speed Force from earlier in the movie,
yeah,
that would have been it.
Okay, this is it. Okay, my jaw.
Oh, yeah, we love it. We love it.
My jaw dropped the first time I saw this. And I was thinking, like, as I was watching it, I bet this is where he comes in, and it still did not fail to. I'm just gonna let it speak for itself.
Not impressed. All that shit. And then it does super breath on it. It does super breath on it.
Can you imagine the applause this would have got in the theater? What the hell? There's something bad happening around here. Okay. Oh, wait.
Who is that? Hello?
I think that was your feedback, Larry.
Okay, we're good now. Wow, what the hell?
It's back to normal now because my dog.
Oh, hey, you know what?
That's the
You know what? That was an
4,000 at perfect timing.
That was an alarm. That's what that was. We're at 4,000.
Oh, but yeah, I was also going to point out, like, with Steppenwolf when he because he had that. Oh wait, wait, guys, show you can.
It's not no.
This
Come on,
guy's still bothering you.
Black suit.
That was the thing that I said earlier. When Superman does something cool in the third
See,
act,
he can't be all powerful. His heat vision just lasered off his horn while he had the blue eyes.
That's what I'm saying. So that's why if you were gonna blow a nuke up and stand at ground zero when you did it, and that was part of your master plan, then I assume you would do it knowing that you're going to be protected. If your objective was to take something over, right, Fourth? Logically.
Yeah.
So I'm just leaving it to logic. I'm not going to leave it to. I saw Superman's face get ripped off, so I'm not even going to act like I didn't see that.
Okay, so so we hit his
headshot off.
We hit $4,000 right as Superman came in, so that was absolutely marvelous timing.
Or as Zack would say, cathartic.
Yeah. But again, that's like I said, that's it's one of those moments in here that's as I say, retroactively meta, because again, it's as if he's speaking to that
Superman
version of the movie.
Steppenwolf's ass. Right?
Oh, Jay Oliva. I remember him. I remember when he was getting interviewed during the whole campaign for the movie. He talked about I storyboarded shots of he called it Superman Unhinged. And so it's like that was like a big thing I was waiting for, and we're about to get like a shot of it in a second. Here,
Bro,
there we go.
He's whipping on his ass for like a minute straight. Like that's beautiful. He's still whipping him, and Steppenwolf still wants to come back for some more.
Did the portal open up in the wrong direction? They were facing the wrong way.
No, that's the hologram I was telling you about, Fourth. So maybe that's the explanation for why his eyes were blue. Granny Goodness, Desaad,
yes,
Dark Side.
Where the Furies?
I don't know. I didn't see them. I don't know if they're in there. Let me know.
Yeah, you might get a better look at them in the when the kind of the ending scene with Darkseid when they're
this isn't a hologram. This is a portal.
Yeah.
No, we're talking about the one in the middle. You see a Darkseid standing in the middle of the platform.
Where
See?
are you?
Okay.
Oh,
Now,
stop this.
this coming up with Flash. It's like I've heard that this is the biggest cheer moment in any theater showing so far of the movie.
Well, I like the song how it goes, like right
Bang
here.
when he puts his hand up there.
Yeah, I like the song. The song just changes right there. I love it. Then he's phasing. That's phasing from the comics right there. That's the true phasing.
See, I wish he phased one time earlier to prep that he could do that during this moment.
Right.
That's also
This is his first time really touching into the Speed Force for real too, though. Fourth. So you're kind of seeing him learn.
He's I have to break the rule and I have to do it now. Yeah.
Yeah.
They set up his breaking the Speed Force with the rule thing.
But I see what you mean. Like if you could see him phase earlier, like he kind of touch on it with the glass where he breaks the glass, but he could have phased through
him
it.
saving the family.
Yeah, Flash and Cyborg save the world in this. So
because my dad didn't know anything about the phasing thing. I was like, I'd explain it to him.
Okay.
Didn't they want to cut the scene out?
I see what you mean for it.
Yeah, they wanted to cut the scene. WB wanted to cut the scene out because they're like, we don't understand how time travel works.
Even though it's literally going back per step, it's like in slow motion going back the direction he's running. It's a great demonstration of time travel.
That just shows how clueless these people were.
They probably weren't clueless. They were probably more spiteful than anything. It seems like, but I don't know.
It was a combination, I think, of cluelessness, spite, and just being bean counters. Oh, now here, this also too with his
song.
footstep.
The song is great.
What's like the kind of like the sound effect every time his foot lands.
Oh yeah.
I saw somebody on Twitter say it's almost like he's like reigniting like the heartbeat of the timeline.
Oh yeah, it does sound like a heartbeat now that you mention it.
Great shot.
And this is all 1 second. Him rewinding time 1 second.
Pretty much even faster in a second, Brad.
Yeah.
That second is what it would take for the world to change. Because as we saw in Cyborg's vision, it took 1 second for the whole world to change. So this is all under a second. Time's going backwards.
Yeah, I have got to see this movie in IMAX one of these days.
Tell me about it. Those who went are lucky as hell, man. And they got to go chill with Zack. You got to chill with Zack and Cyborg and Batman to go watch the movie. Like, that would have been great. Look at Superman's face. Like, this is like.
Oh yeah, when his body
reconstructed, yeah.
When Cyborg too, like
and the way the song plays here, man, it's just they're not making songs like this over at Marvel. I'm sorry.
Marvel doesn't do scores really. Like
they should. They'd be, a lot of kids would have great memories of a lot of good superhero. I mean, it would just be better if Tony had a score, right? Actual.
So basically,
Spider-Man has a great score.
Flash just brought Superman back to life twice in the same movie.
I love the effect when this goes into his eye. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's so fucking.
Well, because it is when you see these visions of him kind of interfacing with it. I mean, it's basically like the cyborg like equivalent of the Matrix.
Well, and he's a mother box, so this is the way you would speak. Like, it's interfacing, right? That's a good demonstration of being interface. So
yeah, well, this is also what I was talking about when we did the Rebel Moon stream about Ray Fisher. I've read online he's like the size of his laser cannon. He said it's almost as big as he is, and I've read he's apparently like 6'2" or 6'3". Look at how much he just towers over both of them there.
Yeah.
That's how he stole Samantha Wynn from me.
You're watching Justice is Great, right, Forrest?
Watching the Justice one.
Oh, okay. So you turn it on again? You're watching the second cycle of it? It's exactly 2 hours?
I tried 20 minutes of Justice is Great. I'm like, no, this is pretentious.
Not broken, and I'm not alone.
I love it, Forrest. I watched both. I told you, I watched the other ones in black and white just so I could watch Justice is Great.
I didn't watch the black and chrome edition. I didn't watch the black and white Logan edition. I was like, get out of here. I didn't even watch the black and white Mist edition.
I haven't seen the Logan black and white. I've never seen the roll cut.
I was just like, stop all the nonsense. Just give me the movie. Cyborg should have called all the Justice League.
Well, he knew exactly who was going to have the strength of the proper strength at the time, right? Like, who else would you call?
Plus Wonder Woman plus Superman?
I guess, but Superman pulled it off.
Superman. And they just pull it off by brute force in the theatrical cut.
So, shut up.
Wait. Check it out. When you see Arthur get stabbed, he gets stabbed in the heart on the front side by Darkseid. So that's Darkseid's get back. If the future is to be correct, that's Darkseid's get back right there. And this is the best chant in the whole movie right here.
You can. I think it's like the water boy. You can do it. Cut his fucking head off.
It's nice we.
By the way, I've also seen one or two people on point out like the three members of the league who like actually like directly take out Superman, Aquaman, and Wonder Woman. They're the ones that Aquaman and Wonder Woman are dead in the nightmare, and Superman
and Darkseid gets revenge on them directly. Yeah,
but it's also but it's revenge, but it's also he's looking at this and it's like he's prioritizing them as like they're the threats I need to take out first.
Exactly. I love that. I love how his head goes under Darkseid's foot and Darkseid crushes it. Because that's what Darkseid would. That's what Darkseid would do in that scenario. That's exactly what would happen.
Well, because he can bring him back to life.
He can do all that, but he knows Stephen was a fuck up, so like he's gonna crush his head anyway.
How many times he killed Desaad? He killed Desaad like
all the time. Every time Desaad talks shit. Usually Desaad would have got hit with the Omega beams right here for saying this.
Hey, is Larry in the backstage? I don't know if he's trying to get back in or if that's an old post.
He's hold on. I got to scroll down though
because
it's not letting me move down.
So we're looking for the Furies, right? Where are the Furies at, guys?
I don't think they're.
I would have thought Zack could have
easily have
Yeah, I'm not seeing any of them in there, so I don't know if they're here.
Found
I think it's just we just got Darkseid, Desaad, Granny Goodness, and a whole bunch of parademons.
This scene is so great, but this whole, like I said, the last 20 minutes of this movie is like.
Oh, we just hit 4100.
Is my audio okay now?
Yeah, it's good, man.
You're good.
Okay, cool. I don't know what happened before.
By the way,
that the Granny Goodness was somebody that was just on set.
Probably he knows that. He takes care of people.
Well, because the Fidel Castro in Watchmen, the original actor was fired, and they had the person that they used was just somebody that was on set that looked like Castro.
Okay.
Now, that's crazy. Fourth, it's true.
Okay, now when I was another thing I was talking about things being retroactively meta. I think we can all agree like this shot when they pull up when they all stand in the cooling tower and the theme kicks in and it's like. Dude. I mean, this was like how the fandom felt when like the day that we finally got to see this movie.
Dude,
after
Superman.
I mean, just after all that struggle and toil.
This shot is the peak of Batman's false confidence. This is the last time it'll ever be this good.
But dude, Superman helping Batman up is so good.
You see what I'm getting?
But just the way I mean,
guys, I don't know how James Gunn is gonna. How is he gonna?
He'll do his thing, man. He likes he knows comics.
But James Gunn is a comic nerd.
Yeah, it's just a different tone. So we don't.
I'm hoping that we're gonna have like time traveling Batman, like Jonah Hex, just all kinds of craziness.
But when you look at James Gunn's slate, the Superman and Batman characters maybe show up twice at most in the 10-year whatever timeline.
Who knows? That's only part one. It's so far out, but
that's only the first half.
But the way it just goes across all of them there. I mean, like it's just,
in the song.
It's just victory just made into an image.
Oh, and can I just give it to Junkie XL because the score was so good. And like the scenes were like, do you guys remember in Justice League it was like AC/DC or something? And it's like nothing wrong with that, but like
Iggy Pop or whatever.
Junkie just made his like rock like. They were building
up to that version of this version of the song all throughout the movie and the different motifs. Like that's what I was saying. They were building up like you hear it. When the Amazons are fighting Steppenwolf, you hear it in the fucking flashback. You hear it when they're underwater fighting Steppenwolf.
He rules, man.
Even though I was okay with the was it the Iggy Pop or Iggy Thump, whatever the
Iggy Thump.
It was fine.
I like that trailer.
I like it. I mean, but still, like I got to give it to him, Junkie, for making it even better on his OG score. And he did that stuff like over the pandemic in his house. Like that's awesome.
So let me ask you, Larry, do you do like what kind of instruments do you do? Because I know you got like some score recognition for some products.
Oh yeah, I mean, well, I'm a drummer, but I write on any instrument, and I have like friends that help me like record each instrument. Okay. But yeah, like I've done like my band has actually done scores before. Like all of us just did it as a band. But I'm working on some future stuff where I'm going to write it and I'm going to play as many instruments as I can, but I'm going to get my friends who actually play instruments to help me, of course.
Nice.
Yeah, no, I'm excited. I have some news, but I can't announce it officially yet. But I have some score stuff coming up. I'm going to tell you guys soon.
Okay. Well, congratulations on your previous awards, though.
Yeah.
Oh, thanks, man. Oh, well, that was AVGN because that was the porn music. That was different.
Hey,
they're coming up out here in February.
It counts.
Yep.
Will Riley Reid be there at the Sci-Fi Center, William?
Oh yeah.
Lloyd will be out here, in February.
Dude,
Boy,
you could totally
like Brie Olson or Riley Reid or something. Are they going to be there?
No,
I mean,
anybody like that.
we can go to the porn convention and then recruit people to come to the Sci-Fi Center Con.
Yeah, you can do that just in time for Rocky Horror Picture Show, right?
I'm sure they'd be down.
Some do. They may come with him.
Some do live in Vegas too.
Hey, director of nanotechnology.
So who's that?
Who do
you think that detective is, William?
Ooh,
it's totally Harvey Bullock.
Nah, or that investigator or detective or government agent. Who do you think that is? You think that's Faraday, William?
Say that again.
You think that's Agent Faraday?
Maybe. Not enough to go on.
Could I also just say one thing, that Zack was going to have Ryan Choi be the Atom? It would have been the first Chinese American superhero before Shang-Chi. And nope.
Yeah, same thing with Cyborg being the main character of this movie. A few months before Black Panther.
Yeah,
WB kept
same thing. And the
options away.
And Justice League 3 being time travel via the Flash to fix everything, that was Endgame, and it would have come out first. And that's why I think Joss sabotaged that shit.
Well, what did he gain from sabotaging? It's not like he got more work from Marvel in the back.
You don't know that Marvel was like, "We got you, bro."
I think Josh was under orders. He wanted his Batgirl script.
90%
of he had to play ball with this.
Since.
Yeah,
he hasn't worked
since.
You can't trust Joss because of all his allegations too. It's like he's probably a liar in every way.
He's not probably a liar in every way.
He is. He sucks. I love Ultron and.
Joss Whedon did not hire himself.
No, I'm not saying he did. I'm just saying that, like, I don't know. How do you know, William, that Marvel wasn't like, yo, Joss, just cut out all that stuff they're setting up, please, because we're doing it first and with Endgame.
Well, once again,
how do we know?
It even worse. If that stuff's out there, and DC still hired him, that makes it even worse on them.
I think they.
I can't for my taste, but
you can't even trust why they hired him. They were trying to get rid of Snyder. Snyder's like, my daughter died. I need some time. They're like, yes, now's our chance.
Yeah,
get rid of him.
Probably the easiest explanation. Trying to get the
if Josh Whedon had worked for anywhere but Marvel, he wouldn't have been hired.
Yeah, well, DC got Gunn from Marvel too. It's the same thing.
Yeah, and if James Gunn would have worked for TriStar Pictures or something else. Something that wasn't. You never know, because the mentality that Zaslav and them used was the Marvel mentality. So
no, you're right about that, definitely.
And then we get the Batmobile from the Dark Knight Returns here, William.
Dude, it's huge.
And he's apprehending the mutants. Yep, the mutants.
Hey,
look at their visors.
Oh yeah, I didn't even see the mutants at first when I first saw this.
They're there. They're tied up.
Yeah,
they're
I know
tied
they're
up.
bottom, but
everybody
knows
Robin Don. Apple's mustache thing, but nobody noticed the mutants. Come on, man. Yeah.
Dude, that tank, that's not a Batmobile. That's a tank. And this is Zack being like, this is what I'm pitching for the future.
That's exactly from the book right there.
Like, he's literally saying, like, I want to do Dark Knight Returns, and Nightmare Scene, I want to do future Dark Side. He's like basically
do you think
pitching.
That Bat tank actually really gels with what came in Batman versus Superman?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it does. It shows you the full arc. Like, it was that version.
Do you think the reason the mutants are in Gotham at that time, William, is because after Doomsday attacked that part of Gotham, it became similar to No Man's Land? Maybe not exactly like it, but that would call for Batman to get the tank and the mutants to take over, right? A similar situation?
We got Crazy Joe in the chat.
Oh, shit. Crazy Joe is here. Yes.
Well, I see why his name's Crazy.
Well, I'm going to tell you, Crazy Joe and I both agree that Wonder Woman 84 is awesome, and I'll take anyone on that.
To each his own. I want to see you put up a Spider-Man style defense like me against Fourth for that.
Pedro Pascal was so good as Maxwell Lord that I actually cared about him.
He did
Larry's going to score my movie, so I'm just going to agree.
Yeah, I don't hate Wonder Woman 84 like a lot of people do, but I don't think it's as good as the first one.
I mean, I'm going to say, like, Joe loves Justice League, so of course I don't agree with him on that, but I can find common ground with Joe.
Now,
there's certain things that everyone hates that I'm like, no, it's good. Like 84. I like it.
Okay,
I'm
now
happy
all
for
this.
Joe's here.
Yeah, this all.
Come on out here, Luther.
This is all. This whole thing with Lex.
Lex's song is great, and the All Your Undisturbed City song that comes out after. They're both great songs. I like them both.
Lex pulls a Killing Joke or what?
Yeah. Well, also, I mean, we kind of talked over it, but that Silas Stone monologue was epic.
Oh yeah, it was. Yeah.
Epic. And like that made it for me. He's like, it's your turn to win.
The
Fly.
time is
Like,
now. Yeah.
dude, I posted that whole thing once somewhere online, like the whole quote, and it's just unbelievable. I love it. And it's even more impactful because he's dead.
Luthor's the best villain in the trilogy, man. I'm telling you, man. And that's the
No,
Arkham
he's
sign
dead.
from Arkham Asylum, but it's not the double-sided Arkham sign, but it is the Arkham sign from Arkham Asylum games.
Dude, I also have to give Zack credit because I don't like Jesse Eisenberg. But I think he was good as Lex.
He's the best Lex Luthor there is, man.
Dude, it was written very well.
As Philip Barker has repeatedly pointed out about Eisenberg's Lex Luthor, guess what? He won in BVS.
That's what I've said. That's my whole thing.
Oh, yeah.
Lex has the best plan in the movie. It's amazing.
And dude, think about how like when Lex first sees his creation,
I like the shot of Deathstroke.
It yells at him, and like Superman saves Lex's life right away by catching that fist.
Yeah, immediately.
That first fist from Doomsday.
Yeah.
I love it. And Lex is probably like so many steps ahead. He's like, if my creature tries to kill me, Superman will save me. Like it's amazing.
$1 million bottle of champagne here.
I have to point out here with this scene with Deathstroke meeting Lex and of course, this is the setup for Ben Affleck's Batman movie. I just have to make mention of the fact that Deathstroke's creator, Marv Wolfman, back in May, after the Full Circle event, some details were discussed, by Ben about his story, and Marv Wolfman goes on Twitter and says, "Oh, that sounds rad! I really, really would love to see that." So,
hey, Larry,
I'm just going to leave it.
Superman catching the fist thing was a play on the words that Lex Luthor says that no God in the sky was there to deliver me from my father's fist and abominations.
Oh,
I've heard people say that. I don't know how well it connects, but I do hear people say that.
That's awesome.
Father.
Yeah, but
he was talking about his abusive father, and no God in the sky was ever delivered me from his father's fist. And the first
you're right. He literally says, "No one protected me from my abusive father's fist," and then Superman catches the fist of Doomsday, and you see Lex like just catching his breath because he's got the like breath on his face, and he's like, "Oh, it's great." Because Lex is young and he's like taking risks. He's like living on the edge. Like, I'm gonna do this. And Superman will say, "Last second."
Brad, you bring up the Deathstroke movie all the time when you see this in. This is also Lex is letting things move in motion to set the Legion of Doom up. Right now. This is his declaration of war against the Justice League.
Well,
the first step is to get Batman destroy Bruce Wayne. But that was, we always jump right to the nightmare, but Lex Luthor was setting up the Legion of Doom right there. I don't know how it would have turned out. Dude, but Suicide Squad is a joke Legion of Doom. You see what I'm saying? So that would have been.
He probably knows that. He probably knows that Batman is the leader of the Justice League, and he's like,
he's aware of this already before. He understands the whole dynamic.
Yeah,
I love this song. He's super smart. All Your Undisturbed Cities is great. This is great.
Here we are. Nightmare epilogue with the.
I'm obsessed with this scene, guys.
Oh, me too. Me too. It's the best.
Yeah. When I first saw the scene, not understanding the context, Brad, when he says, "Why you send a boy wonder," I thought he was Robin.
Did you watch the deleted scene in this movie?
No. I just watched the movie. I'm talking about initially. I've seen it since, but initially upon seeing this, I speculated the Joker was Robin. That's why he said it like that, but it's not the case. And yes, I have seen the alternate version for it.
No, I mean, when he says who screamed more, the boy or the girl?
Yeah, I've seen
Must
that.
Have come. Well, now Spider-Man,
when you baggy bat cowl.
When you saw the movie for the first time, like, did you pop online and say like, oh, like, what's all this supposed to lead to with the death?
No. I as soon as the movie ended, the first thing I said is, it's a damn shame. They're not going to continue this.
Yeah.
So I that's the first thing I said. I was kind of aware it was going on, but I wasn't looking at all the riffraff, and I did not immediately go and look this up right afterward. I just sat on it for a while, and then I had to start my Marvel thing. But I literally just sat on this and was just taking it in.
Yeah, and then but like when did you kind of find out about the whiteboards and like all the general outline?
Probably 4 or 5 months after I seen it.
Say again?
Probably 4 or 5 months after I saw it.
Okay. So, yeah,
I saw that Project Justice League thing come out around.
Oh yeah. The foreigners.
So compared to the nightmare scene in BVS, this one was actually shot on digital with this dream.
Yeah, and so this is the point I'm bringing forth. That the shot in just for the sake of retroactive continuity, right? Yeah. This is the realized future as opposed to the future of a dream world in BVS.
I don't know what you're saying.
This is the reality. What we saw before was not reality. It was the dream of the future. This is reality.
Just think if we could.
I think that was actually the future.
We could have gotten a spin-off from George Miller. Okay.
We don't need any spin-offs. We need to finish the shit we have right now.
Exactly. And the fact
that's the thing, man. We keep getting into 95 movies and playing all these people. Let's finish the fucking story and then see what happens there.
And the way this was done, October 20, Zack Snyder was able to film this in his driveway during a pandemic.
And like another thing is, other than certain stories like Europa and that New 52 Batman Who Laughs, you don't really see Bruce and Joker teaming up. This is some profound shit.
Oh, I love it when they team up.
If you're seeing Batman and Joker team up under any circumstances,
you know shit is bad.
Exactly. You're at the end of the world as well. So what's really going on here? I'm obsessed with this shit.
I don't know if you appreciate it as much as I do, but I love this little piano note where Batman starts talking and he says, "And make no mistake, I will
fucking kill you." I love that shit.
The F-bomb.
It reminds me of my own for some reason.
That little piano note that plays.
I will fucking kill you. Don't mistake it. It's so great, dude.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah, but for the music, the little piano note that plays when he says it, or it takes kind of.
I remember Film Junkies talking about when the reporting was that Zack, I think it was Zack who had said Batman does drop an F-bomb in the Snyder cut, and Junkie was speculating it's probably going to be to the Joker in some kind of in some kind of context, where they're brought in that nightmare tease, which we had seen glimpses of. Sure enough,
I just want to say, it's funny because, I showed this movie to, my nephews who are, 8 years old. And, I'll fucking kill you. They get that F is, a bad word.
Yeah.
But, when he's what about a reach around? And I just talked over that line so they wouldn't hear it.
Yeah, just cough loud.
That's a little strange. He didn't need to put that in there.
When he said to do a man's job right here, and he changed his voice, that's what made me think he was Robin.
Yo, but Joker, you got to admit that Leto was so good in this scene.
Say what?
Did we just get another donation? I think we did. We just did. We just got 4,300.
Oh yeah, we're getting there.
We're getting close.
There's only a few minutes left. We're getting there.
I made no mistake. I will fucking kill you.
Make no mistake. I will fucking kill you.
But Leto is so much better in this scene. Well, that was a theory.
Plays here and everything. It's just
no, that's a theory that Jason Todd became a Joker.
Well, I don't think it's been debunked, but that's just the
maybe not in this universe.
I was just talking about my initial
storyline where
I love his handshake in here because he is scared of Batman. No matter what he plays, this motherfucker's always been scared of Batman.
But he's so much
Harley Quinn angle.
Yeah, he's triggered when he mentions that, and it's Joker is so much better in this scene than the entire Suicide Squad, and it's I'd love the Ayer cut,
but the context is different too, Larry. Let it be what it is. I'm not defending.
No, I think Jared Leto was making up. No, I think he was people hated my performance. Guess what? I'm a good Joker, and it's you are.
You have Batman and the Joker. Once again, they're at the end of the world right now.
No, it's incredible.
How else would it be played? But great, right?
It's such a great redesign of Joker. I've been Joker Halloween, 2 or 3 times now.
I mean, think about the fact that
I think you're supposed to get more aligned with this than what we got in the Ayer cut. They did separate takes and they made his performance goofier and lighthearted.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. When you see the trailer,
the Suicide Squad was just an introductory. It wasn't. It was just the whole point of that movie was
giving you a pepper and what the counter of.
Yeah, but there's a different context overall to the Suicide Squad that we don't get. That's the true performance of Leto as a more serious tone Joker.
Then it goes back to Cyborg song there for a split second. I love this motherfucker, bro.
And this, of course, this shot of Superman, it's repurposed.
It's from BVS.
But it's like it's so good. It's like because he's heroic there, and they flip him to make him into a villain here with the same shot.
But he also has the red and blue suit when he's evil and the black suit when he's good.
Yeah.
Well, so was the scene when Darkseid changes him into evil when Lois died? It was repurposed from Man of Steel.
Yeah.
But just played that I didn't pick up on initially. The one here in the Nightmare that I caught immediately from BVS, but the first Nightmare with Darkseid getting Superman with the anti-life equation. It's like I didn't realize initially. Oh, that was repurposed from Man of Steel.
Yeah, well, like 4,800.
Oh yeah, no, you're getting there. You're getting there.
Hey, William, bro, I keep telling you, you should have been playing this the whole time.
I dropped that shit.
And he's trying to ban Justice League as a topic. Look at this guy.
Yeah, I got my hashtag going.
Life Giver.
It is your money maker, dude.
Oh, so Batflex says restore the Nightmare. Yeah.
Epilogue, bitch. We're in.
So how do you feel about the Martian Manhunter design, everybody?
Who, me?
He was afraid to show himself until Superman did.
No, he's asking about the design. I think it could be better, but I also understand
he didn't know
to be the Green Lantern right here. So.
The design, no, but everyone's like, "Where was he this whole time?" I'm like, "Dude, he was afraid to show himself." Like, give him.
That's people who are not trying to understand. That's people who are trying to purposefully not understand the context. Like,
I mean, he's not a superhero. He's an alien.
He literally shows him as a shapeshifter.
No, he's an alien, and now he's going to become a superhero thanks to the Justice League. It's great.
Was he not protecting the world in the capacity of a general for the United States military?
Yeah, 100%. 100%.
It doesn't need to be. In the comics and shit, he's like a detective. So like,
he was trying to win the humans over. He's working as a human. It makes perfect sense. He knows they won't reject him. They'll reject him. And look, they rejected Superman. Do we need a Superman?
To answer your question, I think the design may have been a little bit better, but obviously this scene was supposed to be a Green Lantern, John Stewart situation. So we're repurposing something that's been repurposed again. So,
called me the Martian Manhunter.
His suit is accurate to the comics. It's got the X on it. It's got
Oh, he looks great.
There's a lot of cool stuff about it, but the design could be a little bit better, I guess. Especially since we saw the King of Levitica and Rebel Moon, we know that he could make a CGI alien guy look a lot better than this. So,
Yeah, he's very good with doing a lot with a little.
Like I said, all the additional filming in his driveway during COVID.
Right.
I like how Ben Affleck was like, I don't know. Rebel Moon. I mean, say what you want about Rebel Moon. It's 2 movies for $160 million.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, and of course, this right here, right here, the dedication for Autumn.
I like Ben Affleck's response having to shoot into Zack Snyder's driveway. He was like, I don't know if we're allowed to do that.
They went to my camp.
Zack was like, fuck it.
Adam Levine, the singer.
It's because they're both producer directors. Of course, you think
we're talking to my dad.
Say that again.
You think it's maybe because they're both producer directors and they can talk like that?
Actually, what the context that I dropped was that there's unions and stuff like that.
Yeah, in that one interview with Ben, he was talking about he asked Zach, we need to sign the dotted line.
Guys, we're getting close.
That's a goal, bitch.
What?
Fucking
A! Yeah, 5,000.
Oh yeah!
This calendar year.
Wait, Happy New Year!
Who were the last 2 donors?
There you go.
Yeah. That's me. I'm going to take credit. I don't care.
Well, good. Thanks, Larry. If that really was you.
I'm here to help. Listen, we're going to get it to 7,000 by April.
The Life Giver. The Princess Issa, the Life Giver, and
human. That's right.
The Manhunter. Like Martian Manhunter.
Human Manhunter.
There you go.
Shout out to Larry, the real superhero, saving lives over here.
There you go. Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
I understand the desire for anonymity, but I would love to know some of the people who made these donations because it's like we can't thank you guys enough.
The first two,
it's awesome. It's a great cause.
Monkey Jeeves, it's actually 8,000, but for the sake of the thing, I'll do the 9,000. 9,000 is the bad dub. The actual power level is 8,000, but
Okay,
someone gave 500 anonymous. Like that's awesome.
2 people did that. There was a couple people that did anonymous.
Awesome.
William, where were we?
Maybe it was Zach.
Yeah.
You never
It
know.
happened at the same time he sent the tweet out, so who knows?
Yeah.
You never know. Why wouldn't he like retweet it and be like, oh, "I'll put in 500" because he's a millionaire? I mean, come on.
Well, I mean, did he also maybe like call up any of the cast and say, "Hey, this is going on"?
Yeah, that's another. Yeah.
Yeah.
You think
Well, I
maybe
did see
my
Mike Fisher in the chat earlier.
Well, and like William, where were we last night? We were like 3,100 when we wrapped up the stream last night, right?
we made up a lot.
Yeah, we did almost $2,000 tonight.
Yo, William, like forget 7,000. April is like 4 months away. Let's get to 10,000.
I agree. Yeah,
We can do it. This was like within a month or two that you announced it.
No,
Yeah,
you
your
got
goal
the
was
$5,000.
last weekend was your goal, and you stretched it out an extra week, and you made your goal.
And it's still,
But you only announced it like a month or two in advance. So this
And
is like 4 months till April.
When we posted.
yeah,
November
and I still got a month. I still got an hour before the ball drops. So it's like we have it's
Right.
been done within this
America
calendar
has
year.
officially
Me
came
too,
in
Brad.
under
I'm with you. It's only
Aaron.
11 for us.
This is amazing. Yes, it is, Aaron.
Yeah, we're at I'm at 8:07 Pacific time. I got a long time.
Aaron's already
9:07
in
out here.
24.
Yeah,
I'll be back
Aaron,
in
yeah,
no,
time.
Aaron and Ruth too.
Aaron and Ruth are in 24 already. It's awesome. They should tell us what
Are
it's
they in the-
like.
Yeah, well,
Are they in
Ruth
the
actually she
chat?
wanted to jump on a little bit ago.
I know.
yeah,
She
we
tried
don't
to.
Get her in.
Is she in the room?
Yeah, I mentioned the link.
I gave her the link.
Yeah, I did too, and so
Soon as
yeah,
I see it pop up.
Maybe
I got-
she's
yeah,
going
anybody-
New Year's with family or
the
something.
the movie has officially concluded now. So anybody wants to jump on and chat with us for the remainder of our New Year's Eve festivities, you're more than welcome to do so.
Hey, so-
You gotta, this is
we
only the
have-
halfway
we have
point
any-
of the
Do
fundraiser.
we have anything else we'd like to talk about, Forth, or we pretty much settled what we need to talk about while the movie was
Well, I
going?
was gonna say, do you think Netflix
we
would
said
do
all
it?
that.
You know what I'm going to do?
See some new faces joining the chat.
Sure,
I'm not going to make a new event for the overnighter. I'm just going to continue this one all the way through.
Right
Yeah,
on.
that makes
Till
sense.
It
April.
doesn't make any sense. Yeah.
So
Well,
Rebel Moon
especially
2.
because people are donating right now through this event.
Yeah.
Right. How you
Keep
feel
it
about
continuing.
hitting your goal, William? Why don't you
Good.
get the full? Why don't you get us a full screen so we
Fantastic.
can see your expression, man? Full screen, let's
Does
see
that
what
mean
you
you
look
get
like.
to look at my face?
Yeah. Go ahead and thank everybody. Thank everybody. For
No, I
being
did.
here.
Dude, I've been thanking everybody since day one, man. It was like I said, this time of year with everything going on, to be able to get to where we got as quickly as we got there with our scope. Like I said, there's a lot of people that everybody know who they are, and there's not everybody knows who we are. So to be able to do it and get it out there and have the people amplify it was even better. Zack Snyder, like I said, tweeting the very next day, got us off to that. And we just never looked back from then. And you had people like Larry, you had people like Mark. There's a whole bunch of people. I wish all of them had put their names, but there was a lot of anonymous people that also got us here too. And like I said, I'm glad that people understood the goal. People understood where it's going to. We try to be as explicit as possible, letting you know research, things like that. This fundraiser goes directly to them. Like I said, there's no middleman or anything. Tiltify is on their website. This is theirs as soon as it's earned. So it's going to. Obviously there are great causes, but this is one of them. I mean,
This is a great one.
You're donating to cancer. You're donating Alzheimer's. You're donating to this. I mean, all of them are good causes, but this one,
Right.
glad we were able to
Aaron,
use
give
our
percentage?
platform for.
Aaron giving us an update. The future is awesome. I woke up with
Yes.
awesome world news here in Australia. Thank you for telling us about the future. Aaron.
See, it's already
afraid.
getting
Who is
better.
Come on in,
Who
Aaron.
is the deliverer?
It's already getting
Clint.
better.
Hello, Clint.
What's up?
The deliverer.
How's it going, Clint?
What's going
on,
Yeah,
Clint?
with your ever endearing Abby there.
Is that Duckman?
It is Duckman.
That's Howard the Duck.
He went and got me coffee. That's why his name is Deliverer of Coffee.
Oh, okay,
I'm
okay.
right now.
Yeah, but William, I want to tell you, I think it's awesome that like even if the fundraiser didn't reach that many outsiders, your community raised that shit.
Yeah.
Like your sci-fi channel, like you say, it's small and everything. We already raised $5,000. Awesome.
We're a nuclear powered choo-choo train, man.
That's right. And we're halfway there. Let's get to 10.
Let's see. Hold on. I got to do a screenshot and post
Do
it.
you guys think they would
I'll be
do
right
it
back,
though?
guys.
Okay. You're saying Chappie?
I was gonna ask, like, do you think that Netflix will actually do it? Because I was having this conversation with someone yesterday that he said that Oh yeah, like Warner Brothers would never sell the Snyder rights to Netflix.
I'm not gonna.
No.
Here's the thing. It's like I'll admit when they did that interview with Zack directly addressed it in the one interview. It's like if Netflix got the rights to do that, I would definitely be down for it. But then also when Scott Stuber in that Hollywood Reporter, when he was directly asked, and he said something effective, that's tricky because you don't have the rights. Which again, that's not really that's not like a committal answer either way. I'm not gonna lie, the fact that it reached such a level where like it's being the head of Netflix is being asked about an interview and is giving some kind of soundbite on it. I'm not gonna lie, that did actually move the needle on my on my hope for that in that it specifically through Netflix just a little bit. I won't lie.
Don't you also think that like the fact that they're like licensing Cape Crusader to Amazon or something? Like
I think
that doesn't mean Amazon owns Batman.
I
They're
think
just
all those are good
licensing
good omens, and I think that it's probably easier to say yes than say no. But obviously, we don't understand the politics in the background. I think that the only thing really working against the scenario, and I know William doesn't like hearing this, is time. And I think that's also something that plays into his plan of having the 12-issue maxi series, mini series, what you want to call it, because that forestalls everything even more.
Well, he's going to come back on and tell you about the time.
I understand, but in reality, these people are in their early and mid 50s.
Yeah,
I agree with what Larry's saying, and I think that
like I said before,
I knew you were going to say something about that, William.
They don't age like us.
I understand that. I understand that, but what I'm saying, William, all I'm saying is I'm not
time is an issue. Time is an issue.
All I'm saying is time's working against them, and I'm not so quick to say no to anything else, because obviously this movie itself was an insurmountable feat, right? A year ago, there was a lot of seemingly smugness from Warner Brothers, thinking that there was no chance that any of this would go on, and now we're looking at a different scenario. Warner Brothers were licensing everything off, and even if you take all of that conjecture out, last year Sandman came out. So it's possible it was literally on Netflix.
They license stuff out to Netflix.
So exactly, and there's money to be made there. So I'm never one for closing the doors. And then William will correct me. I always get the year wrong. It's like 1962 was the beginning of the multiverse, right? DC is the master of the multiverse. So we're now going to limit the amount of stories of 5. I don't necessarily want 5 Batmans out there, but I'm not going to die if there's 5 Batman stories going, because I understand the
2 or 3 is fine though.
And I don't care how many there are. Is my point. It doesn't. If they make something good like this, or James Gunn comes up with something good independent of this, and there's 2 potential good stories going on, why not have 2 good stories? Because they're not competing against themselves. They're competing against Disney.
That's all that
they're
matters.
competing against you know what I'm saying?
They're not competing. They're the same
if you
thing.
hear that the Netflix Zack Snyder Justice League is good, and you hear that the James Gunn Justice League is good, and you hear that a potential Kingdom Come story is good, or the Batman universe is growing in such a way, that's all good news for DC. They already oversaturate Batman comics. There's this time last year there were 36 Batman Bat Family titles at DC. Okay, it's not hindering anything. If they don't work out, they cancel the ones that don't work. When Agent 37 wasn't working anymore and that story needed to end, they cut it. When Superboy story wasn't selling the way it was, they turned it. They cut it, and they're going to finish it out in a miniseries.
Well, that's why you need more than one.
They can trim what they need to trim. So if Gunn's thing is going the way it's going, because I understand that people are like, everybody is invested, because apparently everybody put this time into getting the cut released, and they saw something through, and you've seen something not done elsewhere, right? I can recognize all that, but I'm not I don't hate James Gunn. James Gunn also made fucking Peter Quill interesting, because Peter Quill
he made Super, which is brutal too.
Super is great, but Peter Quill is the lamest Marvel comic book character, and everybody loves Star-Lord. So just look at that. So I mean,
he made it good.
There's room. James Gunn understands comics better than most of the directors that we see out here. Just because we like Zack Snyder stuff doesn't mean that there's not other people with a brain in between their ears.
No, I want both. I want both.
Yeah. Well, and on that note, talking about the possibilities of Elseworlds multiverse, wanting it all, we have someone coming in from the future backstage, and of course is Miss Erin Pritchard.
Hey there, Erin.
How's it going, Erin?
Hello.
Yes, how is it in the future?
Happy New Year.
Aaron, you're time traveling because we're all in the past.
The thing about Justice League was that the enthusiasm met the opportunity, which was how we got Zack Snyder's Justice League.
And I can recognize that. I totally recognize that. Like they should have continued with that momentum.
Very vulnerable position right now to where they possibly can consider it based on their financial earnings, and they're trying to partner with other people. They didn't want to partner with them, being Paramount. It might actually happen with somebody might reach out and says, "Hey, we'll license this portion, this quarter of the DCEU."
And I don't look at it as an impossibility. Yeah,
Fourth is correct.
And Warner Brothers could cash out on the merchandising that could come from it.
And I think everybody, I think all the people that are pertinent know and understand this. I think that there's a lot of conjecture on a level of where, like, as fans, of course, we don't understand what's going on behind the scenes, right? So we come up with these, we come up with these scenarios based on who got hired, and I'm not against whatever people want to say. I don't know. All I'm saying is what Fourth just said is probably very plausible.
No,
they're in a position. They're in a position that they recognize this year that wasn't the same necessarily as last year.
No, and under what Fourth is saying, WB wins either way.
And it sounds like
I understand that too.
The guy that runs Netflix also is acknowledging that. And doesn't he have a pass with both James Gunn and Zack Snyder by way of Dawn of the Dead? Because Stuber was the producer of Dawn of the Dead, wasn't he?
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, he was.
So these people all know each other at a professional level, and we don't know anything about what they know. So yeah, it could be happening. You know?
Can I just say one thing?
Go ahead.
But no, one thing I think about it continuing, is that like Snyder is definitely friends with Gunn. Like they worked on Dawn of the Dead together, right?
Well, and they're at least professional enough with one another to get stuff done.
Yeah. They're cool with each other. I mean, they have they're cool with each other, like in terms of being like colleagues, right?
Yeah, they can work together. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. And they've already worked together. And the way I see it is like Gunn said that the Flash resets the whole universe.
Oh, I should reset shit.
No, but that's my point. A lot of people were like, so that means the end of the Flash is the new universe? And I'm like, no. He's just saying that the Flash established that it's a multiverse. So if he wants to be like DCU,
I think
this is a new universe.
And whatever's expedient to get people in the theater to make his boss happy is what he's going to say. So
yeah, but
if people want to hear him say, is Blue Beetle going to be in the DCU?
I know.
He doesn't know whether or not that's the case.
No,
he knows that saying yes is going to put asses in the seat.
No, you're right.
Even if it doesn't put asses in the seat, it appeases the people it needs to appease. He's not worried about any of this shit, because if his shit doesn't make it, then it's not going to look good. So he's got to make sure.
You're totally right about him being like, he could still be Blue
he's going to say whatever.
I get that. He's like,
Zachary Levi learned that the hard way.
Well, that motherfucker doesn't have any people skills. I don't know how the fuck he made it in Hollywood, because when he deals with like his presence on social media or whatever, these little things he puts out, it's just like,
dude, Levi is nuts.
What's up with this guy?
It's very strange.
Going on there.
It's very strange. I feel for him, but like his rants are a little weird. But dude, the last thing I wanted to say was like, I don't know if you guys saw Snyder said something like, I'm not knocking down Gunn's door to be like, let me do something in the DCU, right?
Yeah,
he wants to work on his own thing. Yeah, but that doesn't mean that Gunn might not call Snyder and be like, help me with this one multiverse thing that will get Cavill and Batman, and like Snyder won't say no. He'll be like, hell yeah. He's just like, I'm not going to call him.
Regardless of what we know and what we don't know, there's a very enthusiastic corner of the fandom that got their little message out there to the point where the people at Netflix are at least acknowledging, whether it's for marketing purposes to get people enthusiastic about Rebel Moon, or to let them know that they're being acknowledged, and if there is an avenue to be open, that they'll consider. Either way,
you're right. I mean, it's up to the companies.
They're giving some love to the fandom where it seems that maybe
it's up to
we shouldn't pay these people any attention for whatever.
No, you're right. Like the companies, it's up to them how they really do it. But if DCU is trying to be like, it's a multiverse, then you can't be like, well, that other universe is just gone forever. It exists.
And they didn't definitively
so if it's a multiverse,
so far, right? We don't know what the plan is. They haven't said anything. We
I don't even think they know that. I think they're making up the plan as they go
based
along.
On announcements that aren't spoilers, you know. So like,
no, they're making this shit up as the time goes. I think.
Right.
Well,
Just
like,
passing
like,
the time waiting for movies because there
well,
needs to be superhero movies out, but unfortunately we had a pandemic and a writer's strike, right? So
Yeah.
but
But Gunn is smart, and like he knows that some of us still want more of the Snyderverse. He's cool with Snyder. He's like, yeah, that's not my universe, but that doesn't mean he's not going to be like 3 years, 4 years down the road, like do a fucking crossover, and
Well, he's
like,
pretty much doing that with the haircut.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Are
I mean,
they?
who would have ever thought Keaton was going to come back? Like, no one. If I would have said 5 years ago, "Oh, Keaton's going to come back," people would be like, "What are you, insane?"
I think
But
I
like,
think William called that. If we pull up William's old videos when he used to have that.
well, William is special. He might have
Then
called
we'll
it.
see.
I wouldn't be surprised that William called that, but like, before I would have known it. But like, if you're gonna say, "Oh, Cavill will come back one day," or Batfleck will come back, even just for one movie, that's less crazy than Keaton coming back, and he
Hey,
did.
wait a second.
Step number one. Step number one.
Your mic's out, William.
That includes myself. When you're
Your mic.
We missed the first.
I know you're getting to your
sentence.
point, but your mic is going.
Well,
in
we
and
just
out.
missed the beginning of your sentence.
How about
William.
now?
Yeah,
Good.
good.
Okay, don't listen to fans when it comes because I've heard, like I said, I'm on screen with some people who say, "Oh, it's never gonna this, never gonna," and based off of them sharing the same size screen that I am, not in a boardroom, not with any
Right.
money on the table,
Precisely.
but from our own gut fan feelings, which I love you all, but your feelings and your gut feelings 9 times out of 10 don't mean shit.
Right.
It all comes down to transactions.
We're all saying what
And
we
when
like
you
to
come
I
happen.
mean, well, look. I mean, everyone
Yeah.
thought that
Right.
nobody thought the Snyder Cut was going to happen.
Amen, Chappie.
Yeah, when you
Dude,
come to
100%,
somebody
Chappie.
Chat Master
Chappie's
T for
right.
it.
and
for the
you
win.
ask them, I got something to present to you that's not going to cost you any money and it's going to be 100% profit. If I'm billions in debt, I'm going to hear them out, no matter what it is. And when you're talking about, licensing things, bringing people on and selling licensing rights, not selling the whole IP, they never do that.
Right.
But limited
right.
licensing and stuff like that. Like I said, the only people who say never are fans like us who can say stupid shit, and it means
And who don't know
I can
shit.
say the dumbest things on this channel. I turn my computer off, it's not going to mean anything. But when a board person, you never hear the right board person or the right CEO that knows what they're doing saying the same stupid shit fans do. Oh, they're never going to do that. They're going to compete with themselves. Well, they're going to be too old. That's stupid shit a fan can say because he can get up from his little video game chair and he can run away, and he's not going to affect stock prices. He's not going to affect anything. So don't listen to us when it comes to this stuff like that. Listen to the math. Follow the math. I've been saying this for years. Math is undefeated. Don't follow fanboy logic. You'll run right into this fucking wall. Follow the math.
Math wins, and fans don't know shit from Shinola.
I got one thing that's kind of out of context, but it was supposed to take place today, and I'm not sure if anybody remembered it. Was Brad supposed to reveal his face today?
No, I'm still going with that. It's like I'm
resolution.
It's among my New Year's resolutions because I always have multiple.
Brad, for Rebel Moon Part 2.
Yeah, that was what I said for Rebel Moon Part 2.
Play Brad alone.
Thank you, Aaron.
Come on,
William
Tracy.
saw
Spidey, you
Brad's
gotta
secret
do it too.
identity yesterday, so
Spidey, I'll do it. I'll do it if you do it for April with Brad.
I can't reveal my identity because if I do, then millions of people's lives are at stake. So I
Just
can't.
wear a mask like Max. Wear a Dr. Doom mask. You'll be fine.
I am wearing a mask. You see it in the picture.
It would.
Well, you always wear a mask. You're Spider-Man.
Do you think it's worth it that Warner Brother be a hub to license out their properties instead of actually making them directly themselves?
Yes. I've been saying this for about 3 years.
If it gets
for a lot of different reasons.
What happens if it gets to a dangerous place like
Because
Marvel in the mid '90s? Then what? I fear that.
No. Hold on, and let me
let it happen.
I'm going to go say this. Don't interrupt yet because I got this. Is going to take a little bit.
I'm sorry, Will. I was just kidding.
What Marvel did. Hold on. What Marvel did was they sold their IP. They didn't license out Spider-Man. They didn't license out the Fox stuff. They didn't license out X-Men. They sold those IPs under those conditions. They sold them. Those IPs belong to the people who had them until they purchased Fox. But in Sony's case, Sony owns all those characters. They have an agreement that gives Marvel Disney permission to use those. What I'm talking about, and that's when you come into a dangerous place, is when you sell your IPs. Because right now, Marvel doesn't have control over Spider-Man. That's Sony. They have to work in agreement with Sony. Now, when it comes to what DC could do, when you establish a limited licensing agreement, that is, you control the circumstances. Like I can say, you come to me as a separate student, you want to do something with the Green Lantern. We have to approve that. I, as Warner Brothers, have to approve that, and then I set the parameters. And it's a limited licensing agreement. So after you're done with your run, it all comes back to us anyway. We will always own that. Everything you do, once that limited 3 years, whatever it is, that all the time you want to in that 3 year, 36-month time to produce whatever you want, make your profits off of it. We get our cut and we work out merchandising deals. But after that's done, that comes back to us. That comes back to us if we want to.
They still own
And the Warner Brothers Discovery would have the final say. Like, say if they want to do something completely drastic with the character, you work that into the limited licensing agreement. But Warner Brothers Discovery would maintain ultimate control over those characters. But where this works in their favor, though, is they're not the ones who have to go get the financiers. Like, say, for instance, Christopher Nolan still doesn't want to work directly with Warner Brothers right now, but he's willing to do a licensing agreement. So Christopher Nolan has a good relationship with Legendary. They finance the movie. Sponsorships, all that runs through. And they are the ones who put the money up front. Warner Brothers Discovery doesn't have to do anything. They are the distributors, however. So that's where they make their cut. But it's 100% profit. They're not ponying up a whole bunch of money and taking a risk on a loss on their own. They're letting somebody else take that risk, and it's 100% profit.
So
that's
a lot of times the what do you call the toys, and I forget what it's called. The toys and the marketability of like lunchboxes, T-shirts, that matters to them a lot more than just the movie itself.
Exactly.
Oh yeah.
But okay, so that's what I was gonna say, William.
Oh, yeah.
In the late 70s and the mid 80s, that's how it started. They were licensing out for toys and lunchboxes and things of that nature, and then it led to selling. Now I understand they weren't these companies are way bigger, and obviously WB was the backer of DC for a longer period of time than what Marvel had going for themselves. But still, ultimately, they were in a similar situation where it was good money for them to be able to license things out, and that led to better money by selling out. And a corporate executive like a Zaslav or a Zaslav, somebody like him in the future, is going to see the same thing in all likelihood. Oh, why license it when I could just sell it to Sony, or I could sell it to Fox, or not Fox, but
he lawfully cannot do that without the approval of the board.
Well, you can. The point is, he can convince the board that this is going to be great money. I'm going to sell Batman off for $100 billion. Who doesn't want $100 billion?
They will make him disappear first.
No, it's only a piece of Batman.
The people who don't want to make him disappear like Hoffa, the rest of the board will sue him, and it will never happen.
I understand what you mean, William. And I understand it's not an apples to apples comparison, because Marvel money, as hot as it was in the 80s, was nothing compared to what we're talking about in the 2020s with these superhero movies. I get that.
Well, plus, Warner Brothers Discovery is banged up as what WBD is.
They're still far more than what Marvel ever had prior to Disney. Yes, I know. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Marvel's next step was bankruptcy. I'm not talking about somewhere down the line after they didn't sell those IPs.
Like the year 2002 would have been it. Yeah, 2002 would have been it for Marvel. They were desperate. Yeah.
Wait, one at a time.
Hold on. The bankruptcy courts were waiting on the outcome of the sale. That's how close it was to go. Marvel was close to being non-existent or being broken up into parts that wouldn't have been worth anything. DC and Warner Brothers, yeah, they got issues, but they're not anywhere near. Plus, Marvel Comics was just Marvel Comics. They didn't have a studio like this. They didn't have income and revenue like this.
Right.
They didn't have, sellable. Even the sellable IPs that Marvel had were not worth a quarter of what
there was a Marvel Studios. They weren't worth shit. There was a Marvel Studios even in the 80s and the 90s.
Even when they tried to make the old Spider-Man movie.
Yeah, but even then, it wasn't an actual studio. They would farm them out in association with Marvel Comics.
It was indie stuff, yeah.
Yeah, and the
plus,
like I said, as a stockholder, I will sue you if you are not going to ever be allowed to actually sell a DC IP in that matter. There's government agencies will get involved because of so much of the value of what they are is tied up into those IPs. You are literally defrauding your stockholders, and they're not going to let that happen. So no,
and I think I'm not going to get too political, but I think you have way too much faith in our Congress and our political system not being corrupted.
No, it's not even. It's established.
William knows they're fucked. He knows.
You would have
For
to
what?
vote on that.
Cool.
He can't unilaterally do that. You would have to. No one in their right fucking mind is going to vote for this the dissolution or sell of those assets. Nobody is gonna go for that. That would be laughable. And if you did, they'd probably launch an investigation because how stupid that would be. No one is ever going to do that. That's why when
Especially
you hear selling Netflix, no, it's licensed, limited licensing agreements. You can do that all the time because you come out on top. You
Now,
make
for the record,
That's why when people say,
whose dog is that?
That's mine.
Especially
Because the fireworks.
Characters are supposed
Blame
to be
Brad.
Yes,
Oh,
blame me.
let Forth get at
Fourth,
his
what were you going to
I'll put
say?
myself on mute for a minute.
I was like,
Well,
especially
Fourth
the idea
was
that these
saying-
characters are hold up.
Sorry,
Especially the idea
sorry.
that these characters are supposed to be timeless, that you don't sell them at all. You just keep renewing the license. And the enthusiasm of like, oh, DC's going to Netflix will draw interest and attention when that announcement happens, and that revenue will trickle down into the to Warner Brothers, especially off of like merchandise and stuff. And then all of a sudden, DC's going to Disney. That hypothetically, that will draw interest, and all of a sudden, people would get like reinvigorated with or have their hype renewed with these new takes on the characters. And yeah, like William said, all these people, all Warner Brothers has to do is sit back and watch the money come rolling.
No, and you're right.
You don't have to lift a finger.
No, and Fourth, you're right. Like, because they're giving them a piece of it. They still own the real thing, like William is saying.
Yeah.
Like,
and not even to mention, not even only live action, but animation for networks that focus on animation.
Oh yeah,
get by on it. That could be also.
I think WBD needs to get out of animation for the time being.
Well, Warner Brothers themselves.
They've been going on a downslide for a while.
It might get better though. We might see how they go with the. Apparently, the GCU is going to have the same actors doing the voices of the. Apparently,
they say
the animation will
they
be
say
canon.
that now. They say
I know
that
it sounds nuts, but
that's
we'll
a tall
see.
order. That's a tall order.
I mean, maybe it'll be a point like where like Legacy comes out and like all the animated stuff is DCU, and it's like.
Let me give you an example of why it sounds. Larry. Let me give you an example of why it sounds better than it looks.
I mean, it sounds insane.
Listen,
I'm with you.
In Ahsoka, for Grand Admiral Thrawn, they use the voice actor as the man in the makeup.
Right. They use the same guy, right?
And he looks fucking terrible because that guy's not a screen actor.
God.
They could have literally picked anybody else to do that and even just put his voice over on it.
Spidey.
They did that with Bo-Katan the first time, and they thought they could play it twice. She favors her, and she looks like she could be on film more than the other guy can. Plus,
I know what you mean.
Not only is he not a screen performer, he's not. If you're not a screen performer, he doesn't probably even know what it is to act through makeup.
You're right.
Now he just has a bunch of makeup pasted on, and he's walking around all awkwardly because he's not used to probably walking around on screen. So it looked really bad. And so instead of being a formidable presence, we got a voice actor playing his counterpart on screen, which is cool, but we lose all the formability we could have got by
he's like
an opposing figure.
He's like a fill-in. Like it's not the real thing.
As tough as Frank Grillo looks, that might work for Rick Flag Sr., but is that going to work for
everyone?
GI what's his name? William GI robot? Or whatever.
Sean Gunn.
Oh, I
guess
that's
someone else. No, but
the bride of
Spidey, dude, Spidey, you're 100% right, and it goes the other way too. Because like I remember when Gunn first announced that it's gonna be the same actors like doing the voices, like even in video games, right? And I was like, oh, that sounds cool, right? Cool idea. But one of the guys that I watch online was like. Right away, his first take was like, not all regular actors can do voice acting.
Well,
like
Kevin,
it's already like
I know William's not trying to hear this, but Kevin Conroy just in Arkham Knight alone recorded more voice lines in that one game than he did all of the animated series.
Kevin Conroy.
So that's just because the sheer amount of content and side things and options that'll go on, all the lines you end up having to speak as the main central character of the game. You have to speak way more than you ever would in an order of a show.
It's totally different. No, it's totally different. And it's like the way you're saying, like, how could these voice actors really translate to live action as well? And then it's like I saw someone say, like, live actors who are great in their roles might not be able to do voice acting. It's a
Well, that's
completely
another
different
thing. Is
talent.
a lot
And
of screen talent doesn't necessarily sound the best as voice talent. When you
yeah,
watch
or
some of the
video
Disney,
game talent,
well, when
video
you
game
watch some
voices.
of the
It's
what
different.
ifs, or you watch some of the or you watch the animated Star Wars, and they use
Yeah,
they use like
it's
Brie
different.
Larson and things like that.
Definitely
You can
different.
tell who they are, but it doesn't really sync well or sound the way it needs to sound for an animation.
And I still have
Especially when
faith,
you're doing
but
when you're doing like a dub over an anime in the case of the Star Wars Visions.
it's iffy.
Because
It's
even then
risky.
there's
But
certain nuance and certain quirks that
it's
that an anime type voice actor or just a normal voice actor is going to pick up
it's
cross
kind of
culture that a Brie Larson's not going to even probably care about.
100%. But it's kind of
To
cool that
take
he's
away
going to
from
risk that.
her standing
It's
as an actor
risky.
Hi,
outside
Aaron,
of
by the
that.
way.
I'm just talking about a screen
Yeah,
actor.
I was
Say,
just
let's
about
get
to-
Aaron's perspective on this.
Yeah, well, I was just about to interject.
Yeah.
Aaron's about
The
14
fourth
hours
was going to
ahead of
take with
the.
me. I'm
She's about
sorry.
14 hours into the new year, so yeah, just it was because I was literally about to jump in and say, hey, let's ask Aaron, like, well, how was your New Year's Eve? What what was what were your New Year's festivities? What was that like?
Dude, Aaron's in the future.
It was a very quiet one this year. Didn't really go out. Just relax and watch movies and stuff like that, and watch the fireworks on TV. It was pretty good. This year
Watch
was a
all
big
Justice League
improvement
with
from
us?
last year.
Oh, what happened last year?
Oh, I don't know. The fireworks weren't all that well put together. More than that, and we normally have the best fireworks in the world. So we
Really?
had a really big improvement this year than what we had last year. Last year was a little bit shorter.
Have you guys ever seen?
wow.
You reminded me now, Aaron, of I think this is for the 4th of July in San Diego a while back, where there, and this is, I've seen this on Twitter, but there's this one is a video circulating where the fireworks display, it's like they have like a whole like 15 minutes worth of it, but somebody like I guess flicked the wrong switch or something and it all goes off simultaneously.
Oh wow.
It goes for a pretty much 12 to 15-minute span for the fireworks. We normally have fireworks at 9 o'clock with the kids, and that normally goes about 5-10 minutes.
So, Aaron, is this the only time of the year that you guys do the fireworks like that, or do you guys do that on another time too?
On Australia Day, which is our July 4th.
Oh,
It's
cool.
Australia Day.
Is it on July 4th?
No.
I know you meant like it's your July 4th. When is that?
The 26th of January, I think
Also not too
Australia
far away.
Day is.
Whoa,
So it's-
really?
Yeah.
So you guys do fireworks like 3 weeks apart,
Yeah, pretty much.
but that's it, and then you go like 9 months no fireworks or whatever. It's funny.
Yeah, they're talking to a country that's very enamored with fireworks here. Aaron was like, we gotta.
We have a
Like
thing
blowing
called
shit
the
up.
Easter show,
Yeah.
and that around Easter time we'll flight fireworks and stuff.
Okay.
And around
maybe
that
you
So
time,
that's sometimes.
Maybe
Okay.
you said this before, Aaron, but do you live in Sydney then?
I used to live in Sydney, but I moved down south.
Okay.
Yeah,
Are you
I
near
think
Melbourne?
Droga lives in Sydney actually.
No, not Melbourne. It's in the same
Okay.
state, so it's the
Okay.
south coast.
But it's
Of
you're
New
more
South
south. Okay. Interesting.
William pretty much pseudo doxed my place.
Well, the general area.
Oh,
The general
no!
area. We zoomed in on the general. There's nobody's gonna be able to find her, you know.
What, on Google Maps? You did it?
Yeah, but
Yes.
we only zoomed in like 1,000-mile area or something like that. We nobody.
It wasn't my address.
I think it's
Yeah, I didn't-
I
Which
think
block
it's
you live on?
Well,
I think
speaking
it's fun.
of these fireworks, I'm gonna bring up the thing I mentioned a minute ago. This fireworks show in 2012 in San Diego that did not go as planned, and this is like you kind of have to see this.
Oh
to
no.
Yeah, we'll go ahead
I'm
and
gonna
play
tell
it.
Aaron real quick. Brad's right. Like we're obsessed with fireworks here. And
Well,
we're like, we get to do it on July 4th and New Year's.
They've been doing fireworks all weekend here,
Oh, of course. And
They're
like
right outside of my house.
They're making
And
my
you have
dog
to-
go insane right now with how much they're doing outside. But yeah,
Yeah.
this is San
It
Diego.
sucks for the
2012.
dogs, man. The dogs, they don't like that. And my girlfriend, she's in Mexico, and they do fireworks all the time, just normally, and the dog is like traumatized. It's messed up.
So check
Warbeck's
this
have
out.
a
Check,
problem
check
with
this
it,
out
too.
here. Check this out here, guys.
2012? Is this New Year's or July 4th?
It's just all the fireworks at once. Huh? So
I think this is 4th of
Somebody
July.
could be killed.
Still looks pretty cool.
And
Though.
it's like Oppenheimer.
Yeah, because
It is Oppenheimer. The prequel. Yo, that's crazy. That is like a bomb.
This is a bomber.
Wow. Where's this at?
See all the different color fires.
Yeah, where is it?
Where was
It's
that?
2012?
Yeah, apparently. I was there for it, but I kind of wish I was.
That's awesome. I mean,
Yeah,
fireworks are cool.
somebody hit the wrong switch and that said blow them all up at once.
William.
Yeah.
I know you gave the Batman laughs yesterday, but do you like the Red Death?
Not as much as
Did you like the murder machine?
Oh!
Okay. Did you
Sorry,
like the murder
I'm sorry. I'm
machine?
having to yell at my dog because he keeps barking.
It's okay. It's funny. I love it. Personally.
Red Death was okay. That was okay.
So William, do you think when they released that picture of the suit from Keaton, but with the Flash on it, that was kind of a Red Death Easter egg? Because I do.
Definitely not.
I can't tell. I don't think so, but I can't tell. I mean,
It was the Batman suit with the Flash thing over
Yeah,
it.
I think they were just that was an easy way to explain how they could get another superhero costume.
well, and they missed
No,
like
not
I
even the
said,
movie. It was like,
like I
hey,
said,
wait.
when they were gonna put Keaton's Batman.
I'm sorry.
in
I'm
there,
sorry to interrupt. I'm going to jump off for a little bit. I'm going to jump back later. But
okay. I just thought there was too much stock put into the nostalgia of the whole deal.
Yeah,
yeah, you're
they were,
talking
they
about
were hanging.
Batman.
They were leaning heavy on Superman nostalgia for a Flash movie.
Well, and Michael Keaton. I mean, you know, I kept hearing people like Michael Keaton's going to be the only reason why I see it. Okay, and you and about 100 other people went for that reason. Apparently, you're talking about a Michael Keaton that was my Batman and hasn't been relevantly on a big screen in 32 years. So I don't know why they were doing. But once again, when you're not attached to the IP in the ways that you need to be, you make mistakes that people wouldn't. It's like somebody goes into your room and says, and it looks at your comic book collection and they're your parent or somebody and they've never read a comic before, but they have a basic understanding. But when you're going to spend hundreds of millions of dollars on things, you need more than a basic understanding. And they did not have it at the executive level or at the studio head level. They do now. And granted, he may put out some shit I don't like, but at least he has an understanding of what he's doing.
Do you think they should have adapted a different story? And if so, what story would you have adapted for a first Flash movie if you didn't want to do Flashpoint? Given the same context of the DCU.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would have taken the element of Flashpoint of him being able to come back and affect time, but I would have left all that other trash out. Because
so would you still have him have the understanding of what happened when his mother died? Because I mean that was the basis.
No,
of
I wouldn't even have made that a big. That was the impetus for him. I would have his impetus for going back is to save his teammates, and when he does that, that's when he starts messing things up.
Okay.
Because the Flashpoint storyline, Barry Allen at that point is not. It was never that selfish to the point. None of those heroes were.
Right.
And even Bruce in all formats said, these scars make us who we are. And that's the same thing Bruce says to him. And they want him not to do it. And Barry's not, like I said, he wouldn't have been an impulsive to not understand what he was doing. I never bought that story. And all it was a plot device for Johns to fuck up everything and put it under his umbrella.
Well, that's one thing that Scott from Squadcast has mentioned, that why works at this phase of where Barry is he said that kind of thing. That's a rookie mistake, as he's put it.
Yeah.
Oh,
even the Barry that's in art in the movies wouldn't be that dumb. Go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say so I have two doormen in my building, and one of them is like a huge comic book fan.
and he loves the Snyder stuff. But he's like me, that we like both. Like we're excited for Gunn. We want all of it, right? And we were talking tonight. Something I never talked about with anyone really is like he was telling me like it's awesome that Keaton came back for that one movie and died, because that's his movie where like it'll go down in history like he came back for that one movie, and like all these people who are hating on it that like, oh, there's no point in bringing him back because it doesn't go anywhere in the future. It's like it doesn't need to go anywhere in the future.
Yeah,
Like that's his.
that's
It's contained and it's awesome, and like that'll go better, I think, in history. Like maybe as the critics are seeing it, they're like, "What is this for? Where is it going?" And it's like, "Yo,
well,
that's a special movie. Keaton came back, and that's it. It's great."
That doesn't sell amongst the audience because
No,
you
I
have
know.
conditions. You have
But in
your
history-
business model is continuity.
No, I know, but people are going to look back on it and be like, "That's the movie where Keaton came back, and it resolved his. It showed you what he was like since it established that the Schumacher stuff was different universe." Like, I mean, I get it that it wasn't important for setting up stuff, but it's important for like laying to rest that thing, and that's all I want for Snyderverse in the future too. Same thing.
Yeah, a resolution. That's all I really
I'm going to
want.
lay it to rest.
I'm ready for it.
Give
in
me
any
a
format.
cameo. Yeah, something.
I'm gonna be real with you. Whatever the rumor they were talking about, where they're gonna have a Final Trinity movie, sounded awful. That's why I say, like, I get what you mean when you want a resolution, and I'm for the comic book. But back to what I'm saying with the let the masterpiece be incomplete, then slaughter it.
You can't because it hurts your credibility.
There are so many
kills the
Renaissance paintings that are incomplete that are still masterpieces.
Yeah, but we're not asking people to go.
But when 500 years passes, this might still be. I don't know, but this might be appreciated. And if it is appreciated in 500 years, they're going to understand it was an incomplete work.
But that's how I
do business now. You're doing business now, not 500.
I understand that, but business now. I'm gonna be real with you, William. All the popular shit. All the popular shit in 1960 doesn't mean shit now. All the good shit stood the test of time.
See, I'm not employed. I'm not employed 50 years ago. I'm talking about the
I get it, but what I'm saying is, eventually, history meets the present, right?
That's right.
The future meets the present. Eventually, listen. We all the people there was. I'm not blaming you directly, but there was people with your mind state when episode 3 came out. And they went with what the fans said, and they made decisions based on that. Now, obviously, not to the degree of DC, and everybody went along with hating it. And it got us to a point where they made it an apologist movie called Episode 7, which was a remake of Episode 4 in reaction to the other stuff when it was way too late and people already gotten over it.
You mean Solid?
And that was all because they couldn't appreciate, because they weren't in the mode of understanding that, hey, it's already been made. Now let it just stand. Let it see if it stands the test of time and does its thing. You know, maybe in the future. Because I hate Crystal Skull. Maybe in the future, they do something really good with Crystal Skull and let people appreciate it, and everybody reveres it as a great work of art.
Oh, it's horrible. It'll never happen.
But if we go off of, if we solely go off of, and I'm not against what you're saying, business is business, and there's hundreds of millions of dollars and billions of dollars at stake. I totally agree with that. But that's not my fault. That has nothing to do with me. So on the flip side of it, business be down. There is a certain standard of art or even entertainment that is just considered good, and most of what comes out and makes a lot of money isn't good. It's just there.
No, but that's the thing, man. Like
what was the number one movie 5 years ago, William? Doesn't matter. What was your favorite movie from 5 years ago?
Okay,
you do have a favorite movie from 5 years ago.
Joker.
Here's where a lot of that falls
4 years. 4 years. Sorry.
Here's where a lot of that falls apart. Is right now, I'm trying to sell you something, and my credibility, the incompletion, fucks that. It really harms that. So in the now, because I have a history on all levels of fandom of just leaving you hanging to various different degrees. Like I always say, you're asking me to pull out my wallet and give you new money.
But what we're saying,
when you do with my old.
What we're talking about isn't mutually exclusive. I'm with you on getting a resolution.
No,
but,
you guys.
My point is that I don't want to slap some shit at the end of it just to call it a resolution if it's
No,
not
of course
good.
not. No one wants
Because
that.
No,
400 years from now, if
None
people
of us want
appreciate it,
that.
we'll look at it this way. We'll look at it as season 3 of the Chappelle Show.
No, none of us want
You
that.
understand what I'm saying when I say that? Does that make sense? They needed to
but
sell.
I wasn't
It was selling hot at the time. They needed to do what they needed to do. They needed to get it out there. It needed to sell airtime on Comedy Central. And to this day, nobody ever gives a fuck about that.
By the way, guys, real quick, I just want to jump in here. The ball is going to be dropping for me in a couple of minutes, so I am
10 minutes, Brad.
Yes.
10.
So I'm going to be watching that real quick. So I'm just going to.
We both gotta go nuts.
Yeah, I'm going to keep my my space up here, but I'm just gonna,
9
William,
minutes.
not against your point.
I'm just going to be stepping away and watching that for a minute. Okay.
You gotta have your kisses, Brad. New Year's kisses.
I know. So I'll be right back,
And
guys.
the dog counts, by the way. If that's who you are.
I'll
It's
be
okay.
watching it online too.
Wait, can I just say, Spidey? Like you and William are kind of agreeing. Like I think there's a middle ground that, like,
I'm not against William's point at all. I understand you have to make your money in the now.
But the thing is, like, William's point is also proving your point, because William is saying, like, it counts for now because they're trying to make money, and, like, obviously we've seen how Gunn was like, it's a new universe, and no one cared to see the end of the day. Like, obviously, like, this is real how they affect their business of, like, what they're promoting each time. But also, I get what Spidey's saying, that, like, you have your stuff that just lasts the years, you know? And, like, they're not dumb enough to put Cavill at the end of Black Adam and then never have him show up ever again. Because in 10 years, people are going to be watching it, and they're going to be like, what the hell happened to that? And, like, it has to make sense. It has to make sense for people in 20 years to look back on. And it also has to make sense financially now, which it sucks because not all the companies are going to take risks. And, like, it looks like Netflix is more willing to take risks than WB or Disney, and, like, you know, companies like A24 willing to take risks. But, like, WB and Disney are like, we're only doing what we know will sell. And then it ends up sucking and bombing because they're not going with what the fans want.
Well, and I'll say this, and all we have to do is strip away the names of it when you're talking about modern retail and just go with these factors. I'll always say this, and this is what I go by here and anywhere else, is the most important thing between a retailer and the customer is trust. Trust with your time, trust with your money, trust that you're going to follow through with what you started. Once you have broken that, you really harm yourself, because that person is now going to look to somewhere else for what you were supposed to give them. And that, like I said, incompletion is failure. There's no way around that. I mean, now, to what degree the failure is and how it affects you going forward may vary. But incompletion, make no doubt, make no mistake, incompletion is failure.
No, they have to complete eventually.
When you're having your Superman movie marathon, William, do you skip Superman 3 and 4?
Oh, 3 is like a joke.
But that's just a question.
Marathons.
Yeah, I want to know.
My point is, when you watch
3 more than 4.
Hold on. Excuse me. It's not a good example.
All I'm saying is
talking about something within the continuity that you sold somebody.
Right.
I didn't.
But that's
sell
what
you.
There was no continuity.
Everything else.
Excuse me. That's what I'm working with. I'm working on. I'm trying to work, and you could correct me if I'm not with it, but I'm trying to work on that plane right there. If I understand that, I'm just talking about a sequence of movie sequels, not even a universe. If I'm watching Superman 1, I'm very compelled to watch Superman 2. However, beyond Superman 2, I don't really care to watch Superman 3 or 4. Now, you can do this. Okay. You can do the same thing with this.
Who would?
You can put just work with me here. You could do the same thing. They could just slap together, and I'm not using any idea in particular, but they could just slap a movie together with the 3 main actors, call it the Trinity. Let's just keep it very baseline, simple, no whatever, and give it a conclusion and say, oh, this is how we all had our happy ending and rode away in the sunset, and make it directed by Christopher McQuarrie if you wanted to, or whoever your dream director is, right?
Nolan, baby.
At the end of the day, that is not going to get watched when you watch the 3 movies I just watched today. That's going to get skipped. I'm going to watch it when it comes out. I'm going to give money to it when it comes out, but that's not it. That's not part of the story. You understand what I mean?
Your retailer, your customer is not going to go for that. First of all, when you're talking about any other set of movies. Those movies don't matter. You are talking about what I, as a seller, promised you, not what somebody else did 30 years ago.
And where
I brought you, hold on. Where I brought you into my customer retailer, not anybody else's. The bond that I made with you, not what you made with some other movies or will make with any other movies. The bond that I made with you. Here is where you and I begin. Here's what I am selling you. Here's what you are buying from me. As soon as one of us does not follow through, that is broken. That trust is broken. It doesn't matter if you go back 2,000 years and watch anything in inventory order. All that matters is your customer here and now. Your customers here and now, and whether they believe in that you are going to follow through. If they don't, then they're not going to waste their time. They're going to waste their money. They're going to drift off into these other things that are more organized, and you've lost them.
And that's the natural progression. And I don't disagree with you.
Yeah, but WB messed that up.
I'm not happy that this is incomplete, and I do feel like they shouldn't be able to be so hastily ready to put something else out in lieu of completing it. I agree with you wholeheartedly. When you make that point, that's something I can totally agree with. All I'm saying is, given that this is already made to the degree it's made and it was on a track that it's on, I'm personally fine with seeing it as an incomplete masterpiece. Now, if that includes a 12-issue series to settle it up, I'm fine with that. If that's going to get the original vision completed and I don't get it filmed, I'm fine. All I reckon with is if that comic gets made and then they decide that they're going to try and take a crack at it 5 to 10 years later, it's going to get slaughtered because history shows us. Just not 10 years, not 52,000 years. History in the context of comic book movies being adapted always get slaughtered in adaptation. So
yeah, but Spidey, I was going to say, like, if it ends
it's not worth it, huh?
If they do a comic resolution, I would take it totally. But like also like we were talking, I don't know if you saw my I said this in the chat before that like it's not going to be the same as the storyboards because that was already spoiled.
That's fine. Obviously,
that was already spoiled, and he heard the things that we were like, that's not really cool. And I'm sure it'll be even better if they can see whether it's comics or live.
Not even to that degree of the future. We look at this movie. Obviously, like William was pointing out while we were watching the movie, some of this is retroactively put in the movie after they were either doing reshoots or they had to make improvements or anything like that.
Yeah, but retcons are fine.
Right. Well, just in the production itself, different ideas got
moved
he's
around. Much better at retcons than Lucas.
If the originator of the story, right, in this case Zack and Chris Terrio, get with Jim Lee and make a comic book, I'm going to be satisfied because it doesn't matter if it's the same storyboards as before. The motherfucker that wrote the story knows how to continue the story. So that's not what I'm worried about.
I think we're going to get
what I'm worried about is fucking WB giving money to somebody else in the future who interprets it their way.
Nah, they're not going to do that.
And it might be great, but there's also a good chance that it doesn't get interpreted well at all because
take that risk with anything you do.
Right.
But here's the
overall point. Here's the overall point of why. Here's why it's like you might as well just make the movie. If you're going to do that instead of making the comic and then remaking the movie, the films are already made. The director of the films, let's say he's the one to make the movie. That's and he's already known for his continuity. You have everything you need. So if I can't have that, I'll take the book. But I don't want both because if I get the step in between, it's not going to come out in the same way. It's not going to come out as smooth.
They're not going to just let anyone just do whatever.
Every time something gets put to the book, even if it is storyboards that are already set up for a movie, every time the person making it's going to want to interpret it their way, and that might include. I should take this out and take that out, and I think we should make this person be these three people be one person to move the story along. And I think that Cyborg really isn't necessary for this. And I don't know why we have Mira in the future, and then all of a sudden you have a different beast on your hands.
Yeah, but they're trying to control their narrative now.
Because the marketability is his name and his approval of it. So
that's
the marketability is there. They're not going to come back and do something like that simply because you've taken away the marketability of it and basically turned it into what it was before. So
it will be licensed as that version.
Yeah, if it ever does happen, it's most likely going to be the version that he approves of, even if it's not him directly doing. He'll look at it, and like I said, because that's your selling point. And even if that is your selling point. Happy New Year, everybody.
Happy New Year, guys.
Happy New Year in New York and the East Coast, everybody.
But William, I'm not against the comic idea in general.
Happy New Year, Brad.
I would love more, but I want it out there. I think the first step to getting
Happy New Year, Brad.
Get it out there. He'd probably
sorry, Will.
It's calling his folks, telling everybody what's up. You know,
everyone's yelling.
I would love more, but like I said, the first step to getting any kind of traction and building allies that aren't just us on YouTube and Twitter is to get the story out there that we believe that is a great story that people will go on to. We can't make a case right now because we're dealing in hypotheticals. We're dealing in incomplete storyboards, and we're dealing with other people's version of it. Get the version he meant to get out there, and we go from there. Wherever we go from there, I'm okay. But I think the biggest asset we have is the story itself. It needs to get out there sooner than later, and then we go from there.
And that's where I'm going to have a total agreement with you. I'm a wishbone with you, if you will, there, William. Because to me, it's about the story. I don't really give a fuck about making excuses for business. Because when I hear shit like we got to have 2.5 times the budget to make a movie, that shit sounds like total nonsense. Like you're paying for somebody's prostitute and drug budget when you're telling me shit like that. For the amount of these movies cost that they're saying to people who don't know what they're talking about are creating excuses for movie studios to have failures. And we really invest ourselves in rooting for how much money a movie makes or whether or not a studio merges with another studio. None of these things are in our interest.
Yeah.
So, but I get it what you're saying, William. That's all business, and that's the business people. That's fine. But I also understand that there's a bunch of fans like speculating on this to the point where it's not fun.
Well,
that's about the story and not the numbers. I'd like to talk about where we think it's going to go. I came to the party late, but damn it, do I got to hear about how this doesn't make sense? Ain't nobody talking on this right now at all is in any of these boardrooms. And it gets pretty crazy. That's why I don't speculate on any of this box office shit at all, because I don't know what the fuck is going on, how much any of this shit really costs. I hear numbers floated around, and it's always speculated numbers by people just telling it to each other.
So, and it gets even crazier when it gets to streaming, because at least with box office you
have some semblance of an idea, right? Yeah.
With streaming, you're just guessing, and anybody.
Yeah, Disney just tells you that they got 100 million people watching. You just got to go with that, right? So.
Yeah, you know, and then the people and then the pundits and the YouTubers are like, we know more.
That's why you're the best channel, because in general you're not usually getting into the emotional warring of the business of other corporate. You see what I'm saying? How this becomes like an emotional thing between these people, and what does any of this have to do with the story that we just saw? You know, I would love to see what you think is going to happen in the future, even if there's no future to this. That's why I'm fine with an incomplete masterpiece, because people could still speculate until time ends on what they think might happen.
Great if it's incomplete. It's still great, but we can hope.
See what I'm saying? So, you know, Star Wars at one point, William, was an incomplete masterpiece.
Yeah, it was still great.
Yeah, but there's a ton of shit that came out in between. It was with Star Wars.
Mm-hmm.
Star Wars at the time that, as far as we knew, the Star Wars trilogy was it.
But before it was even a trilogy, it was just one movie. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but once you ended and you killed Darth, and you did all that. Here's the thing. There's a difference between when you get your fulfillment out of a story and when you don't. You know, with the Superman movies, you got your fulfillment out of those stories. You got your fulfillment out of the Batman stuff. You got your fulfillment out of that.
Would you say the ultimate fulfillment in Star Wars is the Battle on Mustafar? Is that not the ultimate fulfillment in Star Wars?
But at the time, we were trying to make money off of the original trilogy. Once you got that third one out there, everybody, and because I was there, everybody looked at each other and said that was a great ending. With with the stuff that we've had now, we know it was truncated, and not only was it cut short, it was derailed into bullshit. So we never got any fulfillment. And like I said, they did themselves no favor by not wrapping it up, because it just becomes a bigger Yeti. It becomes a bigger Jackalopes. It becomes, you let this thing be shaped by every extremist and bonehead out there, detractor or otherwise, when you could have shaped that. And you could have made money off of doing that. And like I said, it's a sad situation. But like I said, what I would have done coming is I would have said, you know what? Do what you want to do with the Flash. Leave the possibility open that sometime somebody can come along and do this. Make the comic. But what you want to do so that you as a retailer, because that's what movies is as a retail industry, you can point to a climax of this ultimate thing. And right off the bat, Kingdom Come. Kingdom Come and use Kingdom Come to launch what you're doing. Give that bridge, give that continuity that
They
people
might
say,
do
well,
it.
I can't look at DC like as a bunch of broken shit right now. They left the door open for this. And the last time I saw these characters that I spent 7, 8, 9 years with, it was in a big ass epic story, 2.5 hour movie, and they wrapped it up and we rolled right into this new thing. That's how you sell something. You don't hope and pray that Superman Legacy is going to bring you out of the swamp. That's fucking dumb. And I hope that's not his strategy. I hope that the selling of this DC starts like literally as soon as possible, because if you think that Superman Legacy is going to save WBD or save DC Films, that I don't even the most optimist a person can't say that. There's just not enough there. You have to get people excited about the entire universe from paper to film, everything. Whenever I see that logo, I need to be like, oh shit. Is this like when I see the HBO, that static? When you see that, that's what needs to happen when people think of DC. They need to be like, it's good. Or when they hear that Game of Thrones music, they hear something, they know something good is about to happen. And DC right now is when you see that logo, you not only do you not know if something good's going to happen, you don't even know if it's ever going to happen. And if it does happen, you don't know if it's ever going to get an ending. Those are things that you can't. It just makes it hard. It's like the shiny toy that's easy to play with versus this puzzle shit that's missing pieces. It's an easier sell, you know. All right, so we got.
William,
I take a couple of shots. So anything?
I have a question for you.
Go ahead.
So with music, like sometimes bands like the label.
Yeah, I'm back on, guys.
Oh my God,
okay.
Brad.
Yeah, ball just dropped for me a few minutes ago. So
Happy New Year!
Yes, I'm talking to you from the future, about 14, 15 hours behind Aaron. So
all the
Don't worry, Brad. We're still talking about the same old shit. So
okay.
people are honking cars.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, he did change the subject. Larry did change the subject. You're right.
It's crazy. No, I'm keeping it. I'm kind of going back to something we talked about before about licensing, but because in the music business, like sometimes, like most of the time, like the label will pay for the recording time, right? Pay for the press, pay for everything, right? For the band, like a major label, right? And then they own the music, right? They get to decide, like if they want to shelve that music and it doesn't come out anymore, they could tell the band you can't put out any new stuff because we own your whole thing, right? Like that's just kind of how it is. And like some bands, like more of my league of bands that are like kind of underground, but will make deals with certain labels like here and there. It's more like it's just a distribution deal. Like you can, like I paid for my recording. I own the music. I own the rights. But if I want to make a deal with this company to distribute it, like they'll get a cut of the distribution, but they don't like own it like the way a major label would. Like I'd be getting like 20% or something. So instead I get 80%. And like the distro gets 20, and it's like they don't own my music, but they own that one album distro
they own
style.
that version of those songs, like Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift re-recorded a lot of her stuff to buy,
but just that one album. Like they don't own all their stuff; they only own that one, right? For the deal,
yeah, and they only own that recording of it. Like right now, when she put out 1989, she redid 1989. That's hers now.
Yeah,
she did it under her own record label, and that other company owns that because that was the deal. But a lot of it depends on where they're at in their careers and how bad.
Yeah, and I feel like I was just telling someone that I feel like that's very similar to what the talk is with WBDC. It's like they can license stuff to Netflix or Amazon. It's like, yeah, they don't own the characters, but they own this one thing that they licensed out. It's like a distro deal. It's not like they own the rights to the characters forever. Like, no, the other company is just banking.
Like I said before, with a limited license deal, you can even tighten that one up. Like I said, you are still the executive producer. You still have say-so and a lot of stuff. You're letting them giving them freedom because they're paying for it. But at the same time, those rights shift back to DC unless whoever wants to renew them. Then it's a commodity,
Yeah, and it's like the owner of the IP, whether it's WB/DC or the band that owns the music, and they're given a distro deal. It's like they own the IP forever.
Like that distro thing is just that one thing. And it's like, I feel like that's the same thing. Like, why wouldn't WB license stuff out and like they win in the end because they're making more money from the IP being spread. And that's, you talk about that a lot.
If you're using fanboy logic and you come up with all the dumb reasons, then yeah, you can come up with 1,000 reasons. But if you're using that undefeated world champion math and you're looking at the situation that WB is in, and you're looking at being able to do something, get paid for it on the purchase of the licensing agreement, get paid on the success of the toys, and if there's any type of distribution as far as it goes to physical media or anything like that, you're the distributor. That's 100% yours. If you want to do a limited release of anything, if you decide that you wanted to do that, that's all yours. It's all you're spending zero. You're spending zero and getting everything back.
Yeah, I think oh, I'm sorry. What's up?
I was just gonna say, I don't know, William or Brad, you guys just so we're talking a little bit about Kingdom Come and other things like that, and we are talking, but the chat's kind of chiming in too. I didn't know if you may want to include them.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say that was the first picture. That was the first picture he posted. I thought that was a sign.
What?
Go ahead.
The gun posted?
Yeah, because William was saying before, like, oh, you do Kingdom Come, and I was like, I feel like the first thing Gun posted was like Kingdom Come picture. Like, don't worry.
It looks like Monkey Jeebus and Rax had a couple of comments about that.
And of course, by far the most pertinent that Monkey Jeebus has is, of course, they should remake twins with Dwayne Johnson and Vin Diesel.
And Vin Diesel's Danny DeVito.
Family.
Have I shown you that? Well, he's well, I won't get into that the controversy he's in right now. Just let the man have his day in court. But have you seen that the height chart that my colleague Mr. Steve Colbert has kind of shared about kind of like the height disparity or like let me see if I'll go ahead and pull it up here because this really made me laugh because he's
Happy New Year, Anthony.
He's basically attributing the
Anthony's on the East Coast. Happy New Year.
The Rock Diesel feud to a lot of this. Let me go ahead and get.
Have you guys seen the Vin Diesel like shark toy thing? I can't remember the name of the toy, but it was like shark something. Kind of Ninja Turtle style, but there's a Vin Diesel like commercial.
Street Sharks.
Yes,
yeah,
that's it.
Yeah, I think he voiced some of those. Yeah,
and Vin Diesel is like, "This is the best one." It's great. It's like him young in a commercial. Street Sharks.
Okay,
awesome.
okay. So here's what Steve he did this a while back, but
Jeebus
the height of and their official height.
Yeah, he's the Danny DeVito of the twins of the.
And and then of course you have this famous shot.
Oh my God!
He's on.
Dude, the Rock is taller than everybody.
He's on.
Well, like see again, and they're having a frame shots or like red carpet appearances there together, where they makes it look like they're the same height, and it's like,
is he standing on a box?
He's definitely standing on a box. It's like, well, hold on. Let me get another one. Let me get another one.
I'm only 5'5", so I could laugh at that.
This is some Tom Cruise type stuff.
And he says this is what it would really look like.
Dustin Hoffman style too. Oh no, that's the real one.
And he says, like, seriously though, imagine being up in the Rock's face, the director being like, "Cut, that was perfect," and you having to hop off an apple crane for everybody.
He's looking right at the beard. It's like, oh, I like that.
Well, this is what Tom Cruise does in his movies.
Yeah, Tom Cruise and Dustin Hoffman
and everybody else in Hollywood.
Insecure about his height.
Dude, Al Pacino. I met Al Pacino when I was like 15, and he was shorter than me, and I was only like 5'2" or 3" at the time.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Pacino. We were looking right at each other, and I was like, "This is crazy." Well, like he's 5'3".
Well, because Diesel, he's not. He's about my height, so it's not like. He's not like a tiny, but it's just like
he's big.
One thing, that's one thing Steve said. It's the disparity and the insecurity. It's enough about it to make it funny.
So. He's built, but it is funny. It's incredible. He's looking right at that chin. Oh, pretty good.
So now that we went, and since we're still on the Justice League stream, why don't we Does anybody have any of their favorite scenes that stood out to them in the movie? Anybody like a specific scene in the movie?
The nightmare scene when we right before right when he Cyborg puts his hands on the box and he gets the nightmare scene is the basis for all my frustrations because I need to see how that goes. I need
my favorite scene.
Yep.
Chicken scratch.
Talking about Cyborg's vision, right?
Yes.
Well, Cyborg's vision and Batman's vision.
Do you guys agree that every nightmare scene is a different timeline? Because that's what I heard.
That's what they admit.
It could be a different timeline, but there is there's an out of order continuity. If you pay attention to the playing card that the Joker gives Batman, right?
Yeah.
That is step 1. Step 2 is Batman. Whether or not it's the same, step 2 is Batman's nightmare because the card is taped to the back of the
card is cut off, right? In the next.
No, it's not. It's not. It's just taped on the back of the gun.
First, it's on the back of the gun. You're right.
And then when we see Cyborg's vision, the card is flying around in the air, ripped in half.
Yeah.
So that's step 3. So step 1 is the nightmare at the end of Justice League. Step 2 is BVS's nightmare, and step 3 is Cyborg's vision. If those are all the same future.
So you think when he kills Batman in BVS, right? He's holding the cowl. That's the same as the one where the card is cut and he's holding the cowl.
Yes,
no. Well, they're all different. And here's why. Here's what they need to fucking finish this.
I just said the order. The end of the movie that we just saw is 1. 2 is BVS, and 3 is the nightmare. The end of part 2 is the cowl getting ripped off his head, and part 3 when the card is ripped up and Superman's sitting in the air with his eyes glowing and Batman's cowl. That would be
the third try.
That's what we know. But here's the thing, though, because here's how I think he did it. He got the Flash and said, "This is what I need to do. This is what I need. You need," and that's why the Flash is ready to restart this shit every time. He's like, okay, because he knows he's not going to fight Superman. All he's going to do is he's going to get out of there and reset time again. So I think one is different. I think that
and Zack even explained a little bit. Zack even explained a little bit of that at like the first Snyder Con he did, where he was talking about like the plan was like the way it would be shown in the Justice League sequels is that. They're looking into the past and they've got like these 2 gateways and maybe now we would call them like strands of spaghetti.
Well, these are
into the past and so
one time per year you can do it or whatever. That's
but these are the future timelines that they've thwarted. If you think about it.
But so he laid it out. There's like 2 different like paths he could take into the past to stop Darkseid to prevent the nightmare.
Huh.
And Batman asks. He asked Cyborg, which one should we use? And Batman says, okay, like which one would you suggest? Which one would you take without me asking you that? And Cyborg says that one, and Batman says, Flash, go down the other one because you tried that before, and then you ended up in the cave and you were too soon.
Whoa, oh yeah, dude, I gotta say, the whole too soon thing, that is the greatest to me. That like messes with my head so much that it's like, so did what Batman saw, like that already didn't happen because Flash came back to warn him. Like that was what he was warning him about.
It did happen. It just was that was the mistake.
But that's what he was warning him about. Because now that won't happen. Because now
he knows travel. He doesn't have a 4.
Yeah, but now
vision.
But now it's different. Now it's the one with the Joker. It's different.
Now you're dealing with the timeline shit. Hey,
and
Aaron,
he said how many timelines?
I think we all agree that our favorite scene was Cyborg's vision. Did you have input on your favorite scene in the movie?
The no and go confusion is amazing.
Yes, not.
I'm gonna say that.
Ozzy, you there?
Did you get that part, Aaron? We're asking like what your favorite scene in Zack Snyder's Justice League is.
She might be busy, right?
Oh yeah, she might have stepped with the computer for a minute.
I'm gonna give you my favorite scene. Ready?
It looks like Rax and Black Star Afro both have some commentary on what we're talking about here as well. So
okay.
I have a tiny moment is my favorite part. Ready?
What's that?
Right after Superman comes back, there's a part where Wonder Woman like smiles and just like smashes her shit into Steppenwolf. She's like so happy because he's back.
Oh yeah, when she clangs her bracelets together.
Yeah, it's like right after Superman does the not impressed, which is really my favorite.
Which is like what is my favorite moment of his.
Dude, Brad, me too. The not impressed is the greatest thing in the world to me. And and he does the heat vision, or I mean not heat, the wind, and he's just like, smash your freaking axe. You're nothing to me. Not impressed. It's great. And but then you see Wonder Woman slow-mo smile, and she hits her brain.
She's like tables have turned, bitch.
Yeah, she's
so happy, and it's her friend. He's back from the dead. That's
because she's happy in battle. She's having a worthy battle.
Yeah.
She's loving it.
She's always happy about. I mean, she was smiling fighting Doomsday.
That was great, right? The battle smile is amazing on BBS.
Oh, she was laughing she was having a great time.
She's knocked on her back, and she's knocked on her back, and she's doing the Captain America, I could do this all day.
Yeah,
that's my favorite.
Right when she got her sword knocked out, that one I know what you mean.
Yeah, and she kind of shakes her head "Woo, this is fun."
It's I can't. Let's go for round 2, man.
Yeah, but yeah, that's
I wanted to say even on my
she is a warrior princess.
One at a time, guys. One at a time.
Yeah, Aaron's back.
Yeah, so Aaron, we'd asked what was your favorite scene in the movie?
It would have been when they're all fighting Superman.
Yeah, I love that too.
Okay,
that was
that's incredible.
And then Aquaman points to Flash. What the?
I love that pointing.
I love the thing I loved about that too is they brought that back in the Flash movie when he's traveling back to save his mom, and in the Chrono Bowl you have
you see that
you have all the little kind of snapshots of different points in time, and one of them is Aquaman pointing.
It means it was an important part of his journey, I think.
Mighty Rex said his favorite part's the Darkseid defeat. So damn, he's already seen Justice League 2 and 3.
Yeah.
Let us know how that one goes.
How many years in the future is Rex?
Take us there, man. Take us to when we're doing that watch party.
What?
When he's apparently
Mighty Rex said his favorite
Darkseid's defeat. It's what? You've seen that movie and that has not been made yet?
His initial defeat when he steps on Steppenwolf.
You're talking about the history lesson. Yeah.
And Aaron, I wanted to say, I'm sure you also mean that the greatest part, probably in the whole, maybe one of the best parts in the entire trilogy, is when Flash is "Oh, I'll help," and then Superman turns to him. And Flash is so scared.
Oh,
yeah.
It's the first time he's seen someone match his speed. And Superman is just what?
I was squealing like a fangirl at that point.
Yeah, he's that was kind of cool. The whole thing.
That was in both versions.
Yeah, which is why it was. I knew that was not a reshoot scene.
Nah.
You get the slow mo. You get the speed ramping and the slow mo better.
No, Zack
he told you that there's nothing in here he didn't shoot. Remember?
Yeah, he was very emphatic. It's I would rather burn this thing into the ground than I would use any of the footage that I didn't film.
No, I think Whedon just added and cut, and then Zack put what was cut, and then he added himself too with the driveway stuff. But he recolored all of the shots that Whedon used, that fight, which is a lot of it is the same. Zack, his coloring is. He said he didn't even watch the Whedon one, and he said each frame is his own, and it's I had to figure that out. It's some frames are the same, some parts are the same, but it's a totally different color and atmosphere. It's his edit of it either way. So
yeah, because even a lot of the footage that was used in the theatrical cut, it's it's resequenced or it's repurposed or it's recolored or it's In fact, one thing I forgot to mention,
it's a grayer color too. Yeah.
Yeah, that this was and I did an article on this too on Screen Rant. It's when Arthur, when he drops the guy off at the sailor's bar, and he takes the bottle of whiskey and he's walking down the pier, and the soundtrack is different in the theatrical version. It's Iggy Thump, and then they have the song about there's a kingdom, there's a king in this version, and just that I mean they're both they're both Zack scenes, but that change in the soundtrack, it just changes the mood of it.
Different tastes.
Yeah, it's like in the theatrical, the way they play it. And I remember enjoying that scene in the theatrical cut, but the way it's set up, it's positioning him as he's the cool one. He's like the badass of the league. And then in this version, it's positioning more about he's like running from his destiny, But it's like
then he sat on.
It's deeper.
He sat on the lasso of Hestia and started acting like a lame.
Oh
like a
yeah.
dork. So
It's
Mighty
deeper,
Rex
yeah.
brought something up here a little earlier, Brad, at 10:17.
Yeah.
So they escape alive. So if, in my understanding of the chronology based on the playing card, yes, they would have escaped after Superman shows up when Joker and Batman are standing there, because that would be before Batman has the fake kryptonite delivery when he gets turned on by his people and everything. So yeah, they would have escaped from Superman after the scene that we see at the end of Justice League. If that's what you
that's
I
my
think you're
reading of it
asking.
too.
Yeah. I
Well,
use
'cause
I use the playing card as the chronology. So
Well, they also, I mean, they have like, I mean, they
Yeah.
have, like, they do have, tools at their disposal. I mean, they have like Flash's super speed, and they got Cyborg's,
Cyborg.
his blasts and things, and even Mara's got Aquaman's trident,
And
which
somebody
can,
has kryptonite, right?
well, not at this point yet.
Okay.
Like the Joker knows where. In fact, that was something that Zack spoke of at the Full Circle event. Was like that's why he needed to bring the Joker along, was because the Joker knows where there's a stash of kryptonite that they can use. So it's like
because Lex is helping Darkseid and Joker is helping the Renegades.
Yeah, because Lex is under the control of Darkseid. He has a mental connection.
Lex loves it.
Oh, by the way,
yeah.
By the way, this was something because I'm assuming everybody here has seen Project Justice League, right?
Yeah.
What's that?
Yeah.
Well, I have. I'm not speaking.
Like the storyboard motion comic.
Yeah, the
right?
motion comic the Four Nerds did.
Yeah.
Anybody who hasn't seen that, give that a look, because it's awesome. But the way it ends with Lex there is when when Darkseid retreats back into his ship, and Lex is there with the detonator and nukes the ship and takes him out. I didn't know this at the time, but there was an interview Zack had given, I guess, during the release of the movie, where he had said, yeah, the way I envision Lex's story ending up is that he would he would join forces with with the League and with Superman by the end, and he would be the guy who would ultimately take out Darkseid. I didn't see that at the time, so I thought when I saw Project Justice League, I thought, oh, this is a cool touch these guys added. But
you didn't know that was something he already that's interesting.
So but then I saw the interview later on. I was like, oh, okay. That's another I think that's another cool thing of talking about, like, how the trajectory of the whole story ends, where it's like, oh, now even like Lex gets some redemption.
Yeah. Well, it makes sense because, like, Zack loving Watchmen and being like, it's great. Like, you're going to have Joker being good. You're going to have Lex being bad, then good again. Like, they all are just characters in this world. And, like, some of them get redemption, some don't. And I'm hoping Gunn is going to go nuts, too, because he said Watchmen is his favorite comic book,
I would have if I didn't know any of what you guys just said, but if I was speculating myself, I would have said that Darkseid would have killed Lex Luthor, man.
No, Lex was helping Darkseid.
That's Lex Luthor's just desserts for ringing the bell. Like,
he deserves it.
There, and he deserves what he deserves.
Yeah, but Lex learning all that stuff was the foreshadowing that it's like his end is helping Darkseid do his stuff. That's what he learned.
You got to remember one thing, Larry. I don't know if this gets conveyed. Lex, when he gets the 100,000 worlds of information downloaded to his head, he's effectively the 12th level intellect Lex. So he thought he was playing 4D chess on a cosmic scale. And
but he's gonna.
My understanding is that Darkseid would bust his ass.
Oh, of course.
A real chess master is. You know what I mean?
I mean, even the Justice League would be like, Lex, you got it in the end, I think.
He's a genius in these movies. They play him out to be. I like it.
But I think if he took it.
Well, Batman's a genius, too. What did you say, brother?
William?
I think eventually, if he were to take in too much more information, his brain would fry and it would kill him.
I think we already got to the point where it's fried. I think him.
No, he's crazy.
I'm talking about it would kill him. It would cause his brain.
Oh yeah.
But the madness to destroy the universe, to destroy the multiverse, started with him going with the abomination of Darkseid or Doomsday. Once he makes Doomsday understanding that if Superman dies, it'll activate the mother boxes. He's already.
It's
whether
a whole
or not
plan.
He physically dies by having that much information shot into his head, which that would be a cool angle. I'm not gonna deny it. But even so, he's already doomed the multiverse with his.
No, it's 4D chess. He knows what he's doing. It's Lex being the mastermind of evil, if he ends in the end.
I think
William, your mic went out. Your mic went out.
But William, I was going to say William's right though, because remember the storyboard was that Riddler would figure out the anti-life thing and go insane and kill himself.
But that's
so
not,
it does
that's
kill your
not the
brain.
same thing. Lex Luthor had the information shot into his brain. So remember on Man of Steel?
But he didn't get the anti-life thing. He just got a bunch of history.
Check me out, Larry. Check me out.
No, yeah.
Man of Steel, when Zod communicates with Clark inside of his mind.
Oh yeah.
That's what's going on with Lex, except for
That's
he's not just getting what Zod wants. He's getting
you're right.
world's worth of
it's all the history that but it's the computer showing it to him.
Right.
So
Lex
like
is on a whole different level.
But no, you're right. But Lex is getting what the computer gave him. Whereas like Riddler, I think was supposed to solve the anti-life equation and his brain would just explode from it. But that's why Riddler dies from learning it.
Of course. I agree.
And he probably passed it on to Lex to pass it on to Darkseid. And like, you're right. Like, I would love it if Lex at the end was like, I helped you. And Darkseid is like, bam, Omega beams. Like, you're nothing. That would be amazing.
He's a human. Humans don't mean anything to. But also realize there's a possibility that since the fourth world exists outside the multiverse, that every time that Darkseid may have access to other realities where he could find out everything he would need to know. There's a reality where everything goes perfectly. Superman makes it to Earth, and he is an undefeatable Kryptonian. Darkseid could have access to that information, and he could use it in this one.
Well, that brings me to one question, William, that I wanted to ask you and the panel, everybody. Do you think Gunn is a comic nerd enough to be like, there's one Darkseid, and we're dealing with a multiverse? There's different universes. So, like, if you're going to see Darkseid again, even if it's in the second half of this DCU, which is like 5 years away, it'll be like Ray Porter, baby. Because it's like, that was a different universe, but there's only one Darkseid.
It could be, but also we
if
have
he's
to understand
that, like I said, we're
always dealing with a multiversal avatar of Darkseid. So they can get away with having a different Darkseid by saying this is just an avatar of the great
It can be a different actor. I mean, obviously, like maybe Ray Porter will be busy by then, but like, don't you think they'll be like,
it would be cool.
Instead of being like, that was a different Darkseid, that was an Elseworld one. Maybe he's smart enough to be like, no, there's one Darkseid, and all the multiverse, all the universes, there's a different version of him, but it's one. I just hope they address that because it's acknowledging the Snyder Cut too. Right. And but it'll be acknowledging the Snyder Cut as a valid universe too, by being like,
do you think that
it's the same Darkseid?
I don't even think he's going to deal with Darkseid, to be honest with you.
He has to in the end, dude. It's a 10-year plan. 10 years. The first 5 years is going to be Brainiac, Lex Luthor, building up the Justice League. What is the final end game? Like, what is the worst villain to the DC?
It might not be a worse villain. It might just be an anthology of stories. He might take a different approach altogether than a culmination. He might just have an anthology.
I mean, you got to remember, Thanos was a ripoff of Darkseid.
We understand that, but the point is
they got to do it.
From James Gunn's point of view, that's been done already.
No, but to the mainstream audience, it hasn't been. Not everyone watched Zack Snyder's Justice League.
No, I'm talking about with Marvel. That's been done. There's a whole.
Yeah, but James Gunn is like, Darkseid hasn't been done.
Right. I'm not. What my point is that James Gunn might not even go to that level.
He might not, but I think he might be forced to.
James Gunn might just give you an interconnected universe that has different villains in an anthology format with no overarching anything.
He could wrap it up
going for like 5 years. I see that totally going, just being an awesome like universe for like 5 years. But he's got to like round it out the way that he did. He's the one that did that with Thanos with Guardians.
Well, he
knows about that already.
Contributed to a grander plan, but
he knows it works.
I ponder on from time to time. To your point, Larry, there is even not just Guardians, but all of the Marvel trilogies. I think that Captain America probably is the most cohesive trilogy they have.
That might be the best one.
No, it's not whether or not it's best or not. I'm talking about just they don't stand alone.
No, just it is a trilogy. You're right.
They don't. So the Guardians of the Galaxy has many elements that stick around through them. Even that's not cohesive in the sense that we're worried and focused about the Power Stone. We're contributing to a bigger story. So
no, there's
he's making
separate
a contribution Ronan the Accuser and Thanos, that's because he's being a team player. Now, my point I'm trying to make to you is he's already contributed to that. It's been done. There's a lot of expectations. It takes a long time, and everything's got to go relatively perfect with a lot of money for you to be able to get to a Thanos buildup or a Darkseid buildup. Whereas if James Gunn is sitting here hinting to you right now that he's focused on the story, he might just give you common characters. So that's what I mean by interconnected. Common characters that show up. They might not even have stories that rely on each other as much as, just to be a little more independent, and he might just do it in an anthology sense. You might see Lex Luthor in this movie. He might be a villain in this movie, not be active in another movie, and then team up with a villain in another movie.
No, you're right. It might take 5. No, I'm with you. Like
it might not be
build up.
Maybe it's not the overall grand Lex Luthor 10 movie plan. You see what I'm saying?
No,
maybe he just shows
Lex Luthor might be he might just be there, and then in 4 or 5 years, depending on what the story is, he's becoming integral, actually having a part, whether it's negative or positive, whatever. But you're right. I think he is going to have all these characters. I think the best thing he can do is to just be like the comic books. All these characters are here, and then depending on the story, you put the best characters /
he doesn't
actors.
have much of a choice. If again, I'm not one with the financials, but everybody makes it seem like WB's on their last leg if things don't work out. So
I mean,
DC.
that's what people were saying.
I don't think he's going to be overly ambitious trying to sell you on another 10-year Darkseid story when he could just
no. It's not a 10-year Darkseid story because he said the first 5 years is part 1, right?
Right.
He said it's called Gods and Monsters, and I think this is interesting too that it was in the news. People are like, oh, the Arkham series is now it's DCU, and it's he actually said that half of part 1 wasn't announced yet.
Yeah,
so he announced all this shit for part 1,
but that was also said before this writer strike, right?
No, yeah. But I'm just thinking about his creative idea, right? His creative idea of they gave him the job. He's like, this is what I think I could do. Him and Saffron, right? Or talking about it. And they're like, okay, we got a part 1.
We got a couple of comments from Monkey Jeebus, and we got a guy named Travis Mitchell that's got something to say if you want to.
Okay.
Travis Bickle?
Go ahead. Travis Bickle. I'll go with Travis here. Hope you guys are well. I would have loved seeing Zack's nightmare sequence continue. I imagine after Superman shows up to kill everyone, Black Adam tackles him. That's something I've seen a lot of people suggest is that'd be kind of a way to kill 2 birds with 1 stone is incorporate Black Adam into the nightmare and actually have the Black Adam Superman fight that The Rock so gung ho about, have that within the nightmare.
The Rock is going to be on their side in the nightmare.
Say again?
Cool and interesting fight.
Say again?
I said it could be a cool and interesting fight.
Yeah, no, it's it within the package of finishing the arc Zack started. I would want to see Black Adam versus Superman factor into that very much because that was
it would be perfect chance for have Black Adam help them in the nightmare scene. He's the only one that can actually help.
If you saw that one interview he did with I think it was Tyrone Magnus, he even said Black Adam he could work within the story I set up.
Possibly, Bort. You also have, just based on what we could have had or the plan at the time, you have Martian Manhunter present, right? So maybe that's a sacrifice for him.
He's there too.
Stop the team. Yeah. Also, supposedly the Green Lanterns they've been at least alluded to. Even if we don't have the scene that was intended for the movie, we still get mention of the Lanterns in the flashback, and Steppenwolf mentions there's no Lanterns. Let's say the Lanterns now get the signal and they understand that Darkseid's coming. I mean, that could be somebody that because we do see Kilowog dead in the Superman scene. That could be them. That could be somebody to face off against Superman from time to time to hold them off. Kilowog or the other Lanterns in general. So
that would be something for the Green Lantern, when they hear an invasion by Darkseid, on one of the sectors they're supposed to protect. I mean, that's the kind of thing where it's okay, it's all hands on deck for the Green Lantern.
And we were here 5,000 years ago trying to help, and now it's happening.
Yeah, exactly. Travis Mitchell says, imagine a long-haired Dwayne Johnson with a ripped suit, covered scars, so Superman's eyes, lasers would have been. Yes, yeah, that's almost like his look. Almost like his look in the Hercules movie he did with the Black Adam suit, and that would kick ass.
He should have some hair in some movies. Come on.
Yeah. By the way, I've seen
I
people
I think he had a lot of creative control, and I think The Rock definitely wanted to let the Black Adam bald move be the move, because when he has the hood on, that does work for him. It works for him better than it would have worked for Zachary Levi.
By the way, I've seen a lot of people kind of seem to get a little bit hung up on like him not having the elf ears. I don't know. I didn't really.
It doesn't matter.
I didn't think that wasn't like a deal breaker for me.
It's cool, but and when they did the flashback, they talked about his son. His son looks like the original Black Adam in the comics, and his ears are pointing, aren't they?
Yeah.
So I mean, that's the Adam Teth in the comics from the flashback, right, William? Or Teth Adam, rather. But
yeah,
am I correct about that, William? Is that accurate? Yes.
I think you might have stepped away from. Yeah, there he goes.
Yeah, according to the pre-crisis.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm listening to all these firecrackers out here, wondering which ones are gunshots and which ones are actually.
They're not going crazy like that.
Dort Knight says keep Black Adam. No, I disagree with you, Dort Knight. I dug Black Adam a lot. I love the concept of the Black Adam Superman brawl.
I'm ambivalent. I'm ambivalent because one way I could see, Zack's original intent appears to have been like, let's roll with the punches, and when other filmmakers get in here and put other ideas, we're going to implement them. But on the flip side of the game, that's a Band-Aid movie. As good as the movie it's a Band-Aid movie they made. I mean, it's part of the Shazam.
It's a substitute movie,
right? And so when you throw him in the story and he's maybe not intended, then we have to explain where he comes from, or what he has to do with the story and where he was during a lot of the events previously. As of right now, that's why I take the approach, like even independent of what the Flash was saying. When you get a movie like Shazam where they don't want to acknowledge that that's Superman, that's fine. Let it be Earth 2. There's nothing wrong with that being a different variant of the same story you're in. Obviously, the Snyderverse movies or the trilogy doesn't completely line up with most of the movies that were made, right? So instead of trying to retroactively fit everything in there, let everything branch off of Man of Steel and take a different pathway. If you really like the theatrical BVS, or you think Justice League is a movie that you appreciate, like Crazy Joe was saying in the chat, he likes it. Let that be the continuation, and then see where these other movies fit in with Justice League. I mean, we say that as a pejorative, but we don't have to throw the baby out with the bathwater. I don't necessarily like the movie, and I think a lot of it's cheesy, but there's different ideas in there, and different ideas that go with a certain tone that was used afterward. It's especially to the point of Shazam. Shazam fits tonally more with the 2017 Justice League than it does with the Snyderverse Justice League. But ultimately, it doesn't even matter because it's so independent of a story. So we don't really need to bend ourselves out of shape. And the reason I say that it's Black Adam, and this is just my opinion, is a trilogy with Shazam, because not only is it Shazam's villain, but the variant of the exact way you see Black Adam as he starts in the movie is the same thing they were just showing you in the Shazam movie when they were explaining the other champion. So that's the same guy, and The Rock produced all of the movies. So like Harley Quinn and Shazam got a trilogy before Batman ever did, and Wonder Woman, and that's its own problem. But we don't need to sit there and say Wonder Woman 84 is the worst thing to happen. Let that just be on a track that continues from the story that they got. It doesn't need to be part of the
its own strand of spaghetti, maybe is the way to put it. And Larry said his phone died. To be right back, and he is right back now. So.
Okay. So yeah, I don't like have to hate everything, but I also don't feel like you necessarily need to jam everything in on one end, but on the other end, like I said, I'm ambivalent. If it improves the story and Zack are going to include it, are we going to sit there and say, well, it would be stupid to have Black Adam in there? Like if Zack's going to put him in the movie and you got The Rock as the Black, I'm sure he's going to make the shit badass. So what are we worried about?
It's his world. So
you know what I'm saying? Yeah. So what does it matter?
They could. I could see what you're talking about there too, where they could play with the idea of they already have alternate nightmare timelines, so they could play with the idea of a lot of the subsequent movies, their alternate timelines branching off from either Justice League or ZSJL
or even Man of Steel. I say you can start from the basis and work your way out. Not everything in Wonder Woman really is cohesive with the two movies that we just see, or BVS and this, but they don't contradict it totally to the point where you can't acknowledge it.
Oh no!
We got two Larrys in here.
Oh no! Okay. I'll be right back. This freaking AI.
Oh, you're an AI? See, yeah. So the AI has been donating money to you, William. How'd you figure that out?
Yeah, I'll take it.
Cyborg's been hooking you up.
Travis says another thing he mentions here. There was apparently an early draft of The Flash leaked a while back where Barry runs back in time during the climax, pulling Captain Boomerang out of his death in the Suicide Squad. And yeah, that could have been interesting.
Okay, well, I mean,
there's again, it's like with one of the things Gunn mentioning is that Peacemaker season 2 is going to directly address why season 1 and season 2 are take place in different universes, and that part, that little nugget of it, just kind of suggests to me is like there could be like some kind of like gateway between parallel realities already being in play and what he's doing, which it's like that could, for those of us who want to see this concluded, resolved, restored, how you want to put it, that could be a favorable thing.
So when I say I'm a 5,
wait before that even comes down. No, that's the only thing. Is
it's going to be a while for Peacemaker.
So when I say I'm a 5 movie artist, that's not at the detriment of any other idea out there. That's just how I.
We're already three movies into it. So
like what everything you're saying there, Spider-Man. Having that kind of you could go either way with it, because that is being that open with it. That is a good way where it's like you don't have to. It's a way to. How am I trying to put this?
Well, while you're working on that, just look at it this way. As it stands right now, right? Thanks to Marvel, right? So you can always just use your competitor to your advantage. They've opened people's understanding and openness to the multiverse.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
DC's the originator of the multiverse, right?
Yeah,
so we don't need to. We don't need to reestablish the foundation or anything. We already have, at this point, as bad as everything was, and everybody wants to throw their woes at it, you have 10 years of material that are more or less interconnected. Plus, you can even reach a little bit further and get Jonah Hex and Green Lantern involved if you want, being that it's multiversal. So if you really wanted to reach, you got more than 10 years worth of material you can draw from to work out a multiverse, or even just multiversal basis for things going forward. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get you. So
the executives aren't thinking the way I'm thinking. The executives are thinking slap Gal's body double in the movie and play her song, and that'll sell tickets. They're not thinking, and that's why I get there's a lot of things I agree with William. It sounds like me and William come to a head, but it's usually just the pinpoint ideas might be a little bit different, and that's where.
Well, yeah, but everything you're saying, it's a way to kind of retcon.
I'm a comic book fan, so when I'm coming in there, so this would be the fanboy logic in question. But I'm already fine understanding how a multiverse works.
Yeah, but it's a way to retcon everything.
Animation. When you watch Flashpoint go into the Decamu, you're watching it in motion. So everybody loves to talk about Flashpoint. Flashpoint is part 2 of which one is it? The one with it's Doom. That's Doom part 2. That's set in the same universe as Doom. So when you're watching Flashpoint, just watch Doom before you watch Flashpoint. Then watch Flashpoint. It's the same team, and now you're getting cut into the new universe that they were established as the Decamu, right?
Yeah.
So we've seen this happen. They didn't need to make 15 movies before they started the Decamu. They just said, okay, when we make Flashpoint, we're going to connect it. Let's just connect this to the last movie we made, because Doom was originally just a DCAU original. So it was to stand alone on its own, and now it's a duology, right? Because it has Flashpoint or whatever. But just you take that, and here's another approach I have. So I watched the entire DCAU, right, chronologically, not too dissimilar to the way I did real quick.
Hey guys,
what's up, Chappie? But when I'm watching that, right, I want to watch Gods and Monsters, right? So I want to see how that. Well, that's not the same universe. Why can't it be multiversal? It's the same animation style. Then there's that Crisis on Two Earths. Well, Dwayne McDuffie wrote that, and that was supposed to be a bridge between Justice League and Justice League Unlimited, right? Well,
yeah,
you can have that be an Amanda Waller simulation, act as an Amanda Waller simulation to why she needed to have Cadmus get stepped up in the place it was stepped up to anyways. And that Crisis on Two Earths still fits that. It doesn't need to be the same animation style. It doesn't need to be the same voice actors or anything. You could just say that because Amanda Waller literally between the 2 seasons was preparing Cadmus for a situation like Two Earths. So that could have literally been her simulation that she ran. You see what I'm saying? So
yeah, like everything you're suggesting and what you kind of said before with like the way to keep their options open with the established movie. It's a way to retcon a lot of harmony into this chaos we've had
without jamming it together
exactly, or without having to throw anything out.
Right. You can just let it work where it works and then work on
Also,
something
can I
else or
ask
let it
something?
stand.
Yeah, go ahead,
Go ahead.
Chappie.
How come like Warner Brothers didn't want to bring back Cavill? Even with him and Christopher McCoy pitching a Superman movie, but they didn't want to
there's a whole lot of well, I mean, the long and the short of it, the studio's being run by bumbling idiots.
William.
Yes, I was just about to mention that Larry said we just hit 5,100. So we
Oh, that's
just
cool.
raised
Wow.
we just raised $2,000 in the last like 24 hours.
That's right.
That is, we love you guys. Everybody's donated tonight.
That should definitely earn us a Michael Jai White, Scott Atkins interview, right?
Yeah.
I want people to know that we're not done at 5,000. That's important.
Oh yeah.
No,
They see it's
I'll
going
probably
up.
end up in wow, look at the little dot. When you look at the little dot on the thing, it shows you it shows you how we passed it. Which is kind of neat too.
Why don't you show us, William?
Yeah, hold on.
But Spider-Man, like what I just said, that was I was searching for the right words to kind of like encapsulate everything you said. So I think I finally settled on that there.
Ooh, surpassed.
Woo,
I'm just using the old fanboy logic to try, understanding that comic books work. I know a lot of people say they heard of a comic book story. They saw an adaptation in animation once, and so they think they know what they're talking about. But there's other shit out there. I do love this story, and one of my favorite things about this story is it comes off so much like a graphic novel or a comic, but it's so original, right? Not that they haven't drawn from other stuff, but where this story was going, you ain't seen it in the comic book yet. The closest thing is Final Crisis, and Final Crisis ain't even that close to it. So it's nice. It would have been really nice to see where it went. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and William, I think we should probably that's another area for tonight. We're probably by the end of tonight, we're probably gonna have a lot of good areas where we could like snip out, good moments from a lot of stuff.
Oh, there's clips.
Particularly with Spider-Man and
there's clips galore.
I was hoping to just clip his out so I don't have to hear it on the replay. No,
I'll comb through it. I'll comb through it and say, let's like make like clip of that or clip of that like 10-minute stretch or whatever. But looking at the donation page now, because some people are being quite generous tonight, and it is stoking my suspicion that people potentially connected to a certain filmmaker might have gotten wind of this to decide to chip in.
I already told you there was a conspiracy a couple weeks ago, didn't I? I told you
the bots.
My conjecture on this conspiracy
it's the Snyder bots raising money again.
So now bots can raise money? I didn't.
Oh yeah, these freaking bots ruining the world, raising money for great causes.
No, I have a different conspiracy, not anything else. Just pertaining to this channel, I think William's in on a conspiracy. Everybody thinks I'm in on a conspiracy, but I think it's William truly.
Oh, really? Okay.
I always think of William when I think of conspiracy theories. It's great.
I'm a verifiable
Shazam shirt with so much pride. He's definitely higher up at DC. He just doesn't want nobody to know.
It's a work shirt. See, look, it's got my logo on it. There you go.
Travis says here in Peacemaker, it's established his armory is a pocket dimension. Imagine that mixed with the absurd power of his helmets will cause him to go sent to a parallel universe as a joke. Yeah, that could be.
That could be funny.
Yeah, like I said, it's like the way Gunn phrased that with like, it is going to be explained why season 1 is in one universe and season 2 is in another.
I mean,
that
honestly,
just suggests to me there is like some kind of Elseworlds gateway between the two.
That's not a bad theory. That could be like the Deadpool of DC.
Yeah,
because he is kind of like the Deadpool of DC.
Yeah, but that's not going to necessarily be music to William's ears.
But it could be a joke in a way that they're like, Deadpool is joining the universe. Well,
it's the last 7 or 8 years trying to make Harley Quinn the Deadpool of the DC comics, and you're saying it's Peacemaker. That's funny.
Dude, I'm with William. Dude, I'm with William. Deadpool sucks, man. I've never liked Deadpool ever. I'm only excited that it's going to be like a multiverse movie.
Do you guys don't even like him in the context that he's Slade Wilson?
He's awesome.
He
sucks.
Like
Slade Wilson is a really serious character. So when Liefeld made him, it was always even if it's not.
Yeah, it was meant to be a parody of Deathstroke.
It was a parody of how serious Deathstroke is.
Deathstroke is cooler than Deadpool. I mean, I like Deadpool's entertaining.
But that's the point. It's Marvel. It's just a joke. Even if it's a pastiche.
No,
even when it wasn't as extreme as it is now, it was still a parody and a pastiche of how.
No, it's funny that they're. Yeah. I like that they reference each other. I think that's funny. Like I'm all about that. But I like that Ryan Reynolds brought a nice life to the character. I like Ryan Reynolds, so I like Deadpool now. more because of Ryan Reynolds, and like, tell me you're getting Hugh Jackman with the yellow suit. I mean, come on, dude. Like, I'm all about the new Deadpool.
I got him. He's on this wall somewhere.
Aaron, do you have any feelings on?
Well, before
Deadpool
Ryan Reynolds,
with
I didn't give a
Wolverine in
shit.
it.
She's still there.
I like how when it comes to Deadpool, I like how he breaks the fourth wall.
Yeah, that's awesome.
That's awesome.
That always drove me crazy.
Yeah, I know.
Always
Just-
drove me crazy.
Did you like it when John
But the
Byrne was
thing is, with DC, right? With DC, Mr. Mixelplix, he's the
Yeah.
one that breaks the fourth wall, and I
yeah.
enjoy him.
In DC, that's right.
John Byrne did that shit too, and I didn't.
And I hope they do that in the DCU.
John Byrne did that with She-Hulk. Did you not like that, William? When
No,
he did
I
it?
That was
Not-
horrible.
Oh, he really didn't like it with She-Hulk, I'd imagine.
But it was. I mean, that's the one thing the show actually got for like in the '80s. That's what they were doing with She-Hulk.
I mean, the comic's
Right.
good, but the show is horrible.
Yeah,
The
that-
joke-
It's Howard the Duck level.
Right,
how
listen,
the-
Oh,
you
okay,
just
let's not
you
let's
just
not go overboard
80%
here,
of
dude.
Marvel MCU, man.
That's
The comic is
how
way
Chappie
better
says
than the-
that.
It makes Howard the Duck look like a
Horrible.
masterpiece.
I don't know about all that, man.
That's
Yeah,
impossible.
that might be a little hyperbolic.
That
A
is
bridge too far, if you will.
That is funny, though. Yeah, but I think, like, Gunn can bring Mixelpittle like in a scary way. Like, that could be awesome.
It makes sense.
Yeah, we'll
Yeah.
see what he ends up doing. Like I said, I'm not so much against him because somebody brought up Super earlier. I enjoy Super. I like the idea of where Brightburn is. Brightburn is a movie.
Yeah,
that's
Brightburn was
showing
fun.
Brightburn
Brightburn
is
is
showing-
basically-
was good.
I know he
Brightburn
didn't
is
direct it.
basically- Yeah, Brightburn
He
is basically
produced
Man of
it.
Steel in the form of like
It-
Scream.
No,
I'm
it's
gonna-
Man of Steel. It's Man of Steel if the parents were kind of not as good as the Kent. Because
Yeah.
the basis of what I think of Brightburn is where you see in Man of Steel. I think it's a direct reference to Man of Steel, actually.
Totally. Dude,
When
the
you see-
trailer.
when you
The
see-
trailer references
you
Man of
see-
Steel.
Right. When you see how Elizabeth Banks, I believe,
Yeah.
handles situations that Martha gets in, she's scared of her son, and it shows. So now the son already knows early on that my mom is scared of me. As far as the father goes, he doesn't trust his son, and the son picks up on not being trusted by the father to the point where the son kills the father when the son kills the father. Beyond that, when you don't have parents of, and this is just me speculating,
Spoiler
you
alert
don't
for
have-
anybody who wanted to go see that movie.
when you don't have parents of good character raising the kids,
Oh,
you're
it's
gonna get-
years old.
you're gonna get a little asshole kid like what you got with Brightburn, anyways. So you get what you get basically. Brightburn is the answer if you don't have as good of parents, right, as the Kents. It's not the
Dude,
kids'
first of
fault
all-
really; it's the parents.
No, you're right. They sucked. No, can I
Yeah.
tell you guys my Brightburn story really quick?
What's that?
Yeah, go for it, man.
So when I first saw the trailer for Brightburn, this was a time when the Snyderverse was in full effect, and I didn't know anything about Shazam. Right before the Shazam movie, I just knew he was similar to Superman. So when I first saw that trailer, I honestly was like, "Is this Shazam?" Because I know it's something, an alien coming. He's similar to Superman, right? And then it got like all dark, and it's like, oh wait, this is
And then
not.
he goes on a killing rampage, and
But because it was but in the trailer, Spidey's right. It was referencing Man of Steel on purpose.
I don't
And,
remember
like,
that.
You could pull them up next to each other, like it's literally like a Man of Steel trailer as a joke, kind of like a parody, right? Because the movie is like a satire of superhero movies. So I get to the end of the trailer and I realize, whoa, this is not Shazam. This is some other crazy thing. And the director, David Uravesky, was my counselor at camp when I went to camp as a kid.
really?
Yeah, so I was 16, and he was like a junior counselor because he
Wait,
was
you're-
only 17.
So what you're saying is you're the inspiration for Brightburn?
No, I don't. I wish. Oh, maybe. No. I don't think I'm the inspiration, but I could tell you that, like, I know him as a dude, and I know his sensibilities, and I know that he's friends with Gunn. And the script was like written by like Gunn's like cousin or something. right?
Brothers, I think.
Or maybe his brothers.
Yeah,
Yeah, and like
yeah.
James Gunn just produced it,
Mhm.
but it was written by his brothers, like
But
directed by
you
a
can
friend,
see that he
David
had his
Rescue.
foot in it. You could definitely see he had his foot in it because there's some Gunnisms in that movie.
Oh yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
it's his family working on it. I'm sure he
Yeah.
worked. I mean, he's a producer. He produced
Yeah.
it. But some people who don't know the ins and outs of the movie, they're like, James Gunn made Brightburn, and it's like, not really. Like, it was his brothers and his friends, and like, I'm sure he helped. But anyway, my point is that I'm watching this thing from here, and I'm like, it's 20 years later since it's like 16. Now I'm like 40, and I'm like, yeah, dude, that's 100% David Rebeski. He hasn't changed. That's his style to make like a fucked up Superman story. And I feel like I'm hoping he's going to get to work in DCU too, like maybe on Authority or something more mature,
Maybe Dead Man, huh?
And I also heard Brightburn 2 is doing, dude, Dead Man, come on. But like I heard Brightburn 2 might be happening and that they're using AI like just to be controversial to write it.
Really? Okay.
And that's also
AI, huh?
I mean, I know these guys well enough to be like, yeah, that's why not? They would do that.
It's basically going to be like an anthology series.
Yeah. Just like
Well, I mean, because
they
it's
have
a parody.
like the end credits like tease with like the Alex Jones knockoff with Michael Rooker.
Yeah.
It has
He's
him talking about like
destroying
there's
the
the Brightburn kid, but there's the fish guy and there's the one with the lasso. So
and also Super was in there too. That's connected.
Was Super in there?
Yeah, he was like in the corner, like a vigilante. He's like the Batman of that messed up verse.
Okay, I didn't know they were connected. Okay, that's cool.
Oh yeah, I didn't either until like people had to point that out. Like I didn't catch that. I'm not going to take credit for catching it, but I read about it online, and it's like, oh, that's pretty cool.
I only saw that movie once. I barely remember any stuff about it.
You mean Super?
It's pretty low budget, but they play it off like it's horror. But for the little scenes that you get, it's all right. It's all right. They play with the powers.
No, the one the part that really got me was I guess I'll go ahead and give a spoiler is when 8
years old
when the kid his name is Brandon in it, which that's probably like another Superman reference, the kind of the Brandon Routh. It's when he kills his father, and the way he does it is that he burns through his head with his heat vision.
Oh my god! Yeah,
that was the one that got me because you don't you've seen Superman like we saw in this movie where he uses it. He'll take out aliens with it, but he'll blast through a wall with it. But it's not, you don't usually see it used in any kind of like lethal context. It's because if he's either knocking things down with it or he's shooting it against opponents who can take it, like Steppenwolf, like he'll cut off his antler there, but Steppenwolf, it's like
I'm sure he loved. I'm sure Steppenwolf was just in love with.
But he's
deserved it.
But he's not using it in like a murderous way or.
He deserved it. Superman was trying to stop him,
but
he wouldn't stop.
When the kid does it in Brightburn, again, he just roasts through his father's skull.
Right
with the heat vision, it just goes in one end out the other, and it's one of those things where it's one of those things where like you take, it's when you take one of Superman's powers and.
No,
you
don't
realize.
Angry.
Yeah, you don't realize like how scary that could be in the wrong hands.
Oh,
laser eyes do always get the point across whether or not.
Wait a second, Brad, you just made me realize something when you mentioned that the name was Brandon, right?
Yeah,
I forgot about that. So it's Brandon Brower.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Brandon Brower. Yeah, something like that.
BB,
which is like and that's why his alias is Brightburn. It's BB. Like, remember he's drawing the logo?
Yeah.
It's all BB.
Oh, okay. Well, the town is also called Brightburn.
What? Oh, the town's called Brightburn, but that's why. It's all connected. No, it's all connected. But remember his logo was his initials, BB, right?
Yeah.
And he makes his costume. He's insane. He has he loves that hood. Like, I love that he's not a monster only. He has a human personality. Like, I'm going to have a cape and I'm going to have a scary face and I'm going to have a logo. It's great. But anyway, the point is, remember I was just saying I thought it was a Shazam like trailer by accident?
Billy Batson.
That's Billy Batson.
Yeah.
So it is a take on Shazam and Superman because it's a kid.
Initials, yeah.
It's a kid with Superman's powers, so it's
Good
almost
point
like
out.
mocking Shazam. It's like, you think Shazam is funny? This is a kid with Superman's powers. He'd destroy everyone, including his family.
Brightburn came out like 2017 or 2016, right?
It was
Came
like
out a while.
2019.
Oh, it was 2019. Okay.
Yeah.
Definitely pre-pandemic.
So it came out the same time as Shazam, around the same time as Shazam.
No, it came out before Shazam because I remember seeing the trailer and I was like, "Is this the Shazam trailer?"
that was-
Because I
that
hadn't
was-
seen the Shazam trailer yet.
I think William stepped away for a minute.
It came
but-
out. The trailer came out before the Shazam trailer because I thought it was the Shazam one.
March, right?
No, the
I
movie
don't
came out
know.
like May or something. I think that year, it
Oh.
was that summer. So it was the movie itself came out after Shazam, but I see you're saying like the marketing started to where you could get that if you weren't knowledgeable about the character, you could get that confusion. But yeah, I
just remember that I saw the trailer first before I saw the Shazam one. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I didn't pick up on that's a really good catch there. I didn't pick up on that. It's like
the BB is totally
putting a little
Billy
spin
Batson.
on Billy
The kid.
Batson, like what how much of a little bastard he could be if
Yeah, like in the DCU, like Billy Batson, like thankfully he has all those traits of all the gods and wizards that he gets, but it's like he's also just has Superman's powers in like a layman's sense. So it's like an outsider being like, well, this is what you're talking about, right? Like Superman, they just take a kid in, an alien, and it's like, what about Shazam? Oh, it's a kid with the powers. It's like, combine that. Nightmare.
When Captain Marvel first came out, he was literally that was the competitor. That's what they were trying to do immediately.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, they had to buy the rights
Shazam
to
is
the
not
name.
The first Shazam movie, and not the one that's they made Shazam movies all the way back in the 40s when they were making.
Shazam was Captain Marvel.
It actually
he wasn't Shazam
for a while until DC started with the lawsuits and stuff. There was a time
they had to own the rights.
Yeah, well, I mean, the Captain Marvel, with bearing the name, that we ultimately got in the MCU, it's pretty lame.
I mean, I get it. It's kind of
in the year 2019, you got 2 hit Captain Marvel movies, and then
dude, it's so funny. They came out at the same time.
Yeah.
Both of
it's so funny that it was like the lawsuit and then both movies.
The same let's say relative performance, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, like same league of like quality.
I was not a fan of Captain Marvel at all. I thought it was
it's fun.
Yeah, I didn't watch Captain Marvel too.
Yeah, it's.
I wasn't. Yeah, I wasn't really.
You got Nick Fury in there.
Say again, Aaron.
I wasn't really interested in watching it.
Yeah, it's the thing about it is they play like if I had to summarize
it.
Go ahead, man. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think there's anything like that
movie, but I know that
crazy
Beast is in it.
Go for it. Say again, man.
I haven't seen the movie, but I know that Beast is in it.
Oh, you're talking about the new one.
Yeah.
I haven't seen the new one yet.
Well, so you just spoiled something for them.
No, that's all good. No, I don't mind spoilers for it. The old one though, it was fun.
Anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Brad, you were saying?
Yeah, like if I had to summarize like the Marvel Captain Marvel, the first one, if I had to summarize that in like one phrase, I would probably be self-congratulatory because it's
even
so.
The Agent, even the Agent Carter series, I thought was better.
Oh, I'm sure
there's some truth and there's some bullshit to that, Chappie. And I literally I went through all this. I wanted to have that conversation with somebody because nobody watched it, so me and you could talk about it. But as far as what you're saying, Brad, here's what you do have to understand. I don't know how familiar with Captain Marvel comics you are. First off,
not much at all.
Marvel fucking sucks. Okay?
Yeah,
there's a reason they killed him off to sell books, but the origin that they give you, although it's if people want to cry about it being gender bent, that's whatever. But the Marvel origin that they give you and the Carol Danvers origin are actually merged together, fairly accurate in that movie. Even the villain that they give you from the Kree is from the original story. So actually, as bad as Captain Marvel is, right? You have to give Carol Danvers and Miss Marvel respect. She's been out as long as Captain Marvel has and that character. When they killed him off, and they've gone to other Captain Marvels. She was Miss Marvel. When she was Miss Marvel, of course, Rogue gets her powers, but she has some really good runs in New Avengers and Mighty Avengers as Miss Marvel. Not to mention her build up to becoming Captain Marvel is all pretty good. She's one of Spider-Man's friends. That's where the whole Spider-Man Miss Marvel friendship in the modern comics comes from, is the fact that Carol is Spidey's friend. She's also Tony's friend and occasional Tony's, girlfriend type of situation. She's Hellcat's friend. She's Jessica Jones's friend. So on the show, you get Hellcat and Jessica Jones. That story in Alias is actually Carol Danvers in Jessica Jones. That first season of fucking Jessica Jones is Alias to the damn near to the word, except for instead of Hellcat, it should be Carol Danvers. Carol Danvers, of course, is the Rogue, where Rogue establishes her powers. So Carol Danvers is like, she became binary. There's so much that goes in her story, and a lot of people, I get it, like you said, it's kind of a self-congratulatory tone to the movie, but she's exactly where the character was in the book at the time. Like, so as far as comic book adaptation goes, she's one of the more accurate Marvel characters, truer to form. But also the history that Carol Danvers, they kind of short you on it, but they give you her origin story in Marvel's origin story in her movie. Now they do it in a lackluster way. Right, they could have definitely done more with them, and especially with the type of money they were making at the time, to be able to pump into that budget, especially bridging the two Avengers movies and all this. It definitely could have been a better movie, but compared to some of the other Marvel that you get, they actually did give you the basis of her story, so you have a springboard to go off of. Now, what they do with it from there on out, that's whatever you think, but the story and the foundation, that's the actual character in question. And there's a lot of different Captain Marvels. So instead of trying to figure out who has the quantum bands, who has the nega bands, who's flying around with this power or that power came from this dimension or that dimension, you got the one story to springboard off of. She interacts with other people in the galaxy. When they show up, we don't have to ask too many questions.
Okay, that's a good rundown of the.
Cool.
And I'm definitely Spider-Man is definitely a little more knowledgeable about the Captain Marvel and Marvel history
but
than I am. So that was
good.
And the first movie wasn't offensively bad. I thought it was pretty cool.
No, it's not offensively bad. It's just bland.
Nick Fury's eye scratch legend shit was bullshit, but it was alright.
I mean, I didn't know the twist that the crew were bad because I don't know the comics enough. I thought that was kind of interesting.
Wayne's back.
It's like, oh, they're ugly. They're the bad ones. No, they're the good guys.
Was I right there, William? Did you hear what I was saying? Was I right or was I full of shit?
I just
selling books.
The only thing I know about Captain Marvel is that Rogue took some of her powers from the comics.
Yeah.
That's all. That's all I knew.
What were you saying, Spidey?
I just was mentioning that the Captain Marvel movie that they put out is kind of rolling Miss Marvel and Marvel's origin stories together and put it in one movie.
William must know. All right.
A little bit, yeah, because her original powers were just Kree.
Yeah, but just the whole basis of what the spaceship being crashed, the Kree warriors coming, all that is from the original setup of Marvel, right?
No, that's her original power set. What ended up happening is something happened when she crashed into a Kree ship and it bonded their DNAs.
Yeah.
But the powers she has are binary powers. Those are powers she got after she got her original power stolen by Rogue. And then she becomes binary. So which is the current Captain Marvel, both in the comics, have been retconned to include the powers of binary, which is what Carol Danvers became after she lost her Kree powers, and the Kree powers that she had originally. They just basically retconned her, and that's the one you see in the movies. That helps.
Well, it was like we just got like a crash course on all that when Remy's it all started with me saying, yeah, I just wasn't a fan of the Captain Marvel. Actually, I did like the newest one. I didn't love it, but I did enjoy it more. And a lot of that really just boiled down to the Iman Vellani. Really, she just kills it as Kamala Khan. Yeah, she just really she actually. To be perfectly, I mean, I actually kind of liken her a bit to Ezra Miller as the Flash. The reason I made the comparison is that they're both the way each of their characters are set up. They're both playing these. They're basically playing fans of these superheroes.
They did that well in her show.
Yeah, so they're fans of like superhero. When they live in worlds with superheroes, they're actual fans of them. Then they get their powers, and they actually get to become like these heroes they look up to. And then it gets a step further where they actually get to be on a team with them.
Yeah, sometimes I have criticism with some of the Marvel movies with how humanity treats it like, oh, it's just another day in the park with the superheroes around. Sometimes they actually acknowledge that there's fucking superheroes walking amongst them, or we need, not that they need to necessarily like, bow down to them or anything like that, but sometimes it just like you're 30 movies in and they're acting like it's a normal day out here. You know what I'm saying? Like
they were showing Civil War. Like I was at a store and they were actually showing Captain America Civil War on like one of the TV screens. I thought that was kind of interesting.
Fourth is back.
Oh yeah.
Oh, in the comments, yeah.
Oh,
no, he'll be in it soon, hopefully.
Yeah, he doesn't know anything about. Yeah.
Did you guys watch it?
But you still know about movies, Fourth, right? So like that's where we meet, right? So
Fourth knows about
we're all on a comic book shop. So we got room to learn, right?
Spider-Man, I'm kind of wondering where you fall on this because, it took me. I'm still kind of deciding the ranking in my head after I saw it, but as far as my MCU ranking goes, actually, I'm kind of at a point where I probably would make Spider-Man on my MCU number one.
Now, when you say your MCU number one, are you talking about all together? Or are you talking about just movies?
Yeah.
I think Daredevil is the best thing MCU has.
Yeah. If I factor in Marvel, Netflix, then it's definitely gonna have competition.
And that has the lowest budget, which is the saddest thing of all. But I think
there hasn't been MCU Daredevil yet.
I do enjoy No Way Home, and specifically for two reasons in general. One is the more surface reason that there's a lot of fan service in a movie after Endgame. You don't need to have it, but it's like if they never continue the story and they give you that movie at the end, that's like the pat on the back movie, right? That's
yeah.
You can do something with it or you can do nothing with it, and you're just as good. And then obviously they built upon that with Multiverse of Madness, and you can see where they're trying to go. On the back end of it, I'm in agreement. I think William has said this, so I'm saying I'm in agreement with William. It took 3 movies for us to get
for Holland to get to go from Iron Man Jr. to Spider-Man
college, and nobody knows his identity. And there's cool things about it. On the journey is pretty fun, but there's some ridiculous bullshit there too. Because again, I'm watching all this on a delay. So when I'm watching Spider-Man: Homecoming and he gets snuck up on from behind in that movie, that's unforgivable. Now I get later on, I find out in Endgame that his spider sense is starting to kick in, and then we find out even more about it later on. But up until that point, you just threw Spider-Man in a situation where 4 people snuck up on him in that movie, and that was terrible, right? I like that movie a lot. I love the costume in that movie. I like even his homemade suit and the idea behind it. I'm in agreement about the Iron Man Jr., but I also roll with the punch, right? Multiverse logic, right? We're in this universe. If I want 616 Spidey, I'll crack open the comic book, right? So I don't need to have
favorite is probably Infinity War.
Infinity War is good. I think it's better than
and then the second would be the Winter Soldier. That movie is phenomenal.
Yeah, Winter Soldier definitely holds up very, very well.
If we're talking movies, I think Winter Soldier is probably my favorite Marvel movie of the MCU. And then it would be probably Infinity War, like Chappie said, and then No Way Home right after. I think Endgame works in tandem with Infinity War, but I think it goes way down in quality if you put it on its own.
Yeah, well, we're
as much as I love the last
only
fight
problem with Infinity War is they do the Hulk dirty.
There's a lot of dumb stuff on in Endgame, and the one dumbest thing of all time in Endgame that's really unforgivable is the Hulk got his ass kicked by Thanos in the beginning of Infinity.
Yeah, and I was looking forward to a rematch, and we didn't get a rematch.
The whole movie, he wouldn't turn back into the Hulk, and we had to look at that shitty CGI of the fucking Thor Buster suit, or the Hulk Buster suit he was in. Now, when we get all that, and we finally get to the climax of Infinity War, and everybody's fighting each other, you know that Thanos and fucking Hulk had a stare down with each other. And Hulk, this is right when they were starting to pass around the Infinity Gauntlet. So these motherfuckers looked at each other and didn't fight. That's just unforgivable.
Yeah, that was the big thing I was looking forward to.
And they've been bitching Hulk out ever since his first appearance in fucking Avengers.
Yeah. Well, Incredible Hulk.
Worse.
Incredible Hulk, I think, is their most underrated one.
Same here.
Oh yeah.
Edward Norton was the best Hulk.
But we all know, of course, we're talking about like we're the ranking of in the MCU. I mean, how can we forget that timeless masterpiece, Thor: Love and Thunder?
Oh my god!
That was shit.
Iron Man. I might put Iron Man up top because the quality of Iron Man, even just as it looks more like a movie than an MCU movie, if that makes sense.
Which one?
You're talking about
Iron Man
Ford's
1.
coming here.
It looks like a movie.
That's a real movie because it's before the MCU existed.
Looking like comic book, like MCU movies. Like MCU movie became a thing.
Yeah, because MCU didn't exist when Iron Man came out.
Well, my point is, when you get to Thor 2,
you're right.
There's a shift on what the quality of the movies are altogether.
Yo, 100%. You know what? Yo, you know what you're saying? That's what I think about Game of Thrones. Like when Game of Thrones started, no one knew what it was, and it was fucking awesome. And then it became like self-aware, and it's like, whoa, we're Game of Thrones. Hey, now we got to do this and that. And like everyone gets upset at the end because they're like trying to be this huge thing. And it's like the first episode is like no one knows what this is. And it was just different. It's a completely different vibe. And I'm not saying like it got worse. Like you could think that maybe, but it is just true that like Iron Man came out. It was just like an action movie. It like happened to be Iron Man.
Just the look of the movie, just the aesthetic of
I get what
I don't even mean just the purpose. I mean the way it was made. Yeah, you're right. You're 100% right.
But yeah,
it became like a formula. That's different,
Well, no, I was gonna say,
for better or for worse.
I actually, a couple of days ago, I actually watched, and I know that Taika Waititi gets a lot of shit, but I watched Hunt for the Wilder People. I don't know if you guys seen it, but that's a very, very good movie with Sam Neill and the kid from Deadpool 2.
I haven't seen that.
Yeah, no, it's a really good. It's got your typical like Taika Waititi humor, but again, it shows that the dude's a very good director, and I actually liked what he did with Full Ragnarok. I just think he kind of went like Joe Schumacher, and he kind of overdid the.
Well, that wasn't even Schumacher going from like because he, going from Batman Forever to Batman Robin because that was the studio saying, yeah, okay, we need to camp this up even more. Because he wanted
to do like Schumacher cut out there.
Yeah, of Batman Forever, and apparently it's the tone from what's been described.
Kevin Smith has been trying to get it made.
Yeah, he's talked about that, and apparently from what's been described about the tone is because of course they wanted to lighten Batman up after Batman Returns got the backlash for being too dark, and apparently the approach like that Schumacher took in that version of it, like. The tone shift is it's less jarring in his cut compared to so it's still much lighter than Batman Returns, but apparently it's you're eased a bit more into it, maybe is the way to put it.
Right.
Because even like 8 years old when I saw Batman Forever, it's like and I would definitely still I having revisited it. Yeah, it's probably the best of the original four. Certainly in terms of like being like being about Bruce Wayne, but even at 8 years old, I could recognize that there is definitely a major shift going on from Burton to Schumacher.
Sure.
Which is weird because Burton's a goofball when it comes to a lot of that stuff. I don't need to see a Schumacher cut ever. I'm
you could die without it ever being
the one I saw in the movies was fine. Batman 2 when it first came out, when the backlash first came out. And people say it's toned now in retrospect. It was just too many. It was too crowded.
Well, you got to remember, it was McDonald's too. Never McDonald's got pissed off.
You had you had Max Schreck, and in the '90s, that you went from one villain in the first movie to 3 villains in the second movie.
Yeah,
it's just not a very good movie.
Well, it's not a Batman movie at its core. It's a Penguin movie.
You're talking about Batman Returns?
It's a Danny DeVito Penguin movie.
Max Schreck.
That hurt the movie, and that's why the movie was And like I said, when you went to Batman and Batman Forever, that was a little bit more of a comic book movie.
The
first 2 movies were basically Tim Burton movies, but
especially Returns
comic book movie. And I think just people not everybody was on board with what Tim Burton was doing at the time. I mean, half the people were, half the people weren't. But Batman Returns is probably my least outside of Batman and Robin. are the ones that should be taken seriously. Batman Returns
Forever.
is probably my least favorite of all.
Yeah,
No,
I
Williams
feel
Forever is awesome.
Huh?
Forever,
No,
Batman Forever
is
is
I
awesome.
love Forever. But
Me
Batman
too.
Returns is
Forever's
Batman
good.
Returns
I just don't like
yeah.
Two-Face.
They both, like I say,
Mm.
when I watch that movie, they're both trying to play the Joker. They're both.
yeah.
But
It's still a good movie, though.
I didn't say it was
And Val
bad. I just say
Kilmer
that's
is
they're
awesome.
shooting for the over-the-top Joker.
But no,
instead of-
these cuts like the Donner cut, the Schumacher cut.
I was about to bring up
sometimes-
mention like
Oh,
you
someone-
said, yeah, you're not a Donner cut guy.
Yo, someone said it in the chat. I don't know who said it, but they were saying Val Kilmer is the best Bruce Wayne, and I think they're right.
I think
I liked him a lot.
Oh,
I think he was like in terms of like the original four. Yeah, he definitely nailed. Keaton nailed Batman the best. I felt like
I love Keaton. I love both.
Best, until Affleck came, Keaton was the best duel.
Oh, Keaton, I mean, is amazing.
He plays Batman and Bruce pretty good on both sides.
You can't really, beat that.
His personality really plays in, like his natural swagger, if you will, plays.
No,
in
he's
his
incredible.
Really well. Like Michael Keaton's natural personality as Bruce Wayne.
Yeah, plus, it's a different time too. All these ones came out in the different eras that wouldn't necessarily roll now. You look at them. To me, Keaton's Batman doesn't age well for me.
Hey,
I was the one I saw it in the movie.
You're not wrong. I think that movie's fine, but we didn't need to dig him up out of. We didn't need to do the Indiana Jones 5 thing with him.
Yeah, and it's good, just like Christopher Reeves. I mean, the era that these guys are in, it was where they belonged in.
Yeah,
that's what I don't understand. Like, can someone please explain this to me? Like, how come when Bryan Singer did Superman Returns, and when he made it just like the Richard Donner movies, people didn't care for it, and they said that he should have did his own thing, like he should have made it his own. And then when Zack Snyder comes in and does something, when Zack Snyder comes in and does something completely new and different, people still crap on it. They say, "Oh, it's not the Christopher Reeve." Like what?
Chappie, I'll tell you, it's because they're a bunch of hypocrites.
You have to learn.
They're all stupid.
Neither one of them should have been listened to because once again, we're 26 whatever years beyond the last relevant Christopher Reeve appearance in Superman. So you're going on nostalgia, and that's what being poorly managed means. You don't know who to listen to. You don't have the proper inner workings, and you listen to every fucking stooge that tells you something. And you're passionate about it. You're like, oh, I guess that means that I'm right. Like I said, one of the things I like about what Kevin Feige does is I don't always like the result, but he doesn't give a shit about your opinion. He knows what he's doing. He's the guy flying the plane, and he's not going to give a flying fuck about the guy sitting in first class criticizing him about how to land it.
That was in the first 3 phases.
That's $30 some odd billion of phases. He's got enough credibility. He's got more credibility.
But if people want Christopher Reeve that much, then why come they didn't show up for Superman Returns?
They were never going to.
That movie sucked.
Superman
it's okay. It's not bad, but it's.
They misjudged the power of nostalgia. They misjudged the power of nostalgia.
Can I tell you something? My favorite part of Superman Returns is the kid being Superboy.
Well, I was gonna say I don't want
the rest of it sucks.
Pile on the movie and shit on it like whatever. They did try to make it, but Superman comes off as a deadbeat dad stalker in that movie, and that's
oh my God. Listen, the thing about Superman Returns, I'm gonna say I love Superman. He's my favorite character. When the bullet hits his eye, that is not cool. That's stupid.
A lot of people think
stupid.
It's cool. I'm fine with it, but a lot of people really think that's like a great part.
It has my favorite.
Oh my God, give me a break. Meanwhile, but Superman like on fire saving people. That's stupid though in Snyder. I mean, I'm just saying, like, I'll tell you, like, Superman Returns, I remember when it came out, and I was kind of like, oh, cool, there's a new Superman movie. And one of my friends saw it before me, and he was like, the biggest part of the movie is he saves an airplane.
That's the best part of that movie.
And he was like, that's the IMAX part. And that was the part filmed in IMAX, remember?
Larry, do you think that Superman Returns is better than Superman 3?
Yeah, because Superman 3.
That's supposed to be a replacement for Superman 3. So if you look at it that way,
I kind of like
Superman.
All right, you know what? Yes, it is. No, you know what? Yes. Yes, Spidey. Yeah.
Superman Returns is better than Superman 3, but Superman 4 is better
I
than
don't think
both
it's
of them.
like an amazing movie, but I put it to where it's at. So William says
Superman 4 is better than both of them now.
William just got finished saying that certain iterations of the character deserve to be at a certain time. I agree with that. They obviously made the Brandon Routh movie as a response and a sequel or a continuation of the Reeves movies.
But people didn't even understand that. Like that didn't read.
People got what they wanted with that, and whether it did good or not good, or we don't like the story, they ended up changing the story. Now, obviously, we know the result of that, but the story ultimately did get changed a couple of years later. So,
and I don't want to hate on people who like that movie. Like that's fine, man.
New and unique take on Superman that's so good and so realistic. People still hate on it, man. They still say like,
Man of Steel. That's right. Man of Steel is perfect. And I agree, but they hate on it.
$8 million. What other Superman movie prior to that had made that kind of money? Like I said, you don't mistake the mistakes that the studio made listening to dummies as what is actual reality. Math is reality, not fucking boneheads' opinions about somebody else's opinions. Just because you hear a lot of people shitting in their diapers about Man of Steel, it doesn't mean Man of Steel wasn't successful. It's just that the people who had the keys to the building didn't have the talent to realize what was what. That is the difference between Kevin Feige and the clowns that they had running Warner Brothers at the time. Kevin Feige knew what he had was good. He had faith in the people under him. He had faith in what he was doing, and he did not give a fuck about anyone else. He did what he was going to do, what he was always going to do. He didn't deter, and the people who had backed him didn't do the same thing. That's the difference. That's
plus, he didn't care about making $1 billion.
On Man of Steel was a little vocal minority because guess what? Math won again because the very next movie you had, if everybody hated Henry Cavill as Superman and it was still stuck on it, then explain to me where the difference between 871 million and 671 million did.
But William, people like to say that's a failure because it didn't make $1 billion.
Yeah, we don't have to listen to them.
Yeah,
people can say whatever they want to.
Yeah, but they were wrong about looking at it that way. So we gotta we're literally in 2024 here. So
yeah, but William and Chappie, I wanted to say like there's like a bunch of people that like aren't necessarily Snyder fans that love Cavill as Superman. And they'll be like, I'm not into the whole Snyder thing, but like Henry Cavill was great. I don't know why they got rid of him. Like that's a different kind of fan base. So like a lot of people do like Henry Cavill.
Well,
I mean, like I said, the math spoke in his favor. But if you have people who don't understand and can't interpret, all of them are gone, by the way. All those people are gone. But you have one company that knew what a win was and another company that didn't. You know, like I said, now the perception is because they made decisions based on bullshit that's reality. No, it's not. And if you look at it in retrospect, all of their failures were from listening to dummies, listening to people and letting their multi-billion-dollar franchise be steered by people who probably wouldn't be able to count, to 10 on their toes. So that's a problem. But whereas Marvel, like I said, notwithstanding some of the shit that they've made over the last 16, 17 years, but they still had an organizational structure that
to the
said,
point where they've seen success and they have room to make stinkers.
Yeah, fuck you when your opinion is what they're saying. We know what we're doing. When you get to our level and you can
love
write
it or hate it,
you can produce, you come knocking on our door and we'll give you a job interview. Till then, sit your ass down in that movie seat, pay for the shit that we're going to sell you and you're going to eat it up. And that's where you and I end. We're not going to be taking in every dude in DC way, taking every dummy and pundits and critics' opinion and doubting myself after I spent all this money to get this thing going and then look stupid. Because once you blink, if you're at the top and you blink, everybody's watching you.
Well, and I think,
if you don't believe in the shit you're doing, why the hell are you doing it? Like for real. Like if you believe in it, you don't care what anyone says. You just do it, and that's it.
Hold on. You got to remember, like Kevin Sushiala said that DC movies are dark and they're going to be dark and gritty. Like he said this before, like the backlash of BVS, and then he would automatically change his mind.
That's why he's gone. Well, one of the reasons why he's gone, he should have never been hired. He should have never been hired. And all the people he hired, his underlings, weren't people for the job. He didn't hire one person in his tenure that lasted.
Yeah, but do
that
you
was
think they
ever-
hired him because he was the first Asian?
Well, they hired him because he had the background in like theme parks and shit
But
like that.
why? Why would you hire a theme park guy? That's like that makes
The
no
theme parks make
sense.
them a ton of money. That's why.
Theme
Disney
park.
makes
What
money off the
what
park.
theme parks did he work on?
Red
I
Flag.
think, yeah, it was Six Flags, but to
Oh
kind of
yeah, because
encapsulate.
Six Flags is connected with like DC stuff. They have that.
Yeah.
stuff.
Unlike with Disney,
I get
where the
it.
majority of their money comes from theme parks, the majority of DC, Warner Brothers' money does not come from theme parks.
Okay.
So his criteria, first of all, that was mistake number 10,000. He was never the right hire. Romanoff should have been in that position. Everybody Kevin T.R. hired under them got either chased out of the company, bought out, or fired. And the litany that they left is still lingering because when you hire the wrong people, they go to work doing the wrong things, and you're left with those wrong things long after you've chased them. We're still dealing with the remnants of all this stuff, and these people are long gone now. But there you go. You got to be careful who you hire.
Toby
To
Emmerich, I
encapsulate-
think. Well, I was going to say, Toby Emmerich, I think had potential, but he was too much of a dick. Because he did run New Line, and I think he did a fine job running New Line cinemas.
Every corporate executive in America is a dick, so there's not going to be any avoiding that.
And to encapsulate everything William said, and this is probably very fitting that we're just coming off the holiday season. You know, there is I think you can make a pretty good Cliff Notes version of kind of the bad decision making that William kind of laid out there, and have it for everybody right here.
Pez dispensers of bad decisions.
No sound.
No.
This is Lost in New York, or is
this
yes. Part 2, right? Or was that part 1?
There was no sound there.
No sound.
No, but
that means we're not getting kicked off, so you're good. You're good.
It's better.
But I've always laughed my butt off every time that I see
Perfect.
whole line about it. Harry, I've reached the top.
Yeah.
Hey, Brad, why don't you pump some of these comments in here? A lot of people are participating.
Okay. Yeah, we are getting quite a few. So let me go ahead and.
But William, I wanted to say, like, the way you were saying, like, it doesn't matter the way people hate on Man of Steel. It's the same way. It doesn't matter if I hate on Superman Returns. If other people love it, that's cool. Like, me hating on it for my own reasons. Like, I don't like Kevin Spacey's portrayal. Like, I don't really love Brandon Ruth. I prefer him as the Atom.
No.
Like.
The big difference between that movie and Man of Steel is people showed up to see Man of Steel. Nobody showed up to see.
He said William said scoreboard. That's what.
Yeah. And like I said, now if you want to follow that math, the math for Superman Returns was bad. It was awful. It got people moved.
This motherfucker threw one punch in the whole movie. What were they thinking when they made that? Who wrote that?
So now you have Superman. You have Man of Steel, which makes like almost twice as much as that movie does. Clears a huge profit. And you couldn't, you didn't know what a win was as a company, so you just started a cycle of failure. So, but go ahead.
And it was actually setting up a universe, unlike Superman Returns. And it's like I saw both of them as, I'll say, like, I'm sure you guys understand. Like, we grew up, we had the Superman movies with Christopher Reeve, and like we had the animated whatever. But like, the next stuff we had, like Superman Returns and Man of Steel, to me were the same thing. Before I knew what they were, it's like, okay, it's a new Superman movie. Let's see if it's good or not. And Superman Returns, I was like, and then Man of Steel, I was like, oh, this is interesting. And then Batman, oh man, it's setting up a whole thing. It's like, yeah, they're very different, but they're the same thing in theory. That they were like, well, this is newer Superman. Let's see what catches on. And in the end, neither of them did, unfortunately. But at least we got some of it. Let
me go ahead and pull up some comments here now. Travis says, while I dislike Joss Whedon's Justice League, his version had some great Superman moments. The intro with him talking about hope is, I believe, in truth. Entrance of the and one thing I've said on social media is that there are things in Justice League that I don't think are bad ideas on paper. Things like the cell phone video with the kids, or
do a watch along.
It's really gotta be some distance with that. But
what if someone made a podcast
on next live stream? One of our next watch along.
If William gets another $5,000 by the end of the week, we'll
or like the Parademons turning on Steppenwolf, or there are things in it that are bad ideas on paper, and that can. But just because of the situation, they were having to be presented in. They just couldn't realize them, to their potential. And of course, then there's also the fact that the guy behind it is a complete scumbag.
Oh, he sucks. What if someone though made a cut that was Zack Snyder's Justice League, but adding just a couple of good snippets from the other one?
Well, that person, you're talking about like a couple of snippets from 2017.
Yeah, like just a couple, like add that scene with the "I believe in truth," but have like visual effects people fix the lip, right?
Well,
so
you gotta get
black suit.
If you get your truth, justice, American way, you lose your not impressed.
No, I don't want the truth, justice, the American way. I'm just talking about that first scene where he goes.
Okay,
did you guys read what he
said? I believe in truth and justice when he's coming.
But do you guys read what the answer was that he doesn't say it?
Oh, you're when the kid asks him.
He says,
"Who's like who's the human like you connect with the most or something?" And he's clearly thinking about
first he says, have you ever fought a hippo? And he laughs it off, and then he's like, "What do you love about Earth?"
Oh yeah, and he's looking away, and he's
or what do you love about humans? And he like kind of looks off, and he's about to answer, and it cuts off. That I have to admit is cool in itself.
Yeah, me too.
Forget the mustache. But
yeah,
did you guys read what the answer was?
Well, the answer was going to be Lois.
No, it was in an interview. But he said it's the humans' like capacity and ability to love.
Oh, okay. Where did that come from? Where was that revealed?
That was like in an interview.
Oh, so Henry Cavill said something like that?
Yeah, because it was so botched. Like, I feel like it was even in the intermediate stages of the actors being like, yeah, like that's the movie you saw isn't really what it was. And Henry Cavill was like, even that reshoot, like you didn't get the real gist of it. And the answer was humans' ability to love.
Why come you think?
I remember reading that. I didn't make that up.
Oh, I was going to say, how come you think that they never released any set photos of Joss Whedon on Justice Week?
Well, because it was such a nightmare, that probably would. I mean, from everything that's been described, it's like,
I know, but you would think that someone would have leaked that out. By
now. What stuff are they going to release? Ray
Fisher and Ray did not like him at all. So
yeah, the set photos are going to be like Joss and Ray and Gall in a shouting match or something.
Interesting to see what happened. Like I just
would be fun to
fly
watch
on the wall, just see what was going on.
I wouldn't mind seeing it. I agree.
It sounds like there was probably a huge crunch, and they were trying to turn it into a Marvel movie with established footage, and everybody was.
Well, didn't he also want to walk off the set? Right, Ben Affleck.
Ben Affleck. He, that's the chatter that's been out for a while is that he did want to organize a walkout.
Ben Affleck was going to walk out.
Yeah. He that's been reported by people who've like dug into the situation and said that he wanted to organize a walkout.
Yeah, that's not surprising.
Walk out. At that point in his career in 2017, Ben Affleck could walk out and walk into another blockbuster.
Yeah, but Jason Momoa or Ray Fisher or Ezra Miller couldn't. Yeah.
No, he wasn't going to on his own, but he might have been like talking to people about a possible walkout. Makes sense.
Even that just I guess is more of a testament to the fact that there must have been a nightmare. I mean, you probably had all new people. Maybe at the base level you had some of the same people, but you probably had all new people coming in there.
Oh,
and just as far as people giving you notes, people telling you this is the script rewrite. This is what we're
even
doing,
like you can tell like in some of the reshoots, like some of the jokes that he says, like he's just like very uncomfortable.
Oh, shit's terrible, man.
Oh, the whole thing of like I don't not like you.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. That whole
when he's like something's definitely bleeding.
Yeah.
Oh, that was horrible too. And I'm sure he didn't like the whole like romance with Wonder Woman and them like pushing each other. It was a sexy way. Come on, man.
Did Steve Trevor tell you that? Yeah. Well, there's also thinking about like why you didn't see set photos from the reshoots because there was also the thing Kevin Smith reported with it was that apparently Whedon was talking trash about Zack and his version of the movie, like to the people who had worked. Yeah, that just made my blood boil when I heard that.
I was going to tell you this. Like, I before I heard that, I actually was a fan of Joss Whedon. Like, I liked a lot of his stuff. I consider myself a fan of Whedon, but when I heard a lot of that stuff, what happened, it just made me lose so much respect for him.
Yeah.
Look, whether that happened or
His
not,
old stuff is good. That doesn't.
ultimately history vindicated what version of the movie was better. So if he
Yeah,
really was talking
Well,
shit,
look who's
he now
working and look
looks
who's not.
he
So
looks like a
It's
fool.
Yeah.
just that, like,
Right?
you would think that with a guy like him, you would think that maybe like he would have saw that first cut and be like, "No, guys, let's release this version.
But
Like, this version is better."
we were not there. We don't know what was
That's
going
why I
through
think
his
he
head.
was
It might have been
working for
the ego
Marvel.
thing. It might have been the studio saying, "Hey, we want this to be Avengers. Make this." They could have
Yeah.
said that. And
Yeah, no, I think that
that's
is
his
what they
job.
said.
probably did
That's
say that.
I'm not trying to make defense for him. I'm just
I mean,
saying
that's an admitted thing.
when you go into that situation, nothing is running smoothly. It appears
No.
when they're
Yeah,
redoing that.
yeah. And what? And
Everybody's stressed out. Everybody's got somebody above them telling them what to do. There's probably a
Yeah.
bunch of people who have nothing to do with movie making in there with suits on, saying, "Well, we got to
A
put this
movie
in."
made by committee.
Oh yeah,
Precisely.
but it's made by like competing committees in this situation too.
Yeah,
so.
you had John Berg,
Well,
Jeff
it's like-
Johns, and
It's
And-
admitted that they wanted
improvements.
it to be like Marvel, and that's
Well,
why they got Joss Whedon to do it. And
Yeah,
he
well,
marveled it up.
And
That's they
Spider-Man,
admitted that.
Spider-Man's what you were saying a minute ago about yeah, going back to the point about like whether the story that he was was trash talking the Zack's version on set. I mean, Whedon kind of outed himself on that when he gave the interview where he was trying to salvage his career that backfired horribly, of course.
Well, look at where we're at now. So
yeah,
shit but look stupid at the same time.
Well, he has that soundbite in there too, where he says like, "Oh yeah, Ray Fisher's acting was bad and his story made no sense." So that kind of validates the report about it.
And who does everybody want to see more of in Rebel Moon right now? As we
Exactly, yeah.
That's just such a dick.
Yeah, it's yeah.
Like, dude,
Yeah,
like,
and
we know Ray Fisher was on True Detective with Marshala Ali, and
yeah,
that was a decent season.
Well,
So he can act good enough to get himself put on hit shows.
Well,
and also, someone who claimed that that he was a feminist. Like, why would he write like all these horrible scenes with like Lois Lane and saying that? Oh my god,
virtue signaling. When you say
he
the
was
right things
bullshitting
around
everybody
the
on being a
right
feminist.
you get put on projects. When you say the right things,
He's
around
a
the right
fake feminist. That's why.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm
He's
a feminist
completely,
myself. I
utterly
consider
fake.
myself a feminist, and I would never do stuff like that.
But you're not him. That's the point.
Aaron, were you a fan of Joss's at all before?
In the beginning, I was a major fan, and I'm not anymore.
Okay.
I can't watch Buffy, Angel, or anything like that.
I can still watch Buffy.
I don't know. There's something in me that triggers. Even Firefly. Oh my god, I was a major fan of that, and Serenity. I've got DVDs of it. I've just had to like remove it from my shelf. I'm completely and utterly shook in that.
Like the reason I ask is because when you said that, it's like you're like Joss is a face. I could tell him like you're, the tone is like you sounded pissed there. And the reason why I ask is because I have friends, I have colleagues who are, were big Buffy fans or really loved what he did with Adventures.
Yeah, I still love Buffy.
That's my
show.
But like the thing I tell people is like, listen, you think Snyder fans are pissed off at Joss? I have not met anybody who is more pissed off at Joss than OG Joss fans.
That's correct. That is correct. Your friends on the ball, I'm with them, 100%.
Yeah.
Then he writes that weird scene with that old woman complaining about her husband being gone and like he can't cook for her anymore. Like, God.
No, the one that really stood out was because it's actually in that same part in the break room when the whole thing about telling Lois, you were the thirstiest woman ever, and
that shouldn't be logistically possible.
Say again.
The scene that shouldn't even be logistically possible.
Are you talking about Flash falling on Wonder Woman?
No, when you're talking about Lois Lane and
Martha with the 1,800 miles, yeah.
Right, because once again, later on, we still in that same version, we still have the scene where they're in the cornfield, right, or the wheat field, right?
Yeah.
That's Metropolis, and I mean that's in Smallville. So I mean, even Joss didn't know what his own fucking continuity was in the.
Well, maybe that's probably why, because remember Amy Adams didn't show up to the premiere of the movie, so that's probably why. It must have been a horrible experience.
Yeah, I'm still waiting on that. Yeah, I'm still waiting on that documentary because there's going to be a documentary about like when all this comes out. I can't wait for like whoever's like really going to just spill whatever beans about it.
I don't be honest with you, I'm not, because I just is going to make me angrier, and we spent all these years getting
Right.
These people
Let's
are
make some
long
progress.
gone. I
Right.
don't want to let these people continue to polarize things, and they're gone. They're not coming back.
Yeah, but it would make an
Hopefully-
interesting
Hopefully
documentary.
not. Yeah.
And they could probably show all the set photos and like what happened.
What's that
Hey,
gonna do?
I'm with Tree on this. You know,
Yeah.
let's ring in the new year with some optimism. Let the past die.
Yeah.
Very.
Like set photos to see something I don't care.
Well, again, it's going to be ugly set photos of like conflict and stress and
You're probably
people not
never going
enjoying
to
themselves.
You're probably never going to see it, and because the people who are involved in it don't want that to be a story. If I'm working on projects right now, I don't want that out there. That is not the news of the day, and all it's going to do is going to open up a bunch of questions that you are 6, 7, 8 years beyond answering, and it just needs that part of this whole saga needs to die. These people are gone. Joss Whedon hasn't put out a project. I don't know if he'll ever get back, but he's not part of. None of these people, none of these people are part of. Like I said, the documentary.
He's done. Yeah.
Well, it's like Matt. Well, like I'm sure he has plenty of money, and he's probably going to be living his life.
He can live his life, but like he's not got no one's going to support.
He's not
him.
going to work anymore. Yeah.
Good, thanks. Yeah, I mean, come on.
And it's not about money all the time for these guys. Some of these guys actually want to be working. They want to be relevant. But like I said,
that's tough shit.
Yeah. Well, and like when I've mentioning Joss's fan, I've always included the caveat. It's like I would never tell anybody who was a fan of his work, you need to throw your Buffy box that's in the fireplace. So
yeah, I mean, hey, I'm still gonna watch old Kevin Spacey movies. I'm not gonna watch any new ones.
He's another one that's like,
hey, William.
But it's different. It's like I'm not gonna support him, but like I'll watch Seven again. I'm not gonna never watch Seven.
Oh, did we get another? Check it out.
What happened?
I'm just asking to bring it out. We're doing the stream that's long, so it's good to have reminders of why we're here.
Yeah, let me
pull it out.
Yes, we did not have. You maybe think we had another donation. We did not. But
I don't know if we did or we didn't, but
no, we're at 51.
But that's still it's like that's just mind boggling to me. We raised $2,000 in the last 24 hours.
But Brad, I wanted to say I'm happy you brought up that scene though, where Flash falls on Wonder Woman. Like that is appalling to me.
Yeah. Well, and the fact that Gall said I'm not doing that, and Joss, it's like, why is that such a hill for you to die on that you had to get a body double to do it? It's like,
because he did it with Age of Ultron.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's only a sexual joke. Like, how do you explain that to a kid? Well, like, it's only funny because he was close to her boobs.
I was gonna say, like, you gotta realize, like, before that movie, like, there's been plenty of jokes of that nature been done in movies, like rom-coms before.
Well, of course. But not in the
kind of
R-rated. Not in the R-rated Zack Snyder cut. Yeah, there's no sex jokes.
No. Yeah, there's no need to turn this into American Pie.
Yeah, man, 100%. That always bothered me. And then when I read about the backstory, it was like, oh wow, like it's not just. I didn't just think it was weird. She was like, I'm not doing that. That's weird.
Yeah, and it pissed him off so much. He's like, he's going to threaten her career over that. It's like,
yeah. Apparently, he's like, yeah, you'll never work here. It's like, come on, it's weird.
Yeah, that is like,
even attack her for having English as a second language.
Yeah.
How racist is that?
Yeah,
And
I forgot about that.
Yeah, I mean, just everything again. It's like, and it is enough to make me glad that my, to the extent of my quote unquote fandom with Joss really just kind of begins and ends with Avengers. But yeah, when like that story came out, but when that story came out, I was fuck all this guy.
Weekend at Ultron.
Hey, I love Ultron.
Weekend at Ultrons, not Age of Ultron. Weekend at Ultrons.
I still like that movie. Probably because of James Spader.
2 days.
I think James Spader really made that one for me.
Yeah, he was good. It was speaking.
I think Ford's trying to get in the house.
Well, speaking of
the fact that James Spader is like, this is wrong, right when he becomes alive, it's awesome.
Speaking and so forth, and speaking of actually kind of Marvel stuff, somewhat more cheerful kind of side of it. I don't know if you guys have seen me do this on Twitter, but I have a coworker. Her name is Adrian. So Adrian, hi.
Hey.
Shout out to you if you're out there. And she's the biggest Marvel fan I've ever. We have so much fun with this. She's the biggest Marvel fan I've ever met, but she's at a point where it's like she's kind of ready to hang up her hat on it, post Endgame, but she can't because they keep announcing things that excite her. So I just tease her mercilessly about that. And
I think William has the formula when it comes to Marvel.
But it's been
I think if they can just cross the line and get themselves to the X-Men, Spider-Man, and the Fantastic Four, everything can just work out from there.
Fine. They'll be just fine.
If they can just get to there, they'll be fine.
Yeah,
whether they reboot it or whether they start from here, as long as they can get there, they're good. Yeah. That's all they need to worry about. Williams is 100% right about that.
Yeah,
that's your basis of Marvel. That's your skeleton story right there.
Well, like when No Way Home was coming out, like we had a lot of fun. She and I had a lot. That was where it kind of began. Where there was all the speculation about whether or not Toby and Andrew were going to be in it. I mean, it was open secret they were going to be in it, but we had a lot of fun banter about that. But then from there, it's like I just now you can tell from like the tone of it. It's like it's all in good. Like I'm not actually trying to make her mad. It's just but it kind of maybe highlights a little bit of my sense of humor I brought to the Sci-Fi Center. If you guys want a little bit of a wider extrapolation of that.
One thing I will say, can we all agree that like Zack Snyder's Justice League is better than the Avengers?
Yeah, I definitely fall on that.
I like the Avengers, but do you think that Justice League is the superior version?
I prefer the Zack Snyder, obviously Zack Snyder Justice League, but probably one of the most important comic book movies made in a long time is going to be.
Yeah, I would say the Avengers saga in general is there's a successful combination of movies. Whether we like all of them or not, we get a beginning, middle, and end in that saga, and it starts with, like William's saying, as TV show as it looks, Avengers gives you the team being built together. You get Loki as a great villain, and then you get the hook with Thanos, and it pays off.
And it's action packed.
There's always something going on in that movie, right? Exactly. So, and the actors in those movies are great. So even if you get a bad movie like Avengers 2, you still get great actors.
Yeah, I definitely. Go ahead, Well, and that's that. By the way, that's one I'm kind of afraid. I haven't seen Age of Ultron in a long time. I'm kind of afraid to revisit it because
still
that's
just
the
as
one.
Bad as the first time you saw it in the theater. I told you.
Well, the reason I'm afraid to revisit it is because like all the stuff with Joss we were just talking about. It's like that a lot of the examples like Banner falling onto Hawkeye or onto Natasha.
It's triggering. It's triggering.
Yeah, well, and also the third act when they're evacuating people. There's a lot of pretty thinly veiled jabs of Man of Steel in that, and I mean that kind of bugged me at the time. But now knowing what he would go on to do with JL, it's like okay, now that's going to bug me even more. I'm sure.
Avoid it at all costs, or your mental health. Avoid it at all costs.
That's crazy.
There is payoff. There is payoff to Hydra. You watch the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. show, all the Baron von Strucker storyline actually gets paid off in the beginning of Avengers. So the beginning action scene that's just like an action montage is actually a payoff to a storyline that had been going on since Captain America 2.
By the way, are they still
I gotta tip out.
Okay, you just want to drop it in. See you later, Fourth.
I got 3 minutes.
Are they still going to hell with that Buffy reboot or no?
One at a time.
Oh, your ball's dropping soon too, Spider-Man?
I'm not watching any ball on TV. I'm just watching the clock, but yeah, it's about 3 minutes away.
Okay.
Wait, so who's in what year?
On for the last 4 hours.
I'm 2 hours into 2024.
I am 1 hour.
With you, Brad.
It's almost 6 p.m. in 2024 here.
Okay.
You've been in 24 so long. You got to really tell us how it is.
You can tell us like how bad things are gonna get in the future.
Maybe everything's nice. Maybe things are nice. Why you jump right to bad?
Maybe things are great. Is it sunny in 24?
There's some good news. Conor McGregor is coming back to the UFC.
Oh yeah, that's awesome. Well, he's had some issues definitely, but he's definitely one of the best fighters in the UFC world.
So there's some positive news coming out of 2024.
See, there you go. Told you.
William, you have like another hour, right? Before the year.
Yeah, we got an hour.
He's got about an hour.
Are you going to stream till the new year?
Yeah.
Charity stream, man.
Got this far. It was going to stop.
Yeah, that was the whole point.
Oh, hell yeah.
How many drinks are you into the new year, Larry?
I mean, I drank like a bottle of rum. I don't know how big it was.
Like a fifth? You probably took down a whole fifth.
Yeah, it was like 375 milliliters. Bacardi.
Right.
And
don't drive anywhere. At least you're chilling out tonight, right?
Oh, I'm home.
All right. Cool.
And I was just thinking, I was like, how can I get some more? And it's like, well, there's some wine in the fridge.
Hey,
So I might
listen,
drink
William, he's
some
enjoying
more.
himself, man.
Shit.
I know Fourth is partying too.
Yeah, ZSJL is just it's a comic book movie fans comic book. I mean, if you
Yeah.
like comic books, that's a fucking comic book. Like,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
can't say that enough.
It's definitely the better of the two, but I mean, you can't whatever you might think of the director, you can't downplay the significance of it.
No, and like I said, I separate the
Avengers
artist
is
from
still
the
a great movie. I don't care what anyone says, but that is still a great movie. I think.
The artist, like I
so.
said, Roman Polanski's got his issues, but he's a top tier.
God, he's
Who was right?
Hey man, Chinatown is still one of the greatest movies of all time. I'm sorry, that movie's a masterpiece.
All right, so enough was no more Joss Whedon.
Okay.
All right.
That's a seriously bad
While we're changing subjects, how cool is fucking Elite Guard?
Go ahead, Spidey. Go ahead, Spidey.
How
Spidey.
cool
But we
is
have
Elite
to
Guard
at least
Cora?
watch Josh this week on one of our next watch-alongs. I'm
Hold
gonna
on.
vote on that.
Let me try this again. Hold on. Go ahead, Spidey.
I said, how cool is Elite Guard Cora? She's fucking awesome, bro. Like her whole outfit, the cape, and the whole nine. I love it.
Who's this?
The
You
Cora
hear
and
me?
Rebel Moon.
Rebel Moon, Cora,
okay.
the Elite Guard, when she's when she's East's
Oh
bodyguard.
yeah.
Super hot.
I'm loving that shit.
Now, what were you saying, Chappie?
We have to at least watch Josh this week.
Nobody
for one
wants
of
to
our
watch
next
that
watch
shit.
No, we're not doing Josh this week, man.
Nobody
It's a
wants to
drunk
watch
stream. No, Chappie's saying we're all going to get drunk.
Can we at least do Superman 4?
Yeah, we could do that.
Superman 4 is good, man.
But see, the thing is, Chappie, we also prefer watching things we actually like.
I know,
so.
but like let's
Superman
do
4 is
one
not that bad. It's not like Justice League.
Hey, listen, you guys got Midnight Meat Train in the raid today. I'm sure we can come to some kind of middle
Yeah,
ground.
when
everybody's
and I finally got some people up to speed on the raid today. On that because like you
So I'm
guys.
sorry. I guess you were on the move earlier, William. So what is your overall? Oh, by the way, it's midnight here, so Happy New Year's. But
Happy New Year.
what is your overall? Thank you. Larry knows. How was your overall thoughts on the raid? So you were kind of getting at it, but we had to get moving. So
I thought it was decent. I mean, it was violent, fast paced. I mean, once the violence starts, it just keeps going. So
yep,
it's a decent movie. Like I said, I'm not the biggest martial arts movie person, but I dug it.
I dig that it's a simple story and just we gotta get to the top of the building. I think that's fine.
It's pretty much like I said. You don't really need to have spoken the language, and then they had dubbed it. But it's a pretty simple premise to jump on, and like I said, when I got a chance to watch most of it, and I enjoyed it.
Yeah,
so
well,
even not as a martial art. I'm sorry, Brad. Not as a martial arts fan. What did you think about the action? Just from your point of view, what you like, how did you enjoy the action?
The pacing of it is not what I'm used to, but
Okay.
I didn't dislike it.
Yeah,
if they threw some of those moves into a Fast and the Furious movie, right?
Well, he wouldn't see a Fast and the Furious movie.
I don't like Fast and the Furious either, but I'm just saying those are where you get your fights these days. This is where you get your fist fights. There's a Fast and the Furious movie.
So if they brought like
if they just brought that style in
and,
there,
yeah.
Well, what do you think, William or Brad or anybody for that
the
matter?
movie is going to be the ridiculousness of the movie is going to outweigh anything.
Hey, but the fighting will be great though, right? At least you gotta enjoy what they're giving you, right? But hey, what does everybody else think?
You're going to see them making a blimp out of trash bags or something, and it's going to turn me off. So.
We got somebody who's going to tell me it's my fault.
There he goes for the third time. What's up, Clint?
Thought he was asleep.
I was asleep. I woke up.
Oh, you said there was too many nerds, so he left.
By the way, let me just clarify that, like, I'm not saying that we need to watch bad movies, but I'm just saying that maybe for like once in a while, we should at least do like one bad movie. That's all I'm saying.
We did Howard the Duck.
We did Howard the Duck. We did fucking Midnight Meat Train. It sounds like it was terrible.
Hey,
come on,
listen, that movie's good. Ruth can attest.
Yeah, and actually, Ruth, she wanted to drop in a little bit ago. She's been here.
Ruth loves Meat Train, just like me.
It's probably like 7 o'clock in the morning for her. So,
like, we can watch a whole bunch of great movies, but we should at least do once in a while, just one bad movie. That's all.
Listen,
I agree.
Listen, we did 2 in a while already, bro. Like, let's get off the bad movies for
which
at
one?
least
Which one?
at least
no,
give me
no,
at least
Chappie's
give me
right. You
10
need like
months to
one a
work with.
month at least.
At
One
least give me
really
10
bad
months.
one a month. That's
Give me
Hey,
10
if I
months.
make it to October, I know I can buy William another screening of Howard the Duck.
Not Howard again.
That's 10 months away.
Yeah, 10 months
again.
works. Give me 10 months of no bullshit, please.
Oh,
speaking
believe
of
me,
which,
I'm almost debt free and I have no bills.
So
William,
Daniel Martin has a question that's really great. Better one building movie, The
Oh, yeah, I got
Raid,
it right here.
Die Hard, or Dread? Dread is a great fucking one building movie, dude.
Yeah.
The building is a city.
Dread is good.
Yeah, it's one of
Dread's
the,
real
it's
good.
because in the way they said Mega City One, it's all the buildings, they're mega blocks, so it's
Yep.
they literally got like over like 1 million people living in each one of these gigantic skyscrapers. Because they've just huddled like the whole population of the entire country just living on the eastern seaboard. So it's like 800 million people in Mega City One.
Oh yeah.
But the correct answer is My Dinner with Tyrone. Is the best one-building movie.
It's a shame that
Waiting for Godot.
12 Angry Men. 12 Angry Men is the best one building.
My Dinner with Andre.
My Building with Andre. That's what it is. I said
that's what you're thinking.
I was thinking I cloned Tyrone.
That's the new version.
there's another one I'll throw in there. It's called a Sanak. It's from India. It's from 2 years ago. And yeah, I've brought up a little bit. I'm a little bit of I'm another side of my martial arts fanboyism is there's also there's the whole Bollywood side of that, and fairly well versed in that. People are definitely
I love my Hollywood.
Second,
I love my Hollywood.
One more time.
Hollywood.
It's Hollywood.
Hollywood.
Yeah.
It's the South Indian.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, because there is the distinction between Bollywood, Hollywood, yeah.
Fun is here.
Yes, where are you?
Happy New Year.
Yo, fun.
But yeah, Sanak, it's in a hospital there, so it's basically Die Hard in a hospital. But I'd also liken it to like the fight scenes are like the Raid if like Jackie Chan was in it, so that made it stand out for me. So I really dig Sanak too.
I should check that out.
Yeah, it's on Hulu. Well, I don't know if it's on Hulu in Australia, but I would think it would be. But yeah, look that up. It's called Sanak. Sanak.
Oh, so Brad,
Dread, I was gonna say Dread had so much potential to be a great trilogy, but the problem was that they did such a crappy job at promoting it. That's why it made no money.
Well, it had
I'm fine with it being one movie too, man.
Well, it also
really
had kind of it had kind of it also was kind of weighed down by the reputation of the Stallone one, which is not good.
Yeah. I appreciate that. Can you remind me his name again? What's his name?
Carl Urban.
Yeah.
Wasn't they going to make a TV show at one point?
Carl Urban. I appreciate that.
Yeah, there was going to be one.
He doesn't need to be taking his mask off every movie he makes.
Budget, right? It was budget issues or something.
They might have canceled it or just postponed it, but something.
I appreciate that he didn't have to feel the need to take off his mask during that movie. So
yeah.
Judges don't take their masks.
Dread's great. In fact, you guys reminding me of it. I bought that movie, so I think I'm going to watch it again tonight.
Okay,
movie's great.
That's good.
And also, I mean,
thanks, Daniel.
The one-liners are definitely the one-liners are really as far as how they face planted 95 Judge Dredd. They really are. It's just from the start, just gets
but
my favorite one is the fact that he keeps saying over and over, "I knew you'd say that."
The one-liners are Stallone and Schwarzenegger's brand at that time. That's what they're.
I know, but that's not one. That's not one of the stronger examples of it.
Yeah, but the idiot directors didn't know shit about superhero movies in the 90s, as we know anyway. So they, that's what they were tossing out, whatever they thought was right.
Do you guys think that Alex Garland actually directed it? Dread? Do you buy the rumors or no?
Oh, was there a disputed who?
Yeah, there was rumors that he actually was the real director behind it.
Who's this?
Alex Garland. Let me look up the Wikipedia page for it real quick.
Ex Machina.
Okay.
I think Carl Urban confirmed it too. So
yeah, it's officially credited to Pete Davis, but let me I think I do. I think I do vaguely remember hearing something about that. With I mean, if Carl Urban, I mean, he would definitely know more about that than I would. So, then,
Hey, William, I have a
would say
request.
make another Dread movie.
Oh, sorry.
I heard my name. What's up?
I was going to say, I want to put a request on the watch party for Brad.
oh,
We
okay.
talked about it before. Cell Block 99.
Oh yeah, you mentioned that the other night.
Put that on the watch list. It's crazy. It's Vince Vaughn, like, super serious.
Meat Train. So yeah, we'll put that on the list.
How
No,
about
it's
Mission Impossible
like
Dead
Vince
Reckoning?
Vaughn, like, super serious and, like, way too strong for a normal human, but it's awesome.
Yeah, the watch list is getting longer now that we've been started doing
This one's
Power
for
of the Duck.
Brad. Special.
Yeah. You mentioned that it sounded like it because I remember hearing about that, but I just hadn't gotten around to it. So
I mean, there's certain things in it that are more violent than I've ever seen in anything else. And, like, it's definitely trying to be, like, foreign stuff, like The Raid and, like, Korean stuff and Japanese stuff, like, at least a little bit. But it's an American sentiment, like, this character and what he's going through. It's kind of like, Nobody. You're like, it's like, oh, this guy, you don't think he can fight, but he could actually kill everybody. Like,
What year was it released?
I think that's pretty recent, actually.
It was crazy. I couldn't believe. I mean, there's a couple of things in it that are just like, oh, come on, like, that's so ridiculous. Like, but it's
Where
good.
can we find it?
Yeah, it's 2017 when it came out.
I feel like I saw it on
Like Netflix
or something. I think.
Yeah, I'll
Yeah, Daniel's right. It's hyper violent. It's not even ultra violent. It's hyper violent.
I was going to say Mission
Is it
Impossible. That would be a
original
good one.
RoboCop violent?
I mean, no, it's not a spoiler, but like the one guy gets like his head like stomped on, and he drags his head across the floor, and his whole face comes off.
Okay.
On the floor.
Well, that is, as Daniel Martin would say, hyperviolence. So.
Yeah, no, he's right. But it's great. It's like, you like the character though. Like, he's cool. The character, Vince Vaughn, does a great job. It's cool. But Brad, I was gonna say, like, there's Wing Chun in it, but it's like one character in it that like whips out the Wing Chun. It's like definitely part of it. It's not like the whole fighting style. Like, it's a lot of boxing, I think, style, maybe.
No, I hear you, man.
But there's some Wing Chun in the movie. It's cool. It's just, I think it's an homage to The Raid, personally.
So it's, or maybe more like The Raid. Maybe more
or
the
just
Raid
that
2.
style. I mean, yeah, it's like an American version trying to be like that genre of the.
And Chappie, I think you're a little
working
bit
his
biased
way through the prison.
I think you're a little bit biased as far as Prometheus Chappie.
That was the something.
If William's down, I definitely would be.
For what, Prometheus?
Yeah,
Prometheus is a good movie.
It's just going to remind me how that story is not going to end.
They're trying to. Aren't they trying to bridge it with this next one?
Series going to be about that.
I'm with you 100%. I want to see the end of David's story. David, they should have given Ridley Scott one more movie, just one more movie to end it right there.
What's that? Somebody
Is the new series of Alien going to be any part of that?
No,
that's going to be on Hulu.
I thought I heard they were trying to bridge
Romulus
the
is.
future.
Yeah, Romulus is supposed to be in some way. They haven't really stated it yet, but Romulus, Prometheus, they're all supposed to.
But why can't Ridley Scott not make another Alien movie? Like, how come? Like, you would think that he would have the power.
Money.
They're expensive, and they don't have the kind of draw that they used to have.
He's probably working on other stuff he wanted to work on.
No, the one that really just that broke my heart was when Neil Blomkamp was going to do like his direct sequel to Aliens. I was so looking forward to that.
Yeah, that doesn't bother me too much because
that one broke my heart.
Alien 3 is my favorite Alien movie. So
no, you are definitely in a minority there, man.
I love the assembly cut. The assembly cut is great.
I have heard that's better. I have heard that's a lot.
I can only take much of that.
There are only two Alien movies: Alien and Aliens.
Alien 3 was probably one of the worst movies.
No, don't say that, William. You're breaking my heart.
Cardboard dog.
Oh no. Oh no.
Cardboard dog alien, whatever the fuck that was.
It's so cool.
Michael Biehn and what's your favorite character? As soon as I find out that they're dead, I'm ready to get the fuck up.
That's inexcusable. Yeah, that is.
No, it works for the story along. It doesn't bother me. It works.
How
for
do you
the
take some of the most entertaining people in the story, and because you couldn't negotiate a new deal with
Yeah,
one of
but
them?
it would not have made sense to have
And
them in a
but
prison.
it wouldn't even bother me as much if they died in it. But the fact that they die when it's that short gap from
we are
aliens
lungs
and
filled with fluid. Get the fuck
yeah,
An
or he has
insult
the
is what they
the
did to John
rebar
Connor and
pushed through
Dark
his
Fate. Now
chest.
that's an insult.
No,
What they did in Alien 3 is like, it's fine.
Alien 3 was absolute steaming pile of shit. That movie sucked, and it was a disappointment too
William,
because
don't
you
say
figure
that.
No,
You
that
figured
movie
it'd
didn't
been
just suck.
6
It
years.
scraped the sucking feels good.
Yeah,
Hey, man.
it was 6 years since we had Aliens, and I'm like, the last Alien movie I saw was an epic, one of all-time greats, and then I was fed that shit. And like I said,
The
as
assembly
soon as
cut
you
is
realized
great.
that they were dead, they're like, "Oh my goodness, this movie's gonna suck," and it got worse. And it wasn't because of the cast. It was a great cast of people. The next two ones actually had great cast, but they were horrible. Alien 4, ugh,
Resurrection, which by the way, written by Joss Whedon.
absolute trash.
Just throwing that out there.
Hey,
Well,
let me
which
just
is
say
what,
this. Let me
4 or
just clarify
3?
this. I actually like Alien Resurrection up until the newborn. Like, once the newborn...
Dude, how did you make it that far into that movie?
Again,
That's like
it's
walking into a lake of shit and
it's
getting
a
in the
good
middle of it and
movie
saying,
until
"Wow,
the
I think I'm in
newborn
a lake of
alien
shit."
comes up.
I
Once
think-
the
Chappie.
newborn...
I think Chappie likes the MST3K movies, man.
He's
Yeah,
not,
yeah,
I can't see his face. I know he's not being serious, right? You're
No,
not.
I'm being serious.
Chappie. No, I need to ask this, and I swear I'm not asking this in a way to be insulting or disparaging. But is there anything that has a widely negative reputation that you also don't like?
Dark Fate.
Terminator Dark Fate.
Yeah, I hate
Dark
that movie.
Fate sucks.
Independence
Sorry.
Day Resurgence. That's
Yes,
another one.
that also very
That's
much.
the one I don't
was
know
terrible.
when I'm being trolled. I don't know how to
She-Hulk's
respond.
another one. I don't like She-Hulk.
But you
I
like
like She-Hulk.
you like Alien 4.
I mean, hey, I like Alien 4 up until the ending. The ending is terrible, but
the whole
everything
movie.
before that is pretty decent.
There
It's
is no
solid.
such
I'm
thing
with
as Alien
Chappie.
4.
The ending was the merciful part of the movie because that
Because once the penis deformed alien comes up, that's when it gets so bad. Like it just takes you out of
I'm
it.
sorry, there are much more fucked up parts of that movie than that.
Yeah, but you have to.
That movie was like the Muppets took over aliens. It was
Yeah.
horrible.
I remember
anyway,
seeing Aliens 4. I don't remember any of it.
Well, remember that weird basketball scene?
Yeah, where
That was another
and
weird.
where it ends with Ripley
by the
tossing it
way.
over her shoulder and nothing but net.
Oh my god!
I'll tell you, if you view Alien 4 from the lens of the director who he's like French and he made like a couple of other crazy movies that are good.
Yeah.
that one
then it's
wasn't
good.
one of them. Sorry.
Like what is it, like City of Lost Children or something? Like
yeah.
And again, Chappie, it's
2
like
hours of my lost time and money is what you made.
and again, Chappie, I
City of
swear,
Lost Williams money.
Chappie, I swear,
That
I'm not
movie
trying to
was
be.
horrible.
No, yeah, I know you're not trying to be mean. I
Yeah,
get it.
I
get-
like
just
4.
thinking-
I think
well,
4 is
just-
better than 3.
No,
I'm with
three's
Chappie.
better. Three's my favorite.
But again, it's just when you stood up for you stood up for so many things that just have a
Well,
bad
you-
reputation. I swear, I'm not trying to be a dick, but it's like, but you've done it enough
I
where it's
wanna
like,
know. I
it
wanna
has
know.
asked, it has
You're
made
gonna
me
have
wonder.
to
It's
come
like,
on. I'm not letting you on anymore until I can see your face because I know you're laughing at me right now. I can hear you laughing.
Hey, let me come on the live stream on one of your live streams, and I will do my top 10 guilty pleasures. And I will show my face. and I
give it
will
to us
have
right
my
now, man.
Blu-rays
Come
ready.
on.
We're here now.
Yeah, why wait?
You're on the live stream now. I let you on
Dude,
now.
guilty pleasures are great. I have a bunch of them.
Yeah, but not now. I'm gonna be going to bed soon. But
It's healthy to have guilty pleasures. I'm going to say it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, actually, on that note, let me bring because this is a pretty
Flash Gordon.
hilarious. But
I love Flash Gordon.
That's not a
Alien
guilty
Resurrection
pleasure.
is where the
That's fine.
hybrids screamed mother. This is where Joss got to yeah. Good one-liner there, man. William, you just muted yourself, man.
Ron, yeah, that movie was awful. Ron Perlman, what a waste of a performance by Ron. A waste of a performance by Sigourney Weaver. The last two Alien movies were just like wow, you could have made one really good movie, Alien Earth.
Hey, but Alien 3 was good. Alien 3 was a masterpiece. I love that movie.
Okay, even if I think it's underrated, dude, I would not say
it's underrated. I think it's. I stand by that. It's underrated.
Alien 3 was a masterpiece of shit.
Whoa! Did any of you guys play Alien 3 on Super Nintendo? Because it's awesome.
I did play that when I was a little.
I'm pretty sure the graphics are better because that dog, that origami dog that they made.
The game was so good. I loved it.
Yeah, the game was. I remember the game being.
You had to like weld doors shut, and like it was great. It's amazing.
I wish I could have welded the box office shut so I didn't.
So William, if you had to pick a movie for the watch along, what would you pick?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Oh, we'll be watching Blade Runner for like the next 6 or 7.
Yes, that'll be a good one.
And then after that, we're gonna watch Godfather, and then after that, we'll watch Godfather 2. I mean,
I've seen it.
Let's do it.
Blade Runner. There's a 20-minute to 4-hour conversation.
Well, Blade Runner. Well, that's the other thing too. Is like which version of Blade Runner do you play?
The William cut.
International.
This might be a hot take, but I prefer the director's cut.
It's
You
up
guys
to
want a
William.
hot take? I got a hot take for if you want one.
I bet it's,
Here we go.
scorching.
It'd be worse
It's
than
nuclear.
Go ahead.
I don't know if William has the energy for it, but it is New Year, so I'm ready to pop the new.
Oh man, go for
Put
it.
it on now.
I'll
Do
it
it
right now. If you guys are ready.
No, I don't.
Logan, you already know where I'm going with this. Logan is overrated and trash.
Trash. What?
Chappie, you're next. Be very careful of what comes out of that beak.
Be very careful with the next thing you say.
Nonsense into the new year.
Mangold showed you who he was when he made the Wolverine, and that shit was trash too.
Hey, Wolverine's good. The Wolverine is a good movie. Come on, don't be like that.
Logan is good.
Okay, so we were setting up the carbonadium blade, but instead we put the stupid fucking spiders in everybody's chest. I can keep going all day with that movie. Mangold, everybody's excited about Mangold Swamp Thing. Look, Logan is not a good movie, dude. Everybody tells me about how they like it, and they threw a Johnny Cash song in it. And we're supposed to like that or whatever, and that's cool. But what's good about Logan?
Yeah,
I'll tell you, him in Rage Mode, or Berserker Mode. We never saw that before.
I want the expert. I'm going for the King's Head right now. What does the expert have to say? Why it's good?
Yeah. Spider-Man, you decided to kick off the new year with the hottest take you could possibly throw out.
Because everybody loves that movie. Hey, I got another one for you. I got another one in the back pocket. But we'll stick with this one right now. And I mean what I'm saying. I'm open to having my mind changed. We can have a watch along the whole nine. I don't think it's bad like Howard the Duck, but I think that shit's overrated.
I mean, Howard the Duck is different kind of bad, like ultra, like separate
I don't
bad.
hate the movie. No, I just don't think it's good. So I would love for the expert to convince me where I'm wrong and show me.
Hey, there's movies that I love that I know aren't good.
Say what? Say what?
Yeah, same here.
No. Here's the thing. Everybody likes it, and you like it. So I'm interested in finding out what your level of praise is. Simply for one thing and one thing alone is I'm malleable. I want it to be a good movie, but tell me where it's good. I think all the X-Men movies except for Days of Future Past and X-Men 2 are bad. I think X-Men 1 is good in the sense that it's the kickoff of everything, but it's not as strong as X-Men 2 is. And Days of Future Past is the best X-Men movie. Everything else is
a good one.
I'm going to go with, I like the pacing of Logan. I like the tone. I like the dialogue, the script. I like what the actual story, the premise itself. I like Hugh Jackson's performance. I like Patrick Stewart's performance. I think that's his best performance in that role.
Yeah,
the overall tone of the movie, just where they were at, the whole Old Man Logan storyline, I enjoyed it. I thought it was adapted perfectly. And the finality of it. Where they're at in their lives after all of this, you have a convincing sense of finality to the movie, and I just thought it all worked. But like I said, I could fight them. I can't convince you to like something like that, because if those things don't work for you, they just don't work for you. It's not a bad take. They just don't work for you. There's a difference between a subjective movie like that and a movie that's just bad on a structural level, like Aliens 3 is bad.
Hey, I love that
poorly
movie.
executed. No, it's
hey,
poorly
come on,
executed.
Willie. Don't bring that up.
The script is poorly. I'm going to give an example between
the script is great. The script is terrific. I'm sorry. I'm going to have
look at what you set off your Spider-Man.
I know what it is. There's no sound,
Mastermind.
but I know what you're saying.
Division.
So, William, you were on something. So I want you to continue your point.
No, that's basically it. That's the only thing I like about
You
that
can
movie.
say the same stuff about Blue Beetle. That movie's a piece of shit.
I mean, but and to each his own. But here's my main thing with Logan is, like Wolverine, we're doing a lot of meandering around instead of being Wolverine. So and so we have 2 movies in a row where Wolverine ain't really doing shit. Also,
well, see, that's a problem right there, and that's where you probably don't like it. And it's understandable. He's not that Wolverine anymore.
Well, let me get to my really big flaw with this movie. Is this movie isn't a movie much more than it is. How can we take the CGI and try to make Hugh Jackman look younger and be more active with a CGI face on somebody else so we can continue selling him? That's what the movie was really about, was the X-24. And how can we make this guy continue to last?
X-23.
X-24 is the Wolverine clone, the actual one that it's Hugh Jackman.
Oh, you mean after?
Yes, that's what I'm getting at. So
we
just that movie came out around the same time as The Force Awakens, right? When we brought back Tarkin, when we brought back Princess Leia. So there was obviously a plan in there to try to capture that technology and make it and what it is. Don't we subsequently see James Mangold continue to do that in Indiana Jones 5 with the young Indy scene? So he's gonna be a James Cameron in the sense of not necessarily the James Cameron level filmmaker, but an innovator that takes technology and runs with it and makes it part of his storytelling. So you can call me cynical, but that whole movie is about how we can look at an old version of Logan and everybody can do a little send-off as cheap as it is, because that's really a cheap story in there.
No, you're right. It's like the same movie.
Indiana Jones 5. Indiana Jones 5 was...
Or we can look at the younger Logan that's sitting here in the movie, and we can have any actor put on Wolverine's face, and we can have these characters go on, and we can sell this to whatever. Now, obviously, this was before Fox got acquired by Disney, but the point still stands is that there was an opportunity right there. Yeah. And like I said, this man showed you he didn't have it. He didn't know what the hell he was doing when he made the Wolverine. You have a carbonadium blade literally in the movie you don't use. That's Chekhov's gun. That's basic movie making. Also, the Wolverine in Japan storyline, even if you went to the most boring parts of it and you just did all the talking scenes of Frank Miller, it's still better than what the shit that you got. The most exciting scene in that movie is him trying to hang on to a fucking bullet train. That's not even an action scene. That's him fucking using his claws. That shit's terrible. X-Men Origins, as shit as it is better than the Wolverine, and the Wolverine is better than Logan.
I think both first Wolverine movies are fun.
Stabbed all throughout Logan.
Come on, man. The director's cut is so good.
Well, I haven't seen the director's cut, so that's one. I said I'm malleable. I'm willing to have my mind changed. You understand what I'm saying? But when I stopped watching comic book movies, as I alluded to earlier, this was around one of the last comic book movies I saw, and I thought it was like I felt all 3 of the Wolverine movies were a waste of Hugh Jackman's talent.
Yeah, I agree with that. But Spidey,
I think all 3. I don't just say one. I say all 3. Origins is bad, but it continues to get worse. The one saving grace of Origins is fucking Liev Schreiber as
X-Men Origins is not that good, but it's at least watchable.
It's fun.
Watchably bad.
I don't think any of them are unwatchable, but I'm not. Listen,
they're all fun.
I take what you're saying from a subjective standpoint, but I'm looking at the product they're trying to give me, and they're trying to sell me a CGI facelift, whatever they call them, deep fakes. That's what that was at that time. That was the AI of its day at the time. That's what they were trying to pull off. They're trying to pull off. We can put anybody in the fucking under Logan's face, and we'll sell it, and we'll have him be Wolverine in perpetuity.
Tragic turn of this stream. Just had it.
I don't know how many.
I said, call me a cynic, but that's what I saw when I saw that movie.
Hey, but at least that movie made Boyd Holbrook get a little bigger. He's awesome.
I don't know how many.
William, I want to ask you, like, as someone that hates,
I don't want you asking me nothing, because every time you ask,
I know,
me,
but like, as someone that hates Deadpool, what did you think when they sewed his mouth shut in Origins Wolverine?
It was stupid. It was.
That's why, even if you don't like the Deadpool movie, I think that Ryan Reynolds deserved at least Deadpool 1, because
even people who don't like Deadpool didn't like that.
Yeah, got robbed in that.
Not
that Ryan Reynolds doesn't only act like Ryan Reynolds and everything he is in.
But the 80s video games had a big issue with games being, more stylish, more CGI than actual gameplay. And I think Hollywood's going through the same thing. They're like, "Ooh, CGI. We're gonna make it all CGI." And
try not to be one of those anti-Hollywood channels.
What?
You heard me. Don't be like one of those anti-Hollywood channels.
I'll be who I want to be. If you want me to tell you how you should be, I will be who I want to be. If you want me to start talking, William knows I can go there. Yeah, shut your retarded mouth.
Whoa, guys.
Yeah, you want to go there?
All right,
I'll go there.
Let's go ahead and
Who's going where?
Let's see.
You want to tell me how to be? I'll tell you who you are.
Tell me how to be.
Being serious?
All right, guys. Well, hey,
It's good lyrics. I'm just riffing.
You're joking, right? Because I was fucking with you.
Yeah, you
right.
fucked with me earlier today.
next topic.
Right.
So
about that local sports team.
Go Cowboys.
Fourth is napping.
Oh, fourth is probably headed into the new year. Fourth is on the West Coast.
Yeah, he's on your side of the world.
Yeah, he's in San
Mighty Rax is saying don't duck around.
Yeah, I just saw that. I was about to highlight that.
I don't give a shit about anything.
Azteca.
What up, Azteca?
Cowboys.
Happy New Year.
We're about 31 minutes away.
Yeah, who on here right now is living in the year 2024? I think it's just William who's left.
I'm in 24 and
24.
Aaron is like
24.
almost a full day right now.
It's a half an hour till 7 p.m. here.
Oh man,
200 degrees today.
It's weird.
200 degrees out there
in Australia.
It's actually been raining today.
Nice. Oh.
It was hot yesterday.
So when are we gonna get the showdown between you and Brad? Because I got.
There you go.
Yeah, we'll get to that one in the.
Azteca same time as well.
We'll coordinate that with one championship or something and get that to you.
Dude, I got belts.
You should have a live stream on me. Well, I'll pick like all the movies that everybody hates, but I like.
No,
that would be great.
Yeah, Chappie.
I'm trying to gain viewers, and you're trying to kill all my
Chappie,
viewers.
we love you, dude, but I don't know if William is ready to trust you with the selections.
Also my face.
I already seen.
Also my Blu-rays.
Yeah, we've seen your face.
Yeah, and I know you're laughing at me right now because you're trolling me. So that's why you ain't coming on the air. That's why. All right, let's see. We've been on the air. Wow, this is our longest stream ever.
Yeah, well, of course that's following on top of when we did the raid and the midnight watch party. So that was a separate stream, but you tally those together.
That was.
But I mean, we cleared 5,000, so it was definitely well worth it.
Yeah, definitely worth it. We need to do Blood In, Blood Out. Ooh, no, I don't know if I want to watch that.
What is that?
That's a prison movie, isn't it?
What did you think of Pooh, Born and Honey?
I thought it was epic for what it was.
Yeah, but I heard some people complain that it was too low budget. But even though that's all they had, but I didn't quite get that complaint.
Well, it's low budget, but you got to walk in there knowing that that's what. Like, say, if you go into movies with crazy expectations, you're going to be disappointed. You go into the Meg looking for Jaws, you're gonna get disappointed. But if you go into the Meg or Meg 2 looking for complete bullshit from
like Sharknado tone,
they're going to give it to you. And Sharknado, I would never. I guess I won't give Sharknado another 5 minutes because it is on its face what it is. It's stupid. The premise is stupid. They know it's stupid.
They know
that's how I feel about The Leprechaun. The Leprechaun is the dumbest movie I've ever seen, but I can't watch it.
Christ, Chappie.
You mean with Warwick?
Made a crap ton of money.
Yeah, but The Leprechaun is stupid. I'm sorry, I can't take that seriously.
I think it's supposed to be stupid.
It's not a Leprechaun, so you should be taking it seriously.
Yeah, I don't think it's serious.
It's too stupid.
It's like a joke.
It is what it is, though. It's not supposed to be. I'm not going in there looking
and
for.
Somehow they were able to make 7 sequels of it. What?
Yeah, because it's cheap. Warwick Davis doesn't demand a lot of money. He'll take anything you give him right now. So yeah, you can keep making Leprechaun movies forever. And
they even did like Whipping the Hood White.
What's up?
Yeah, they even did like Whipping the Hood White.
Yeah,
them with Ice-T, like what?
Dude, the rap video at the end of that where Warwick Davis is dancing with the chicks on the stage and he's rapping, it's so hilarious.
Yeah, I'm guessing we'll never talk William into doing any of the Fast and the Furious movies as a watch party.
Nah.
Can you pull up what Daniel Martin said about just Jerry Lewis?
The thing about it is with me is because it's like I have this weird relationship, the series where it's like
I like the first four.
Yeah,
like,
one
I
through
actually like when it came up to F9, I was like, that was okay.
Yeah, one through.
Kind of like,
go ahead, Brad. Go ahead.
Yeah, 1 through 4. I thought were just okay. 5, 6, and 7. That's where they really hit their stride for me. All three of those, I absolutely love. I think they're fantastic. The spin-off Hobbs and Shaw, that was also really I really dug that a lot. And the one I'm looking forward to is the Hobbs and Reyes spin-off with Jason Momoa. That's the only one I'm looking forward to now. And then like as far as like the mainline series from 8 from 8, 9, and 10, they just get so ridiculous.
We should stream the one that comes when
8 was actually pretty solid. I actually quite liked 8, but but 9 was just okay.
9 was like they basically just openly declared like we're not even like playing by anybody's rule book anymore. We're just doing whatever.
There's not many.
I mean, they have the space car in 9.
What were you about to say?
Oh yeah, there is. Yeah, 10. I'm sorry.
And then 10 is where Dom is like driving his car down the side of a dam to get.
Listen, man, you guys are way too far in the series. Was it part 4 when they were racing in the tunnels where you crash to death if you don't win the race? So you're automatically risking your life. That shit's already automatically the most ridiculous shit in the world. And anything beyond. Oh man.
Then they
Did you guys see X?
The duct tape on. Did I see what?
Did you guys see Fast X? Because I haven't. I still
Fast
haven't seen
X. I've seen it, and Jason Momoa is the reason to see that because he knows exactly what he's in, and he's just having a ball with it. But other than that, it doesn't have 2 brain cells to rub together.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
I mean, like I said, it's the one that has Dom. To get away from 2 semis exploding. He's got his son by his side in his car. His escape method is I'm going to drive the car down the side of a dam.
Controversial stall Brie Larson.
Oh, she's barely even in it. She's actually not in it much. I think they kind of overplayed when they brought her aboard because she's kind of like a part of like the top secret spy network Uzi what's it and she has like a couple moments where it's like Dom, here's her mission, and that's kind of it for her. So
okay. Yeah, I'm kind of Fast and Furious out right now. I'm probably not going to watch it for a while.
Yeah.
I'll stop at 7.
You stop with 7? Well, a lot of people kind of also, because that was the send off for Paul Walker. So I've heard a lot of people say that was where they kind of felt like, okay, this is where I can kind of bow out of the series or kind of get off of this train. And it would have actually made, looking back on it now, other than
what kind of mixture is this, Daniel? Shit.
Other than like spin-offs like Hobbs and Shaw, that probably would have been in hindsight would have been the ideal place to end like the proper series.
And Deep Blue Sea is a garbage version of a whole bunch of other.
Hey man, Deep Blue Sea is a classic.
What are you talking about, man?
Deep Blue Sea is a classic, William. Don't say that.
Deep Blue Sea. Okay. I'm probably gonna get kicked off here, but Deep Blue Sea is 50 times better than Jaws.
You were right, Brad. Yes, you were gonna get kicked off. Wow, that was easy.
So, William, what's your hot take? Because if we all are getting kicked off for hot takes, what can we kick you off for?
Yeah, because I can actually kick people out now, William. You gave me that power.
I know how to come back in. You'll be looking for the door. How do I get back in? I don't have my being right all the time is not hot.
Oh man.
You have the hot take about the Donner.
But what do you think your unpopular
that's
correct
not a hot
opinion
take.
is?
I mean,
what's your unpopular correct opinion? What would you say that is?
I can't judge them that way because you guys are the ones that are judging them as being popular or unpopular. I am what it is.
So I knew when I said I didn't like Logan That was divisive. I was aware of that. What are you aware of that you like that's divisive?
Here's another good one for you. It's like I think the George of the Jungle with Brenda Fraser is about 1,000,000 times better than The Godfather.
Now you're just messing around. That's a troll job.
Okay, well, I got a neutral take. I've never seen The Godfather.
Same here.
Get better.
It's in my
Electra
vault.
is still my
I'm
favorite.
not ready to
Marvel
watch
se-
it. I'm working my way to it. I'm not ready
You see
yet.
The Godfather.
Buddy, let's watch it on a watch along. I'll do it.
No, I'm not watching long. I gotta watch it. I gotta sit
Oh, come on. Let's do it.
Daniel says Brad with the hot take. Oh,
We're way behind.
Yeah,
we should
mean,
do a stream with me with all my hot takes. I got plenty.
Oh,
I
yeah,
bring
I
all
don't
my
think I
Blu-rays.
we could.
We could do a
I
special
would not
Chappie's hot
hide
takes.
No, William, that could be a charity stream. I mean, think about it. We could leverage
you
that.
have to shell out so much money. I would need to see like escrow or something because that you how long? If I do it 10 minutes?
Yeah,
I
10
give you
minutes.
10 minutes.
Dude, I would watch a Chappie's hot take stream in a heartbeat.
I would too. I wouldn't miss that for the world.
I
would
think
be great.
hot wings for each of his
I would
bad
love
ones.
to
I'm
do
talking
it.
ghost peppers.
We just got to plan
Some
it.
ghost peppers, and you got to eat them on the air. For every time you say something silly, you got to take a bite out of the ghost pepper. No
Because
water.
I have
no
plenty of guys.
put it
I
in
have
like a
plenty of
sandwich or
movies
something?
that I like that a lot of
No.
people hate.
outright.
Oh no, please give us like your favorite. What is like you think is the biggest one for you on that?
Not now.
No, I want to hear. If I demand to hear, I'm taking you out right now.
Aaron have a hot
Okay.
take?
My hot take is I think Electra, the director's cut, is still the best female Marvel film.
Well,
There's only been, what, 3?
yeah, exactly. I don't know how hot of a
I
take
mean,
that
compared
really
to Marvels and Black Widow, I
you
think
got
it's
Captain
better.
Marvel, the Marvels, Black
Panther
Widow.
I'm sorry,
Black
but
Panther
it's
too,
still
yeah.
better.
Well, Black Panther. Okay, that's not.
No, but I
That
meant
is
Black Widow.
that is a
Black Widow.
female-led movie. Technically,
And
right?
it wasn't supposed to be in that. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I get you. But,
Yeah,
you
it
know,
technically
Shuri's
was the
there, so
first.
that's what we
Electra
got.
was the first, and I like it. It's not
Rex,
great.
you're
but
crazy. Shazam 2. It's not the best. Even Blue Beetle was better than that.
No, Blue Beetle's
you
a
made
piece
Chap
of shit.
disappear?
No, that Electra's
You're not
better.
even getting into Spider-Verse. Come on.
Spider-Verse
Beetle's
is the greatest
dumb.
movie of the year, man.
Blue
Listen,
Beetle, let's go.
Nothing we have
Blue
discussed
Beetle was
tonight.
the cringe movie. It was just so generic. It just
Nothing
was
we have
so
discussed tonight,
dumb.
including any of the movies we watched this evening, even compares to the masterpiece
You
that is
want me
Room.
to dedicate a stream to this? Crazy.
Of everybody getting mad at each other's takes. That's a whole story.
No, we do that on a daily. We got 20 minutes left of 2023 here on the West Coast, and then it's.
So, are you?
Business
What do
as
you?
usual.
When it hits midnight, William? What's your plan? Are you going to be out in the crowd?
Yeah, in about 5 minutes. About
But yeah,
5
no,
minutes.
that's Electra. But yeah, no.
We'll
Sorry, I'm gonna let William speak.
Yeah. No, what it? Yeah, at around 10 till or so, 5 till. I'm gonna switch over to my phone, and I'm gonna go out and face the strip so you guys can see the fireworks show.
Well, like,
then that'll be a wrap.
I remember you did that last year.
Fireworks all around town already.
What's up?
I still remember last year.
Fireworks around town already.
Yeah. I can see them. There are people shooting their ones. I guess they had left over from 4th of July. I don't know, but Vegas does. For you guys that have not been here, Vegas does a pretty good strip wide fire, and like where I'm at is we got a good view of it. So I'll show you that, and that's how I'll wrap up the show.
But I think
William, another hot take is I love Salvation. Oh, well, you guys hate it.
Well, you mentioned that before. You mentioned that before.
Salvation's good.
So are we all looking forward to Madam Web or what?
Oh yeah.
I'm curious about Madam Web. I think that if they do what I think they're going to do, I think it's going to make a lot of things that people make fun of make more sense than they did coming.
Do you
in.
think? Do you think all the Spider-Verse type movies are going towards Morloon?
What's that? Say that again.
Do you think that all the Spider-Verse movies are going towards Morloon, the spider vampires or whatever?
Not necessarily. I think there's pieces that are missing to the overall story. I think there's things that are missing from Morbius. I think there's things that are going to become present once they roll out all their movies, and then people like them or they're not. But I think it'll make a lot lot more sense than they do now.
What's your speculation?
This might be a hot again. Another hot take. I didn't hate Morbius.
Hold on. Go ahead, Spidey. Finish what you're saying.
what's your speculation? What's your end game? So you said if you think it's going towards where you want to go, where do you think? Where do you think it's going?
I think that they are the whole premise of her is that her reality, where their movie takes place in, is supposed to have a Spider-Man, and that her mission, which is just handed down to her, is to undo whatever happened to that Spider-Man to make it so that her universe doesn't have one. And I think everybody else in that movie is a byproduct of somebody trying to eliminate Spider-Man and all the timelines that she has access to, the web of destiny, and the one that she'll figure it out. And that's why you see Peter Parker's parents in there. There's something that happens to where Peter Parker is not where he's supposed to be in the center of their universe. And that's something she can fix. And that's how you're going to eventually get your Spider-Man in that Sony universe for their own thing.
Cool.
But if you understand the nature of her powers, you kind of see where they're going with it. In my opinion.
I can always
It's
see
cool
like
to see
all
her
the
become prophetic.
Ezekiel is not necessarily a villain in the comics, but they're framing him as a villain in this movie. So do you think that's they're just throwing a red herring
at
out
different points of his life, though, you could perceive him as the villain that they're portraying here.
Yeah,
depending on where and there may not be a front-facing villain in the movie. He may just be a tool of someone. A lot of times, these movies, there's somebody in there that is not a forward enemy that you see in the trailers or the pictures, but he's in there, and that person can be manipulating Ezekiel to do what he's doing.
Miguel O'Hara and Morbius are both vampires, and the multiversal villain for the Spider-Verse is the Morlun vampire. So that's where I don't know where it would lead to, but there's an illusion. There's already two existing vampires of different species that are alluding to a different vampire that has something to do with the overarching universe.
Is that connected to Morbius at all?
Not really, but Morlun is a vampire that feeds on the spider intelligence of the multiverse.
Huh.
Miguel O'Hara and his origin, and they show it in the movie. He has vampire fangs, but part of his mutation was vampirism in 2099, the book. So those are two different species of vampires. But Spider-Verse in the comics, the Spider-Verse, the overarching villain, one of the overarching villains is the vampire is called Morlun, Morlun. That's why I thought that's what you might be alluding to, William, when you say that it's leading to something.
Do you think
it could be a number of different characters that is controlling that main character that we saw? But I do think that, like I said, that universe that she's in is supposed to have a Spider-Man.
Do you think that's going to be connected to the Spider-Verse movies? The Madam Web is just simply because of the nature of her powers?
It could be in a cameo. I don't know if it'll be, because they're going to have to eventually they're going to want to make their own money and go forth with their own Spider-Man, because what's going on in Marvel is so detached from what they're doing.
That's what I'm saying. Spider-Verse is a Sony movie as well. So that's what I'm saying. Within their own, do you think those would be connected?
I've been saying it for a while, but Sony does not need to give Miles Morales to Marvel. I do not trust them with the MCU.
But no, I think that it will bring you I think at the end of this story, however long it lasts, you will have a live action Spider-Man in her universe. And that's
they're going to combine everything.
Do you what do you think is going on with Miguel O'Hara at the end of Spider-Verse?
What do you mean?
Like how he's acting and why he's acting the way he is. Obviously,
but he believes in what he's doing is right. I don't think there's any sinister. If you listen to him and how he explains his point of view, he believes that he's right. Technically, he is.
And I see that. But do you feel like he's being influenced in a way?
No.
Okay.
No, I think he's coming from where he's come from and experiencing what he's experienced. He knows the consequences, and he sees himself as the one in the room the only one in the room who can articulate that.
I'm sorry, you might have gone over this before, but I whenever you were talking about this, I tuned out because I hadn't seen it until recently. So I didn't hear any of you might have brought this up 100 times and I never.
Well, he's trying to keep. There are certain things that are supposed to happen that have to happen in every Spider-Man universe.
The canon events, as they say.
Miles Morales is an aberration because
his spider went from another universe to his universe.
Yeah, because the Kingpin's stupid ass in his machine. So he's an aberration. If that spider would not have come over there, it would have been
Miles G. Morales instead.
Yeah, in the universe that Miles had, that spider came from, that spider would have bitten that Spider-Man there. So the universe that the spider came from doesn't have a Spider-Man, and the universe that the spider ended up biting Miles Morales, he ends up having to be saved by Peter Parker. And the way Miguel surmises, if you hadn't been there, your Peter Parker would still be Spider-Man, and we wouldn't have these aberrations. And he that's what he's saying. He technically he's right, but it sucks. But he understands the mission.
By the way, that ending when Miles meets Miles that's such a great ending.
And it all happened because that spider left that universe, because that spider was destined to bite that Peter Parker in that universe.
Miles G. Morales' theme song is Miles Morales' theme song backwards.
What's that?
Well, you can play Miles G. Morales, his version of the Prowler. His theme song is the main Miles Morales theme song backwards.
Never got to that point because I like the soundtrack, the Metro Boom. There's a lot of good shit on that.
That shit's
Do you think that's going to win the Academy Award?
What's up?
Do you think that's going to win the Academy Award
for Best Animated? Yeah, it might get nominated for Best Picture. It should be up for both.
It's a great movie.
Get nominated for Best Picture.
I don't know shit about award shows though, but as far as it's a great movie. That shit's a great movie.
Yeah.
Have you guys been following the comics? I hear Carnage is totally nuts recently and taking people's powers and stuff. My friend was telling me this.
I got it up on the shelf, but I haven't been reading. Hey guys, I'm gonna go away so I can set up for the fireworks. I'll be back on the phone and all that.
All right.
Okay.
Who's writing Carnage right now? Donny Cates or what? You know?
Yeah, Larry, you got that?
Larry?
Oh, I don't know. William would know, I think.
Yeah, I missed it.
By the way,
but you brought it up.
No, I just heard that Carnage is crazy in the comics at the moment. He's taking people's powers. They're building him up. That's what I heard.
When has Carnage ever not been crazy?
He's the best.
So
I'm just hoping we get him in the MCU.
His symbiote is stealing powers. That seems.
I was surprised that they killed him off so early.
When let there be Carnage
movie.
Well, you got to look at that as an Elseworld. I mean, it was horrible the way they treated him, but hopefully they already introduced Venom into the MCU, so that I think that means we're going to see Carnage again.
Yeah, by the way,
the better version.
By the way, I do want to make a quick thing. I just saw from looking at her Twitter today is actually, in addition to being New Year's Day, is also actually Miss Ruth's birthday. So just want to everybody send her birthday wishes today.
Happy birthday, really?
Yeah.
Happy birthday, Ruth.
Oh, happy birthday! I had no idea.
Yeah, it's about she's about close to 8 hours in the new year, so
she's she's not worried about the Sci-Fi Center right now.
Yeah, so you'll.
That means I know two people that have a birthday on New Year's, which is I think is pretty amazing.
Is it January 2nd where she's at now though?
No, it's in the UK it's going to be January 2nd for Aaron, about 5 hours, but yeah,
they're almost there.
Yeah, Aaron, for Ruth, it's 8 o'clock in the morning. It's 10 to 8 o'clock in the morning.
Do you think we'll ever see Morbius again or no?
I don't know. Well, he might be with other characters. But I don't think he's getting another solo movie.
Yeah,
I bet he'll step up in
maybe in Secret Wars, but that's it.
Oh, yeah. So what do you guys think the odds are that the MCU Venom will have the white logo on his chest? Because I would love that.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
Even just to differentiate from the Sony version.
Oh, and we got somebody in the comments who's a friend of the show, Rhea.
Yo, Rhea.
It could still be Tom Hardy too.
Happy New Year.
Rhea.
Happy New Year, Rhea.
Hey, Rhea.
And you're actually it's about 10 minutes to the ball drops for you. So happy New Year. We're all talking to you from the future here, and in at least one case in the distant future.
24. It's gonna be a crazy but good one.
I'm still really looking forward to Dune too.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember that got delayed, and it's the first thing I thought was
there's good stuff.
Let's just rip Williams' heart out. I knew it.
Yeah, both
Joker too.
The first one, it was amazing.
Yeah, Dune is awesome. We got Joker 2 coming. That's great.
Have I shared the story on here? The 1984 Dune. because this is how I kind of like stumbled into discovering Dune as an IP or as a sci-fi universe was because there's the TV version that has that really, really long intro. And I was probably like 10 years old. I didn't even see the whole movie, but I mean, I just channel surfing, and I saw that on the Disney Channel of all places. Don't ask me how to. Yeah, I'm not kidding. It was on the Disney Channel.
Does anyone know if there's going to be a part 3 to emulate what the
Second Spider-Man
universe is talking about. Have you ever actually read the book, Brad?
I have not. No.
If you should, it's a long read, but it's not bad. This movie, as far as I can tell from what I've read the book. I read the first 3 books, so as far as I can remember and tell, this movie is literally at the halfway point of the book. There's some things that they omit from the beginning of it, but a lot of it, I mean, they don't really do a lot of describing of things. It leaves it to your imagination. So a lot of what Denis Villeneuve kind of gives you as far as what the technology looks like.
Are they going to make a third one?
I don't know what they're planning on doing. I just know that
it's Dune Messiah. It got greenlit.
1 and 2 so far are tracking the book because we're right in the middle of the first book. But the trilogy, the first trilogy is Dune, Messiah, and Children of Dune. So
they greenlit Messiah, the movie.
Okay, well, that's good news. Jason Momoa's character.
I heard
as
something
the
about
story
that.
goes on,
that he might come back. Yeah,
Duncan Idaho is actually a really
Duncan Idaho.
He's a really good character. So if you ever,
I thought he died.
I mean, just you have to read.
That's the point.
Read the books, Chappie, or if you can get a summary or some comics or something.
Thank you,
Rhea.
Rhea.
A really interesting character. So
I don't want to read.
I want to read all of them.
Thank you for that, Rhea.
I don't want to really give the story away, but it's pretty interesting how they do stuff.
William
Cataract Power is pretty interesting.
I think Dune 2 is going to be just the second half of the first book.
I agree. Totally agree.
Well, here's what I want to know: when are we going to get the part that's going to be adapting the second half? Because this was one covering. It was going to be a 2-parter covering the both Taz in one book. It's like, when are we going to get the part 2 of that masterpiece, Battlefield Earth?
Oh my god!
You and Chappie are on the same movie taste level.
Sweet Maria, I want a prequel. I want a prequel trilogy to that and a sequel trilogy to that.
Did you hear that zinger, William?
Yeah,
Battlefield LA. Battle LA.
Thank you, Rhea.
Oh, that's another horrible one.
Oh yeah.
We could do watch along to that one. That would
we're
be a
not
funny
doing.
one.
Oh my god! No, there's worse stuff that is more fun to watch than that.
The Church and Scientology.
Just bad. It's like not even fun. Huh?
Spill your name.
Oh no, that's the best one. I'm gonna pull that up right now.
All right, William. Let's make a fundraiser to make the prequel trilogy to Battlefield Earth.
Fuck
and a sequel trilogy, and that's the fundraiser. We got to go to $100,000 at least.
Some of the stuff you guys are bringing up is going to take some major money for me to.
Listen, we got money.
William's going to need therapy after my Logan thing.
Oh, we're not watching that.
Leather jacket.
No.
Yes, leather jacket, William. Oh my god!
Did the audio come through this time, Spider-Man?
It did, but it was super light. But you know what? I
mean, it's incredibly.
I didn't miss out on anything.
Even muted, it's great. Barry Pepper.
Ray is definitely interested. So there you go.
What?
And
fun fact, that's
Battlefield
actually
Earth.
a Scientology book.
William, I love the jacket.
Yeah,
is Beast Boy Animal Man sidekick? Is that why he's on the Teen Titans?
It is the font center.
The Battlefield Earth. It's like, yeah, no,
Beast Boy's been around
as usual.
Man.
That one needs to be studied for like how horrible it is.
It's one of the worst things ever made.
Animal Man uses.
And it was made by the Church of Scientology.
Yeah. It wouldn't have been made for any other reason. Only a religion could have that movie be justified to be made.
And fun fact,
horrible.
And also, Tom Cruise didn't want that movie to be made either. He told Warner Brothers.
Yeah, so when Tom Cruise, When Tom Cruise is telling you that, it's like that
because he knew it would make them look bad.
Well, he also knew the novel was freaking stupid.
Right, guys,
See,
I'm gonna
Tom
get
Cruise
you
is
upstairs.
smart, man. He's
Taking us
nuts, but he's
outside for the
smart.
show. All right.
William's bringing us out front here
Sorry.
to check out the fireworks.
You gonna make him the big screen so we can get the whole effect?
Yeah, put it on the screen. 3 minutes.
Hold on.
By the way, to go off one more thing on Battlefield Earth. I mean, I always love the way they defeat the aliens is they unearth they go to Fort Knox and they go to the military base and they find all these fully fueled fighter jets that can still fly and fire missiles for 1,000 years.
Yo, honestly, let's watch that. Let's watch that as the bad movie.
Yes, we can vote on it.
I don't think I'm gonna. I don't think I can talk about that.
Oh, come on. It's like one of the worst movies ever. We could all get drunk and it'll be great.
It's hilariously bad.
Hey,
So,
go to
Brad, do you know about
landscape mode.
Brad, do you know about the drinking game for it? The famous drinking game?
Well, for Battlefield Earth?
Yeah. You know what it's for?
What
Like
is
how
it?
you drink?
How do you do it?
All the wipes. All the wipe.
Oh, yeah.
Transitions. There's more than Star Wars. There's like 100 of them.
Oh, screen
People,
wipes.
people pass out.
William, go ahead and put it in landscape mode if possible,
Yeah,
so we can get
that
the
is like
big screen.
every single thing went wrong with the making of Battlefield Earth.
Brad, but that's good for history. That's how it should be. When you have a religion making a movie.
2 minutes.
A cult, I should say, not a religion. I mean, come on.
Yeah,
Whoa, look at that sky.
And also, they got
You guys hear me?
because the cyclones
hear you.
they have
I
to
can hear
be
you, William.
so tall. They have to give them these big honking feet to support their stilts they put them on.
Oh my god, it's ridiculous.
Bad, it's so bad.
I say we watch it and tear it apart.
Yes,
One minute.
let's do it.
Okay, we got the ball.
William,
is,
can you hear us on your side?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right.
William, what is this hellscape we're looking at?
That's Las Vegas.
That's all the
with,
smoke from the other people popping
fireworks.
fireworks all day. Yeah.
Look at that sky. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's cloudy out here.
It's all no, it looks awesome.
Yeah, I think so too.
Let's see. Medium. Ready for fire.
Yeah, Azteca, are you on the West Coast too, Azteca?
Yeah, that's like at the same
This is in
time.
the IE, right? The inland
And
empire.
Data One.
Have
You guys got
seen
1
Mac and Me?
minute.
What about Mac and Me?
There we go.
Mac and Me, we should watch it. Oh, Happy New Year!
Happy New Year!
Happy New Year.
It is now officially.
Happy New Year, William.
Well, I think we
Happy
gotta
New
wait
Year,
for it.
guys.
Happy New Year, guys!
So where is it? Not
Woo,
2024 yet. I think it's just
Yay!
Hawaii now.
That's the stratosphere right there.
Hawaii? Hawaii,
Yeah.
Brad, maybe?
Yeah, that's about it. But like the continental United States, it's and Australia. And
Zoom
like,
in a bit, William.
We got like
Zoom in
2
a little
places.
bit.
All in there.
Oh no, can I zoom in?
I don't know. I'm asking you.
I don't think
No,
so.
it looks good. They're gonna light up, I think, right? In a minute, maybe. Oh, I hear some people. It's
Right, he's right there,
freaking
though.
24.
Here's downtown.
This is what it looks like. Remember in all the movies where they're like, the distant future, 2015? Nope.
William's about to get hit with the Cloverfield monster in a second, right?
This does look like Cloverfield.
2024, and I'm sure I'll screw it up too.
There we go. There we go.
Cloverfield.
Now we're cooking with gas.
Wait, who mentioned Mac and Me? Was it Brad? Or
No, it was
Spidey?
me.
Clint. Sounded like Clint. I don't know.
You know that there's like a B version of even that, right?
I said we should watch the MST3K version of Mac and Me.
I think
Well,
we
I
should
mean,
do the
Mac and
Christmas
Me-
piece. That would be a good one.
Mac and Me is pretty ridiculous, and it's like a McDonald's commercial. But then there's another movie that's like a bootleg of Mac and Me. Like Mac and Me's a bootleg of E.T.
Like me and Wendy.
No, I'm trying to remember. It's like it's the alien's name. It's hold Oh man, I'll bring it back next time. Just remember Mac and Me, and I'll bring the bootleg version of it next time.
By the way,
oh, there's fireworks.
Yeah.
That's what we've been watching, man. You've been on this Mac and Me thing for a while.
Wait, what is he talking about?
Listen, I didn't bring it up. I just got triggered.
I'm just fucking with you, man.
I know. Oh, look at these fireworks. They look great. Well, also, I mean, my video is like a little bit behind from my audio. So I'm seeing the fireworks like 2 seconds or 3 seconds behind you guys.
You got that New York delay.
Oh, yeah.
Your internet doesn't come over at light speed. It's just slightly slower than light speed.
Yeah, it's not quite quantum entanglement speed yet.
We're over here on fiber optics, and you're still running with copper wire. So you just get a little bit.
Oh, yeah. I'm rubbing 2 sticks together.
Got it.
Listen, one day we're going to have the quantum internet. It's going to be light speed info transfer. All right?
That's only like half of the Las Vegas fireworks, by the way. There's a whole.
Wow. Cool.
By the way, sorry to
If I'm
change
not
the subject,
mistaken, last year, William was at home streaming, and he went outside for the fireworks. But this time he's at the store.
No, I was at the store last year too. Yeah.
I could have sworn you were at the apartment. You went outside. Maybe that was like July 4th.
Because I stayed in the plaza. I stayed right there, and I gave you a view from upstairs. This year I'm downstairs.
Oh, you were upstairs. I remember that. Okay.
But there's too many people smoking pot up there that I don't feel like standing next to, so I'm downstairs where I don't get
this plaza.
Yeah, you don't need to get the. You don't need a contact tie, William.
Yeah, the plaza Williams in. And the plaza
William, you're getting a contact tie from us virtually.
Yeah, I know.
It's the biggest parking lot I've ever seen.
I could psychically send you my contact tie. You don't need to get it in person.
Brad, that's only half of the parking lot, man.
There's my point.
So his drive-ins must be great if he's got all that space.
Oh, it is one of the biggest parking lots.
It's a stratosphere.
I gotta get going soon.
By the way, Larry, to go back to Battlefield Earth, you can talk about the drinking game there, and I thought of another one, but I don't know how you could maintain this because you could also do a drinking game like every time it's at a Dutch angle. That's like 95% of the movie.
What's that angle?
Yeah, we're like every single shot in that movie is at an angle.
Oh, the angle of it? You mean every time you drink when it's at an angle?
Yeah, which is like.
I think it's called Dutch angle.
Yeah, that's a Dutch. But the problem is.
Oh, let's do it.
No, but then we're gonna need to get like a medical team involved.
Have a paramedic on him.
Well, let's watch it. Sober. Just for fun.
Yeah.
We got to stop trying to pick these shit movies, guys. Let's work.
Please stop.
Listen, we only need one a month. We need a list for the whole year, though.
One every 10 months.
We need to do
one
bad movie each month. That's my vote.
Chappie, I'm with you 100,000%. One bad movie a month.
Don't forget.
Why is Chappie corrupting my chat?
Don't forget with Battlefield Earth, there's those weird ass paintings.
Yeah, exactly.
You get like 6 good movies a month and one horrible one. It'd be great.
Cheers, Azteca.
Yeah,
Happy New Year, everyone. It's crazy.
It's like the movie was made by Microsoft Movie Maker.
Microsoft Movie Maker if it was being operated by a monkey.
Brad, you've been streaming for 12 hours with William here?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Who's all been on for the whole 12 hours?
Yeah, well, this stream was 8 hours, and there was like 4 before it, right?
Yeah, because we had the raid and then that meat train, yeah.
Double feature.
Yeah, so we definitely set a record tonight. Of course, we set a record, but I mean, again, it was well worth it for the fundraising we did.
It is so awesome.
We still have to do that Avatar movie for Brad.
You mean The Last Airbender?
Yeah, and Airbender.
Oh, we can do that.
That might be actually a good one to do because they got the Netflix show coming up.
I actually still haven't
And then
seen
you'll
the
see- and then
cartoon,
you'll
so I
see
don't know
the,
if I'll watch it.
Then you'll see the ticker go negative for the donations.
Oh my god. Oh, yo, we could have a Brad night where we do that and Cell Block 99.
Okay, but like you could do that like right before like the Netflix Avatar because that's like so that could be like a similar thing to like Justice League leading into ZSJL where it's like we're bidding farewell to the bullshit version and we're getting like the thing we're actually waiting for.
I'm still down for the Gotcha Man OVA.
Oh. Oh, I like the sound. I can hear it. Hear some fireworks. Nice.
Yeah, I can too.
There's a better vision of them. Now you can kind of see where I'm at in relation to the strip. That all these are on the strip right now. This is
Hell
our big
yeah.
finish.
That's
You see
awesome.
off to the right there?
Oh yeah.
How far are you from the win, William?
The wind is on the other side of that.
Okay.
So that's probably that's like not even a mile away.
Nah, I'm really close to the. All your fireworks that are happening right now are happening on the strip.
Got it.
Nice.
They're just about wrapping up now.
Yeah.
Yeah, we also have low cloud cover here tonight.
Yeah, which is not always the case here. I think that's it.
Yeah, I think that's.
It looks cool though with
up
the
there.
clouds.
There you go. And there's the Sci-Fi Center. You can kind of see the Sci-Fi Center from here.
Yeah, it's a little. Yeah, like I
Nice.
said, just in this giant parking lot, it's like a little dot
Yeah.
down there now.
That's why we do drive-ins up in here.
This is the parking lot that you fill up with the drive-ins?
Yeah, we don't fill it up, but we do all right. But it's a huge.
No, I don't mean
parking lot.
like.
Yeah, I
no,
know what you mean. I wish I could. That'd be cool. But this is where we would be doing April 19th, by the way.
Oh,
If we
it'll
do
be full
something
for
like-
that. Come on. It'll be
Yeah,
full.
we got a 40-foot screen.
Hell
So if I'm still here, like I said, we're still working on things. Somebody just bought this building, and who knows how long.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm a man without a lease right now.
Yeah.
But we
It's
had
all
one
good,
signed and ready to go, but they bought the building, put it in escrow, and under Nevada law, you can't move anything. So I got to see what the new ownership, which is
Yeah.
the county. The county actually bought it. They say a lot of
wow.
good things, but you know what? I gotta wait and see. I'm a free
Why are
agent
you
right now.
blocking the
That can
camera?
all change
Yeah.
Oh,
tomorrow.
am I? Sorry.
Now you had your thumb over the camera there.
Oh,
No,
yeah,
hopefully it'll
we're
be-
done. The fireworks are done. I'm just giving you
Yeah.
a view of what the center looks like from the outside.
Hopefully the things will be cool with the lease stuff. Like maybe they
Yeah.
want to help the
So
community.
is
It'd be cool.
was
you
your
know?
was your store open this entire time?
Yep.
Okay. So whenever you're there, it's open.
Yep.
Okay.
There it is.
William doesn't
Yeah,
get to hear to this
now, if you notice,
post-pandemic.
this is weird. It's weird because we're that close to the strip. We got an oyster bar over there.
Ooh.
There's my place from the front. So
Nice.
all right, guys, I'm gonna.
From the most important place,
What's up?
Sister Kim's.
Sister Kim.
I was gonna say,
Yeah.
where is it? Show us.
It ain't open now, but hey, why don't you go look?
I just want to see where it is.
Give them like a 48
It's like a
degree
few
cool.
doors down from here. Okay.
Yeah, they're right downstairs.
Okay. Awesome.
What an awesome A-frame.
Nice. Are they still open?
No. I should.
This is like found footage style.
The Blair
This
Witch.
is the courtyard that we use for our indoor movies, or not indoor, but our outside movies that aren't in the parking lot. And here's Sister Kim's.
Awesome.
I wish they were open, boy.
Yeah.
Because
I was gonna say-
my dining activities will be a lot more easier to figure out tonight. Because I don't know where the hell I'm getting food from. I don't know.
You're cooking
Someone's
tonight, right?
open.
I microwave. I do not cook.
Someone's open.
Oh yeah, there's someone open. It's gonna be what they're gonna charge because it's New Year's Eve.
Yeah.
I'll
Yeah.
probably stop by
Everybody's
Roberto's.
charging tonight. Yeah. Everybody's
Oh,
charging.
But dude,
all right.
you guys are right. This is like the back rooms on the internet, like when everything's closed.
Oh, there's like taco trucks all over the place. I'll find something.
No, yeah, no, it's the same here. Like I said, in New York, I have to like go a few blocks, but like people are open, but it should be everywhere.
Hey, people partying.
There's a bar in that building, Wayne.
Nah, it's a rap studio.
Oh, cool.
Awesome.
So there you go. There's Vegas for you. There's the strip. And a lot shorter fireworks. It's usually about 15 minutes or so. But
well, you guys said it was
Yeah,
cloudy.
it was pretty quick. Here too.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it too.
There's my place. There you go. All right.
Gotta meet for Sci-Fi Center Con.
Then we got the amateurs that are just blowing their fingers off their nerves. All right, guys. I'll be right back in.
Okay.
It's definitely one of the best live streams I've been on in a long time.
Oh, I'm glad to have been a part of it. And I'm sure William,
Awesome.
no doubt William.
There's your chair, right?
That was pretty cool.
Oh yeah, and of course it was all because of my charming personality.
Hell yeah.
Or so the guy with the fucking control of the stream says. Anyways.
How you got that big?
No, I'm honestly happy just to spend New Year's with you guys. It's awesome.
Oh, likewise. It was last going through, doing the charity side of it and Zack Snyder's Justice League and getting people informed about the raid. Finally, you guys are way behind.
What did you think of Midnight Meat Train? Now,
I thought it was
when
alright.
it
Was it definitely, like I said, definitely lived up to its title.
Very
so.
odd movie from what I get.
Yeah, definitely very hot too.
Definitely very.
You'll have to catch that.
All right,
aspect.
any last words, anybody?
Other one on the watch.
Well, Rhea has one here. That's my chair from last night.
Whoa.
Your chair is the outside. Your chair, she was right here. I can't move around with that chair here, so I moved. I put it here for her
guys.
for
If
the
you
other
haven't,
one.
go back.
You
And
put
watch.
it outside.
If you haven't, go back and watch the stream from last night because Rhea, she
She hijacked the stream.
She threw two topics in that we ended up taking like 2/3 of the stream up on. So.
Yeah, hijacked the stream. Just kind of like she does in chat room, but it was fine. Though.
Yeah.
She actually,
that's why she's awesome.
Yeah, it is.
Like, brought up was better than the shit I had on the thumbnail. So
yeah, it was like enough to wish we, it's like if you had told us, you said, oh, let's put that in the thumbnail.
Yeah,
Now I have to rewatch that because I was at a show left.
And like to give a quick preview, you have everybody's like one of them was her asking should The Rock run for president, and it's like that was like a whole rabbit hole.
That one for about that was a half hour. It was a fun conversation. All right, well, welcome to 2024.
For sure.
Yes.
Happy New Year's, everybody.
Happy New
to you
Year.
guys too.
Whoa, I'm still alive.
This is my second year streaming from New Year's Eve.
Right.
Yeah, she elbowed
Congrats.
But yeah, probably like I said, every year that I'm alive, knock on wood, because you never know how long that's going to last. I'll do this. Like I said, same thing with Christmas Eve. Sometimes it's just for however many people that are out there. It's either if you're not going to go to a party, it's probably because you really don't either like partying or you don't feel too good about 2023. So let's we spent 8 hours, 12 hours a day trying to get you to think about something else, and raised quite a bit of money doing so. And
yeah, that was really gratifying seeing that.
Dude, congrats on the goal reached.
Yeah, congratulations.
Thank you for everybody. Everybody that helped me get there, man.
Yeah,
we're gonna double it by April.
Oh yeah, we did. Yeah, I think William is like.
Yeah, I like that little dot. I don't know how long I'm gonna leave that little dot that tells you that you've surpassed.
That you surpassed the goal.
So,
we'll do it. We got 4 months. We got 4 months. So if we can do that, if you do the math, and like I said, the longer we're doing it, the more people know who the fuck we are. Because like I said, beginning April 28th or March or October 28th. Yeah, it is definitely nice. You announced it like a month and a half before, and we made $5,000. That's great.
Yeah. And like $2,000 of that was within the last 24 hours.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
And like I said, you wanted to ban that topic, and that topic is what got you over the hump.
Yeah, there is something to think about there.
I want to ban the topic in the way that we know it does damage.
I know. I'm just giving you shit because you always bring up that you're banning it, so I'm just fucking with you.
Yeah, there's a way to talk about this stuff, and there's a way not to, and you don't always have control over where the conversation goes sometimes. But like I said, when we're watching a movie, trying to raise money for a good cause, and we're analyzing the movie itself, and not necessarily the conspiracies and the trolls. We had a troll for you stream today, which I'm happy about.
That's right.
Except for the trolls that are in our actual audience, on our screen right now.
That's all right. There's a couple, but it's
William
we
with
had
the
a lot of fun.
barbs.
wasn't too bad.
So yeah, we have been on the air for 8 hours. This stream with 8 hours, 18 minutes. That's a record. And then we were on for a previous almost about 3.5. So we're at 11, 12 hours of the day. I'm ready to wrap it up. Anybody got any last words?
No, I think this is a great way to wrap up the year, and like I said, especially bringing people. If you don't, as William said, if you don't have a party or family get together, it's like you might have some regrets about how the previous year went. So we definitely through
What will
this,
be
we
our
hope
next watch along?
it's not
We're not-
going to
we're
be
not gonna
whatever
ruin
you
the-
suggest, man.
No, I meant like
we're
maybe
gonna-
Mission Impossible. That would probably be the next good one.
Brad stream
We'll take some time.
Brawl
Right
and
now,
Cell Block 99 for Brad.
Right now.
The last airbender.
I would say this has been a pretty good weekend and a pretty good way to spend the day. I had a
Yeah,
lot of
definitely.
fun speculating on the movies and just kind of going over everything, even though I didn't catch all the movies. I had a really good time talking shit with Fourth. Me and Fourth have been trying to have that talk about Justice League for a while. So
I think you guys agreed more than you disagreed.
I didn't think I was going to disagree with him too much, but he's always throwing jabs and shit, and I just wanted to catch him while he was.
I think he just wants you to think he's going to disagree. He actually agree, yeah.
But I had a good time, and like I said, it's been a pretty good experience in the last couple of weeks, but particularly this weekend, William. So thanks, Brad, for getting in there. Thanks for coming on the stream yesterday, Raya. Just thanks for everybody being on the stream right now and for such a long time. It was a lot of fun. So.
Yeah, no, it's been
absolutely.
a pleasure being on here. Like, this is probably one of the best. Again, like I said earlier, this is probably one of the best live streams I've ever been on in a long time. And just to be in this community, it really means a lot to me. So, to talking shit with you guys is pretty great.
Shout out to Aaron for hopping on the.
Yes, Aaron. Always love having you on. And definitely long for the
Thank you
future.
for allowing me to come on.
It's always a pleasure, and especially when you can report from the future whether Skynet's taken over or not.
Yeah, real Australian accent instead of.
We need the heads up.
Oh, sure, we'll give you the heads up.
Okay.
I'm screaming.
No, this
right,
community
guys,
is super positive. I love it.
Oh,
Yeah, absolutely.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh no,
Okay,
no, it's
see
all
you
good.
guys.
I was saying it's a positive community. It's great.
I think
Bye.
my eyeball
Bye,
is starting
guys.
to get dried up.
Yeah,
All right,
and
I will see you guys. I'll probably
to-
take tomorrow off. I might take tomorrow off, which means I'll probably be on the air tomorrow because I'm full of shit.
Well, and
But,
to close it out, to close
Take
out
them all
our,
off and
our-
stream for 12 hours. I'm sorry.
yeah, to
Go
close
ahead, Brad.
it out.
I know it's coming.
Yeah,
Brad. Go
our
ahead.
final stream of the year, leading into 2024, and capping off this amazing discussion of the raid and Midnight Meat Train and Zack Snyder's Justice League and all the stuff we just geeked out over the stream, and of course crossed our $5,000 goal, which we definitely are going to keep that going into the new year. But to cap off the new year, cap off 2023 and head to the new year, there's only one way to properly do it, and it does involve me breaking a banned topic.
Uh-oh.
Oh, if you bring up good burger,
Oh no.
Okay, you there?
All right, y'all. Happy.
Last one, I swear.
Go ahead, because I don't just do it.
No, I said that's. I swear that'll be the last one. But that one,
I thought you said, yeah. Well, so yeah, no amnesties. That's it. All right, guys. I'll see you next year.
Later, guys.